The story opens with a man leisurely driving, the wheels screeching as he slams on the brakes. A buzz of chatter erupts around him, with people pointing and whispering about the supercar that just screeched to a halt. The young man steps out of the car, flashing a confident smile that stuns onlookers. Someone blurts out, "Chen Yuan, the top. Cateteer second. Generation rich kid in school, got another new supercar." From inside the car, a pair of white high heels slowly emerge, followed by a girl with a very ample bosom, stepping out of the car with a smug smile. Seeing this scene, the guys on campus are seething, muttering, "He barely got on campus and already snagged a top-tier babe from the N2 flight attendant program? Chen Yuan, that lucky bastard." A few other guys, faces red with envy, chimes in. "He's a rich second gen, and handsome to boot. Naturally he gets first dibs on the ladies." He doesn't just get first dibs, he's practically monopolizing the market. Heard a lot of freshman goddesses are into him. The main couple saunters inside, amidst the hushed whispers of the students present. The girls on the upper floors are also getting their gossip on, full of jealousy for the girl next to Chen Yuan. "Chu Wan, she's not even as hot as me, right? I just hesitated a bit and missed my chance. Ugh, so annoying. Do you think I still have a shot?" The girl next to her says, "Opportunity favors the prepared. Don't lose to that Chu." Chen Yuan, oozing confidence, glances up at the gossiping girls, flashing a smile that's a total babe magnet. Afterward, they happily stroll through the mall together. But that's all just a memory from Chen Yuan's past here. He reflects, it's a pity all that generous spending and enviable life in his third year of university was ended by a disaster. Not only did the 3 tourism companies in his family go bankrupt, but they are 100 million in debt. Back in reality, Chen Yuan walks inside and shouts, "Yo, roomies! Anyone up for a late-night gaming session with Lao Zhang?" He turns around, coldly replying, "Chen Yuan, I don't think we're that close." Another guy lounged back, leisurely saying, "You think you are still the young rich man from before. If you ask, we come, and if you want us to go, we leave." Chen Yuan is speechless, swallowing his pride, and goes to the roof to take in the breeze. He thought to himself all his old friends that partied with him left one by one, avoiding him at all costs. There's no choice. His parents and little sister have to stay in a rented place. Now, he used to rent a room out every day, but now he can only live in the school dorm. Being like this, not to mention being able to be unrestrained and extravagant like before, it's uncertain whether I can even live a good life or not. Up until the next moment, Chen Yuan was asked to a corner by Chu Wanding to have a word. When he arrives, she says with disgust, "Chen Yuan, stop it, don't contact me from now on. I hope you can find a more understanding girl." He freezes, not knowing what to say, his expression darkened, unable to believe what he heard. Chen Yuan says, "Bewildered Wan, 3 years of relationship. You say stop, and you stop. Are you that heartless?" Chu Wanding looks at him with a cold gaze, replying with a voice akin to a pure love soldier, "How much feelings do we have? Don't you know that already?" She strokes her hair, turning toward the luxurious car that has been waiting on the roadside. Before she leaves, she reminds him, "Also, don't call me Juan. It's so country when you call me that. In the future, if we ever meet again, but preferably don't meet at all." After she spoke, she opened the car that was waiting for her. Chen Yuan's heart died when he heard this, breathing a sigh. Chu Wanting says again, "I'll leave first. My friend is here to pick me up." Chen Yuan quickly pushes open the door to block her and says, "Wait, Chu Wanting." Chu Wanting got startled. Her forehead, covered in sweat, turns her head to ask, "What else do you need?" At this point, her eyes contain no love, saying in a cold tone, "All those branded bags that you bought me? I don't think I need them in the future. Why don't you return them to me?" Chu Wanding got touched on a nerve, screaming, "Chen Yuan, have some shame. I've only gotten a few torn bags from being with you for 3 years, and you want them back after breaking up?" Chen Yuan's face darkened, forcing a smile and saying, "If it really can't be done, I don't want the money anymore. Let me go back to that dream one last time." Her face turned red, speaking in a disgusted voice, "Get lost." Quote, suddenly, an aged voice echoed from the car outside. "Juan, get in the car. There's no need to get angry. Young man, where are you planning to go now? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Chen Yuan glanced at the old geezer in the car, mocking in his heart. Calling her Juan is country for me, but it's not country for him, right? Ridiculous. Here. He replied coldly, "No need. My home is really near." The old man uses a provoking tone. Juan and I have other things to do. I am worried that you'll be too affected by this, that you can't think straight. Young man, I think I should bring you home to safety. When Chen Yuan hears those words, his heart is hurting more than eating chilies, thinking that you want to kill someone and hurt their feelings. If I don't return the strike, I'd be considered an idiot. Right after thinking, Chen Yuan lowers his head near the car's window, replying harmoniously. Big brother, you are a good person. I will take the thought. But my home really is near. Walking would only take a few steps. Chen Yuan turns to her and continues. Wanti is a good girl. I hope you can take good care of her from now on. Chu Wanding spaced out, not understanding what Chen Yuan wants to do. After she sat inside the car, the man inside the car also said smugly, MMH, don't worry, you can give Wan to me. Chen Yuan started his move at this point. We men must always give women the best things. Wan has a lot of habits. Brother should remember them. First, she likes to use Okamoto 001. Second, fishnet stockings. Don't need good quality ones because good quality ones aren't as convenient. Also, nurse and police uniforms are what she likes wearing most during sex. He sat in the car, fuming and pale, sputtering in retort. Lo, now you're just talking for the sake of it. With that, he rolled up the window and sped off. Chen Yuan watched the car speed away, able only to sigh deeply, muttering, Brother, I was just getting to the main point. Chu Wanting, perhaps your choice was right after all. The glaring sun overhead made him squint, shielding his eyes with his hand. Chen Yuan said coolly, Forget it, it's nothing to do with me anymore. Hopefully your choice will give you a perfect life. Suddenly, a robotic voice echoed from nowhere. Indeed, everyone should strive to live their perfect life. Perfect life system downloading. The sun overhead vanished, replaced by a golden orange system panel that left Chen Yuan dumbfounded. Information began to appear on it. Host, Chen Yuan age, 21 height, 182 centimeters weight, 70 kilograms net worth, 87 health value, 72 fitness value, 75 skills, none. Chen Yuan broke out in a sweat, pointing at himself, puzzled and questioning. Host is me? I wasn't even asking to live or die. Why am I hallucinating? The system panel reappeared, along with a long list of missions. Perfect life system download complete. A perfect life not only needs money as a foundation, but also requires valuing the opposite sex. Mission initiated. Spend money on an opposite sex person of the same age nearby with a favorability rating exceeding 60 and also gain their regard. Mission reward. Spending money on the opposite sex will be tripled in return. If the opposite sex's favorability increases by 3 points during this spending, the refund will be doubled. Note: spending can only be done using accounts or cash. Chen Yuan couldn't believe what was in front of him, repeatedly scratching his head, thinking, I've got a system? Ha! Is this for real? Hallucination, begone! Suddenly, a soft voice called out from behind. Chen Yuan. A girl was looking at him with worried eyes, reminding him, a boy should act like a boy. It's just a breakup, is it really that bad? At this moment, the system also displayed information about the girl. Academic advisor, Li Xiao. The girl walked up to Chen Yuan and said, I saw everything just now. To put it in the words of you guys, bye-bye is bye-bye, the next one will be better, right? Chen Yuan turned to look at Li Xiao in a daze. Suddenly he noticed the pink number 65 above Li Xiao's head, surprised in his heart. Huh? Above Teacher Li's head. The system also chimed in with a notification. Li Xiao. Favorability towards the host is 65. Chen Yuan was now startled, analyzing silently the number above Teacher Li's head and the explanation. That means the perfect life system from just now wasn't a hallucination, but it's real. Li Xiao still knew nothing, cheerfully encouraging him. Li Mui classmate, Chen Yuan, cheer up. Chen Yuan was overjoyed, scratching his head awkwardly, replying to Teacher Lai. I'm okay, Teacher Lai. He thought to himself. So, I really got a cheat code, listened he. Li Xiao smiled kindly and asked, Yeah, that's right. About the tuition assistance I mentioned last time, have you thought about it? The application has been submitted early. This is one of the few things I can help you with. Chen Yuan replied honestly. A few thousand yuan is like a drop in the bucket compared to my family's debt. Maybe the tuition assistance money should go to other students who need it more. Li Xiao pondered for a moment and then said, Since you've said that, I won't persuade you further. The girl gave a gentle smile, reminding Chen Yuan, "If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me anytime, including relationship problems. Then I'll head back first. Remember to come find me if anything comes up." She waved goodbye to Chen Yuan and then turned to leave. He observed Li Xiao for a moment, and then looked at the system panel in front of him. He calculated in his heart, the system's limited time mission. Can doing the system's mission really get double the return? How about I take this opportunity to test it out? Thinking this, Chen Yuan ran up and grabbed Li Xiao's hand, saying, "Teacher Li, thank you for caring about me so much. Wait a moment, I'll buy you a cup of milk tea." Li Xiao replied in surprise, "No need to be so polite, classmate Chen Yuan." Before she could finish her sentence, he dashed off. A moment later, Chen Yuan returned with a cup of milk tea in his hand, handing it to her, saying, "Teacher Lai, here you go." Li Xiao reached out to take the milk tea, blushing, said, "Thank you." After this, Chen Yuan took out his phone and checked the notifications. It displayed, "Construction Bank, your card with the last 4 digits 0098, on May 10th at 1640, received 18 yuan, account balance 99 yuan. He read it over and calculated. Originally, the balance was 87 yuan, spent 6 yuan buying milk tea, leaving 81 yuan. Now received 18 yuan into the account. The balance became 99 yuan. So the double refund is real. Whoa! Chen Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, thinking to himself, as long as Teacher Lai's favorability towards me always stays above 60, wouldn't I be able to spend money on her multiple times, then continuously receive refunds from the system? Chen Yuan watched Li Xiao's retreating figure, a mix of joy and excitement in his heart, thinking, the debt in my family has a chance to be paid off. As long as I operate correctly, my family will become even richer than before. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, thinking, Chen Yuan, I must return to the past? No, I can surpass the past. He paused, calculating. But my current capital is only 99 yuan. Too little. The urgent task now is to get enough capital, and at the same time find a suitable girl, then spend money on them. Chen Yuan leaned against a nearby wall, scrolling through his phone, calculating thoughtfully. The credit limit I can get is 8,000 from JB and 20,000 from another loan. The business loan is 2,158, plus the initial 99 yuan. Currently, the total money in my hand is 49,684 yuan. Chen Yuan smiled slyly, thinking to himself, Teacher Li, I'm just a poor student from a bankrupt family, wanting her to receive my precious gift, so I have to think of a way. A moment later, an exquisite box lay completely inside a roadside trash can. Chen Yuan looked at the bag in his hand, calculating in his heart. The bag costs 39,800. It's this year's spring model. I have to say, it's a high-quality imitation, so Teacher Lai will accept it. Carrying the bag in his hand, Chen Yuan walked to Li Xiao's room. As he knocked on the door, he thought to himself, I wonder if Teacher Li has a boyfriend yet. Li Xiao came out to open the door, still wearing a tight apron. Seeing him, she asked in surprise, Chen Yuan, why is it you? Chen Yuan asked politely, Teacher Li, sorry to bother you, are you cooking? Li Xiao looked at the bag at Chen Yuan's side, asking curiously, Is there something you need? Chen Yuan didn't waste words, handing out the bag, saying carefully, Teacher Lai, you've cared about me a lot during these 3 years of college. I always felt that it was something I should do, but today I finally understood the value and warmth of this help. This is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. Li Xiao looked at the bag in Chen Yuan's hand, thinking, This bag looks expensive. No way, no way. She then said, I'm a teacher, and these things are my responsibility. There's no special care involved. I treat all my students the same. It's not necessary. Chen Yuan had anticipated this, and said, This bag is a high-end knockoff. It only costs 2 yuan. Ms. Lintz, you know my family's situation. I don't have money to throw around. You've helped me so much. If I don't do something to thank you, what kind of person would I be? Even though this bag isn't worth much, it's a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it if you don't mind. Li Xiao looked at Chen Yuan, thinking, he said this much. If I don't accept it, I'll be looking down on him. I can't provoke him at times like this. She then took the bag from Chen Yuan's hand and said, Okay, I'll keep it for now. I'll give you a gift on your birthday or during a holiday later. While they were talking, A scent suddenly wafted out of the kitchen. Li Xiao immediately ran inside, yelling, "Oh no, my fried meat is burning, burning." Chen Yuan took this opportunity to slip off his shoes and go inside. Li Xiao poked her head out of the kitchen and called out, "Chen Yuan, you haven't eaten, right? Stay for dinner." Chen Yuan smiled, thinking, as long as her boyfriend isn't a problem, I'm happy to stay for dinner. After all, close contact can increase favorability, which will lead to more system rewards. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The system notification rang. Construction Bank, your card ending in 0098 received 119 yuan at 1845 on May 10th. Current balance, 12,200. Chen Yuan picked up his phone, thinking happily, it's in the account. The bag was 39,800. A triple rebate is 11,400. And after deducting the capital, I earned nearly 80,000. It's not like I have never spent 80,000 before, but this is my first time earning money, and I did it myself. This is youth. This is victory. He'd been lost in thought for so long that he didn't realize Li Zhao had finished cooking. She turned and called out, Chen Yuan, sit down and eat. Chen Yuan, why are you standing there like a statue? He snapped out of it and asked, yes, it's just the two of us eating? Where's your boyfriend? Li Xiao turned her head, taking off her apron as she replied, what are you talking about? I don't have a boyfriend. Ugh, why can't I get this off? Chen Yuan leaned on the table and walked over to Li Xiao, offering, Miss Li, let me help you. Li Xiao refused shyly. No need. But Chen Yuan was faster, going behind her to help her take off the apron. Chen Yuan looked at the alluring scene of her figure from behind and said, it's okay, almost done. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. What are you two doing? The figure appearing outside the door was none other than Li Meng, Li Xiao's younger sister. Chen Yuan jumped, stammering, no, nothing. Li Xiao, on the other hand, smiled brightly and asked, why are you home so late today? Come and eat. After smiling, apron and all, Li Xiao ran to hug Li Meng's arm and introduced, this is my younger sister, Li Meng. Chen Yuan forced a smile, raised his hand, and said softly, hello. Li Meng looked at him with a dark expression, and replied coldly, I'm not good. Seeing that the situation wasn't optimistic, Chen Yuan made an excuse to leave. Mems, Li, I ate before I came. I'll go back to school now. Li Xiao watched his retreating figure, a bit surprised, thinking, he ate. But he clearly wanted to sit down and eat just now. Li Meng crossed her arms, watching Chen Yuan leave, and said coldly to Lin Zhao, Sis, I think he has bad intentions. The naive Lin Zhao immediately retorted, he's just my student. Hearing this, Li Meng got even angrier and shouted, how bold! A student wanting to hug his teacher. Lin Xiao, hearing this, turned bright red, pushed her sister to the dining table, and urged repeatedly, what nonsense are you talking about? Let's eat. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was pacing thoughtfully on the road. He walked and thought, who should I spend money on next? On one hand, Ms. Lini is just my teacher. On the other hand, she's not as money-grubbing as Zhu Wanting. Suddenly, a man fell straight into Chen Yuan from the front, for no apparent reason. He quickly recognized the person in front of him and asked, Lao Huang, what's wrong? The man reached out a trembling hand and a pale, lifeless face towards Chen Yuan, pleading, Yuan Ji, my goddess, Feng Minhui, went to see a movie with that damned Li Jianpeng. This withered man was none other than Chen Yuan's roommate, Huang Haibao. These words reminded Chen Yuan of Feng Minhui, the campus belle of the class of 20 in the international business program, Lao Huang's goddess. The two had never had any contact, not even a conversation. Thinking of this, he was speechless, and asked back, that's it? Huang Haibao saw Chen Yuan's indifferent expression and asked in surprise, Yuan Ji, what's with that look on your face? You're not laughing at me, are you? Chen Yuan glanced to the side and said, don't make a fuss, look at who that is. Suddenly, Huang Haibao's eyes lit up, staring at two beauties, with hot figures walking in front of them. His face suddenly flushed red, and his complexion became rosy and full of life as he asked Chen Yuan, she just went to see a movie with Li Jianpeng. Yuan Ji, they didn't rent a room. I'm so happy. I still have a chance, right? Looking at Huang Haibao's miserably cheap appearance, Chen Yuan thought, to like a girl so much that you have to humiliate yourself like this? Lao Huang, how are you going to have sweet fruit to eat like that? But when his eyes landed on her, The number 72 floating above her head made Chen Yuan gasp. He thought to himself, holy crap, she's got a number 2. And it's even higher than Li Xiao's. The girl next to Feng Minhui sneaked a peek at Chen Yuan and said, Minhui, did you hear? Chen Yuan got dumped by his girlfriend. Feng Minhui was surprised. Her friend rolled her eyes and went, Chen Yuan? Titsk titsk. Feng Minhui didn't seem to catch it. But as she walked past Chen Yuan, she glanced back at him, kinda checking things out. The friend went on, I shouldn't have cheered him on during military training back at the start of the semester. You took the initiative to talk to him and even gave him water. That rich kid attitude? Having money is one thing, but being cocky even after going broke? Anyone would break up with him. Yeah. Good thing you two weren't actually in love, or else it would have wasted 3 years of your youth. Feng Minhui sighed heavily, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still staring at Feng Minhui, thinking, it's rare to find someone whose affection level can actually be beneficial. Why is the number dropping so fast? Feng Minhui's number was slowly decreasing from 72 to 69. Chen Yuan started to panic a bit. He thought, crap, I can't just sit here and do nothing. But still thinking about his roommate's feelings, he turned to Huang Haibao and asked, Lao Huang, let me ask you something. If Feng Minhui and I got together, would you mind? Huang Haibao rubbed his chin, looked at Chen Yuan, and asked, the real question is, can you even win over the class beauty, you think? You think you're still that rich second-gen driving a BMW 4 Series? But to be honest, I wouldn't mind, as long as she's not with Li Jianping. Then I don't care who she's with. That was all Chen Yuan needed to hear. He quickly turned away, leaving behind a single sentence. Good bro, that's all I needed to hear. I'm going for it. Huang Haibao called after him in shock. Yuan Ji, are you serious? Chen Yuan ran to Feng Minhui as fast as he could and seriously called out, Minhui! The girl blankly turned around, blushing as she looked at him. Her friend was startled and instinctively became defensive. She immediately stepped forward and shouted, Chen Yuan, what do you want with our Minhui? Chen Yuan, putting on his most sincere face, said, I wanted to ask if you're free tomorrow. I managed to get a reservation at Star Sushi Kaiseki. Would you like to go with me? Feng Minhui blushed in surprise, wondering if Chen Yuan was asking her out for a meal. Her friend asked suspiciously, that sushi restaurant that costs over 1,000 yuan per person on average? Do you even have the money? Chen Yuan completely ignored the friend and scratched his head, giving a super charming smile as he said, after we eat, how about we take a walk? I need your help picking out a birthday gift for my sister. Let me know by noon tomorrow, if you can. Having said what he needed to, he turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye. I'm heading out! I'll contact you again tomorrow. Huang Haibao watched this whole scene in shock, speechless. Feng Minhui turned to her friend, blushing, and asked, well, I just went to the movies with Li Jianping. Is it okay if I go eat with Chen Yuan? Her friend was totally supportive and said, what's not okay about it? That's a fancy Japanese restaurant. She bluntly analyzed, Chen Yuan might be a little cocky, but at least he's good looking. Li Jianping just has some money. But if Chen Yuan's family makes a comeback, he'll definitely surpass Li Jianping. Her friend took the phone from Feng Minhui's hand and continued, it's a waste not to go. It's just dinner and a walk. It's not like you're doing anything else. I'll reply for you tonight. Feng Minhui still stammered blankly, okay. The next evening, Feng Minhui and Chen Yuan went out together. They strolled towards the restaurant that had been reserved. They sat down at the table. The server quickly brought the dishes and enthusiastically introduced them. Hello, Mr. Chen. This is the set menu for 2 that you ordered. Enjoy your meal. Feng Minhui smiled and sat down next to him, saying, Chen Yuan, I heard your family's having a hard time. You didn't need to waste so much money on this. Chen Yuan turned to reply, it's okay, the Japanese food here is super delicious. As he spoke, he suddenly froze, stiffened by Feng Minhui's ample body. Chen Yuan blushed and thought, Minhui's posture. It's only been 2 months since I stopped gambling. I need to calm down. Feng Minhui then asked, why did you suddenly invite me to dinner, Chen Yuan? Is it really just to pick out a gift for your sister? Chen Yuan, who was taking a sip of tea to calm down, honestly replied, I've always wanted to invite you to dinner, but I just couldn't find the right opportunity. Suddenly the number above Feng Minhui's head plummeted, dropping to 66. She lowered her eyes and pondered, not knowing what she was thinking, and just made a sound. Oh! Chen Yuan was shocked and thought, Could it be that she's not happy with my answer? The affection level dropped again. Chen Yuan quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat a few times, and started reminiscing about the past. During military training, you often bought me water, and you even texted me at night. I've always remembered that. The affection level immediately increased to 67. She blushed and asked, "You still remember?" Chen Yuan scratched his head and replied, "That? How could I forget?" The number above Feng Minhui's head increased to 69, and then to 70. Only Chen Yuan was still trying to appease the demon within him. Calm down, I must calm down. Time flew by, and 40 minutes later, they finished their meal and went to the cashier to pay. The staff warmly said, "Hello, sir. The total is 2,920 yuan. You are a member of the store, so after the discount, it's 2,774 yuan." Chen Yuan nodded and replied, "Okay, thank you." The number above her head increased to 73. Feng Minhui looked at Chen Yuan and thought, "My living expenses for a month are only 3,000 yuan, and this one meal is almost the equivalent of my entire month's living expenses." On the other hand, Li Jianpeng casually mentioned eating at the school cafeteria when going to the movies, and said they'd eat out next time. He clearly has money, but he's so stingy. After the notification sound of money being added went off, a system notification also appeared. Time-limited task. Spend money on a person of the opposite gender nearby who has a favorability rating exceeding 60 and also gain their respect. Task reward. The money spent on the person of the opposite gender will be tripled. If the person of the opposite gender's favorability increases by 3 points during this spending, the money will be doubled. Only then did Chen Yuan turn his head to look at the number 76 above Feng Minhui's head, thinking to himself, "It was 72 when we first met, now it's 76, so that's how it is." This feeling of earning 10,000 just by eating a meal is freaking awesome. Feng Minhui looked at Chen Yuan, her face flushed with shyness. She gave a gentle smile and thought to herself, "He's becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Maybe this is the power of money." Thinking this, she took Chen Yuan's hand and said proactively, "Let's go." Chen Yuan still has to go to Guaojin to pick out a gift for his sister. A moment later, at the Guaojin shopping center, that old geezer saw Chen Yuan and said to Zhu Wanding beside him, "Wanding, why is that guy here?" she said in surprise. "Chen Yuan?" She looked at him with disgust, thinking to herself, "Why is he here? He just broke up with me yesterday, and today he's already brought a new girl out shopping." The old geezer scornfully wondered, "That loser, a poor student, dares to come to a place like this to spend money," he thought bitterly to himself. "This old man worked like a dog and bought so many bags to coax Zhu Wanding before I could get her. This brat is so indebted, yet he still has girls chasing after him." Seeing those two, Chen Yuan said to Feng Minhui, "Let's go to another store over there." Feng Minhui beside him nodded in agreement. "Okay." Over there, Bia Ran couldn't swallow this insult and went to block Chen Yuan's path. "Since you're already here, how about we go in and take a look?" "It doesn't cost money to look, anyway." That woman Wanding beside him also chimed in. "Chen Yuan, what are you doing here? Who is she?" Chen Yuan replied coldly, "What a coincidence. I came to stroll around and pick out a gift for my sister." That old geezer said haughtily, "Ha! If you're buying a gift, you should go to the toy wholesale market and take a look. Can you afford to buy anything here?" As he spoke, he pointed towards the high-end store behind him. Zhu Wanding also launched an attack, shamelessly walking straight up to Feng Minhui. She was silent, but her smile was particularly cutting. "This sister, although I don't know you, I'm just kindly reminding you, don't be deceived by this kind of person." Chen Yuan, of course, wouldn't let this go. He immediately stood in front of Feng Minhui and retorted coldly, "What does it have to do with you? Furthermore, what do you mean by deceived? Who am I deceiving?" That old geezer then spat out a few words. "Chen Yuan, you shouldn't talk to Wanding like that. A man should have some class. Besides, Wanding is still your ex-girlfriend. We know your family situation very well. Bankrupt and still owing money. There's no need to pretend to be a big shot. No one's laughing." Chen Yuan was provoked by his words and thought, "These two are truly disgusting. They're a perfect match." Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. A perfect life should not be looked down upon by others. Time-limited task. Spend money on a person of the opposite gender with a favorability rating above 60, and also create negative emotions in the person beside you. Task reward. If the value of the negative emotions of the person beside you increases because of the host, The host will be refunded double the amount spent on the person of the opposite gender for every 5 points increase. Note: this task can be stacked with a refund when spending money on a person of the opposite gender. At this moment, the two numbers of that scum couple also appeared, 30 and 35 respectively. Chen Yuan seemed to have found their weakness. He smiled to himself. I initially wanted to save some face for you two, and didn't want you to be embarrassed in public, but you two just had to cause trouble. Now that the system has issued a task, there's even less reason not to take action. Chen Yuan gently took Feng Minhui's hand, smiled elegantly, and walked forward, saying, all right then, let's go inside and stroll around, in a brand name store. The two receptionists, who had just finished gossiping, began to pass the buck. Chen Yuan is considered an old customer. You go and greet him, bud. The girl beside her retorted, I'm not going. What's there to serve about a bankrupt rich second generation? Last time, I was the one who fussed over that fake, and you only tried it on but didn't pay. It's your turn now. The receptionist put on a threatening face and said sternly, I told you to go, so you have to go. On this side, Zhu Wanding scanned the store and then took a bag, holding it out in front of that old man, saying, honey, I've looked at it. Can you pay? All right. The receptionist said happily, coming right up, Miss Zhu. Please wait a moment. The other receptionist looked on with envy, thinking to herself, high-quality customers with stable payments are hers, while poor customers who don't make purchases are mine. She went to Zhu Wanding's side and began to fawn over her. Miss Zhu has great taste, perfectly matching her temperament. Unlike some customers who have no taste at all, another receptionist also took out expensive items and offered them, Miss Zhu, this jewelry set also goes very well with the bag you just chose. Would you like to try it on? It looks great on. It's just a little expensive. About 100,000 in total. Chen Yuan, not bothering to pay attention to those two pretentious people, looked at Feng Minhui and whispered, Minhui, don't be stingy with money for me. Hearing this, Feng Minhui pointed to a bag in front of her and said, I think this bag is pretty good. The style is also very young. Your sister might like it. Hearing this, the receptionist said with a look of disdain, these two things together are more than 50,000. Very expensive. Zhu Wanding's old geezer looked at her unhappily, thinking, 100,000 to waste. Originally, I could coax her with a 2,000 yuan bag today, but now she wants a whole set of 100,000. After Zhu Wanding happily finalized the purchase, she seduced him and whispered, swipe your card, honey. Chen Yuan is still watching. Hurry up and show off your boyfriend power. Him. He thought bitterly, 100,000 is boyfriend power? I don't have that much money in my card. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's forceful voice rang out. Hey, I'll take both of these bags, and I'll also take the accessories that the girl over there just recommended. The sugar daddy couple heard this sentence as if struck by lightning, turning around to look at Chen Yuan with shocked eyes. Feng Minhui was just as flabbergasted. The sales associate who was all over Zhu Wanting earlier did a complete 180, thinking, wait, he's getting the accessories too? I thought he was broke. AF. The sales associate, who was being so snooty just moments ago, was now practically vibrating with glee. Chen Ji, 2 bags plus accessories. That'll be 131,000 yuan. Chen Yuan thought to himself, how interesting. Get paid to eat and drink, and now this money comes back. Perfect. Chen Yuan pulls out a regular, Jane-looking card and says casually, here, swipe this. The overjoyed sales associate was all smiles. Yes, sir. I'll wrap it up for you right away. She was about to cry tears of joy. She thought she was going to work for free today, but turns out he's not just buying 2 bags, but also the accessories. That's over 130,000 yuan. I never thought this dude who got dumped would be so generous. Even more so than before. Zhu Wanting was burning up with envy. She couldn't handle the truth, and screamed, Chen Yuan, didn't your family go bankrupt? Where did you get so much money? The dude behind her chimed in. He probably took out a loan or something, right? Chen Yuan raises his chin, replying coolly, believe what you want, I'm not short on cash. How about I buy another bag for Zhu Wanting? It's just over 20,000 yuan. It's peanuts to me. That guy looked like he was about to explode. Chen Yuan wasn't done yet, he added. A man should be generous as well as suave. That Audi A8 of yours cost at least 600,000? Or 700,000, you wouldn't mind this little bit of money, right? Zhu Wanting is being so competitive. She immediately turned around and urged him. Hao Jun, show him what you've got. Don't let him win. he was secretly fuming, thinking, that A8 is on a payment plan. I can't let Wanting know that. Ugh, this is so annoying being triggered like this. Not knowing what to do, he grabbed his phone and said, "Hold on, I need to take this call." Zhu Wanting was pissed and called out, "Hao Jun, what are you doing?" The other sales associates got a good show to gossip about. The dude walked outside, loudly faking the phone call while practically running away. "Who told you to decide that? Didn't I say any project over $1 million needs my approval?" Zhu Wanting was grinding her teeth in anger. "Chen Yuan, just you wait." Watching their pathetic figures and the increasing number on the gold diggers meter, he thought, "Oh, negative emotions. This is easier than I thought. Whatever, I'm too lazy to bother with them. Just gotta finish the mission." After paying, Chen Yuan hands the bag to Feng Minhui, saying, "Minhui, take this. It's a gift." She was shocked and waved her hands. "No, I can't, Chen Yuan. It's too expensive." Chen Yuan hands the bag to her, with the other hand taking another bag from the sales associate. "It's nothing. It's just a bag. You were laughed at and humiliated by those two jerks because of me. I'm a bit embarrassed, so consider it my apology. Just accept it. Please accept it." Feng Minhui hesitated for a moment and said, Well, okay. Thanks then." Chen Yuan continued happily. "Don't thank me so fast. And there is this, and those. All for you," Feng Minhui asked in surprise. "Huh. Isn't this for your younger sister?" Chen Yuan responded casually. "I don't know if she likes them, but I know you at least like this bag." He pretended like that, but in his heart he thought, "Are you kidding? If I really buy it for that little devil Chen Xuan, she won't just scold me for wasting money, she'll rat me out to mom and dad too. From the beginning I was buying those 2 bags for you. Just take it. After you take it, I can get refunded tonight." Feng Minhui stepped back. In her heart she thought, 1 bag was already too much. But to accept all of this like this, wouldn't that make a bad impression on him? The girl blushed, embarrassed, and replied, "I can't, Chen Yuan." She didn't even have the chance to finish her sentence. He already grabbed Feng Minhui's hand. Smiling, he said, "It's okay, this is just the beginning, we still have a lot of time. Just accept it. If you keep refusing, I'll be sad." With the enthusiastic begging, the girl also accepted the remaining bag. Immediately, a system message rang. "Congratulations, host! On completing the mission, this mission got a total of 15 negative points, and a triple refund of the money that was spent, in addition to spending money for the opposite sex, for a total of 6 times the refund. Construction bank card number with tailing digits 0098 received 786000 at 21:00 on May 11th. The current balance is 786,356 yuan. Chen Yuan held Feng Minhui's hand and thought, "Right now, Minhui is my cash cow. I have to protect her well, and not let the drop in affection from just now happen again." He said gently to her, "Minhui, let's go back to school, it's getting late." In Chen Yuan's heart, he thought, "Although I really want to go a round or two, this kind of thing can't be too hasty, it's better to let it happen naturally." Feng Minhui was also moved by this action and thought, Chen Yuan is completely different from Li Jianping. He didn't mention going to a bar, if not I really wanted to. A moment later, Chen Yuan finally arrived at the South Dorm. At the same time, a group of youths were coming down from upstairs, repeatedly cheering. "Jianping, so enviable, so quietly you got the class beauty. All of us are still single. That's right, I didn't expect you little punk to be a step ahead. This is worth celebrating. You have to treat us no matter what. Moreover, it has to be a grand meal." The Li Jianping guy saw Chen Yuan passing by and deliberately spoke loudly so that he could hear. At that time, call the whole class to go. Let's be lively. Chen Yuan pondered and went back to his dorm room. Inside, one roommate looked bitter and opened his receiver and spoke to him. "Did you hear everything? That damn Li Jianping just went to watch a movie with the class beauty and already can't wait for the whole school to know. It's very obvious that he's targeting our room 503. Chen Yuan knew everything and smiled to comfort him. He won't be jumping around for long. Feng Minhui won't be with him. The other side turned around and said to Chen Yuan, "Don't talk nonsense. Feng Minhui went to watch a movie with him last night. Who knows what else they did? Moreover, didn't she not agree to a date with you today? That shows that she's really with Li Jianping." Chen Yuan simply sat down on the bed, only listened, but didn't say anything else. He turned on the computer, looked at the account balance for a moment and thought, "Already have new income so fast. Maybe I'll go home tomorrow and check things out." Scene changed to Chen Yuan's house. A chubby man sits on a chair. Seeing Chen Yuan, he says, "Xiao Yuan, you're back. That man is your uncle, Chen Yaodai." Chen Yuan walks in and coldly says, "Hello, uncle," his father says softly. "We're talking here. Go back to your room first. Your uncle and I are discussing something." After Chen Yuan returns to his room, his father's voice can still be heard outside. "Brother, I understand your difficulties, but I still hope you can give me some more time. The stuff I have is almost enough to pay off the debt. I'll pay you a portion first then." Chen Yaodai says smugly, "One portion is definitely not enough. I have to hustle every day these past 2 days. You absolutely have to pay me everything at once." Chen Yuan's mother can't hold back anymore and shouts, "Chen Yaodai, no one does things like you. Who lent you 300,000 when you didn't have money for a car wash, and did they ever rush you to pay it back? Now we've only borrowed 200,000 from you, and you've come to rush us 3 or 4 times. What's your intention?" Chen Yuan's father interrupts, "Say less, will you? Your brother has his own difficulties." Chen Yuan's mother still hasn't stopped, and says bluntly, "Whether he has difficulties or not, he knows very well in his heart. I already asked his wife. He hasn't been hustling for money these past 2 days. He is still smugly saying that debts must be paid. It is a matter of course. It's a waste that we're even family. We can still get along. If it were an outsider, you'd see what debt collection is like." Chen Yuan's mother snaps back, "Haha, you still want to use violence to collect debts? Oh heavens, the Chen family are all white-eyed wolves. What was the point of treating you all so well in the beginning?" Chen Yuan's father turns to say, "What are you saying? Aren't there still some jewelry? Go into the room, find some, and sell it. We'll buy it back for you later when we have money." Chen Yuan's mother says irritably, "Stop it. What are we buying? Let's pay off the debts in the house first." Suddenly, inside, Chen Yuan's system rings with a notification. A perfect life shouldn't carry debt. Time-limited mission. Pay off family or personal debt. Mission reward. The amount of debt paid will be doubled for the host. The first time you pay 200,000, you will get 1 million specifically for a car. Chen Yuan stares blankly at the notification in front of him, thinking to himself, this mission came at just the right time. His eyes light up, thinking to himself, even without the mission, I was planning to help old Chen ease some of the debt today. On this side, Chen Yuan's mother takes out the jewelry box, sighs, and says, all the jewelry you've given me over the years is here. No matter how difficult things get, I can't bear to sell it. It's worth several tens of thousands of yuan. Let him take it back first. It seems like 2 gold rings were lost during the move. Hearing his mother's sigh, Chen Yuan blushes with embarrassment inside. Erdnan needed some money to buy a bag for Wan Ting, so I took my mother's 2 gold rings to sell. At that time, I was really an unfilial son. Chen Yuan thinks, and then pushes the door open forcefully, shouting clearly, Mom, Dad, I have money. Chen Yuan's father sees him and reminds him listlessly, now is not the time to joke around. His mother also has a tired face, saying, you see the situation in the house now. You still need that little bit of money to pay for your cafeteria card, right? Don't mess around. Chen Yuan scratches his head a little embarrassedly and says to his dad, I really do have money, old Chen. Listen, can you hear the sound of receiving money? Mom and Dad quickly take out their phones to look at the numbers inside and shout, 200,000! Chen Yuan's father asks in surprise, Kid, where did you get so much money? Chen Yuan then makes up an excuse. Mom and Dad gave me a lot of pocket money before. I invested some money in cryptocurrency with a friend. He didn't let me touch it, saying that the potential for increase was great. Only these past 2 days did he convert it into real money. He thinks to himself, maybe this excuse will work. Anyway, the pocket money back then was really a lot. His mother immediately becomes happy, saying, good job, son. You've helped our family solve a worry. Chen Yuan's father also reminds his mother, all right, let's pay the money first to send that plague away. Chen Yuan's father goes out to transfer the money to Chen Yaodai, and then says coldly, Yaodai, we've paid off the debt. Chen Yuan's mother also curses. Now that you've received it, get lost. Don't ever come to our house again. Chen Yaodai looks at the real number in his phone, and immediately becomes cowardly. He stammers, looking at Chen Yuan's mother, sister, Vinlaw, what are you doing? Chen Yuan's mother says sternly and loudly, don't you understand human language? I said get lost. After that, he doesn't need to leave on his own. Chen Yuan's parents kick him straight out. He looks inside in a daze, thinking to himself in confusion, My cousin owes nearly 100 million outside. I thought he would run out of money eventually, so I had to come and collect the debt early. Why could they pay off the debt so quickly? Could it be that my cousin's new business is making money? Then he's about to get rich again. He then feels regret and slaps himself. How can we ever meet again after what I did today? Damn it, why did I even come? On this side, Chen Yuan's system rings with a notification. Checking that the host has completed the first debt repayment goal, the system will immediately issue the reward. Construction Bank card number, ending in 0098, has received 400,000 yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. The current balance is 1,163.56 yuan. Construction Bank card number, ending in 0098, has received 1 million yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. The current balance is 26.35. Chen Yuan looks at his phone, thinking to himself. Excluding the private money to buy a car from the second message, my private account already has more than 1 million. I didn't expect that coming home would not only help my parents solve a worry, but also have such a big harvest, Chen Yuan thinks. But completely solving all the debts in the house still requires a lot. So right now, even if I give all the million in my hand to old Chen, it's useless. The most beneficial thing is to use this capital to create more money. Chen Yuan looks at his parents, who are so happy that they're crying beside him, and thinks to himself, let's calculate. I can only give old Chen 2 more 10,000. Thinking this, he goes to his parents and says, Old Chen, I actually still have a portion that hasn't been withdrawn, about 10,000. Do you need to use it urgently now? Chen Yuan's mother waves her hand and says, Mom feels like we can keep it for now. The other debts aren't urgent for the time being. Suddenly, old Chen blushes and speaks up. Wait, give me 10,000 first, embarrassingly says. That, Chen Yuan, give me 10,000 first. Chen Yuan responds with a smile. That's right, old Chen. This is the right feeling. He recalls himself in the past, thinking to himself, this appearance of dad is exactly like me when I asked him for money before. This thing like inheritance is really interesting. Cut to outside Li Xiao's house. Chen Yuan's standing there. He sees her, and immediately says, Teacher, you're back. Li Xiao smiles when she sees him. Yep, no classes this afternoon. Chen Yuan leans in, all eager, and says, Are you free tonight? I wanted to treat you to dinner. You bought me food last time, so it's my turn to return the favor. The moment he says that, sharp eyes flash behind her, making both Li Xiao and Chen Yuan sweat bullets. Li Meng, her face full of killer intent, appears behind her teacher, making Chen Yuan stutter. Li Meng, Chen Yuan freezes, thinking, this teacher's little sister is seriously my nemesis. Can't mess with her. These two sisters are really different. The older one is gentle, but Li Meng is tough and always on guard. She narrows her eyes at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan gets super nervous under her gaze, then turns and stammers, Oh, teacher, I suddenly remember I still have something at school. Might be busy tonight. We'll do the treat another time, okay? I'll go now. And he bolts. Li Meng says to Li Xiao with a serious face, I told you that kid has ulterior motives. Li Xiao replies softly, maybe he really just wants to buy me a meal. Besides, even if he does have other intentions, I wouldn't agree. Chen Yuan's already outside, thinking to himself as he walks, it's so hot. He absent-mindedly thinks back to the past, driving around in an air-conditioned car with Zhu Xiaoting that was comfortable and cool. Thinking about it still feels nice. Suddenly, he remembers something, takes out his phone, and thinks, wait, I actually have some money set aside to buy a car right now, but I haven't used it. Am I not giving the system enough face? He thinks for a second, then texts Feng Minhui, free this afternoon, want to go car shopping with me? Feng Minhui replies quickly, sure, no classes this afternoon anyway. Feng Minhui's friend reads the message and squeals to her, Aya, you two lovebirds are already gonna pick out a car together. That was fast. Are you not coming back to the dorm tonight? Tell me. Feng Minhui blushes and protests. Don't talk nonsense. We're not even dating yet. Her friend teases. Our Minhui is so lucky to find a rich gold, turtle, and a handsome one at that. That brat Chen Yuan got a steal. She reaches out and gives Feng Minhui's chest a playful squeeze, making her blush and exclaim, stop it. An hour later, at a top-tier 4S dealership, an employee sees them arrive and greets them. Welcome, what can I do for you? Are you here to see cars? What kind of car are you looking for? Another guy walks over, face red and dazed, and asks, "Minhui, what are you doing here?" Feng Minhui turns and says softly, "Oh, Senior Qin," she thinks to herself. "Qin Yang, the upperclassman who used to chase me in high school. Why am I seeing him here?" The guy walks up to them and asks her, "Minhui, who's this?" Chen Yuan steps forward and introduces himself. "I'm her classmate." Xin Xiao asks, "Oh, are you two here to see cars? What kind of car are you interested in?" Chen Yuan points to the car next to him without hesitation and says, "I want to learn more about this MCH model." Xin Xiao says enthusiastically, "The car exhibits are over there. Feel free to look around. You can also sit inside." In his heart, he's clearly looking down on them, thinking, the lowest MCH is at least 500,000, and it's more than 600,000 on the ground. This kid is dressed so plainly. If you don't have money, you don't have money. What's the point of bringing a female student to the 4S store and pretending to buy something? He stares blankly at Feng Minhui, thinking to himself, Minhui is still so beautiful, worthy of being the goddess I pursued. I'm different from before. Salary of more than 10,000 a month, outstanding salesperson, drives a 200,000 Honda Accord to work. Girls are realistic now, guys like me are their top choice. He just stands there, thinking all sorts of nonsense. He then walks over to her side and says, "Minhui, long time no see. If you're free tonight, how about we catch up?" Feng Minhui replies awkwardly, "Sorry, senior, I might not be free today. I have other plans tonight." Chen Yuan suddenly pipes up, "Hey, is it possible to arrange a test drive?" He gets interrupted and thinks bitterly, "I'm trying to ask Minhui out. What are you interrupting for? You can't afford it, so what do you want a test drive for? Wasting my time." He suppresses his anger and replies, "Sorry, the test drive vehicle has already been driven out by our boss today. No test drives today." Chen Yuan, with his history of changing cars every few days, thinks he is not someone who knows nothing about cars. He already saw the MCH in the store when he came in. If you can't arrange it, then change someone else. Without saying much, he gets off the car and shouts loudly to the front desk, "Excuse me, could you arrange another salesperson for me? I want to test drive immediately." A girl walks out and says softly, "Hello, my name is Chen Na. I am the sales consultant of the store. How can I help you?" Chen Yuan looked at the sweet girl in front of him and praised him. Another colleague saw this and asked the guy, "Isn't Xin Yang supposed to be handling that customer? Why did you let Chen Na take over?" He replied annoyedly, "I couldn't be bothered. Let Chen Na work for free. A student saying he wants to buy an M9 and test drive it? Isn't that just bragging?" The other colleague said, "What if he actually buys it? You'll regret it then." Xin Yang still scoffed, "Buy my ass. Just a poor guy bringing a pretty girl along to show off. I've seen this a million times." Meanwhile, Chen Na was enthusiastically introducing the car. "Sir, this car mainly features intelligent driver's seat design and is equipped with a 192-line laser radar, enabling full autonomous driving. How does it feel?" Chen Yuan quietly assessed the girl's efficiency. Very professional. Her looks and figure aren't any less than Feng Minhui's, he thought. It's just that you often hear stories online about female car salespersons rarely closing deals with male customers. A few impure thoughts about Chen Na popped up in his head. Over there, Chen Na asked, "Do you understand all the car's configurations? What's your budget?" Chen Yuan casually asked, "Do you have a car in stock? I want to pick it up today." Chen Na's eyes lit up as she secretly thought, "Customers who buy our cars usually have to look at them several times before making a deal. This guy just test drove it and decided to buy it without even asking the price. If he really buys it, why did Xin Yang give up on serving him?" She checked and said apologetically, "Sorry, we don't have the car in stock right now, but another store has a customer who had financial issues and canceled their order. If you need it, we can transfer it here within a week." Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. "That's fine, I'll place an order today." Chen Na was even more surprised. Looking at Chen Yuan with admiration, she thought, the car costs over 600,000 yuan to get on the road, and he's buying it just like that. Is this the legendary angel customer? Or does he have other intentions? Despite her thoughts, she remained calm and politely said, "Please come inside the store to rest for a moment. A deposit of 50,000 yuan is required up front. I'll go get the contract." After returning to the store, Xin Yang immediately started gossiping and asked Chen Na, "What did that customer say?" Chen Na sat down to prepare the contract and slowly replied, "He bought it." The colleague who heard this exclaimed in disbelief, "What? He bought it? That was fast." Chin Yang was even more incredulous. He put his hands on his hips and said disdainfully, "That guy's just pretending. When it's time to pay, he'll come up with all sorts of excuses to disappear. We have plenty of people like that in the store." The male colleague seemed enlightened and chimed in, Yeah, that's right. I've been selling cars for so many years, and I've never seen a customer buy so quickly." Chen Na calmly reaffirmed, "I'm telling you, Mr. Chen bought it, and he's even going to pay the full amount." This news shocked the male colleague so much that he lost control of his words. The colleague turned to Qin Yang and said, "You idiot. You let such a big order slip away. You're going to regret this." He couldn't do anything about his frustration and could only clench his fists in self-anger. After completing the paperwork, Chen Nei asked with a smile, "Mr. Chen, if you have any issues with the follow-up procedures, feel free to tell me at any time. Where would you like to go later? Would you like me to see you off?" Feng Minhui walked over and took Chen Yuan's arm, saying, "No need. We'll call a car ourselves." Seeing her attitude, Chen Na felt a little embarrassed and thought guiltily, "I was too eager to protect the customer and made his girlfriend unhappy. I'm screwed." Thinking this, she stood in place and politely said, "All right then, I won't see you off any further." The two continued to stroll down the street. Chen Yuan looked at his phone and asked, Hui, let's go eat now, okay?" She suddenly pouted and said, "Oh," which sounded ominous. Chen Yuan immediately realized something was up. He turned to her and asked, "Feng Minhui's unhappy. Are you jealous?" She blushed and looked away, saying, "No, I'm not." Chen Yuan smiled indulgently and said to her, "You say you're not? Your expression says otherwise. I and she are only the business relationship between a salesperson and a customer. Nothing more." Feng Minhui blushed, her voice a little sulky as she replied, "Who knows? You were talking to her so happily, and you were scrolling through her moments, for so long too." Chen Yuan scratched his cheek and explained embarrassedly, "Haha, it's actually just a habit. I always scroll through people's moments whenever I add them as friends." She turned her face away and reminded him, "Well, don't do that next time." After saying this to Chen Yuan, Feng Minhui thought, "I clearly have nothing to do with Chen Yuan, so why am I suddenly jealous? Guys who spend money so generously are really easy to attract other women. I have to find a way to keep Chen Yuan." As if she had thought of something, she secretly encouraged herself, "I have to hold on to Chen Yuan tightly." Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still repeating the words from earlier, "I won't do that next time. Let's go eat first. Then we'll go shopping. I'll buy you gifts for National Day." He was a little nervous in his heart, thinking, "There won't be anything fishy next time. I'm really not that pure, damn it." Hearing about shopping, Feng Minhui said, "But you already bought me 2 bags yesterday." She thought to herself, although I'm a little expectant, it's not good to let Chen Yuan spend money like this. What if he thinks I'm a gold digger?" Chen Yuan smiled gently and said, "It's okay, it's normal for girls to have lots of bags. Anyway, there are 7 days in a week, so you won't be repeating them every day." He thought to himself, "Anyway, spending money on girls can get me a 3. The more she buys, the better, so I can earn more." The two went into a cafe. Chen Yuan handed her the menu and asked, Hui, would you like a cold or hot drink today?" Hearing this, Feng Minhui embarrassedly thought, Chen Yuan is asking me if I want a hot or cold drink. Is he indirectly asking if I have my period? He wants to. She timidly replied, "That, the cold one." Chen Yuan was confused. He finally realized something and blushed, thinking, "What's with Hui's expression? Good job. What are you thinking about?" But the last time I was with Zhao Wanting was 2 months ago. But it's been accumulating so much, it's really time to release it. Let's just let this misunderstanding intensify. 3 hours later, the two had left the shopping mall. From top to bottom, she had a watch worth 12,800, a bracelet worth 20,800, and a handbag worth 5,500. The stats on her head had also increased to 81. She looked at him embarrassedly, thinking, Chen Yuan treats me so well that it feels unreal. He just bought me over 80,000 yuan worth of stuff in a little while, and almost 140,000 in 2 days. Over on this side, Chen Yuan's bank system also chimed in with a notification. Construction Bank, card ending in 0098, received 252,000 yuan at 11:39 on May 12th. Current balance, 224,216 yuan. Chen Yuan happily looked at the rising number on his phone, thinking, This double cash back from the system is legit. I gave old Chen 50,000 for the car, and boom, got it back in no time. Even though this 217,000 includes the car payment, even after deducting nearly 60,000 for the car, that's still over 16 million yuan to blow. Chen Yuan turned to Feng Minhui with a sly grin and said, Minhui, don't go back to the dorm tonight, okay? Hearing this suggestion, she shyly nodded. Half an hour later, at the Grand Rich Hotel, room 808, Chen Yuan was leisurely taking a warm shower, washing away all the worries. Feng Minhui was lying on the bed outside, anxiously staring at her phone screen, thinking, Chen Ling asked why I haven't come back to the dorm. What do I tell her? Just say I'm with Chen Yuan? Too embarrassing. Before she could figure it out, Chen Yuan came out. His toned body was on full display. Chen Yuan, while drying his hair, asked, Minhui, are you ready? She blushed looking at Chen Yuan. In her heart she thought, sorry Ling Ling, he's giving me so much already. Finally, she sent her friend a hurried text. Ling Ling, I'm not coming back tonight. If anyone asks, just say I went to visit relatives, okay? She said shyly. Chen Yuan, I haven't showered yet. He buried his head in the hollow of her shoulder, inhaling deeply, and said, It's okay. I love your scent. He quickly pinned her down and got to work. Feng Minhui continuously blushed, letting out embarrassing moans. She gently called his name, Chen Yuan. He skillfully used his mouth to undo the zipper of her dress and said, I love every scent on your body. She was in a daze, placing her hand on Chen Yuan's chest, and gently instructed. Be gentle, he happily replied. The two of them dove into each other, lost in the moment, forgetting the world. Half an hour later, they were resting. She lay in Chen Yuan's arms, thinking, this kind of thing is really not as scary as Chen Ling said. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, looked gloomy, thinking, I didn't expect Minhui to be. This feels great, but also exhausting. Looks like I haven't been working out enough. 2 months without doing it, and I've regressed this much. Before he could rest much, Feng Minhui climbed on top of Chen Yuan and gently said, Chen Yuan, how about we do it again? Chen Yuan, hearing this, startled and said, Minhui, can you wait a little longer while I rest? She, with a deadly seductive look, cooed, No, I want it now. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan returned to the dorm. He got out of bed with a refreshed spirit, thinking, the system even gives cash back on loan repayments. All my loans plus credit card debt add up to 52,000. I'll pay those off first. Chen Yuan looked at the balance in his account, pondering. There's still Li Yuheng's 100,000. Back when my family went bankrupt, all those fair-weather friends avoided me. But Li Yuheng helped me without saying a word. Suddenly, a roommate came over and asked, Old Third, where'd you go last night? Check the group chat. There's a friend gathering tonight at noon. Chen Yuan opened the group chat and saw some people discussing, the weather's pretty good this weekend, everyone should go out for a stroll. Immediately after, a photo of a car appeared. The people below were exclaiming, Damn! Bang is getting a car! That's a Baohan Lai rolling at 280,000. Bang is really rich. Sigh. Even after 10 years of graduation, we might not be able to afford a car. Did the female sales staff at the 4S shop give birth yet? I suggest everyone get together and have a good time tonight, the roommate said again. That dog Li Jianpeng ordered a car. I suspect he asked the class president to arrange this, so he can show off. It's freaking disgusting, they laugh. If we don't go, we lose 200 yuan from the class fund. Chen Yuan said, disgusted. Li Jianpeng's pretending is really adorable. You guys go, I'm not going. Before he could finish, a message arrived. Yuan, long time no see, Hen Yuans. Come over for a meal tonight. Relax a little. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. Perfect life mission. It's not just about the opposite sex's favor, but also a career foundation limited time mission. The host will receive 1 million yuan dedicated to investment within 1 week. Invest all 1 million. Mission reward. Any income earned from business activities will be doubled. Chen Yuan read the mission and happily thought, this time, it's a career-related mission? Right on time! I was thinking I needed a reasonable source of income for all this money in my account. Li Yuheng's acoustic bar is under renovation? Maybe I can invest in his bar. Chen Yuan stared at his phone, Li Yuheng's message in front of him. Yuan, long time no see. Come out for a meal tonight. Relax a little. He replied, send the location. Tonight Daddy will show you a change of scenery at the South Scenery Bar in a VIP room. Cheng Long, a young master lounging on the couch, said with a dismissive look, "Young Master Li, who are you still waiting for? I'm about to starve to death." That guy was Lin Guangyao. Shi Haiji, sitting on the side, chimed in. "Aren't all the important brothers here already?" Zhao Zhengang, sprawled out there, also said, "That's right, important people wouldn't be late." Li Yuheng held a glass of wine in his hand and said affably, "What's the rush? Aren't there fruits and snacks on the table?" "Snack on those for a bit. Chen Yuan is coming soon," Li glowered. Lin Guangyao, hearing this, jumped up and said, "Chen Yuan? Isn't his family bankrupt? He's not in the same circle as us anymore. Why call him here?" Li Yuheng said seriously, "I'm paying tonight. I'm not asking you to pay, so what are you complaining about? Chen Yuan is my childhood friend. You can't lump him in with those guys." Lin Guangyao said dismissively, "If young Master Li says we wait, then we'll keep waiting." The girl next to him said, "You're such a pain, Brother Yao. You won't be my boyfriend, but you always touch me." Lin Guangyao then directed the conversation to Shi Haiji. "Isn't your cousin's girlfriend coming tonight? Why isn't she here yet?" Shi Haiji said with a wide grin. "She's on her way, but there's traffic. It'll probably take another 10 minutes or so." Lin Guangyao scoffed inwardly. His family always depended on mine. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't even qualify to be at gatherings like this. And how the heck did he stumble upon such a hot girlfriend? Especially that short, tight skirt and white shirt. No guy can resist that kind of allure. Anyway, they're not married yet, so maybe I still have a shot. Chen Yuan finally showed up. He opened the door with a bright smile and said, "Sorry for the wait, everyone." Li Yuheng, seeing Chen Yuan arrive, gently asked, "Why are you so late?" Chen Yuan replied honestly, "Traffic. I swear, that driver took the long way, specifically through the worst traffic jams in Yukang." Li Yuheng lightly punched his shoulder, laughing, "Damn, some drivers have no morals. File a complaint." Lin Guangyao thought dismissively, "Taking a taxi? Everyone here drove their fancy cars. No wonder he got stuck in traffic." He sneered, "You're lucky we all drove ourselves." "You had to call a taxi, huh?" Suddenly, a beautiful yet familiar face walked in and said anxiously, "Sorry, the rush hour traffic was insane, so I'm late." Shi Haiqiao, blushing, stood up and introduced, "This is Chen Na, my girlfriend. She works at a 4S dealership. If any of you guys need a car, look her up." He suddenly felt a surge of superiority, thinking, "Even if I'm not as rich as these guys, my girlfriend is way hotter than theirs." Chen Na saw Chen Yuan standing there and was surprised, thinking, "That's Brother Chen. He bought a car yesterday, but he didn't say hi. I guess I should pretend this is the first time we're meeting." With that thought, she walked straight to Shi Haiqiao, her face stiff, yet still radiating charm. 40 minutes later, Li Yuheng stood up, his face flushed with alcohol, and said, "Now that everyone's stuffed, let me say a few words. That bar I'm opening, I really want to make it big. All of you here are my best bros. Anyone want to invest together and get rich? The projected capital is around 24 million. I'm putting in 30% equity, which is about 700,000. He asked a little awkwardly, "What do you guys think?" The girl next to Lin Guangyao was just watching the show. While he thought to himself, Lin Xiao's family makes tens of millions in profit a year. He needs investors for a measly 700,000? He probably messed up his last investments, so his dad cut him off. Shi Haiqiao swirled the wine in his glass, thinking, "I can't afford this. I'd have to save for 2 years to get 700,000, Zhao Zhengang thought. Going out to eat is fine, but why are you roping us into investing? That's not Li Xiao's style. The so-called important people were as quiet as clams, thinking, in situations like this, whoever opens their mouth first is the idiot. Li Yuheng's face darkened, thinking, normally, these guys are always asking me to treat them, and they never hesitate to borrow money. Now that I need a little support, it's understandable with Chen Yuan being down on his luck, but the rest of them are acting like they're dead, he said coldly. What's going on, cat got your tongues? Now that you're full, you guys should say something. Lin Guangyao finally spoke up. It's like this, Li Xiao. I don't think it's at the point where you need investment. If you're just short on working capital, we can each chip in a few thousand to get the bar going. And you can pay us back later when you make money. Shi Haiqiao chimed in. Yeah. After all, we'd be adding shares halfway through, which wouldn't be fair to you. If you do it that way, you won't lose money later. Right, guys? Zhao Zhengang thought to himself. Everyone knows Li Xiao's investment skills. Remember that hot pot restaurant with the technicians? It was a disaster. Now he's opening a bar? That's like throwing money into the ocean. The nosy people around glared at Lin Guangyao, thinking, this guy could lend money privately. Why does he have to drag everyone into it? Shit, we all rely on our families. And our allowance isn't even enough. Li Yuhong was silent, thinking, I wanted to get everyone together to make money, but now it's turned into begging for loans? I overestimated these guys, especially Lin Guangyao, who never does anything right. I clearly said it was about investing and joining as partners, but he keeps bringing up borrowing money. Li Yuhong put down his glass and said sourly, we'll talk about borrowing money later. If you guys aren't interested, then forget it. Hearing that, Lin Guangyao eagerly raised his glass and said, that's the way! It's no fun when Li Xiao's trying to get us to invest. Everyone, eat and drink up. Let's keep the party going. Chen Yuan was still deep in thought. These guys disappeared when I went bankrupt. Why does Lian Yuhang still think he can count on them? These guys are all useless leeches, relying on their families for money. Lian Yuhang said disappointedly. You guys can keep partying. I'm heading out. Chen Yuan finally spoke up. How about I invest that 700,000? The whole room went silent. Li Yuhang turned around in shock. Lin Guangyao burst out laughing. Chen Yuan, stop joking around. It's not like we just met. Yeah? Another guy echoed. Yeah, talking big doesn't mean anything. A guy sitting next to Chen Yuan patted his shoulder, advising, why don't you go wash your face in the bathroom to sober up? Li Xiao's not in a good mood right now. He doesn't have time for your BS. Shi Haiqiao added a reminder. Brother, I'm a few years older than you, and I've experienced more. You have to know your limits. This isn't just about knowing your limits. It's about bragging shamelessly. Lin Guangyao chimed in mockingly. That's right, Chen Yuan. How did you even get here, don't you know? Should I pay for a taxi for you? Chen Na, watching the mockery, was confused, thinking, Brother Chen wants to invest 30% equity. Why do they think he's talking big? He just bought a 600,000 car yesterday. For someone with money like that, investing 700,000 is totally normal. She silently lowered her head, thinking, even though I want to help Brother Chen, if an outsider like me suddenly butts in and speaks up for him, it might just cause him more trouble. What's the best thing to do? Chen Yuan, on the other hand, calmly asked Li Yuhang, I've already transferred the 700,000. Check it out. Li Yuhang looked at the huge number on his phone and stammered in shock. Chen Yuan, you. The information on the screen was crystal clear. Your industrial and commercial bank card ending in 5,854 received 700,000 at 1942 on May 13th. That Lin Guangyao guy curiously asked, Li Xiao, what's going on? Li Yuhang stammered, unable to form a sentence, and pointed his phone at Lin Guangyao, saying, You see for yourself. He saw the ridiculously long number and was shocked, thinking, what the hell? Why does Chen Yuan's transfer have so many zeros? Let me count them again carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Holy crap, it's 700,000. Chen Na, who was sitting next to him, was also surprised, and turned to look at Chen Yuan, thinking, the wind has changed so quickly. One of the guys, seeing Lin Guangyao jump up, curiously asked, Lin Xiao, what's in the message? He trembled as he replied, something came up at my house, Miss Cow. I can't drink with you guys anymore. See you another time. Xing Haiqiao, seeing this, also stood up and asked, aren't you my cousin? What's going on? He angrily retorted, don't ask. You go too. Your aunt and uncle are looking for you. Shi Haiqiao blankly replied, no way, they didn't call me. Lin Guangyao bitterly glared at Chen Yuan and thought, this cousin of mine can't read the room. Whatever, I'm too lazy to argue with him. It's that bastard Chen Yuan though. If he had this much money, why was he pretending to be a taxi driver? He stole all the attention tonight, damn it. That noob was so confused when he questioned him earlier. He thought, why did Lin Xiao have such a strong reaction? He went over to Li Yuhang and said, Li Xiao, what was that message? Let me see. As soon as he saw it, he opened the door and stepped outside, leaving behind only one sentence. Something came up at my house, I gotta go. The others immediately understood and stood up, saying, me too, Li Xiao. Let's hang out next time. Xie Haiqiao turned around, confused. Aren't you guys? What's going on? Why is everyone leaving? Chen Na next to him said, let's go too. Xie Haiqiao followed Chen Na, still puzzled, and asked, What did you say? How did you know they were looking at a transfer message? You didn't even see the message. Chen Na finally revealed. Chen Yuan ordered a McLaren from me yesterday and paid for it in full. He was shocked when he heard this, grabbing her hand and saying, "Really? Is that true?" Chen Na coldly said. "Why would I lie to you? I still have his car purchase contract." He got annoyed when he heard this and scolded her. Nah, I'm not blaming you, but if you know a rich young master like that, you should tell me immediately. It's your fault for not handling this properly. Next time. Chen Na coldly shook off his hand and sharply said, "Next time what? Shi Haiji? I just realized what kind of person you are. Consider me having met the wrong person. Don't contact me anymore." Scene changed to inside the VIP room. Li Yuheng sat down, put his arm around Chen Yuan's shoulder and said, "If I'd known you were this rich, I wouldn't have organized this gathering today. What a waste of money." Chen Yuan poured wine into a glass and said, "It's good you know now. None of those guys are trustworthy. They're good for playing around, but they can't do anything when things get serious." Chen Yuan turned and smiled, opening his mouth and saying, "Tell me about your idea for opening a quiet bar a year ago. Even though I'm just a small shareholder, I still have to participate in the planning of the future." Li Yuheng agreed with a bright smile. "Okay, I'll tell you about the plan first." For the next half hour, Chen Yuan discussed the decoration style and operation situation with Lin Yuheng. After a brain dump, Yu Heng rubbed his head in frustration and blurted out, "You son of a gun are really something. Going to university wasn't a waste. You're so insightful in business." Chen Yuan stretched and said, "This is called business genius, but I don't have time to be at the bar every day to watch over things. And it's even harder to save for you, so we still have to find a store near the school." Li Yuheng immediately replied, Whatever you say. Whatever you say." An hour later, a message from Chen Na arrived. "Brother Chen, the car you ordered is about to arrive at the store. You can come on Friday to pay the final amount for the car." Chen Yuan seemed to have an idea, and replied, "No rush. Are you free tomorrow night? I have some specific questions about the car I want to ask you directly." Chen Na thought when she saw this message, "This brother Chen is Chen Yuan." She smiled secretly, thinking, "Right now, Minhui is a money-making tree, but the amount of repayment is limited. We have to expand in all directions to fully utilize this sugar daddy system to make money. Moreover, Chen Na's looks and figure are both top-notch. Spending money on such a beautiful woman isn't a loss." Thinking this, he sent the address to Chen Na. "Tomorrow, tea restaurant, 4th floor, Guaojin Shopping Center." The next day, she arrived early as scheduled. She sat by the window, resting her chin in thought. "Brother Chen hasn't arrived yet. Am I early?" Suddenly, a pot-bellied uncle walked in from outside, saw her, and thought, "Chen Na? Why is she here? And she's wearing the store uniform too. I never had a chance to flirt with this little girl at the store. I finally caught her today." Thinking this, he turned around and said to the people behind him, "You guys find a place to eat today. I have some business to take care of." He was the general manager of Chen Na's 4S store, named Zheng Jinyang. The people behind him immediately understood and said, "President Zheng, you go ahead with your work. We'll go first then." After that group of people left, they were still discussing among themselves, "Do you think Chen Na will agree to President Zheng?" "I don't think so. Chen Na doesn't seem like that kind of person." Another colleague said, "That's not necessarily true. Would a girl come to a place like this alone to eat?" The other person still didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" The other person started to explain. "Maybe Chen Na came to create a chance encounter, deliberately letting Zheng Jinyang run into her." The colleague laughed loudly when he heard this and said, "Chen Na usually looks very serious. I didn't expect." At this time, Xie Haiqiao happened to overhear this conversation and wondered, "Chen Na is creating a chance encounter with whom?" Zheng Jinyang then went over to her table and said, "Chen Na, what a coincidence. You're here to eat too? Are you alone? Do you mind if I join you?" Chen Na frankly replied, "President Zheng, I'm sorry, but I have an appointment to meet a friend." He didn't know where he got the confidence, but he thought this little girl was playing the like but pretend to refuse game. He put his hand on the table and said, "Chen Na, I'm your boss, no matter what. So what if you have a friend? Let's eat together." Chen Na said uncomfortably, "To be honest, I'm sorry, but please maintain a suitable distance from me. You already have a family. You shouldn't do this." This guy shamelessly sat down and said, So you're concerned about me having a family? That's easy to handle? Divorce is the way to go, Xie Haiqiao thought, frantically searching for Chen Na everywhere. He fumed. Chen Na dumped me, only to hook up with some other dude. She's looking down on me. I make 400 to 500K a year. Plus, I got a car worth over 300K. What the heck am I lacking? He stormed up to the 4th floor, only to be utterly enraged by what he saw inside. Holy crap, I lost to this pig. Xie Haiqiao charged in, pointing his finger at Zheng Jinyang and yelling, "You too, face dogs, so you've been secretly having an affair behind my back?" Chen Na blankly asked. "What are you talking about?" Zheng Jinyang, annoyed by the interruption, retorted, "And who the heck are you?" Without another word, Xie Haiqiao lunged forward and punched the old geezer, shouting with bitterness, "I should be asking you who the heck you are." Not one to back down, Zheng Jinyang grabbed Xie Haiqiao's collar and snapped, "Where did this mad dog come from? You dare hit me?" Chen Yuan walked in and, seeing the chaotic scene, was stunned. He thought to himself, Xie Haiqiao's here. What the heck is going on? He analyzed the situation. Caught in the act. Or is this fat dude a scapegoat? Otherwise, I'd be the one lying on the floor right now. Seeing Chen Na approaching, Chen Yuan quickly pulled her away, saying, "Mess, Chen, let's go. Don't worry about them. Let's get out of here." A while later, they were outside. Chen Na drove and began to explain, "Actually, Xie Haiqiao and I were only together for half a month. I only realized how awful his character was after that one meal. But luckily I broke up with him that night." Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. "It's good to find out what someone's really like early on. It's over now, so don't worry about it." Chen Na looked worried. "It's not over though. Zheng Jinyang, the guy who got hit, is my boss. Now that he's been beaten for no reason, who knows how he'll target me in the future," Chen Yuan suggested. "That kind of boss isn't worth working for. You should just find another job." She lowered her eyes and replied, "It's not that easy to find a job these days. If I switched to another store, I'd have to start all over. All the customers I've built up over the years would be wasted." They drove past a flower shop by the roadside. Chen Na stared blankly out the window and said, "Actually, being a salesperson is exhausting after a while. I want to switch to a different job, like running a cafe or something now. If I'm in a good mood, I'd do a lot of business. If I'm not, I'd just close up shop. How great would that be? Too bad opening a cafe costs 300 to 400K. I don't know how long it would take to save up that much." Chen Yuan asked with interest, "You want to open a cafe? It's okay if you don't have enough money. What if someone wanted to invest?" In his heart, he thought, "Besides the 700K I gave to Li Yuhang, I still have 300K specifically for investments." Chen Na didn't take him seriously and laughed. "Then I'd quit my job immediately and work for him without hesitation." Chen Yuan said seriously, "Okay, then quit your job tomorrow. I'll invest 300K to open a cafe, and you can work for me from now on." Zhao Yuan's hand, which had been slapping his thigh, stopped abruptly. The number above Chen Na's head jumped straight to 64, and she gasped in surprise. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, was ecstatic, thinking to himself, "I was a little worried that I wouldn't be able to get her affection all the way here. Here comes a money tree." Chen Na asked in disbelief, "Chen Yuan, are you kidding me?" Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "I'm serious. What's the matter? Don't want to work for me? After we open the cafe, I'll pay you 12,000 yuan a month. Plus, there's commission. If we're open for 3 consecutive months, I'll give you a car worth 200K. Your car is old, so you should get a new one." Her eyes lit up, thinking in disbelief. No pressure to meet sales targets, and I get a car after working for 3 months. That would make my annual salary exceed 300K. She suddenly remembered something and thought, "Wait a minute. Is Chen Yuan planning to keep me as his mistress?" Chen Na remembered the girl who went to buy a car with him last time, and said, "Chen Yuan, you don't have to do this for me." She thought honestly, "Even though this offer is very tempting, I don't want to be someone's caged canary, especially as a mistress." Chen Yuan crossed his arms and said, "Don't overthink it. I just plan to open a chain of cafes. The first one is to operate as a pilot project for TH. So we'll just be in a simple boss-employee relationship." Chen Na turned her face away, saying shyly, "Is that so? Then let me think about it." Suddenly, a message from Feng Minhui arrived. "Chen Yuan, do you have time tonight? If you're free, let's go grab some cold drinks." Chen Yuan looked at the message and thought, "Cold drinks? Minhui's needs are so high, he quickly replied. Those kinds of drinks are okay, but we need to moderate the frequency. After that, he said to Chen Na, Miss Chen, I have something to take care of, so I'll head out first. Think it over carefully and get back to me soon. Chen Yuan quickly went to the Da Fu Hao Hotel, room 808. He went inside and quickly closed the door. Feng Minhui had been waiting for a long time. She rushed over and hugged Chen Yuan tightly, saying, Chen Yuan, I missed you. He softened and replied, Hui, I. Before he could finish, Feng Minhui spoke with suspicion. Wait, Chen Yuan, you smell like another woman's perfume. Chen Yuan was surprised. He sniffed himself and said, Huh? No way. In his heart, he thought, could it be because I rode in Na's car that I picked up her perfume? Feng Minhui pushed Chen Yuan away and angrily questioned, Tell me, have you been seeing another woman behind my back? Chen Yuan quickly went over and hugged her, then explained in a low voice, How could that be? I only have you. It's just that I went to the 4S store to handle the car paperwork today, so I picked up the perfume smell from those girls. You know, the female staff at the 4S store all wear pretty strong perfume. Feng Minhui was finally manipulated by his sweet talk and said, Okay, but if you go looking for other women next time, you have to tell me in advance. Also, you have to keep your distance from that female employee, got it? Chen Yuan laughed it off and said, Of course. He smiled inwardly. This really wasn't about cheating or not. The system's mission was to spend money on the opposite sex and rely on rebates to make money. There's no way I can just stick to one tree. After giving her instructions, she turned and left, saying seductively, Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. Chen Yuan grabbed her arm and said suggestively, Shower later. She said in a sultry tone, Can't shower, I'm wearing clothes. She was quickly stripped bare. Chen Yuan said in a perverted way, I like the smell of not showering. Feng Minhui sat on the bed, blushing, and said, Then we're the same, Chen Yuan. Actually, I also like your scent. Chen Yuan also quickly took off his clothes and threw them in some corner. He pounced on the bed, greedily inhaling her scent, and said, Isn't that my line, Hui? You've really completely ignited the intense fire in my heart. The two of them wrestled with each other once again. She was brought to a state of ecstasy, and said, Chen Yuan, I like you so much. 2 hours later, just as the two were about to stop, Feng Minhui spoke up again. Chen Yuan, I still want more. Chen Yuan said, a little scared, Let me take a shower first. I'm all sweaty and sticky. It's uncomfortable. He walked into the bathroom with weak legs, thinking to himself, Hui's needs are even greater than Wan Ting's. She's having a great time, but I'm being drained dry. He glanced at the number 90 above her head and thought, Isn't this kind of exercise increasing Hui's favorability so quickly? Last time it only took one night to increase to 86, and today, 2 times has already reached 90. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. Detected that the host has a member of the opposite sex with a favorability above 90. The favorability mission has been completed, rewarding 1V Silk, a bonus of 1 million, a 1 million consumption card, and 1 accidental ability card. Chen Yuan was shocked and widened his eyes, thinking, 1 million? Winning the lottery isn't even this much. It's easier to explain the source of money with this thing. Moreover, it can be used to pay off debts at home. He looked at the line, 1 accidental ability card. Chen Yuan thought confusedly, Wait, accidental ability? There's even this reward? Then, won't I be able to dominate everything in the future? Chen Yuan looked towards Feng Minhui lying on the bed, thinking to himself, Sorry Minhui, I have to rise up now. It won't be you taking advantage of me anymore. It'll be me taking advantage of you. With that, Chen Yuan quickly chose the accidental ability card. As soon as he selected it, all the fatigue in his body almost disappeared. He thought in amazement, Awesome! I can clearly feel that my nether region is full of energy. This reward for reaching 90 favorability is so great. Chen Yuan thought to himself. It seems that the system's reward distribution is practical, rewarding what's needed. But the favorability of the opposite sex has to reach 90. Although Li Zhao's favorability is over 60, it's still a long and difficult road to develop to the same level as Hui. The long-legged Chen Na in black stockings has also exceeded 60. Right now it seems that I need to proceed step by step. I don't know when the next girl with a favorability of 90 will appear. let's not think about these things for now. Quickly testing out the abilities of this system daddy is the main thing. A moment later, he walked out aggressively and softly called out her name, Hui Hui. She asked in surprise, "What's wrong, Chen Yuan? Weren't you gonna take a shower?" Chen Yuan grabbed her hand and said, "No, I changed my mind." He turned around, and she adjusted her position and said, "Here, like this." He gently took her hand and got to work. A rush of pleasure overwhelmed her, causing her to jerk back and exclaim, "Chen Yuan, why is it a little?" At the same time, in another place, Chen Na was lying on the sofa, talking on the phone excitedly. Qian, there's a male student who said he wants to give me 300,000 to open a store, and said that if I work for 3 months, he'll give me a 200,000 car. Do you think this male student wants to take care of me? But the girl on the other end of the line interrupted her. Nah, are you being scammed? However, Chen Na bluntly affirmed, "No way. I've met him a few times already. He bought a car for me last time." Qian asked again, "How old is he?" "I remember. The people who bought cars from you were all middle-aged men." Chen Na replied, "He's only 21 years old." Qian, who was applying a face mask, also asked in surprise, "A young kid like that is already driving a luxury car? So is he handsome?" Chen Na sat up, her face flushed red, and replied, "He's a little handsome." Qian analyzed again. "He wants to give you 300,000 to open a store, and then give you a 200,000 car. A male student who is rich, handsome, and young like this. What's there to worry about?" Chen Na went to the window to look at the city outside, and replied blankly, "But I'm 5 or 6 years older than him." Chen Jian said, "What's that? People all say that a woman older by 3 carries gold, carries silver. Right now, he's rounding up a bit, so isn't that equivalent to carrying 2 lumps of gold?" Chen Na added awkwardly, "But he has a girlfriend." Qian, who was cutting her nails on the other side, explained, "Girlfriend, not a married wife." Nah, are you stupid? This kind of condition is fine even if he has a wife. Moreover, with the current situation, you can completely snatch him. Chen Na was shocked by her friend's words and exclaimed, "What are you saying, Qian?" Qian laughed it off and said, "If you're so flustered, then push this little sugar daddy to me. I'll take all the responsibility for you." Chen Na was totally blank, like, "Didn't you say you had a boyfriend?" And Qian, being all real, was like, "Boyfriend? So what? If some sugar daddy like that was willing to take care of me, I'd drop him in a heartbeat." Qian thought about it for a sec, then went on, "Nah, I'm just messing with ya. Okay, my boyfriend's back. I'll gossip with you later." Chen Na on her end hung up the phone. Still kinda dazed, she looked out the window, and all she could see was Chen Yuan's face. She couldn't help but think about him. Meanwhile, back with Chen Yuan, 40 minutes had flown by. Feng Minhui was panting and sprawled out on the bed, all tired, and she goes, "Chen Yuan, why was this time different from before?" He casually propped himself up and was like, "Different how? Was it stronger?" She just kinda mumbled, all shy, and pulled the blanket up to cover half her face. Feng Minhui, all bashful, said, "We did it twice in those 40 minutes. Chen Yuan whispered in her ear, "Did you like it? Want to go for another round?" She sat up, all flustered, asking, "Chen Yuan, you can still keep going?" He purred, Hui, remember how you learned to dance up here? This time, how about you take the lead?" She blushed and mumbled, "Me, on top. But I don't know how." Chen Yuan smiled gently and hugged her, saying, "You can learn. Isn't it all about gaining experience in real life?" Feng Minhui just softly murmured and, like she agreed. Chen Yuan gave her a light kiss, and she immediately turned bright red, calling him a bad boy in a sweet, pre-arranged kind of way. And then, bam, Shay hopped on top of him to continue the battle. The next day, after Feng Minhui went back to school, Chen Yuan was sprawled out on the bed, all comfy, saying, "No classes this morning. I can sleep in a bit longer." Suddenly, he bolted upright, holding a piece of paper and his phone, yelling, "Wait a sec. That lottery ticket from the system? Gotta check if I'm rich?" Chen Yuan tried to calm down as he checked each number, muttering, "After the red numbers 3, 4, 14, 22, 26, 27, the final blue number is 1. Got 'em all." Then he screamed, "Holy crap, 68 million!" Chen Yuan jumped out of bed. He threw the blankets in the air, shouting, "I won! 68 million! Gotta tell Dad and Mom the good news ASAP. They've been living the poor life for way too long since the company went bust. A little later, Chen Yuan was back home, excitedly yelling, "Mom, I'm home!" Mom Chen Yuan, with her hands on her hips, said, You're home! Don't shout so loud! Don't disturb the neighbors!" He asked excitedly, "Where's Dad?" Neighbors. "Get him out here quick, Mom! I've got something important to say." Mom Chen Yuan came out too, asking him suspiciously, "What's so important that it can't wait for your dad? You little rascal, did you get into trouble again?" Chen Yuan dragged a chair over for his mom, grinning from ear to ear. "What are you thinking, Mom? It's good news. Come on, you two sit down first." Once everyone was settled, he held out the lottery ticket and announced, "We're rich. I 6 million won." Mom Chen Yuan's face went blank as she asked, "Son, have you been under too much pressure at school lately?" Dad Chen Yuan chimed in, "Kid, just focus on your studies. I'll take care of the family's debts. Don't worry too much, and go thinking about weird stuff." Chen Yuan shoved the lottery ticket and his phone in front of his dad, saying, "Dad, take a good look before you say anything else." He quickly muttered and checked each red number on the lottery ticket and on his phone. His eyes lit up as he stared at the ticket, and he yelled, "Honey, we really won!" Mom Chen Yuan gasped. "Really? Seriously?" Dad Chen Yuan, super excited, confirmed, "It really is 68 million. Chen Yuan added, "Even after taking out 20% for taxes, we'll still get over 5 million. With this money, we can not only pay off all our debts, but our family's life will be so much better." Mom Chen Yuan exclaimed happily, "Son, your contribution will be written in our family's history books. No lunch today. Let's go out and celebrate our lottery win." Chen Yuan scratched his head, looking a bit shy, and said, "Oh yeah, I'm a junior now, and I'll graduate in a year. I want to go out and start my own business to get some experience." Dad Chen Yuan was happy to hear that and said, "Starting a business isn't easy these days, but it's great that you have this ambition. Young people need to hustle. The prize money is yours anyway, so it's best if you spend it yourself. But my personal suggestion is that your mother and I keep some of this money to help you when you fail." Chen Yuan said awkwardly, "Mom, Dad, I'll only take 1 million. The rest is for you to keep. Do whatever you want with it." Dad Chen Yuan chuckled and nodded. "Okay then," Mom Chen Yuan added, "Son, go for it. Your mother and I support you." Scene changed to that dude Zheng Jinyang. After the brawl the other day, he pointed to his bruised face and said, "Chen Na, you probably know why I called you up here, right? Take a good look. This is your boyfriend's masterpiece." Chen Na replied coldly, "Director, I've already broken up with him. We don't have any relationship. You should go find him for your injuries." He was obviously not having it, saying, "Chen Na, that's not right. The debt has to be repaid to the right person. If it weren't for you, would I have been beaten up for no reason?" Zheng Jinyang looked at her body and couldn't help but have dirty thoughts, like, "This woman is so smooth I can definitely get her by using this incident." Chen Na was still tough, responding, "What does your fight have to do with me? Besides, yesterday, I said that I had an appointment with someone else. You were the one who insisted on sitting there," he said with a dark face. "Enough with the excuses. Yesterday afternoon you left your post without permission, which meant no one was there to greet the customers in the lobby. As punishment, you're suspended from greeting customers for this month. Wait until you figure things out, then come see me." Feeling wronged, Chen Na argued to the end. "Based on what? I already asked for leave yesterday." Hearing this, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, good question. Based on what, you ask? Is this your first day working in society? It's based on the fact that I'm the general manager of this store. Everything in this store is up to me." This capitalist logic made her furious but helpless. Zheng Jinyang, on the other hand, smugly thought, suspending her from greeting customers is the same as cutting off her commissions. If she only gets her base salary for a month, that's only 1,200 yuan. Not even enough to pay for her rent. Chen Na finally saw through it all. She resolutely turned around, leaving behind only the words, "Acting all high and mighty just because you're a lousy general manager? It's just a job. At worst, I just won't do it anymore." Hearing this, he panicked so much that he jumped up and called out, Chen Na, don't leave so quickly. I advise you to think it over carefully." Chen Na was thinking too, but she was thinking about something else. Chen Yuan doesn't look that old, but he doesn't seem like a normal person, and he gets things done now. Not to mention what Chen Yuan wants to do, but just working part-time for him, There's a way out for me now. This time, she made up her mind. She said bluntly, "No need to think anymore. Not doing it means not doing it." Half an hour later, Chen Na's message rang. "I've prepared in advance. Do you still mean what you said yesterday?" Shen Yuan quickly replied. "Congratulations on escaping the sea of suffering and choosing a bright path. You can go take a look at the shops whenever you have time. If there's a suitable location, we'll lock it down." On the other side, Chen Yuan was strutting down the street, and seeing the message, he happily thought, "Great. It seems that the remaining 30,000 from the investment mission don't need to find another project anymore." He also arrived at the place he needed to go. As soon as he entered, he politely greeted, "Hi, Li Xiao. I'm here." Li Xiao was still carrying several boxes on the ground. She turned her head and said, "Chen Yuan, sorry to bother you. I have to move my office, but there are too many things. I can't move them all myself. I originally wanted to call the class monitor, but she had something to do, so she took leave." Chen Yuan looked up at the shelf and replied, "It's okay. I don't have classes this morning. My family doesn't have anything going on right now. Do all of these things need to be moved?" Lin Zhao wiped her sweat and said with a smile, "Yeah, if it was just moving books and documents I could do it, but this table and the filing cabinet are too heavy." She walked to a cabinet. "But I can't reach it," she said as she worked. "Let's take all the books off the shelf first, otherwise they'll fall when we move it." With her limited height, she had no choice but to stand on tiptoe. But then, a strong hand appeared behind her to help. Chen Yuan took the stack of paper from up there. The close distance made her butt touch Chen Yuan's little bird. The two rubbed against each other, causing Li Zhao to blush shyly. Her heart thumped wildly. She thought, "Chen Yuan right now." She remembered the previous incident and reasoned, "This time is even closer than last time. Chen Yuan really has intentions towards me." Li Xiao's face turned red, and she asked hesitantly, Is it done?" Chen Yuan honestly took down the pile of documents and replied with a smile, "Yes, it's done." Suddenly, a lively voice sounded from outside. "Teacher, we're here to help you." The group went in and caught sight of the scene, and thought, "Hey, why is Teacher Li Xiao's face so red?" Chen Yuan went over to urge the kids, "Come over here and move things. You guys move this filing cabinet to the next room." The group quickly rolled up their sleeves, each doing their part. Li Xiao walked to a corner, gently brushing her smooth hair. In her heart, she thought, "It's a good thing these two students came a few seconds late, or they would have seen it. That would have been really embarrassing." Chen Yuan is getting bolder and bolder. It's fine at home, but he dares to mess around in the office too. Li Xiao put her hand on her chest, blushing as she thought, "But what the heck? I felt a little stimulated just now. No way, no way. Chen Yuan is my student. Absolutely not." On the other side, Chen Yuan looked at the teacher and said in surprise, Why did the teacher's favorability increase to 71? Could it be that the slight touch just now increased the favorability?" He smiled and rubbed his chin, recalling, "It's not that I'm too long, it's that the teacher's butt is too big. If it were a thinner girl, it wouldn't be possible, but I didn't expect the teacher's favorability to increase. Maybe I can go to her place more often to cultivate our relationship." Cut to Saturday. 800 meters from the south gate of the school, in a dreamy pink cafe, several beautiful girls inside excitedly asked, "Zan Peng, I heard that you paid 280,000 for that car all at once? You're driving a BBA before you even graduated. You've surpassed 9,999 of your classmates." Li Zhanpeng, acting all high and mighty, thought, "Screw it. Feng Minhui is pretending to be pure and rejecting me. With my conditions, I don't lack women kneeling down to lick my balls." He burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, some people even look down on BBA." The long-haired girl heard that and said, "No way! You're still complaining? Look at how well off your family is." The girl next to her chimed in, "Right, some people don't know the situation. Even if they work for 3 to 5 years, they probably still can't afford this car." Li Zhanpeng was feeling himself. Then he looked outside and froze. His face flushed red, and he even spat out his tea. In his heart, he blurted, "Holy crap, that girl is gorgeous." That girl was none other than Chen Na, and she was leisurely sitting outside. Li Zhanpeng kept looking at her from inside and commenting, "Those legs are amazing now. I'd give up 10 years of my life for them. I wonder what kind of person could get a perfect girl like that." Suddenly, a girl looked down at a car below and couldn't help but exclaim, "Look, That driverless car is so high. Pend, what kind of car is that? Li Jianping looked down. He replied calmly. It's a top Mayline M9. Suddenly, Chen Yuan appeared next to the car, startling everyone. The long-haired girl looked down and asked, Hey, isn't that Chen Yuan? Li Jianping blankly thought to himself, that's weird. Why is he driving this car? Didn't his family go bankrupt? Chen Na saw him from afar and waved, calling out, Chen Yuan, over here, over here. The loud call made Li Jianping turn his head quickly, hoping to get a glimpse. He stood up in surprise and thought to himself, this beautiful girl is waiting for Chen Yuan. Chen Na smiled gently and asked, the boss just sent me a message. She'll be here soon. How is the car to drive? Chen Yuan sat down, took a sip of his drink, and said, Not bad. The long-haired girl leaned over to Li Jianping and whispered, Li Jianping, look! It seems like Chen Yuan and her have something going on. Li Jianping gritted his teeth in jealousy, thinking, that damn Chen Yuan, he just broke up with that senior, and now he's already hooking up with a hot girl from outside the school? At this moment, a slender hand touched their table. A beautiful girl with green hair walked over and said, Hello, Miss Chen. I was picking up my child, so I'm a bit late. This was the cafe owner, Lin Yuchang. Chen Yuan stood up and politely shook Lin Yuchang's hand. She also smiled politely and praised, Mr. Chen looks very young. Chen Yuan replied, Actually, we're all about the same age, all in our early 20s. Miss Lin, let's sit down and talk. Lin Yuchang calmly sat down and got straight to the point. I'll keep it brief. My cafe is doing okay and it's pretty good for catering to the students from the school. But mainly, my family has too much going on right now. Too many things to handle. There's no other way, so I can only transfer the shop. The transfer fee is 300,000. Chen Yuan smiled as he listened, calculating in his mind. Although I have 300,000 for investment, after deducting the transfer fee, I still need to keep 50,000 as initial funding, and Chen Na's first month's salary. More. Chen Yuan smiled and said, How about this? I won't haggle with you anymore. Let's settle at 250,000. Lin Yuchang pondered. The price he offered was indeed a bit lower than her expected 270,000. But if she didn't transfer it this time, there might not be someone so decisive again. Alright. She thought for a moment and asked, If it's this price, can we sign the contract and pay the transfer fee today? Chen Yuan smiled and said, Yes, we can. After signing the contract, I'll transfer 250,000 to you. After receiving a definite confirmation, Lin Yuchang called the staff member next to her, Xiao Chua. From now on, this Mr. Chen is your new boss. Later, take him around to get familiar with the situation in the shop. Xiao Chua quickly walked up to him and bowed politely. Boss, hello. Chen Yuan pointed to Chen Na and said to the employee, Just take Miss Chen Na around to get acquainted. I don't come to the shop often, so she's in charge of everything in the shop. The blonde girl at Li Jianping's table overheard the whole conversation and said to her friend, Did you hear that? This is so unbelievable. In just a few minutes, a 250,000 deal was directly settled. Her friend added, Moreover, it's obvious that Chen Yuan is buying this shop for the girl next to him. Li Jianping felt jealous when he heard this, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, Lin Yuchang's phone rang. She said apologetically as she took her phone and walked away. Miss Chen, I'm sorry, I'll take this call outside. Chen Na leaned over to Chen Yuan and whispered, It seems like this Ms. Lin is Zheng Xiang's wife. Zheng Xianyong is the guy who fought with Xie Haiji at the Guojin shopping center, the boss of the 4S store. Chen Yuan was surprised to learn this and asked, What a coincidence. He thought to himself, with such a beautiful wife at home, and he still wants to use his power to cheat, using the unspoken rules on female employees? How despicable. Chen Yuan is the first to disagree, Chen Na said quietly. I still have Zheng Xianyong's conversations harassing and threatening me. I want to use my salary to expose him, to let people in the car industry see his true colors. Should Chen Yuan tell Miss Lin is also a very good person. I'm afraid it will hurt her. Chen Yuan said nonchalantly. I don't think it's appropriate. Chen Na asked in surprise. Why? Chen Yuan analyzed cleverly. Once the chat history is posted, Zheng Xianyong will know who did it. A middle-aged man in his 40s, after losing his job, still has a wife and children to support. I'm afraid he will do something detrimental to you. How about this? Leave this matter to me. I promise to bring him down, and it won't affect you. Chen Na felt relieved when she heard this, and said, Chen Yuan, thank you. Chen Yuan took out his phone and said, I've already transferred 250,000 to Ms. Lin, and I've also transferred 50,000 to you, including 24,000 as your first 2 months' salary, and the rest is capital to run the shop. At the same time, the system rang with a notification. Detected that the host has used up all 1 million dedicated investment funds, completed the investment task, investment level upgraded from novice to primary investor, activating a serial task, a perfect life should have more assets, the host will obtain 10 million dedicated investment funds to continue expanding investment. Mission 1. The income from investments will all be tripled as a Mission 2 reward. After completing the investment, you will acquire a mysterious property. Chen Yuan, staring at each line of the notification, thought in surprise. Didn't expect the system to give me another surprise. This time, the investment principal is directly 10 times. I can use 10 million to invest. And there is also a mysterious property. I'm already getting curious. Lin Yusheng, after finishing her phone call, walked in and happily said, Brother Chen, I've received the money. Happy cooperation. I'll go first. Hope to see you again. Chen Yuan shook her hand, his face turning red as he secretly commented, This Lin's hand is so soft, boneless even, and doesn't lose any of the charm. This is the allure of another man's wife, huh? Suddenly, an inappropriate thought flashed across his mind. Chen Yuan smiled gently and affirmed, Sure, we'll meet again. Half an hour later, at a high-end restaurant, Chen Na sat opposite him, hesitatingly asking, Chen Yuan, this restaurant is so expensive. Do you come here often? Chen Yuan calmly replied, Not that often. Today is a good day, celebrating our happy cooperation. The girl over there was already flushed red, secretly reassuring herself, Chen Na, this is really a tough nut to crack. For sure an upright man wouldn't be able to handle it. Chen Yuan then finally spoke up. Chen Na, how about you sit next to me? She let out an O and obediently went over. As soon as she sat down, Chen Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist and said, Scoots over a little closer. In his heart, he thought, closing down the cafe costs 300K, and then every month I have to pay 12K in salary. Time to recoup some of that investment. Chen Na blushed and thought to herself, in this world there isn't love and giving without a reason. Could it be that he plans to make money from the cafe? Lin Yusheng has said, maintaining a break-even is already good, and the only thing I have to offer him is this. Chen Yuan's arm kept groping and kneading her full breasts. Chen Na shyly reminded him, the waiter is about to come in. Chen Yuan, don't be like this. Chen Yuan smiled slyly and said, the food here takes a long time to arrive. Just like that, Chen Yuan began to caress her all over, causing Chen Na to involuntarily let out moans full of ambiguity. Only 10 minutes later did someone knock and announce, Mr. Chen, the food is ready to be served. Chen Na startled and whispered to him, someone's coming. Chen Yuan and both separated at this moment. Chen Yuan happily called out, come in. After the dishes were served, Chen Yuan picked up a piece of food for her and said, try this. It's the restaurant's specialty. Watching him diligently picking up food, Chen Na thought, actually, Chen Yuan is very handsome. The only flaw is that he's a bit bad. Clearly he already has such a beautiful girl by his side, yet he's still messing around outside like this. She sighed, her face red, thinking, too bad, I'm already on the pirate ship now. Thinking about these things is useless. Time flew by. 40 minutes later, they had both finished eating. The cashier announced, Mr. Chen, the total is 2,652 yuan. Please scan the code here. Chen Yuan, while scanning the code, thought, although this meal cost 2,652 yuan, but the system triples the refund, equivalent to earning 5,304 yuan, making money is as easy as flipping your hand. Chen Na, on the other hand, thought, one meal is equal to the commission from selling a car. People with money spend 2,000 yuan like I spend 20 yuan. The two strolled along the road when she suddenly opened up to him. Chen Yuan, I want to go back to the cafe to understand the situation with Xiao Chua. I'll go there to work tomorrow. I want to understand the situation as soon as possible. Chen Yuan turned around and said, it's already 8:30. Xiao Chu gets off work at 9. If you go, you'll miss her quitting time. She'll hold a grudge. Go home and rest and recharge. Go tomorrow instead. The girl, hearing this, blushed shyly and said, all right, then sorry to trouble you a bit more. Take me home. Chen Yuan once again happily smiled brightly and agreed. After arriving, Chen Na got out of the car, smiling and saying, You worked hard today. After I go to work tomorrow, I'll report the work to you. Goodbye. Chen Yuan then also got out and asked, I'm a little thirsty. Would it be a problem to go upstairs for a glass of water? The girl shyly responded, It's not really convenient. Chen Na was a little nervous in her heart. Is this progressing too fast? What happened in the private room just now was already my limit. Chen Yuan then rubbed his chin and said, Oh, is there another man in the house? The girl immediately turned around to correct him. How is that possible? I and Shi Heiji have already broken up. Chen Yuan, hearing this, smiled and said, Then no more beating around the bush. I'm just going up for a glass of water. What's not convenient? Chen Na was still doubtful and asked, You really will just drink water and leave? Chen Yuan smiled brightly and said, Of course. But if you want to keep me overnight, that's fine too, hee hee. Chen Na looked at him, her face clearly writing the words, You wish on it. A moment later, as soon as the door was opened, Chen Yuan had already wrapped an arm around her waist and braced a hand against the door, taking the upper hand. The girl, her face red, pushed him away with her weak arm and said, Didn't you say you were just drinking water? Chen Yuan's mischievous hand lifted her skirt and said with delight, Indeed drinking water, but not the water you're thinking about. The two quickly began a passionate foreplay. At this time, downstairs, a black car was parked in front of the door. The person in the car thought to himself, Nana must have resigned because of me. I have to get her forgiveness first, even if it's just to be normal friends, and then try to pursue Nana again. Standing below the building, Shi Haiqiao looked up and thought, Nana's light's off, she's probably not home. I'll leave the flowers by her door then. Those roses mean I'll love you forever. My feelings won't change. She's so smart, she'll definitely know they're from me. But as soon as he got to her door, he froze, hearing those, intimate sounds. Shi Haiqiao stammered in disbelief. This is Nana's voice. The actual F? She said she had nothing going on with Zheng Xianyang. But she's literally doing him? Huh? He totally lost it. He pounded on the door and yelled, Zheng Xianyang, get your ass out here. Chen Yuan, currently busy enjoying himself, heard the yelling and thought, Sounds like Shi Haiqiao, that idiot. He's already been dumped. Why is he being such a busybody? Is he nuts? Chen Na also heard the noise and said, I think I hear something outside. Who's knocking? Chen Yuan didn't want to stop, so he said, You're hearing things. It's just someone knocking on the next door. He picked Chen Na up, saying as he walked, Come on, let's go into the bedroom. In his arms, Chen Na whispered, Chen Yuan, I'm still not really ready. Be gentle, okay? Chen Yuan responded tenderly. Shi Haiqiao's bouquet of roses finally fell to the ground. Crushed, Shi Haiqiao slumped down in front of Chen Na's door, thinking, Looks like Nana's been completely devoured. I've totally missed my chance. He sobbed quietly. Wah. Make sure he uses protection. An hour later, inside Chen Na's room, the labor was still going strong. She gasped. Huff, this kind of thing is comfy, but it's also kind of tiring. Suddenly, Chen Yuan flipped her over, making Chen Na yelp. What are you doing? He answered softly. If you lie still like this, it won't be tiring anymore. Chen Yuan happily thought, Maybe I can accidentally use a little bit of my overflowing stellar energy, but Chen Na looks outgoing but is so conservative in reality, which makes me like her even more. After the passionate night, Chen Yuan finally woke up groggily. He inhaled deeply, thinking, Smells amazing. It's the smell of toast and fried eggs from outside. Chen Na was leisurely making breakfast for the two of them, the morning sun shining in, creating a warm scene. Chen Yuan sat in the room, looking out, thinking, Chen Na is so thoughtful. It's completely different from the feeling of being in a hotel with Hui Hui. This kind of thing can only happen at home. Hotels don't have this warmth. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, the system's voice echoed. A perfect life should have its own home to create favorable conditions for oneself and the girls. Time limited mission. Buy a house of no less than 100 square meters for Chen neighbors. Mission reward 1. The money for the house can be doubled as a refund. Mission reward 2. After purchasing the house, the host will receive a secret house. Note: the mission reward 1 can have its refund stacked based on the level of favorability. Chen Yuan exclaimed in his mind, Damn! One thought just popped into my head, and the system lord has already arranged it. With the system's generosity, this house definitely won't be bad. Grandiose thoughts began to form in his head. Maybe the mysterious house is a huge villa, and there will be frequent pool parties. Looks like I'll still have to find some high-to-quality girls in the future. This surprise rate will be even higher. At this moment, Chen Na turned her head to look at Chen Yuan sitting on the bed and said, "Oh, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes." Chen Yuan got up and walked outside, leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and thought to himself, "I wonder what kind of rewards I can get if Chen Na's favorability reaches 90. He smiled slyly and asked, "Could it be that today's breakfast only has breakfast?" Seeing Chen Yuan come over and start groping, Chen Na blushed and exclaimed, "Huh? It was so many times last night, isn't that enough? Moreover, it's broad daylight," Chen Yuan said with pleasure. "You make your breakfast? I'll eat my breakfast." The cooking utensil in Chen Na's hand fell straight to the ground. Chen Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If you don't have anything else to do later, let's go buy a house. I'll give it to you as a gift." Chen Na was shocked by this answer and exclaimed. Chen Na was stunned by Chen Yuan's offer, thinking to herself, "He already spent 300,000 on helping me open my cafe, and now he wants to buy me a house? Even though Xincheng isn't a top-tier city, a house here still costs over $1 million. Plus, I've already given him everything. What's he planning? Maybe I made him really happy last night?" Chen Yuan, still holding her close, asked, "You're not saying anything. What's wrong? You don't want it?" Chen Na stammered, "It's not that, it's just so sudden and too precious. Your money doesn't grow on trees, you know." Chen Yuan was secretly overjoyed, thinking, "Actually, it kinda does. The money in my card that I can use to buy a house is over 35 million if I use it all. The system will reward me with a cumulative 5 times cash back, and my balance will instantly exceed 17 million. He held Chen Na tighter, whispering, "Don't save money for me. What's wrong with buying a house for my woman? Choose a place that's 120 square meters or bigger. I don't want to treat my woman badly." Chen Na was moved to tears, exclaiming, "Chen Yuan." Seeing her tears, Chen Yuan gently wiped them away and said, "Look, last night we made such a big commotion. The soundproofing here isn't great. The neighbors on both sides probably heard everything. We can't keep renting this place." Hearing this, she pouted and said, "It's all your fault." He grinned, slyly saying, "I admit I'm partly to blame, but your moans were really loud." Chen Na turned her head away, incredibly embarrassed, and said, "Jerk." Suddenly, Chen Na looked up, seriously saying, "Oh shoot, Chen Yuan, I almost forgot. 2 of my besties want to check out the cafe. I told them to come at 10 a.m. How about we go house hunting later?" Chen Yuan nonchalantly replied, "Buying a house isn't like buying veggies. Choosing the right one and doing all the paperwork takes time. One afternoon might not be enough. We should give ourselves more time." Chen Na nodded, stepping out of his embrace, and said, "Well, okay, let me tell them." She quickly grabbed her phone and texted, "Jian Qian, something came up. I can't make it to the cafe. How about we reschedule for tonight? What do you think?" Jian Qian quickly replied, "What's up? Menglu and I are already at the cafe." Jian Qian, sitting in the car, read the message and said, "Lulu, Nasana said something came up and she can't make it." Lulu asked confusedly, "Huh, why?" This girl is Chen Na's best friend, a top fitness trainer, Liu Menglu. Jian Qian looked at her phone and said, "I feel like the cafe thing is a lie. Nami Na is probably lying then. Men aren't that easy to fool. How could he spend 300,000 on her just like that?" Lulu nonchalantly replied, Na isn't the type to blabber nonsense. I feel like she's not lying. Why don't you ask her for the reason?" She thought to herself. "It's been years since I met a man who's young and rich. I didn't expect Chen Na to get one first. No matter what, I have to meet him once." Jian Qian looked at the phone, constantly typing on the keyboard, and said, "Okay, let me ask more." Suddenly, Lulu's brake pedal was suddenly stepped on hard, followed by a loud shout of surprise. "Oh my God, is that real? He said that the man wants to take her to buy a house." Lulu's steering wheel quickly swerved. She was extremely shocked, and blurted out, "What?" Liu Menglu, with a surprised face, secretly thought, "It's not a bag or cosmetics that can be bought. It's a house. Just a 40 square meter apartment costs 50 to 60,000, plus the cafe. The man has only known each other for less than half a month, and is willing to spend 80 to 90,000 for her. I must meet this man. Even if Na follows him, there must be more than one woman for this kind of man. If it comes to the ability to make men happy, I am much better than Na. Sisters are just stepping stones for each other." Liu Menglu thought, and then said, Qian, you ask them which building they are going to, and tell her that we will go there to help her. After all, we have nothing to do today. It is better for another person to help her choose than for her to choose herself. As she spoke, she thought, Nana, I'm sorry for this time. Instead of letting those female goblins outside benefit, it's better to let our sisters benefit. Qian quickly did the same. Okay, let me ask. 40 minutes later, at the Songhu Tiandi sales center, Liu Menglu got out of the car and was immediately surprised, secretly thinking, oh, Songhu Tiandi. The smallest house in this building costs more than 1 million. It directly gives a house of more than 1 million to keep a mistress. When will this wealth fall on my head? Qian looked around for a while and waved forward and said, Nana, long time no see. Chen Na quickly replied, that's right, I miss you so much. Qian walked over to take her hand and asked, Nana, who is the handsome guy next to you? Why don't you introduce him? Chen Na happily walked to his side and enthusiastically introduced, Chen Yuan, these are my two best friends. Her name is Liu Menglu. She is a fitness teacher. And she is Hao Qian, a sales clerk at Farala. Menglu, Qian. He is Chen Yuan. The two girls were also very enthusiastic about their friend's man. Menglu ignored her image and went over. She put her hand on Chen Yuan's chest and flirted, Hello, Chen Yuan. Your body looks a little thin. You need to gain muscle. If you have time, you can come to my GM gym to train. She secretly thought, I didn't expect that Nana's young gold owner, who looks less than 25 years old, is rich, young, and handsome. It really makes people jealous. Chen Yuan smiled and replied coldly, Forget it. I am afraid that I cannot concentrate if I practice in your GM gym. Liu Menglu sized up the situation and thought, if he doesn't resist my teasing in front of Nana, they probably aren't dating. Nana's bruised knees already tell the story. Last night must have been wild. Probably pleased his sugar mama, so she bought him a house. Hao Qian chimed in cheerfully. Hello, Chen Yuan. When you're thinking about getting a new car, you should check out Farala. Chen Yuan replied gently. Sure. If I want to change cars, I'll look for you. Chen Yuan glanced at the affection points above the two girls' heads. Liu Menglu's was 68, and Hao Qian's was 67. Chen Yuan smiled inwardly, thinking, we just met for less than 5 minutes, and these two women are already interested in me? Nana, are you sure these two are your besties? But this is only beneficial to me. The more women with affection scores above 60, the more money I can make. After a moment of thought, the group quickly went to buy a house. A middle-aged man saw Chen Yuan and thought jealously, buying a house with 3 top, bred-tier beauties, HMPH. Showing off to who? The saleswoman came out from inside, introducing enthusiastically. This gentleman, we're selling Building 3 and Building 9 with an average price of around 105,000. Would you like to see the model first? Chen Yuan said bluntly. No need. My budget is 3 million. Just introduce me to an apartment and floor that fits that amount. The saleswoman said cheerfully. Oh, is that so? Then please come into the negotiation room, sir. I'll give you a more detailed introduction. Liu Menglu was shocked by the money display and thought, OMG, what kind of big shot is Chen Yuan? Just casually waving his hand is 3 million gone. I have to find a way to cling to such a big sugar daddy, she thought as she followed behind Chen Yuan. The staff member sat down and reported enthusiastically. Based on your budget, I recommend this 165 square meter apartment, facing south with a northern aspect. The whole building is priced at a preferential rate of 2,840,000. Chen Nana, with a worried face, nudged Chen Yuan's waist and whispered, Chen Yuan, it's too expensive. Chen Yuan put his hand on her thigh, smiling. It's okay, don't feel bad about the money. A bigger house is more comfortable to live in. Liu Menglu and Hao Qian were speechless at the scene, thinking, she wants to save him money, but he doesn't care. He only wants to give women the best. He's really a legendary, sentimental sugar daddy. You couldn't find a man like this even with a lantern. Chen Yuan thought to himself, I still have to negotiate the price, or people will think I'm an idiot. Then he said, give me the best deal, beautiful. I know you guys can still lower the price. The saleswoman said enthusiastically, can you make a decision today? If you can, I'll immediately help you apply for a bigger discount. Chen Yuan said generously. We don't need the other discounts. Just change it to 2 parking spaces. Actually, the price is about the same anyway. This lavish shopping spree made Liu Menglu secretly determined. I must get this man, she thought, gently flicking her hair. Chen Yuan looked at the showing off and wondered, what the heck is Liu Menglu doing? He looked around and thought, seriously, if you look closely, this girl is really top. Courtier, if something could really happen with her, the feeling of bliss would be unimaginable. The more he thought, the redder his face became. The seductive image of Liu Menglu appeared in his mind. Chen Yuan covered his face and muttered to himself, now's not the time to get distracted. I should still focus on finishing the house thing first. Cut to half an hour later, the salesperson handed Chen Yuan a pen and paper, saying, all the discounts have been applied. Mr. Chen, the total payment is 298 million. This is the contract. Please sign. He casually picked up the pen and signed decisively. Liu Menglu was shocked and thought to herself, casually buying Chen Na a 3 million house, and more importantly, writing it solely in Chen Na's name? When will this kind of wealth ever come my way? Just as he finished paying, a notification popped up on Chen Yuan's phone from Construction Bank. Card ending in 0098 received 149 million yuan at 11:40 on May 22nd. Errand. Current balance is 153 million yuan. He smiled to himself, thinking, the money in my card has exceeded 150 million. Even when old Chen was at his peak, the family's wealth never reached this number. System Daddy is really the best. If it weren't for Nana triggering the mission, there's no way I could have jumped straight to being a rich dude. Looks like expanding the NPC wifus is the way to go. The system chimed in again. Preparing reward 2, congratulations host, on acquiring a green bamboo lake villa in Lu City. Please go to the real estate office at 9 a.m. tomorrow to collect. Chen Yuan was surprised and expectant, thinking, holy crap, a huge villa, and one of the top houses in Xing City. Awesome. The real estate agent was now looking at Chen Yuan like he was a god of wealth, thinking, the real estate market is down right now, yet Mr. Chen can buy a house, pay in full, and gift it to Miss Chen. Plus, they're not even married, maybe not even boyfriend and girlfriend. I gotta latch onto this golden goose. She adjusted her glasses slightly and said, Mr. Chen, the contract has been signed. I'll contact Ms. Chen about the other procedures. Do you think we should add each other on WeChat? If you need anything in the future, you can always find me. Chen Yuan readily pulled out his phone, saying, sure, I'll scan you. Liu Menglu watched the two add each other on WeChat, feeling irritated in her heart, thinking, where did this fox spirit come from, daring to touch my pie? She immediately stood up and said, Chen Yuan, I've been thinking about buying a small apartment recently. When the time comes, I'll still need someone with rich experience like you to help me out a little. Plus, if you need to go to the gym in the future, you can also look for me. She happily brought her phone over to Chen Yuan. He was also very relaxed, saying, no problem. Chen Yuan stood up, patted the girl's head, and said with a smile, Nana, I have things to do this afternoon, so I won't be joining you all. Just so happens to not bother you three gathering. You can go have lunch, or go to a cafe. Chen Na smiled and replied, all right. Liu Menglu stood there blankly, thinking, leaving now? Not even eating together. I've already given so many green lights. Why? Chen Na turned to her two scheming friends and said, Menglu, Tianqian, let's find a place to eat first. Then I'll take you to a cafe. How? Tianqian said excitedly. We have to treat you to a meal today. Your net worth is 3 million now. We're both so envious. Liu Menglu echoed, that's right, that's right. Cut to half an hour later, at the school cafeteria, Chen Yuan was carrying a plate of rice, looking for a seat, when he saw Li Xiao's figure in the distance. He thought to himself, the teacher is alone today. Other female students passing by were all secretly looking at her and whispering. Li Xiao picked up her phone and said softly, I understand. I'll prepare the documents later. I can probably finish the report tomorrow. Of course. I've already inquired. The University of Science, the Agricultural University, and the Business School all have this base now. Tomorrow evening? I don't have time tomorrow evening. Secretary Lu. I'm really sorry. I really have something to do this time. Yes, goodbye. She seemed flustered, glanced at Chen Yuan who was walking over. He quickly sat in front of Li Xiao and asked curiously, What's wrong, teacher? She calmly replied, Our school is about to establish a startup base for students. I'm a member of the group, and I was just talking about this. Chen Yuan asked curiously, Startup base? Li Xiao enthusiastically explained. The school plans to provide support for students with startup ideas, which can provide investment, locations, and startup guidance. But there are some difficulties at present. The investment funds are not enough, and we must cooperate with other enterprises outside the school. Chen Yuan sensed an opportunity and asked, "What conditions can our school offer to the enterprise?" Li Xiao replied, "All the school can do is provide talents, and every year it will regularly transfer outstanding graduates to the enterprise." Chen Yuan said in a deep voice, "Our school doesn't have any advantages in this matter? How can the quality of our graduates compare with the talents of top universities?" Li Xiao also said wearily and embarrassedly, "That's right. If the enterprise doesn't get what they want, they certainly won't come to invest." Recalling what happened before, Li Xiao blushed shyly, thinking, "A university teacher like me was even called out by Secretary Liu to drink with the CEO of the enterprise." Just thinking about it, Chen Yuan observed Li Xiao for a while and thought, looking at the teacher's distressed appearance, although I have 10 million yuan dedicated to investment, I also have to consider the profit situation. For this kind of project to make money, the talent success rate must reach 33%. Zhang Ming is afraid that even 20% has not been achieved. He then spoke. In fact, I also heard it here. Li Xiao thought Chen Yuan wanted to start and said, "You are interested." Chen Yuan thought to himself, "In fact, it is the Goldmaster Daddy." He said calmly, "A little bit, but not much." Li Xiao said with a smile, "It is good to have this idea, but the project is not yet determined. It may be difficult." At the same time, the system also showed a new task notification. A perfect life. Not only must accumulate wealth, but also have enough reputation, and be able to create influence for all walks of life in society. Because the host is currently a university student, the influence needs to be expanded starting from the university. Task. Gain reputation through investing in the school's project. Task reward. Every time you accumulate 500 reputation points, you get a chance to draw a reward, with a chance to get attribute points and special abilities. Note: reputation points refer to the reputation of being worshipped by people, representing the recognition and respect of others for the host. Reputation points. This time, only teachers and students in the university are counted. Chen Yuan nodded, thinking to himself, this can also trigger a task. Anyway, the initial investment is provided by the system. It's just that if you get reputation points without thinking about profit, then this start base is very suitable, and it just helps the teacher solve her immediate worries. Chen Yuan realized a huge business opportunity. His eyes lit up, thinking to himself, that's right, I'm the investor. Who I invest in, and how much I invest is all up to me, so wouldn't it be investing in those pretty upperclassmen and underclassmen to open stores, both to get reputation points, and to improve their favorability? That shines. I'd be raking in so much dough my hands would cramp. He cheerfully asked the teacher, if a person or a company wants to invest, will the investors evaluate the students who receive the investment? Or will the school evaluate them? He thought to himself, I still have to decide in advance. Don't let the money I invest be taken by the school. Li Xiao replied honestly. In theory, the school evaluates them, but the current situation is that we can't attract investment, so there's a lot of room for negotiation. Why are you suddenly asking this? Chen Yuan went straight to the point. I want to invest, but I have a condition. I must be the one to evaluate the students who receive the investment. List. Li Xiao thought he was joking and said, Chen Yuan, don't joke around. Didn't your family go bankrupt? You even have to apply for financial aid. He quickly held his phone in front of Li Xiao and said, this is my account balance, teacher. Count how many zeros there are here. He thought to himself, now there's no need to be humble at all. This is the only way to get reputation points. Li Xiao was surprised and counted. 1, 2, 3, 9 zeros, more than 15 million. She exclaimed, Chen Yuan, how do you have so much money? He made up a reason and said, when my family was still doing well, I invested in Bitcoin and Forex trading myself. This is all the money I earned. Li Xiao was sweating, thinking to herself, this is too unbelievable. My student is actually a multimillionaire? Chen Yuan looked at her for a while and said, teacher, maybe you don't know. He said something that surprised her. What? Chen Yuan stood up and offered, come with me, we'll travel the world together in the future. I guarantee you'll eat and drink your fill. The scene of the two of them being happy flashed in Chen Yuan's mind. Li Xiao shyly brushed her hair and replied, blushing, don't talk nonsense. Are you sure you want to invest in this project? As far as I know, very few school startup bases are profitable. I suggest you think carefully. This is not a small amount of money. Chen Yuan said seriously. I have my own plans for this, but it doesn't matter. The main thing is that I want to contribute to the development of the school. Looking at his face, Li Xiao thought Chen Yuan was very serious. She suddenly imagined a series of different scenarios, but then she quickly shook her head repeatedly to get rid of the dark thoughts in her head. Li Xiao thought to herself, could it be that what he said just now about me going with him was also serious? Li Xiao, he's your student. What are you thinking? She shyly stood up quickly and said, I'll talk to Secretary Loop about this when I get back. I'll go first. You take your time eating. We'll talk again later. Seeing her hurriedly turn away, Chen Yuan called after her. Hey teacher, think about the eating and drinking luxuriously thing too. Cut to 4 p.m. Chen Na took a picture and texted Chen Yuan. This is the coffee I made myself. Come over and try it if you're free. Chen Yuan quickly replied. Just looking at it, I can tell it's not made right. Let me come over and train you. Chen Yuan looked at the second photo, rubbed his chin, and thought to himself, the coffee is terrible, but this outfit, it looks very sexy. A moment later, a girl named Song Xiaoyi appeared. She was a classmate from the international business class next door. In the same grade as Chen Yuan, another voice rang out. Xiaoyi, Chen Yuan is no longer a rich second generation. He's become a penniless pauper. Why do you think about him every day? He might even have to work part-time to earn tuition now. That's yupping talking. Hey hey. But why do you want to date Huang Hai, who shares a room with Chen Yuan? A spoiled girl said. Don't mention it. I've refused him so many times, but he's still shamelessly clinging to me. That's right. You guys have to come with me when he invites me to dinner, the spoiled girl said. Well, even if it's Huang Hai's invitation, at least we can get a free meal. But if we go with Chen Yuan, we'll only have to spend more money. Xiao Yi, you really have to think carefully before you do anything. The short-haired girl glanced behind her and whispered, Shh, keep it down. Look over there, Chen Yuan is coming over. The spoiled girl saw him and said, What were we just talking about? Look, isn't he really working part-time? It's after 3 o'clock now. Just in time for the restaurant's preparation time. The short-haired girl giggled and said, Hee hee. How about we go see which restaurant he's working at? If you guys don't dare to ask, I'll go ask, moaned Xiaoyi. Song Xiaoyi anxiously said, That's not very good. We're all friends. There's no need to do that. The spoiled girl looked down with a superior air and said loudly, Chen Yuan, why haven't we seen you lately? Are you busy working part-time? Which restaurant is it at? We'll go visit you too. Chen Yuan looked up at her like a country bumpkin. He thought to himself, what is she asking? Part-time? Me have to work part-time? Forget it. For the sake of old Huang pursuing Tian Yuping, I won't bother with them. But this anger has to be vented. Let's tease them a bit, he smiled and said. That's right. I work part-time at a coffee shop. You guys want to go? Then let's go together. I'll make coffee for you. The group quickly went to the coffee shop near Chen Na's school. Liu Menglu was also talking happily with her at this time. The spoiled girl was stunned when she saw this scene and thought to herself, wow, that tall, flaxen-haired girl in the short skirt, is it really possible for someone to have legs like in a manga? Is that a bit too much? Song Xiaoyi blushed and thought, the two older sisters are so beautiful, so classy. The short-haired girl was also stunned, thinking, the other one's figure is too good. Does that hourglass figure still exist? Chen Na and Liu Menglu walked up to him. Chen Na cheerfully said, Chen Yuan is here. Liu Menglu also spoke. Didn't Chen Yuan say he had something to do in the afternoon? HMPH. Is it taking these 3 female friends out to play? Chen Yuan turned around to look at the girls behind him and replied to Chen Na, I just happened to run into them on the street, and they wanted to grab some coffee. Seeing this, Liu Menglu said warmly, Oh, is that so? Hello everyone. Chen Yuan walked inside and said to the server, Xiao Chiwai, ask what these 3 ladies would like. It's on me. The server responded enthusiastically, Yes, boss. Xiao Qiu quickly approached Zheng Xiaoyi's group and said politely, Beautiful ladies, please have a seat. There's a QR code on the table. Let me know when you've made your choices. The short-haired girl in the back witnessed this and thought in surprise, What the heck? She called Chen Yuan boss. The spoiled miss was equally surprised and wondered, could it be that Chen Yuan isn't an employee but the owner of this cafe? Zheng Xiaoyi, standing behind, said awkwardly, Maybe we shouldn't drink anything. The other two girls also forced a smile and added, yeah, Xiaoyi is right, we're not thirsty anymore. The spoiled miss and Zheng Xiaoyi ran away with red faces. I thought to myself, Chen Yuan is really something. He clearly has so much money and even runs a cafe with such hot girls. Yet he says he's just working a side job. It's so embarrassing. Liu Menglu went to his side, puzzled, and asked, why did your classmates leave? Chen Yuan tilted his head and replied, maybe they were too intimidated by how beautiful you two are. Hearing this, Liu Menglu started striking some suggestive poses and said, of course I'm beautiful. You need to try your best to resist the temptation. Don't get any funny ideas, okay? Chen Yuan didn't respond but just looked at her with a very critical gaze. A moment later, Chen Na came out with a cup of coffee and said, the coffee is ready. I didn't know how sweet you like it, so I made it half sweet for you, okay? Chen Yuan grinned and replied, anything you make is sweet. Liu Menglu covered her mouth and chuckled. Who still uses such cheesy pickup lines in this day and age? She rested her chin on her hand, looking at Chen Yuan intently, thinking, but cheesy pickup lines coming from the mouth of a rich hottie sound pretty sweet. Liu Menglu obviously didn't come here just for fun. She moved closer to him and started chatting him up. How tall are you and how much do you weigh? I'll calculate your BMI for you. He leisurely replied, 182 centimeters, 72 kilograms. But I think I've lost a bit of weight lately. Liu Menglu was puzzled and pretended to be innocent and asked, why are you losing weight? Chen Yuan looked toward Chen Na and said with a meaningful tone, too much consumption. The girl immediately blushed shyly, thinking, oh my, what is Chen Yuan doing? How dare he say that in front of my best friend? Liu Menglu rested her chin on her hand as if watching a play and said, oh, no wonder. She took out her phone and started typing, saying, then you need to exercise more. Your body has too little fat. You need to bulk up. At least gain 7 to 10 kilos. Chen Yuan said frankly. To put it bluntly, you just want to persuade me to get a membership at your gym. Liu Menglu leaned close to Chen Yuan and said playfully, hey, it's the end of the month and I need to meet my KPI. I won't let you suffer any losses. He took a sip of coffee and said, let me think about it. Suddenly, Liu Menglu stood up and said to Chen Na, oh dear, it's already past 4, Na. I have to go. I have a class at 5. Let's hang out again next time. Before leaving, she didn't forget to strike a pose and wink at Chen Yuan, which he found amusing, thinking, you're so bold in front of your best friend. Sooner or later, I'm going to teach you a lesson, you little minx. Chen Yuan took Chen Na's hand and said, let's go, Na. I'll teach you upstairs. The girl asked blankly, huh? Teach me what? Chen Yuan softly replied. You'll know when we get up there. After going upstairs, Chen Yuan placed Chen Na on the table, gently lifted her chin, and said in an ambiguous tone, your business skills aren't very good. You need some training. Chen Na shyly reminded him in a low voice. We can't do it here. Xiao Qi was still here. Chen Yuan gently lifted Chen Na's leg and said ambiguously, telling a man that you can't do it here will only speed up his attack. With that, he tore open Chen Na's thin stockings, and so they began their battle. Xiao Qi, who was sitting downstairs, was startled by the noise upstairs and looked up, wondering, what's going on? Listening closely, the ambiguous sounds made Xiao Qi blush. She thought to herself, boss, I'm an understanding employee. Xiao Qi quickly closed the door and waited. Just then, Liu Menglu rushed in from outside, anxiously saying, Xiao Qi, why is the door closed? Open it a bit, I forgot my bag just now. Xiao Qi awkwardly let out a loud, huh? Liu Menglu stood outside, hands on her hips, and asked, what are you huhing? Open the door, Xiao Qi sheepishly replied. Oh, and opened the door. As soon as she went inside to grab her bag, the amorous sounds of the two reached her ears, along with Chen Na's whimpering voice. Ah, Chen Yuan, gently, please be gentle. Liu Menglu was surprised, and thought to herself, doing it so passionately in broad daylight, huh? Scene cuts to 10 minutes later. Liu Menglu was still waiting there, exclaiming, that's so weird. He looks so skinny, how does he have so much stamina? She licked her lips slightly, full of desire, and muttered, that, Chen Yuan. Liu Menglu intentionally spoke loudly. Xiao Qi, I'm leaving first. See you next time. Chen Na, who was in the middle of it upstairs, heard her friend's voice and anxiously thought, crap. He ran into us while we're doing this. Chen Yuan, of course, knew what was happening. He smiled and thought, a special tutorial needs an audience to be authentic, that guide. That little fox spirit Liu Menglu has been listening downstairs for at least 10 minutes. Is this the kind of paid program that can be listened to for free? I'll have to charge next time. Scene cuts to another location. Secretary Liu, with his potbelly, sat on his chair, his face doubtful as he asked, you're saying this student named Chen Yuan wants to invest in the startup? Li Xiao seriously replied. That's right, he asked again. Does he have the means? Has the capital been verified? Li Xiao calmly replied. I didn't believe it at first, but I saw his account balance, and it's 10 million. Secretary Liu exclaimed in shock. How much did you say? 10 million? Are you sure the money doesn't belong to his parents? Does he have the authority to use it? Li Xiao nodded and replied, it's his, he can use it freely. Secretary Liu said excitedly, that's great! If that's the case, we don't need to cooperate with a third party anymore. Shamelessly, he ordered Li Xiao, tell this Chen Yuan to come to my office for a visit. I want to hear his report in person. Feeling that something wasn't right, she asked the secretary. Although Chen Yuan is a student, if we want him to be an investor, shouldn't we be a little more courteous? He said smugly. Don't worry about it, just do as I say. He thought to himself. He's a student from our school, we can't let him get out of line. No matter what, we have to suppress his arrogance first. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still in action. When he saw a phone call coming in, he picked it up and said to Chen Na, it's Teacher Lai's phone. Wait a moment. Chen Yuan answered the phone and said, yes, teacher, what's up? I see. After hearing what Li Xiao said, he thought that the school's current attitude towards investors was not right, and they were trying to find fault with him. Moreover, even if he conceded this time, it would be difficult to guarantee that they wouldn't take advantage next time. Of course, he wouldn't let himself suffer losses, and directly said, teacher, turn on the speakerphone. I have a few words to say to Secretary Liu. After turning on the speakerphone, Chen Yuan's serious yet slightly arrogant voice sounded, hello, Secretary Liu, can you hear me? I've been quite busy lately. I have several investment projects to evaluate. Let's schedule a time when I'm free. I'll have Teacher Lai give you my phone number. He stood up abruptly, not expecting this. Hey, wait! Li Xiao, witnessing this scene, exclaimed in her mind, he actually dared to hang up on the secretary. Unexpectedly, he's so decisive. After the phone slammed down, Secretary Luca's office was quieter than a graveyard. The dude was grinding his teeth, thinking, he hung up on me. Every student official trips over themselves, bowing to me. Is it just 'cause of some measly cash? Whatever. This project can't be delayed any longer. If there's no progress for too long, Secretary Kong will definitely come after me. Secretary Lugi rubbed his forehead, waving his hand at Li Xiao. Li Xiao, if Chen Yuan really has the funds to invest, invite him out for a meal. Li Xiao, all nervous and eager, replied, got it. I'll text him right away. Chen Yuan, fresh off his ahem workout, saw the teacher's text and smirked to himself. Wants to take me out to eat, huh? The bargaining chips are in my hands now. Gotta get total control of this investment. First, I'll test the waters with Lu Zhaojiang, then figure out the next move. Chen Na stood up, getting dressed. Chen Yuan, if you have something to do, go ahead. We can always grab a meal together another time. He casually leaned back in his chair, watching Chen Na from behind, thinking approvingly, Na really thinks of everything for me. Such a great woman. Suddenly, his phone rang. Chen Yuan answered. Hui Min. The girl on the other end chirped. Chen Yuan, what are you up to? Free to take a walk on the track. Chen Yuan smoothly replied. Just a walk. I thought you wanted to get a cold drink together. Feng Minhui snapped back. No way. I'm coming straight over. He mused to himself. No wonder Hui Min hasn't been looking for me these last couple of days. So that's what's up, Feng Minhui shyly added. But, if you want to, it's not like I'm against it. Chen Yuan grabbed his pants, replying to Feng Minhui in a gentle tone. Health is important. Don't say things like that again. Okay, Hui Min, I'll pick you up downstairs at the dorms. A few minutes later, he was at the track. Minhui wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan, greedily inhaling his scent. Chen Yuan kindly reminded her, be careful these next few days. Okay, I can wait. You gotta take care of yourself. Feng Minhui affectionately pecked Chen Yuan on the cheek, saying, Chen Yuan, you're so good to me. She finally worked up the courage to ask. Let me ask you something. What's our relationship right now? Hui Min thought to herself. I have to get this straight today. We've done what we should have done, and what we shouldn't have done. What girl doesn't want a title? Chen Yuan smiled, thinking, this is a make-or-break question. but Minhui's affection for me has gone up a point. Seems like she's really into me. He answered without hesitation. Of course we're lovers. She happily hugged Chen Yuan's neck, asking again. Really? He indulgently replied. Really? Feng Minhui nuzzled his cheek, excitedly asking, Chen Yuan, am I your only girlfriend? Chen Yuan just absent-mindedly hummed in agreement. In his mind, he was thinking, the others just don't have girlfriend in their names, sweetheart. I love you. Feng Minhui grinned widely. If you're this good, I'll give you a reward in a couple of days, Chen Yuan generously asked. Silly girl. Want to go shopping this weekend? Want to buy a car or a house? Feng Minhui gasped. You want to buy me a car and a house? That's too expensive. A bag or some makeup is fine. Chen Yuan smiled gently. No need to save money for me, but I feel like you're at school every day, so you wouldn't use it now. Maybe we can buy an apartment first, and I'll buy you a car later if you need it, alright? Feng Minhui was mentally manipulated by these sweet words. She hugged Chen Yuan and whispered back. Okay, I'll listen to you, he indulgently said. It's getting late. I'll take you back to the dorms. You need to rest more during this time. In his mind, he thought, tomorrow, I still have to go to Green Bamboo Lake to pick up the house. Scene changed to the next day. Liu Menglu video called Chen Yuan and said, Little brat, are you up yet? Come to the gym if you're free. Chen Yuan frowned and asked her, when was I ever scrawny? Is this video of yours appropriate? Liu Menglu on the other end replied, HMPH, only indecent men think this is indecent. Tell me, are you having indecent thoughts? She looked at the phone, thinking to herself, this tone of his, it doesn't sound like he's treating me like an outsider. Let's see how many more days you can hold out. Suddenly, a voice pipes up from behind. Hey, Miss, Liu Menglu. Turns around and smiles at the girl with the red hair walking up to her. Hey, Zhao Zhu, you're here. Zhu Wanding, being all nosy, asks, what's got you so smiley this early in the morning? Liu Menglu just giggles. Nothing much. Just thinking about a really interesting friend. Zhu Wanding plops down in a chair, drawling, spill the tea. Class hasn't started yet anyway, so Liu Menglu starts her story. I have this girlfriend, right? She managed to snag herself a sugar daddy. And get this, the guy's a total baller. Bought her a 3 million yuan house. Zhu Wanding gasps. 3 million? Just like that, her. A mahem? Price tag must be at least tens of millions. Then, Liu Menglu rests her chin on her hand, sighing. Totally. That's why I'm so jealous. Zhu Wanding starts scheming. Someone with that kind of cash. The sugar daddy must be ancient, right? Thinking to herself, even an old geezer is better than that cheapskate Hao Jun. He wants the benefits without the spending. Time to find myself a better sugar daddy. Liu Menglu shakes her head. Nope. He's in his early 20s, even younger than my girlfriend. Zhu Wanding is even more curious now. So what does he look like? Gotta be ugly, right? Liu Menglu gets all excited. He's super handsome. Tall too, Zhu Wanding exclaims. Damn, Liu. So your girlfriend must be drop-dead gorgeous to snag a guy like that. She must be an absolute goddess. Images of two hot girls instantly flash through Liu Menglu's mind. After a beat, she says, actually, we're pretty similar, just different advantages, you know. Zhu Wanding nods thoughtfully. To be on par with McKinn's, Liu, no wonder she can make men fall head over heels. Chen Yuan on the other side also sends a text. No more small talk, I have to go to Green Bamboo Lake to pick up the house. Liu Menglu asked immediately, so you go alone? Do you need a little sister to accompany you? Chen Yuan replied bluntly, I'm going alone. If you're free, you can come along. She texted back, well then you have to pick me up. I'm at the training room now. I've sent you the location. I'll wait for you. She just couldn't stop smiling while texting. Zhu Wanding sees her acting all weird and asks, girl, what's got you so giddy? You're grinning like a Cheshire cat. Liu Menglu jumps up. Sorry, Zhao Zhu. Gotta ditch you today. I'll double your lesson fee, okay? My, sugar daddy is going to Green Bamboo Lake in Lu City to pick up a house and wants me to go with him. So sorry, Zhu Wanding thinks. Green Bamboo Lake. That's like super fancy. One of the top rich people neighborhoods. Wait a minute, isn't that supposed to be her friend's sugar daddy? Why is she gonna pick up his house? Watching Liu Menglu walk away, Zhu Wanding thinks, I get it now. Leave it to Mez, Liu, to be so ruthless. Stealing your friend's man. But if I met a guy like that, I don't know if I'd hesitate either. Suddenly, a young guy comes up to Liu Menglu, looking all excited. Menglu, where are you going? Aren't you supposed to have class soon? This dude is Han Lihai, the fitness instructor. Liu Menglu just rolls her eyes, doesn't even acknowledge him, and keeps walking. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrives, and Liu Menglu is already outside waiting. Han Lihai watches from the training room, muttering, "Can driving an M9 get you, Menglu?" Even that last member who drove a Mercedes didn't get her. Zhu Wanding, standing next to him, says, "Don't just look at the car, honey. The guy can casually buy his girlfriend a 3 million yuan house." Han Lihai is shocked. 3 million? How many years would I have to grind to make 3 million? Zhu Wanding suddenly gasps, "Wait a sec, that guy looks familiar." Watching the young man get out of the car, she exclaims in disbelief, "Chen Yuan. It really is Chen Yuan." She can't believe it, thinking, the tall, handsome sugar daddy that Mixi, Liu was talking about, is Chen Yuan. Watching the two of them being all lovey-dovey, she's stunned, realizing her ex-boyfriend is a millionaire, and she dumped him just 2 weeks ago. She just stands there, frozen, unable to process what's happening. Chen Wanting clutched her head, face darkening, and thought to herself, "I actually dumped Chen Yuan for Hao Jun. Was I out of my mind?" Han Lihai, clueless as ever, asked, "Miss Chen, why are you crying? Is everything all right?" Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a text. The text was from a dude. "Ting, you're off today, right? Want to come over to my place tonight?" Chen Wanting saw the message and fumed internally, cursing. Who does he think he is? Always skipping the foreplay and going straight for the goods. Does he think I'm that cheap? She then typed back a blunt reply. "Piss off, you moron." The guy on the other end was stunned and texted back, "Is this the real you?" Chen Wanting replied in a rage, "I'm your mom." The guy sent another message, clearly disbelieving the situation. However, a cold system notification popped up. Message sent, but recipient declined. The guy, in shock, texted again, "Ting, what happened to you?" Hao Jun stared at the cold system notification on his screen and exploded. WTF. Blocked. What in the world is going on? Chen Wanting was trying her best to calm down, thinking, I wonder if Chen Yuan and I still have a chance. We had something, right? The problem now is whether Chen Yuan has too many girls around him. She mentally calculated. There's that Bei Liu schoolmate from Guojin, plus BT Liu's bestie, and then there's me. Is that too many? Scene change. Over at Liu Menglu's side, she sat in Chen Yuan's car, looking around with interest. "Chen Yuan, this car of yours is so big. I'm so jealous you have such a cool car. You can even go off-roading," she thought to herself. Off-roading? With a curvy babe sitting in the passenger seat? There's no way you can resist having dirty thoughts. Chen Yuan seemed to be enjoying himself, replying leisurely, "Oh, off-roading's not bad. I'll take Nay along next time." Liu Menglu turned to Chen Yuan and said, "You're not playing by the book, are you?" Chen Yuan innocently asked back. "How should I be playing it then?" Liu Menglu propped her chin up, looking away as if thinking up a brilliant plan. Suddenly, Chen Yuan spoke up. "How about this?" He looked over, grinned, and said with a hint of teasing, "BT Liu, I want to polish you up." Liu Menglu smiled widely, playfully slapped Chen Yuan's shoulder, and said, "Aya, you're such a tease." 30 minutes later, Chen Yuan and Liu Menglu finally arrived. As soon as he entered, Chen Yuan politely greeted, "Hello, I'm here to pick up my house. I'm Chen Yuan." The property consultant, Guan Shu quickly approached, beaming, "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm your property consultant, Guan Shu. Would you like to see the house first, or go through the contract?" Chen Yuan said boldly, "Let's just sign the contract. We'll check out the house after that." Guan Shu replied with a bright smile, "Okay." After signing the contract, Guan Shu sat in the back of Chen Yuan's car on the way to see the house. She glanced at Liu Menglu in the passenger seat, mentally observing and judging. Mr. Chen and this girl definitely aren't dating, but this girl's figure is seriously unfair. Indeed, Liu Menglu's body was smoking hot, with curves in all the right places. Guan Shu lowered her head, anxiously thinking, why are women so different? These kinds of women don't need skills. They can just rely on their face and sexy body to make men obsessed and willing to buy them houses. So envious. Too bad I'm just ordinary, with no such luck. A while later, the three of them arrived at the house that Li Mu had won as a system reward. Liu Menglu exclaimed as soon as she got out of the car, "Wow, Chen Yuan, this place is amazing." She walked behind Chen Yuan, thinking to herself, the life of a rich person is just too good. If only I could live in a place like this too. That's why I have to get my hands on Chen Yuan. Guan Shu began to introduce. Mr. Chen, the ownership area of this villa is 610 square meters, but with the garden, the actual usable area can reach up to 2,000 square meters. It's currently an unfinished product, so you can design and renovate it as you like. Liu Menglu kept gushing in the back. It's so huge. At that moment, Chen Yuan's system chimed, "Congratulations to the host on acquiring his first house in life. Life is incomplete without real estate. The interior design also needs a unique style. The host will receive 20 million specifically for renovations." Chen Yuan was shocked and muttered to himself, "Holy crap, you're serious, System Dad. A house worth over 10 million, and you're giving me 20 million for renovations." But then he tilted his head, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, thinking, well, if the big boss dad's giving orders, guess I gotta follow them. He turned to ask Manager Guan, "Hey Manager Guan, you know any good home renovation companies?" She perked right up. "Why yes, Cheng Yi. There are several high-end renovation companies in Xincheng. They've got great reputations and designs. I'll send you their contact info when I get back." Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Okay, it's just a bare shell anyway. Nothing much to see. Let's leave it at that." Liu Menglu, still buzzing with excitement, piped up, "Chen Yuan, can I take some photos and videos to post on Douyin?" Chen Yuan replied generously, "Sure, just don't show my face." Liu Menglu gave him a playful wink. "Like I'd dare post a Tang Sanzang like you online for all the demons out there to drool over." Tang Sanzang is the monk from Journey to the West, meaning she thinks he's too tempting, lol. Chen Yuan walked towards the driver's seat, asking as he went, "How many followers do you have on KU?" Liu Menglu quickly responded, "Over 50,000. He kept the questions rolling. "Are a lot of your followers in the same city?" Liu Menglu tilted her head. "Mostly local fans." "Why, you sneaky guy want to secretly watch my videos on KU." Chen Yuan got in the car, fastened his seatbelt and grinned. 50,000 guys have already seen them. What's the harm in me watching? She leaned over, giving him a knowing look. "You're different from them. They only get the regular version. You get the special edition." Chen Yuan smiled back. "Send me your Kisu account. When you get back, I've got some videos of exploring chill bars. If you're interested, you can give it a try." Liu Menglu looked surprised, but also super excited. "Really? You own a chill bar? I'll send it to you now." Chen Yuan started the car, casually asking, "Where to now, PT Liu?" "Back to the gym," Liu Menglu replied. "Yeah, where else would I go?" "What, you got other ideas?" he retorted, with a bit of sarcasm. "I thought you might want to go bowling," Liu Menglu pouted. "In your dreams, you men are all the same. You bullied my friend there yesterday. I still want to settle accounts with you." Hearing that, Chen Yuan slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop caused Liu Menglu to lurch forward, catching her off guard. Chen Yuan said coldly, "You dare bring up yesterday? You were listening down there for so long I haven't even charged you for listening in yet, so you feel sorry for Nakina, huh?" Liu Menglu glanced at Chen Yuan, then spoke in a low voice. "Don't even think about it." After she finished speaking, she laughed secretly in her heart. "Giving yourself to a man too soon makes you cheap, and men won't cherish you. The more Chen Yuan can't get me, the more he will crave me, and at the same time, the more he will give. So now I have to lead Chen Yuan, giving him a little taste each day, after experiencing endless hardships. Then he will cherish it, and he will submit to me." As she thought, obscene images appeared in her mind. After returning to the gym, Liu Menglu got out of the car and said gently to Chen Yuan, "Bye-bye, Chen Yuan. Come to our gym to train when you're free." Sitting in the car, Chen Yuan replied, "Bye-bye, PT Liu. If I'm free, then let's go bowling." Liu Menglu walked inside with a happy mood. Gym manager Gong Mingba was waiting at the door with a stern face and asked, "Menglu, what are you doing? I heard you skipped your members' class this morning. Do you know this is a violation of contract?" Liu Menglu responded a bit flustered. "I had something urgent to deal with, and I've already told Ms. Xiao that I will refund her double the lesson fee for today." Gong Mingba immediately retorted, "Although you agreed to refund Memsi Xiao double the private lesson fee, she is still angry, but I have already handled this matter for you." Liu Menglu didn't understand. She frowned, and thought to herself, why did Ms. Zhao suddenly cause her trouble? Oh, now Gong Mingba has got a handle on her. He used his position as a manager to criticize her first, then used the tone of an experienced person to advise her. Just like that he wants to conquer me, what a joke. The person who can really conquer me is not someone like you. After thinking, Liu Menglu brushed past him and said, "Thank you, Manager Gong. If there's nothing else, I'll go to work first." Gong Mingba anxiously asked her, "It's almost 12 o'clock. What else do you have to do at this hour? How about we have a meal together?" Liu Menglu turned around and replied in a loud voice, "I'm sorry. I brought my own diet food, and I don't eat food with too much heat." Several ambiguous images and thoughts appeared in her mind. I'm the best performing PT in the gym, And an employee that the boss values very much. What can you do to me? As she walked, she snorted coldly, thinking, I am a woman who must live in a large villa in Qingzhou Lake. How can I let garbage get in the way? Inside the office, voices echoed. So, what you're saying is? This student named Chen Yuan wants to invest in the startup incubator? Secretary Lu nodded vigorously. That's right, the one who inquired was the secretary of the school's Communist Youth League Committee, Kong Zongping. Kong Zongping frowned slightly. This is a good thing. Have you been in contact with him yet? Lu Kong immediately responded. Not yet. I asked Li Xiao to invite him for a meal, but he hasn't agreed yet. Kong Zongping frowned, reminding him. If we're the ones receiving the investment, then we have to show the proper attitude. We can't just dismiss him because he's a student. Secretary Lu bowed slightly. You're absolutely right, Secretary Kong. I was negligent. Then, how about I go to his dorm in the afternoon and invite him personally? What do you think? Kong Zongping raised his hand, calmly saying, No, that still doesn't show enough respect from the school side. I'll go with you in the afternoon. Call Li Xiao along too. Secretary Lu asked in surprise. Does the secretary need to personally meet him? Chen Yuan is just a student at our school. Isn't this a bit too much fanfare? Scene change, 5 p.m. at the South Dormitory. A male student shoved his phone in front of Chen Yuan's face, pleading, Lao-san, I've been chatting with Tian Yuping on WeChat for so long. Can you help me see how much longer it'll take to win her over? The general content of the messages seemed very superficial. One side messaged, Good morning. Do you need me to bring you breakfast? Quote, the other coldly replied, No need. Messages of concern kept coming. It's raining today? Remember to bring an umbrella to school? Those messages of concern just kept going on. Good night. Don't set the air conditioning too low. Remember to cover your legs properly. Where do you want to go this weekend? How about Uelu Mountain? You don't seem well today. Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Do you need me to buy medicine for you? The reply was always short and concise until that point. No need. Chen Yuan was speechless looking at those messages, thinking, Lao Huang has been so warm for more than 3 years but hasn't made a single step forward. Lao Huang asked Chen Yuan leisurely, Lao-san, what do you think? She replies to every one of my messages, completely unlike the class beauty from before. It's a huge leap. I can feel the progress is very steady. He sat up, handing the phone back to him, silently spitting out a few complaints in his heart. Lao Huang, if you really understand it that way, what else can I say? As long as you're happy. Chen Yuan smiled, saying, You should still ask Lao Cao to come up with a plan for you. Lao Huang turned to look at his brother and made an assessment. Lao Cao is a true person. What does he know? Lao-san, you're the most experienced in our dorm. Being poked, Lao Cao immediately turned back to question him. Lao Huang, I haven't offended you today. Finally, he bowed down and asked for Chen Yuan's opinion. At least she's willing to reply to my messages, and even agreed to go out with me this weekend. Isn't that proof that Tian Yuping has feelings for me? What do you say, Lao-san? Not knowing how to explain, he could only smile wryly and say, Oh, right, indeed. Hearing that, he screamed excitedly, Oh, damn, Lao-san thinks so too. Then it must be true, Ni. Yu helplessly thought to himself, Damn, a simping dog in heat is so scary. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lao Huang went to open the door while muttering, Who the hell is it knocking so loudly? As soon as the door opened, Lao Huang was stunned, looking at the two secretaries and the teacher in front of him and asked, Secretary Kong, Secretary Lu, teacher, why are you all here? Li Xiao asked gently. Is Chen Yuan here? Lao Huang hesitated and replied, Yes he is. Please come in, teachers, he thought in panic. Oh damn, these three came to find Lao-san. Could he have committed some big crime? Other students, seeing this, also started to make a fuss and discuss. Why are the two leaders here at the dormitory? What's going on? They're here to find Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's family has gone bankrupt, but he still bought a car. Has he done something illegal? Suddenly a clear voice rang out. Definitely. Otherwise, where did Chen Yuan get so much money? There must be something wrong. A student heard this and asked, Brother Bang, what's the specific matter? Do you know something? Tell us quickly. Li Jianbang took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Chen Yuan's money came from an improper source. It's normal for the leaders to come to the door. Maybe they're controlling Chen Yuan first, waiting for the police to come. Lao Huang couldn't stand it anymore and roared angrily, Li Jianbang, you bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Jianbang replied confidently. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, everyone will know when they wait. Li Xiao walked in and introduced seriously, Chen Yuan. These two are Secretary Kong and Secretary Lu of the school's league committee. Chen Yuan stood up and went to Kong Zongping, opening his mouth warmly. Hello, Secretary Kong, he said amiably. Student Chen Yuan, I'm Kong Zongping of the school's league committee. Are you free tonight? Would you like to have a meal together? Chen Yuan happily replied, Tonight? Sure. Receiving his agreement, he immediately said happily, Okay, I'll book a restaurant immediately. It's getting late. Let's go together now. Then, discuss the incubator properly, and so the three Kong Zongping surrounded Chen Yuan and left. That was what the gossiping students heard. Looking at Chen Yuan leaving, they said suspiciously, Looking at the way these three are, it doesn't look like they're controlling Chen Yuan, but a bit like they're meeting a leader who came to inspect the work. The Jianbang naturally didn't agree. He said uncomfortably, I guess it's to save face for Chen Yuan. Everyone watched the news. Don't they have to cover the head of the prisoner during the escort? Lao Huang came out of the room, feeling itchy when he heard these words, and contributed information. Just say you're talking nonsense. The two secretaries found our Lao San to invite him to dinner. Unexpectedly, the student next to him exclaimed in surprise. What? The two secretaries came to invite Chen Yuan to dinner? How big must his face be? Lao Huang, with a punchable face, muttered in Li Jianbang's ear. That's right. What big thing did Chen Yuan do? The school leaders have to lower themselves to invite him like that. He couldn't say anything. Those curious students couldn't help but exclaim, Chen Yuan is too scary. He's not in the same class as us anymore. Scene change. A restaurant named Nanjing. Kong Zongping spoke first. Chen Yuan, what requirements do you have for your plan? Tell me. I want to fully understand your expectations. Chen Yuan calmly said, Secretary Kong wants me to invest. Then he has to meet my two conditions. Of course, this won't cause any loss to the school's interests, Secretary Kong heartily replied. No need to be so polite. Just speak your mind. Chen Yuan started to make his demands. Secretary, I want complete autonomy, meaning I get to decide who the startup incubator invests in and how much. The school can't interfere. Secretary Lang immediately jumped up, exclaiming, What are you saying? There's no such rule. Kong Zongping had to remind him, Lao Lang, quiet down. He turned to Chen Yuan, gently saying, Chen Yuan, the university's startup incubator involves many parties, especially the Ministry of Education, which will ask questions. If we just follow the investors' wishes, it'll be hard to explain. Besides, no matter what, the school has to consider the success rate of the students being supported. Chen Yuan remained unhurried, saying, Secretary, without money, things like success rate are just empty words. You can think of me as the person in charge of the incubator. The success rate is whether the supported students can make money, and the money I invest definitely hopes they can make money. Our requirements are the same. Chen Yuan finished speaking, and took a sip of his wine. Feeling refreshed, he thought to himself, I'm just telling the truth. System's mission is to have me accumulate wealth and reputation, and then gradually become a tycoon. In the future, I'll definitely need a lot of professional talent to manage this matrix of industries for me. Instead of going out to find them then, I might as well use this startup incubator to try and cultivate direct relationships now. And more importantly, System's mission. A large number of female NPCs, those women out in society, aren't as easy to conquer as university girls. And the quality of the girls at our school in Xing City is the most famous. Kong Zongping raised his glass, tactfully saying, I'll have to hold a conference with the leaders of the Ministry of Education regarding your request before I can give you an answer, Chen Yuan casually replied. All right, Secretary. Amidst the toasting and polite conversation, the meal came to an end. Late at night, the group quickly departed. As he got into the car, Kong Zongping reminded Li Zhao, who was standing outside, Mems, Li Zhao, Chen Yuan can't drive after drinking. You take him home. We'll head back first. Li Zhao got into Chen Yuan's car, buckling her seatbelt, and said, Chen Yuan, this new car of yours is really spacious. Chen Yuan leisurely replied, I was used to driving sedans before, so I wanted to try an SUV this time. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Zhao quickly answered, asking, Li Meng, what's wrong? Oh, you switched shifts so you can't help with the move? It's, okay, I'll contact a moving company myself. Okay, don't worry, I still have some things to do. I'll hang up now. Chen Yuan curiously asked, Teacher, are you moving? Li Zhao nodded, replying, That's right, I'm moving in 2 days. The lease on my previous apartment is up, so I'm preparing to move in with my sister. Chen Yuan offered, Do you need me to help you move? She hesitated, replying, That wouldn't be too good. Your car is newly bought. Helping me move wouldn't be appropriate. I should still call a moving company, he casually said. It's okay, a car is just a tool, a consumable. Besides, it's only right for a student to help a teacher. Li Xiao waved her hands, refusing. No need to trouble you. 2 women have quite a lot of stuff. He still smiled, trying to persuade her. All right, teacher, don't refuse anymore. I'm your student. What's so much trouble about helping you move? Finally, Li Xiao had to agree. She hesitantly said, All right then. She blushed as she looked at Chen Yuan, secretly assessing him in her heart. Chen Yuan's face is a little thin, with distinct features. If I remove his identity as a student and look at him from the perspective of someone of the opposite sex, he's actually quite handsome. Suddenly realizing something, she covered her mouth and shyly thought, wait, he's so eager to help me move. And there was that bag he gave me before. Maybe Li Meng is right, he has feelings for me? Speaking of that bag, he said it was a high-end fake before, but with his real financial strength, maybe it's real. She immediately turned to him, asking, Chen Yuan, that bag you gave me before, do you remember it? Chen Yuan nodded, replying, I remember. What's wrong? She hesitantly said, you said last time it was a high-end fake. He blurted out without hesitation. Actually, it's real, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, your student isn't short on money to give to the teacher he likes. No, I mean, it's okay to give it to a teacher you respect. Chen Yuan suddenly became flustered, causing Li Xiao to also blush slightly. She shyly thought to herself, as expected, but it's not appropriate. First, there's the age difference. I'm older than him. Moreover, we have a teacher-student relationship. She thought for a long time, then opened her mouth. Chen Yuan, but he quickly interrupted. Shh. Okay, drive, teacher. No need to say any words of refusal anyway, I won't give up. A while later, Li Xiao and Chen Yuan arrived. Getting out of the car, Li Xiao immediately asked, Are you going home to sleep tonight? Chen Yuan calmly said, I'm not going back. There's no room for me up there. I'm going back to the dorm. Li Xiao shyly said, Then I'll park the car here. You can come here tomorrow to drive it back. Here, the keys. Chen Yuan walked over, leaned close to her face, and softly replied. Li Xiao clutched her cheek, her face flushed as she thought, He's getting bolder and bolder. Last time it was a meal at home, and now he dares to kiss me in the office, you bad guy. With that, she immediately turned and ran away, her face burning red. She yelled, Chen Yuan, you're a naughty student. Just as Li Xiao left, Chen Na called, sounding flustered, Chen Yuan, are you at school, miss? Lin Yusheng left something at the cafe. Can you help her open up? She's almost there, and Xiao Chu and I are too far away to make it in time. Chen Yuan replied leisurely. Sure. A little later, Chen Yuan arrived at the cafe to open the door. Lin Yusheng said somewhat apologetically, Sorry, Chen Yuan, I left some kids' toys at the cafe. Forgot to take them last time. Li Mu politely opened the door for her, saying, It's no problem. Just a small thing. As soon as they stepped inside, Chen Yuan turned on the lights to make it easier for her to find her things. Lin Yusheng picked up toys while complaining. Just a bunch of toys the kids played with before and then forgot. This one and that one. Standing behind her, Chen Yuan enjoyed the view of the People's Police and said cheerfully, No rush, take your time. How old is your child? As she stuffed the toys into her bag, she replied, 3.5. Quite the little rascal. Noticing the bottle of wine in her hand, he thought in surprise, Wine? Could it be that Lin Yusheng often comes to the cafe alone to get drunk? After a while, Lin Yusheng looked around and said, All done cleaning up? Seeing her emotional state, he asked, What's wrong? Feeling reluctant, Lin Yusheng glided her hand across the table, gently touching it as she replied, It's not exactly reluctance, it's just remembering the days it was here with me, spending every night and day together. Chen Yuan shrewdly thought, This sudden reminiscing must be related to Zhang Xianyong. If she wasn't feeling down, she wouldn't be at the cafe alone, drinking and brooding like this. Chen Yuan smiled and said, Can you visit often? Lin Yusheng shook her head in response, Probably won't be back. Seeing her about to leave, Chen Yuan called her back and offered, Miss, Lin, if you don't mind, would you like to have a few drinks with me? Lin Yusheng turned her head and asked him, Is that appropriate? Chen Yuan replied casually, What's not appropriate? Receiving each other's signals, they both sat down at a nearby table and grabbed the bottle of wine she'd had earlier, pouring a glass for each of them. As Chen Yuan poured the wine, he asked, Feeling down? I'm guessing it's related to family, right? Lin Yusheng asked back in a low voice. How did you know? Chen Yuan poured wine into his glass and said leisurely, Actually, I know your husband, Zhang Xianyong. He is the director of the 4S shop, right? I have heard about what he did before. Sister Chen Na is his employee. She left because of your husband, right? Lin Yusheng was surprised. A trace of confusion flashed across her face, and she said, Don't they have ever? Chen Yuan clinked glasses with Lin Yusheng and then recounted the past. Actually, there is nothing. Zhang Xianyong just often harasses her. Sister Chen could not bear it and left. Lin Yusheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good, otherwise he would have added another crime. The girl took a sip of wine and began to tell, Actually, I am preparing to divorce him recently, and I have collected a lot of evidence about his cheating, and read a lot of his conversations when he forced and threatened his subordinates. Speaking of this, she hugged her head and painfully recounted, "I got married to him. I really did not expect him to be such a person. But thinking that he is the father of my child, I hesitate, worrying about how my child will develop when growing up in a single-parent family, and whether they will have any psychological problems." At this time, Chen Yuan sternly gave her advice. "When you need to make a decision, you must be decisive. Children are of course important, but if you let this situation continue in front of your children, the harm they will suffer will be even greater. Therefore, whether it is for yourself or for your children, you must make the right decision." Lin Yusheng said as if enlightened, "You are right, very reasonable." She stared blankly at Chen Yuan, thinking in her heart, "I used to think that he was young and generous, but now I think about it, he is more mature than I thought, and even exudes a special charm. These are all things that Zheng Shenyang does not have." She stared at him drinking wine in front of her, and thought comfortably in her heart, "The old saying goes that you can't just look at the appearance of a man, but being with handsome men, at least the mood is much better." Her face flushed because of the wine and shyness. Lin Yusheng said softly, "Chen Yuan, thank you," Chen Yuan humbly replied. "You're welcome." After drinking that glass of wine, Lin Yusheng stood up and said, "Let's go." Chen Yuan also stood up and said, "Okay." Suddenly, perhaps because of the alcohol, Lin Yusheng's feet did not listen to her and stumbled to one side. Chen Yuan quickly ran over to support the girl and said anxiously, "Be careful." Lin Yucheng looked up at him, shyly saying, "Sorry," Chen Yuan politely replied. "What are you apologizing for, Migas, Lin?" In his heart he felt a flutter and secretly thought, "She smells so good." Suddenly, Lin Yucheng went on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Chen Yuan's cheek, catching him completely off guard. Afterwards, she grabbed her stuff and headed home. He just stood there dumbfounded, staring at Lin Yucheng's retreating figure, thinking, what was that kiss about? Shouldn't there have been a full-on battle? Lin Yucheng, on the other hand, was super embarrassed. She hurried along the street, patting her own cheeks, thinking, "It must be the alcohol talking. I've been such a good girl all these years, never crossed the line. The only slightly wild thing I've done is, well, you know. And it's all Zheng Xianyong's fault. What a useless weakling." But seriously, what possessed me just now? Chen Yuan, feeling all giddy and happy, picked up his phone and called Chen Na. "Hey Nana, the dorms are locked up, can't get back in. Can I crash at your place tonight? Renting a room? No need to waste money like that. Don't worry, I won't do anything, just cuddle." 20 minutes later, Chen Na quickly opened the door in her thin pajamas, took one look at Chen Yuan's state, and exclaimed, "Oh my god, how much did you drink?" Chen Yuan leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head. "Leadership banquet at school? No choice?" Chen Na quickly helped Chen Yuan inside. Anxiously, she instructed, "Sit and rest for 10 minutes before you shower. I'll make you some hangover tea." She barely took a few steps before Chen Yuan hugged her from behind, murmuring, "Wait, let me hug you first. Want a hug? Hug?" Chen Yuan's hands started getting a little too friendly, and Chen Na said shyly, "Is this your just cuddling?" Chen Yuan said like a rascal, "I'm just cuddling, not doing anything, Na. You know my character." Old memories of them flashed back, and Chen Na thought, the first time, he used drinking water as an excuse. The second time it was training, and this time the reason is even more ridiculous. He even said that, "I will just cuddle and do nothing." She said speechlessly, "Your character, do you even have any?" Chen Yuan said innocently, "Nana, do we not even have a little bit of trust between us?" Chen Na blushed and said, "You said it. Then you sleep with that blanket, even if we just cuddle. We can cuddle without sharing a blanket." Chen Yuan looked at Chen Na buried in the blanket and couldn't help but smile, thinking, even though it was a bit forced the last 2 times, I thought Na had accepted it in her heart. I didn't expect she's still keeping her distance. However, the night is long, and there are still many methods. No sooner thought than done. Chen Yuan's sneeze made Chen Na wake up worriedly. He curled up in the blanket, muttering, "Cold, so cold, Na." Chen Na asked worriedly, "What's wrong, Chen Yuan?" He said weakly, "The air conditioner is too cold." She hurriedly got out of bed, saying anxiously, "Let me adjust it." Like a fish taking the bait, Chen Yuan grabbed Chen Na's fair arm, and then said, "No need to bother." He pulled Chen Na into his arms, body to body, and said suggestively, "No need to adjust it. We won't be cold if we share a blanket." She was then attacked by Chen Yuan from behind, and could only endure silently, while he said happily, "See? Not cold anymore." After a passionate night, the next morning, Chen Yuan woke up and didn't find Chen Na beside him, but a letter left by her. "I'm going to the coffee shop, you pervert. I've washed your clothes for you, but they're not dry yet, so I bought you a new set. Breakfast is in the steamer. Reheat it if it's cold." Reading the note, Chen Yuan felt so warm and happy, thinking, damn, where can you find such a good girl? I have to reward her, I must reward her, find time to buy her a car. Suddenly, the phone rang. Liu Menglu appeared on the screen, with her hot body and energetic voice. Little Yuan, when are you coming to the GM's office with me? I'm waiting for you. Chen Yuan quickly put the phone aside, closed his eyes tightly, and thought to himself, watching this thing in the early morning, isn't this Na's bestie? No see? No see? Liu Menglu saw this. Then she pressed her big boobs against the phone and said in a charming tone, why are you holding the phone so far away? What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Chen Yuan squinted at Liu Menglu, cursing in his heart. Damn it, this girl is clearly provoking me. While Chen Yuan was talking to Liu Menglu, his phone suddenly rang. He muttered in surprise. She actually called. He had to tell her. I'm busy right now. I'll call you back later. Liu Menglu winked and replied. Okay, you go ahead. Chen Yuan answered the phone casually. Guidance counselor, what's up? Li Xiao happily said, your request has been approved by the school board and the education bureau. They'll draft the documents and start promoting it in the next 2 days. Once the school receives applications and business plans from the students, they'll send them to you for evaluation and approval. Chen Yuan asked curiously, do the applications need to include height, weight, and a portrait photo? She was confused and asked, why? You want to include that information? What does entrepreneurial ambition have to do with height and weight? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, of course it does. A person qualified to start a business needs to have an attractive appearance. I can judge whether a student is disciplined based on their looks. I have high standards, you know. Li Xiao was surprised, feeling like something was off, and asked, really? There's that opinion too? But then she agreed, saying, okay, I'll add that section for you. Secretary Liu has arranged for student cadres from the Youth League Committee to contact you later tonight. Chen Yuan threw off the blanket and got out of bed, replying calmly, then I don't have any problems on my end for now. Li Xiao suddenly changed her tone, her face turning red with embarrassment. She stammered, okay, right, Chen Yuan. My sister and I are moving tomorrow morning. Are you free? Chen Yuan immediately replied, of course, I'll see you tomorrow. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan had finished breakfast and was about to go out when his phone rang again. Catching his attention, Chen Yuan muttered, why is Liu Menglu calling again? As soon as he answered, Liu Menglu started complaining. What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd come to find me later? It's been over half an hour. Are you still not done? I can't believe it, Chen Yuan replied indifferently. Busy getting ready to go out, I have appointments with 2 interior design companies to discuss villa design plans. Hearing this, Liu Menglu put on an excited expression and asked, then do you need a tail to follow you? Chen Yuan was putting on his coat as he spoke. She even knows she's a tail. Why would I bring her along? But if she really wants to go, she can come along. In his heart, he thought, even though Liu Menglu is a bit of a green tea BTCH, she knows how to provide emotional value. When discussing plans, having a beautiful woman cheering you on will definitely be much more effective. Liu Menglu winked, her face beaming, and said, okay, then come pick me up. I'll wait for you in the gym. Chen Yuan simply replied with a simple okay and hung up. A while later, Chen Yuan arrived. As soon as he got out of the car, a man walked over and asked, bro, are you waiting for someone too? Let me guess. Waiting for a girl. Chen Yuan looked at the man in front of him and nodded. Yeah, that's right. The man sized up Chen Yuan and started commenting. Your car isn't bad, but it's just passable for chasing girls. If you want to chase high-quality goods, it's not enough. If you want to catch a goddess, you have to drive something like mine. You still have to work harder, kid. As he spoke, he leaned against his luxury car and smiled smugly. Chen Yuan leisurely smiled and said, is that so? Just then, Liu Menglu walked over in a sexy outfit and with a rosy face. The man's voice immediately changed when he saw her. He said flatteringly, Menglu, you're finally off work. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go eat. What do you want to eat? Liu Menglu tilted her head and gave a professional smile, saying, President Farn, I'm sorry, I have a date with a friend. I already said it in the message I sent you. In her heart, she thought, President Farn is indeed very rich. But all that money was given to him by his parents. He himself has very limited control over the money. But Chen Yuan is different, so he can only be in second place for now. He didn't give up, saying, it's okay, I can go with you two. I'll treat you to lunch if your friend doesn't mind. Chen Yuan politely opened the car door for Liu Menglu and said to the man surnamed Fan, sorry bro, I don't like eating with people who drive G-classes. After getting into the car, Liu Menglu closed the door and smiled brightly, urging Chen Yuan, Let's go, Chen Yuan. He took the opportunity to pass the man surnamed Fan, mocking him casually. The man gnashed his teeth in disbelief, thinking, Menglu got into this kid's car, what's going on? I drive a G-Class and still can't win her over, but I was defeated by a guy who drives an M9. A while later on the road, Liu Menglu leisurely sat in the car. President Fan, that guy just now is a high-end member of our store. He's spent a lot of money, and his family is quite well off. That car costs over 2 million, Chen Yuan asked casually. And then, belligerently, Menglu continued. He's been pursuing me for a long time, but I haven't agreed to him once. Chen Yuan just casually said, oh, as a formality. Seeing his indifferent state, Liu Menglu was a little unhappy. She pouted and asked, why are you so quiet today? It's not like you at all. Chen Yuan asked her in return. What do you want me to say? Liu Menglu replied silently. I don't know, but I always feel like you're not very enthusiastic today. Chen Yuan saw her turn her face away and pretend to be angry, and laughed inwardly. Of course I understand your thoughts. It's not just that I'm the only choice, but there are other pursuers. You want to give me a sense of crisis, he said leisurely. Men are only really active when they're exercising or about to exercise, but you don't play ball with me, so how can I be active? Liu Menglu immediately whipped her head around to look at him and blurted out, Chen Yuan, Chen Yuan. She grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and said, are all men as horny as you are? Chen Yuan chuckled and retorted, why are you calling me horny? I was talking about playing basketball. Liu Menglu, her face flushed crimson, huffed. Ugh, don't even go there. Last time at the cafe, the moment I left, you rushed upstairs to coax Nana. You know what you were thinking? Chen Yuan thought to himself. Looks like Liu Menglu's gonna hold this against me forever. Not wanting to argue, Chen Yuan changed the subject. Why are you so free these past 2 days? You have time to follow me around, Liu Menglu stated bluntly. It's not that I'm free, it's just that I pushed back all my tutoring sessions for you. Chen Yuan sighed dramatically. Well, now I feel a little bad. Liu Menglu gave him a meaningful look and said, if you feel bad, treat me to a few nice meals as compensation. Chen Yuan grinned. No problem, I've got plenty for you to eat, Liu Menglu blushed and retorted. What, Chen Yuan? You're always trying to take advantage of me. He burst out laughing, then said, Alright, I'm just kidding, let's go eat first. After that, we'll head to the interior design company. Scene changes to the interior design company in the afternoon. Chief designer Fu Zhengmei came out, all smiles, to greet them. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Fu Zhengmei, the chief designer of Quanding. Let's sit down and chat. Chen Yuan cut to the chase, reminding her. Let's keep it brief. I already went over my requirements with you guys online yesterday. I'm just here today to see the proposals. Fu Zhengmei sat down and presented the designs clearly. Based on your budget and needs, we've come up with 3 styles. Light and luxurious European design and modern Chinese style. You can take a look and see which one you like. If there are any issues, we can adjust them. Liu Menglu, sitting on the side with her arms crossed, exclaimed, Wow, all 3 proposals are gorgeous. She asked Chen Yuan curiously, What's your budget? Chen Yuan casually dropped, 20 million. Liu Menglu gasped in shock. What did you say? She started calculating. A villa of over 1,000 square meters, with 20 million yuan for decoration, and he can just throw around 30 million yuan like that. Then his assets must be at least over 100 million yuan. Looks like I underestimated him. No, the previous tactics are still not enough. I have to intensify it. While thinking, she tugged on her dress, showing her curves completely. 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan stood up and said seriously, Then let's go with the modern Chinese style, and add what I just said. Once you've made the adjustments, we can talk again. But I also have an appointment with another design company. I need to compare the final proposals from both sides before I can decide. Fu Zhengmei also stood up and said with a smile, No problem, it doesn't hurt to compare all 3. Oh. Right, Mr. Chen, are you free tonight? Wanzong, we would like to invite you to dinner. Whether the contract is signed or not, he just wants to get to know you. Chen Yuan took out his phone and pondered. I haven't signed a contract with you guys yet. Isn't it a little inappropriate to have dinner? Fu Zhengmei replied with a bright smile. Mr. Chen? Don't worry, Wanzong simply wants to make friends with you. Chen Yuan finally agreed. Seeing this, Fu Zhengmei happily said, Then I'll add your WeChat and send you the restaurant address so we can easily exchange ideas about the proposals later. Chen Yuan nodded. Okay. Then we'll head out first. As he left, Fu Zhengmei waved goodbye with an adoring and admiring look. She thought to herself, 20 million yuan for interior decoration is even more expensive than the villa itself. This order alone is enough to support the whole company. This kind of big boss isn't your average rich kid. We have to treat him with the utmost care. After seeing Chen Yuan off, Fu Zhengmei went back inside. She stood in front of a man and announced cheerfully, Wanzong, mister, Chen has agreed to dinner tonight. Wanzong is the general manager of Quan Ding, named Wan Renduo. He tilted his head and analyzed seriously, then asked Fu Zhengmei, "If we can have a meal together, the chances of closing the deal will be much higher. We absolutely can't let such a big client fall into the hands of our competitors. Is he going alone?" Fu Zhengmei immediately replied, "No, he's with a girl. But she doesn't look like his girlfriend." Wan Renduo pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's good that she's not his girlfriend. Remember to call Su Juiwei to entertain the client tonight. A big client like Chen, worthy of our company to launch the trump card." Switching to Liu Menglu and Chen Yuan, she blushed, pulling her clothes, and said with meaning, "Chen Yuan, is the air conditioner on in the car?" "It's too hot," Chen Yuan asked leisurely. "Really? Why, I don't feel it's hot at all." She showed flirtatious look and asked, "Really? By the way, where are we going next?" Chen Yuan said calmly, "Aren't you going back to work? Or do you want to stick to me for a free dinner?" Liu Menglu leaned over to Chen Yuan and said, "Anyway, it's good to follow you and do nothing. Today I want to be your tail all day." Chen Yuan laughed and said, "My tails are very well behaved. If you follow, you must follow one day and one night. How can you only follow during the day?" This sentence of him made her head appear with an ambiguous scene immediately. Liu Menglu covered her face and shouted shyly, "One day and one night? What are you talking about, you pervert? I don't care. I must go with you. I won't get out of the car." The phone rang in the car, Liu Menglu answered, and the person on the other end asked cheerfully, "Lu Bao, what are you up to?" Liu Menglu replied happily, "Qianqian, I'm in the car." Hao Qianqian on the other end asked curiously, "Whose car? Is it Fanzong's glass car?" While putting on her clothes, she thought, although Fanzong isn't like Chen Yuan, spending 3 million to buy a house, it's no problem for him to buy Menglu bags and cosmetics. Liu Menglu replied calmly, "No, I'm in Chen Yuan's car." Hao Qianqian was shocked and frowned. "Who, Chen Yuan? When did you two meet?" Liu Menglu smirked and recounted, "No, I went out with him today to look at the decoration plan. You don't know. He bought a villa for over 10 million, and he's spending another 20 million on the decorations." Hao Qianqian gasped, barely able to breathe. "What? This is too extravagant. Just spent 3 million, and in the blink of an eye, another 30 million. Hao Qianqian couldn't help but think, Chen Na's luck is too good, isn't it, finding such a rich sugar daddy? We said we'd suffer together, but she secretly got ashore. No, Menglu seems to have boarded this luxury yacht too." Hao Qianqian gripped her phone and cried, "One bestie is fine, but now another one is better than me. Is it because their boobs are bigger than mine?" Scene change. Afternoon at Nanying restaurant. A young man walked over to greet Wan Shushu. "Are you eating here too?" Wan Zong walked over and said warmly, "Zhao Hui. What a coincidence. I'm waiting for a guest here." Xiao Hui walked over to shake his hand and said, "I also have a dinner invitation here. I'll come over to toast you later," he thought. It seems this guest is very important, otherwise Uncle Wan wouldn't be waiting here in person. When leaving, he noticed the naive girl following behind Wan Zong. He wondered, since when did Uncle Wan have such a beautiful girl by his side? If Wan Shushu wasn't my future father-in-law, I would have found a way to ask for her number. A moment later, Chen Yuan arrived. His employee came out respectfully and introduced, "Wan Zong, this is Chen Xiansheng." Wan Zong walked over warmly and said, "Hello, Chen Zong, you're indeed young and promising." Chen Yuan walked over and politely shook hands with Wan Renmin, saying, "Hello, Wan Zong." He glanced at Liu Menglu and asked, "This is probably your girlfriend." Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand and explained, "Please don't misunderstand, we're just normal friends. She just happened to come with me today. Her surname is Liu." After confirming the information, he politely greeted her, "Hello, Liu Xiaoji." Liu Menglu also replied, "Hello, Wan Zong." Liu Menglu pouted and glanced at Chen Yuan with some discomfort, thinking, "Damn, Chen Yuan, why so agitated? If you're not my boyfriend, what are you? No one forced you to say no. Annoying." Wan Renmin then said, "Chen Shansheng, please, let's go upstairs." He also said magnanimously, "Please, Wan Zong." A moment later they entered the private room. Wan Renmin opened his mouth and pointed to the orange-haired girl next to him and said, "Chen Zong, I forgot to introduce you. This is our company's design assistant, Su Shuiwei." The girl said shyly and softly, "Hello, Chen Zong." Chen Yuan reached out his hand politely and said, "Hello." In his heart, he thought, her skin is so soft and full, and her jade-like hands seem boneless. Especially her pure and innocent nature. Su Shuiwei's temperament is completely different from the girls he knew. Seeing Chen Yuan's attitude, Wan Renmin raised his glass and thought, Very good, it seems. Su Shuiwei has left a good impression on Chen Zong, so the distance has been shortened. He said happily, Chen Zong, today we won't talk about business, just about making friends. I'll toast you first. Fu Jiangmei frowned and reminded Su Shuiwei, who was sitting still. What are you spacing out for? Quickly toast Chen Zong. Finally, Su Shuiwei awkwardly picked up her wineglass and said shyly, Chen Zong, I'll toast you. Chen Yuan raised his glass and happily accepted. Liu Menglu leaned close to Chen Yuan jealously and said, Little Chen Zong, let's drink together. Let's have a glass too. Chen Yuan held Liu Menglu's glass and said with a smile, You still shouldn't drink, or who will drive back later? Liu Menglu felt happy all over and replied softly, Okay, I'll listen to you. In her heart she thought, I wonder if Chen Yuan will take the opportunity to take advantage of me. But this feeling of us being together is really great. Su Shuiwei walked to Chen Yuan's side and said softly, Chen Zong, I'll toast you again. Chen Yuan smiled gently and said to her, Have some tea, it's okay. His words stunned Su Shuiwei. At this time, Wan Renmin also spoke to Su Shuiwei. Listen to Chen Zong. He cares about you, so he won't let you drink. Shuiwei comes from Nanzhong University. She is a senior and has not yet graduated. You are both young. You probably have similar hobbies, so please communicate more. That old fox is at it again, telling Su Shuiwei to friend Chen Zong on WeChat. A catch like him, never a bad thing to network. Liu Menglu, sitting next to her, frowned, thinking, the old fox is finally showing his tail. He says it's not about business, but everything is business. This girl is clearly still a virgin. Forcing her to connect is basically pimping. That Xiaohui guy, holding a glass, stumbled into the room, shouting, Wan Zong, I'm here to toast you, Wan Rendan happily said. Xiao Miao, you're too kind. He took the chance to introduce him. This is my nephew, Ling Guangyao. Wan Rendan told his nephew, This is Chen Zong, actually about the same age as you. Why don't you go toast him and get to know him? Ling Guangyao nodded. Okay. He thought to himself, Uncle Wan is introducing this VIP to me. He must think highly of me. And for Uncle Wan to personally wait on him, he must have a ton of money. Definitely someone worth getting to know. He might be useless in reality, but he loves to show off at parties. He went up, all smiles. Hello, Chen. He was cut off by Chen Yuan's face, shocked. Chen Yuan, what the hell is he doing here? Chen Yuan smiled, raised his glass, and said, Come on, let's have a drink. Ling Guangyao stuttered, confused. Why is Chen Yuan Uncle Wan's VIP? Uncle Wan wants me to toast him. Isn't that like telling me to lick Chen Yuan's stinky feet? No way, absolutely not. Wan Rendan noticed their odd expressions and asked, Chen Zong, Xiao Miao, do you two know each other? Chen Yuan calmly replied, We've met, I guess. Wan Rendan patted Ling Guangyao's shoulder, laughing. What a coincidence, Xiao Miao. You probably don't know this, but your friend here bought a Qingzhou Lake villa in Lu City and spent another 20 million to renovate it with us. This info made Lin Guangyao's face twitch. What? He couldn't believe it. That country bumpkin bought a villa and spent 20 million on renovations. How much money does Chen Yuan have? Does his family mine diamonds in Africa? Chen Yuan was now a big shot in his eyes, and he was just an ant, Lin Guangyao thought. Uncle Wan, who I'm trying so hard to please, is actually trying to please Chen Yuan. In an instant, the gap between Chen Yuan and me has become so huge. Realizing the situation, he thought, Forget it, I'll lick. If Uncle Wan wants to lick, I'll lick too. What's the big deal? With that, he bowed and said obsequiously to Chen Yuan, What a coincidence. Congrats. Oh no, I should call you Chen Zong now. 3 hours later, Wan Rendan suggested, Chen Zong, would you like to hit a bar or do some karaoke? Chen Yuan cheerfully turned to Liu Menglu and asked, Coach Liu, are you coming? Liu Menglu hesitated, thinking, I got this figure from discipline. I've never had a habit of staying up late or drinking. Seeing Liu Menglu's hesitation, Chen Yuan said, You probably shouldn't go. Early to bed, early to rise, good for your health. Liu Menglu looked at Su Shuiwei, thinking, If I don't go, Chen Yuan might get seduced by those other vixens. If more foxes come to share the meat, I'll get less to eat. After all, if she wasn't around Chen Yuan, and knowing Wan Zong's personality, the next step would be to get Chen Yuan drunk, then send Su Shuiwei and Chen Yuan to a hotel. Besides, it was obvious during the meal that Chen Yuan had feelings for Su Shuiwei. In his drunken stupor, Chen Yuan definitely wouldn't be able to control himself. Amorous scenarios flashed through Liu Menglu's mind. Just thinking about it, her eyes steeled, and she thought, No way, if they go that far, I'll get nothing. With that, she stood up abruptly, raised her hand high, and declared, I'm going. I definitely have to go. After a while, at the technician's place, Wan Zong had taken Chen Yuan out for a few hours of fun. Su Shuivi sat to one side, shyly taking a glass of wine, face flushed, looking towards Chen Yuan, ready to offer a toast. As soon as Chen Yuan saw her action, he gently stopped her and said, "No drinking. You've had a bit too much tonight. You don't usually come to places like this, right? If you don't want to come in the future, just don't. It's just part of the job anyway." Su Shuivi smiled bashfully upon hearing his words and replied, "Thank you, Chen Zong." Chen Yuan sensed Su Shuivi's helplessness and offered some advice. For a girl from an ordinary family to be able to intern at a big company like Wanting is already very difficult. You can't just give up easily. Liu Menglu, sitting next to him, nudged Chen Yuan's shoulder and asked, "Chen Yuan, why don't you care if I want to leave or not?" Without a second thought, Chen Yuan replied, "Does Coach Liu even need me to worry? You got too many fish in your pond? Has Big Shot Fan Zong already sent you a WeChat message or something?" Hearing this, Liu Menglu guiltily tucked her hair back and retorted, oblivious to the timing, she thought with some annoyance, "All my usual tricks are ineffective attacks. Chen Yuan doesn't care at all. I was originally planning on catching him, but now he's caught me instead." Su Shuivi, who was sitting next to them, also turned to him and asked, "Chen Zong, what song do you want to sing? Do you need me to help you pick one?" Chen Yuan happily replied, "Anything is fine. Go ahead and sing. You can choose any song you want." Liu Menglu nudged Chen Yuan again and said, "You're acting differently. That little girl's got quite the captivating gaze." Chen Yuan turned and casually replied, "Really? I think your eyes are looking at me the same way. Also pretty captivating." Liu Menglu blushed and retorted, "No, your eyes looking at me only have desire, not affection." Chen Yuan tilted his head and said, "That's your advantage, isn't it? No matter how women attract men, the end result is still the same." Liu Menglu asked curiously, "What's the end result?" Without hesitation, Chen Yuan leaned in and whispered in Liu Menglu's ear, "Of course it's getting into bed." That one sentence caused her face to turn bright red, and her favorability rating shot up to 68. Liu Menglu thought to herself, "How annoying. This man always traps me whenever I talk to him." But Chen Yuan is also honest, unlike some men who clearly want my body but call it love. Having said that, Chen Yuan reached out and fondled Liu Menglu's thigh, causing her to flinch and whisper, "Enough. There are people around." Wan Renmin, having finished his song, turned around and handed the microphone to Chen Yuan, saying, "Chen Zong, Shuivi has chosen another song for you. Come on up." Finally, the whole group sang until 11 o'clock. When they went outside and stood in front of the car, Wan Renmin warmly shook Chen Yuan's hand and said, "Chen Zong, Chen Laodi, I never thought I could make a friend of your age. Let's get together often in the future." After a pause, he continued, "That's right. Guanting's decoration will definitely be professional. I hope we can cooperate. As your older brother, I'll arrange the best service for you." Chen Yuan also replied warmly, "I'm only looking at 2 companies. Your design is very professional. At the same price, I'll definitely give you priority." At the same time, Fu Zhengmei supported a tipsy Su Shuivi as she walked over and said, "Chen Zong, we'll head back first. See you next time." Chen Yuan pointed to Su Shuivi and said, Then Fu Zhengmei, gave a professional smile and replied, "Shuivi is my student. I'll take her home safely." Watching the group leave, Chen Yuan turned to Liu Menglu and asked, "Should I call a car for you?" she asked. "What about you?" Chen Yuan looked in another direction and replied, "I'll rent a room here. Just get some sleep." Liu Menglu asked in surprise, "Why rent a room? Don't you have a place to sleep?" He tilted his head and stared at her, asking, "So, are you taking me in?" This question made Liu Menglu blush. She thought to herself awkwardly, "I wasn't planning on giving myself away so quickly, but my intuition tells me that if I don't act, this Tang Sunzang meet Chen Yuan will be split up by everyone else." Thinking this, she took Chen Yuan's arm and said, "Don't think that. I don't easily take men home. I'm a proper girl." Saying this, her favorability rating steadily rose to 75 points. Chen Yuan was surprised and exclaimed, "Is that so?" He thought to himself, "I don't think I did anything special tonight. How did Liu Menglu's fondness for me increase so much?" Chen Yuan didn't overthink it. He pulled out his phone and said, "So where are you? I'll call you a ride." Li Xiao immediately protested, "I don't want to go home." He frowned and asked, "Not going home? Then where are you going to sleep?" Li Xiao's face turned completely red as she flailed her hands around, saying, "You're so dense. I've been this forward, and you're still acting like this." Chen Yuan stopped teasing her. He opened the car door, ruffled Li Xiao's hair, and said, "Let's go. We'll switch to a different hotel." They both quickly got into the car. Drunk and dazed, she leaned on Chen Yuan, feeling a bit nervous, thinking to herself, "I wonder if Chen Yuan will be gentler, and not as rough as he was with Nam at the cafe." The driver, seeing this scene in the rearview mirror, thought, That That face, this fancy car, damn, being rich must be awesome. A while later, at the most luxurious Junyu hotel in Xincheng, Chen Yuan stood at the reception desk and calmly said, "I want a presidential suite, and I'd like to book it for a month." The receptionist quickly completed the procedures and announced, "Sir, the presidential suite is 368 per night, so a month will be 110,640. Li Xiao blankly tugged at Chen Yuan's sleeve and asked, "Booking for a month?" Chen Yuan didn't waste any time, immediately telling the receptionist, "It's just 110,000. Swipe the card. I want room 1 on the 52nd floor." He thought to himself, Li Xiao's affection level is over 60 now, plus there's the triple cash back, so I'm still making a profit. No loss at all. Li Xiao's face flushed when she heard the room number, thinking, 521. Chen Yuan is really something. They both quickly entered the room. She happily walked to the window, looked outside, and exclaimed, "The night view is so beautiful, Chen Yuan, look." She felt nervous in her heart, secretly thinking, "This situation is a bit unfair to Naba, but I genuinely hope to have a good start with Chen Yuan." He also quickly got down to business. Chen Yuan gently bit Li Xiao's neck and said, "I can only see you in my eyes right now. Can we start playing badminton now?" Seeing how eager he was, Li Xiao said, "Chen Yuan, I haven't showered yet. Let's wait until after I shower." Before she could finish, Chen Yuan had already pulled down her panties and said, "If we wait, we'll have to shower again later." Li Xiao's face turned red as she worriedly said, "Chen Yuan, you haven't drawn the curtains yet." Chen Yuan started to get busy while analyzing. "This is one-way glass, and it's the 52nd floor. There aren't any buildings around that are taller, so even if they see, it's fine. Let them watch. What's the big deal?" In a gecko-like position against the glass, Li Xiao trembled and scolded softly, "You're such a bad person." And so, the two of them went through all kinds of poses and positions in one night. The next morning, Chen Yuan opened his eyes, woke up, and looked at his phone, thinking, "Damn, it's hot. I slept until 12 o'clock. He sat up, looked at the girl next to him, and thought to himself, "I didn't expect Li Xiao's body to be so sensitive. I was afraid she'd get dehydrated last night." Just as Chen Yuan's arm started to wander, Li Xiao also woke up, whining, "Chen Yuan, why do you want more again? We only went to sleep after 4 a.m. Don't you feel sorry for me at all?" She thought to herself, "Maybe I need to train more specifically in the future. How can a dignified fitness coach be controlled by a puppy like this?" Chen Yuan hugged her tightly and said, "Lulu, how could I not feel sorry for you? I can usually go all night, but I held back for you." Li Xiao blushed and replied, "You're amazing. Let me sleep a little longer. I'll give it to you when I'm awake. Also, don't call me Lulu. I don't want to be like that, nah. Chen Yuan gently stroked her cheek and replied, Okay. Li Xiao figured she performed so well yesterday. Let her sleep a little longer. When she wakes up, I will take her to buy a car within 3 million. She can choose whatever she wants." Hearing this, Li Xiao was so shocked that she jumped up and exclaimed, "What did you just say?"
Liu Menglu couldn't contain her excitement, hugging Chen Yuan tightly, pecking him on the cheek, and blurting out, "A car worth 3 million, and I get to pick it out myself. Chen Yuan, I freaking love you." Chen Yuan just chuckled, looking at the fish he'd caught, and thought, even though the more I spend, the more I get back, buying Nana a house only costs 3 million. If I buy Liu Menglu a car for over 3 million, I wonder what Na will think. Liu Menglu paused, looking at Chen Yuan with stars in her eyes, and asked, "Awesome, I've been crushing on Porsches for ages, and I think they're around 2 million. Is that okay, babe?" Hearing that, he said generously. "Sure thing," Liu Menglu mused, recalling, "I even talked about it with Nana, but she's more into Maseratis. I checked those out too, they're gorgeous." Chen Yuan latched onto that detail, and immediately asked, "Nana likes Maseratis, huh?" Hearing that, she curiously asked, "Oh, are you planning to buy Nana a car too?" Chen Yuan replied calmly, "I'm a straightforward kind of guy, no beating around the bush. Yeah, I'm thinking about it." Chen Yuan's words made Liu Menglu sink into her thought. Na is so lucky. A house and a car, that's gotta be at least 5 million altogether. No, Liu Menglu. Why are you comparing? You're just starting out with Chen Yuan. Gotta learn to be happy with what you've got. Suddenly, a message from Hao Qiangqian popped up. "Menglu, my friend said she saw you at Junyu last night. Did you stay over at Junyu?" Liu Menglu didn't hide a thing and replied, "Yep, I got taken last night." Hao Qiangqian asked in surprise, "Huh? With who?" Liu Menglu happily replied, "Who else but Chen Yuan?" I'm such a sucker, I went all soft and followed him. Liu Menglu's message made Hao Qiangqian furrow her brows. Lulu's being so extra, as if she didn't want it too. Ha, acting like she was forced into it or something. Knowing her, she definitely made the first move on Chen Yuan. Suddenly, Hu Quanqian realized something. She froze, thinking, wait a sec, does this mean another one of my besties is living the high life on a luxury yacht? How come I'm the only one in our trio who's still struggling? This is outrageous. Over on Chen Yuan's side, he got up, putting on his shirt, and said, Coach Liu, go buy it yourself, and send me the account number. When you're done, I'll transfer the money. This simple gesture made Liu Menglu's favorability towards him jump up to 86. She replied gently, okay. Chen Yuan glanced at the number above her head, thinking happily. The highest it got during the sports session last night was 82, and now it's already 86. Looks like I'm getting closer to that 90 affection bonus. Chen Yuan got in his car and drove off. Just then, Chen Na called, saying, Chen Yuan, I've learned everything about coffee. When are you coming? He calmly replied, Nah, I'm busy today. I'm planning to buy you a car. Go check some out. Chen Na said, startled, we just bought a house not long ago. Why buy a car too? Chen Yuan, I already have a car. It's just for getting around. It's not necessary. Chen Yuan said gently, just listen to me. I like buying cars for my woman, and we're not short on cash. What kind of car do you want? Chen Na couldn't dissuade him, and could only say helplessly, then just a normal B-class car. No need for anything too expensive. Chen Yuan said, displeased, no way. The car for my woman can't be less than 2 million. The girl quickly tried to stop him. 2 million? That's way too much. We bought a house last time. Now you're getting a supercar. Chen Yuan said leisurely, your birthday's coming up. This is your birthday gift. Don't be so stingy, nah. Your man's loaded. Chen Yuan suddenly asked, tense, nah, if something happened between me and Liu Menglu, would you mind? In his heart, he thought, this can't be hidden. I might as well take the initiative and confess. Better than letting Chen Na find out from someone else. Chen Na's eyes drooped, and she replied silently, I would mind. But I know I can't change you. The fact that you're telling me means you care about me. But next time, if something like this happens again, you don't have to tell me. I'm afraid I'll be sad. Chen Yuan said softly, nah, don't worry, your position in my heart is unique. No one can replace you. These words from Chen Yuan made the girl happily exclaim, really, you only say this to me, right? Chen Yuan replied calmly, of course, only you, never said it to anyone else. Chen Na, touched, wiped away her tears and said, I believe you, Chen Yuan. I don't want much. Just one day a week, where you come to my cafe for a coffee that I made, or if you're free, come over to my house for a meal that I cooked. I'd be happy with just that. He fiddled with the steering wheel, thinking to himself, Na really is a rare find of a good woman, so good to me, always saving money for me. Finally, he concluded, want to hang out with me tonight? Let me make it up to you, Chen. Na cheerfully asked back, for real this time? Right, Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Definitely, you know my character. Chen Yuan's words made Chen Na burst out laughing. Your character? Alright, I'm not talking to you anymore. Gotta get back to work at the shop. As soon as Chen Na hung up, Chen Yuan, still driving, started scratching his head, thinking to himself, being a player is so hard. How do those other playboys juggle so many girls? Cut to Li Xiao's house, where she's carrying 2 big bags downstairs. As soon as she saw him, she greeted him. Chen Yuan, you're here. He quickly went up to her, saying, teacher, let me help you. He took the box from Li Xiao's hands, saying, let me carry it for you. Unfortunately, the box on top lost its balance and fell open. Chen Yuan exclaimed in shock. Oh crap. The things that fell out were Li Xiao's underwear, and just as they fell, a big gust of wind blew, sending them flying everywhere. At the same time, a bunch of suggestive images started popping into Chen Yuan's head. He just stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Li Xiao. She shyly picked up the items and put them back in. Chen Yuan stood there frozen, holding the box, thinking to himself, if only it were true, Li Xiao said awkwardly. Chen Yuan, I can pick these up myself. You go move the other stuff. A little later, the stuff was loaded into Chen Yuan's car. Li Xiao's younger sister, closing the trunk, said, 1 trip won't be enough. We'll probably have to make 2 trips. You 2 go first. She went closer to her sister, staring intently at Chen Yuan with a super suspicious look. Li Xiao fastened her seatbelt and said to him, Chen Yuan, set the GPS to Dongsheng apartment complex. He obediently replied, yes, teacher, let's go. After they'd been driving for a while, Li Xiao said apologetically, Chen Yuan, don't take it to heart. My sister's always been like that. She's not being rude or anything. Chen Yuan casually replied, It's nothing. She seemed friendlier than the last 2 times. Li Xiao leaned her head against the car window, looking outside, and quietly recounted. Actually, she wasn't like this at first. When she was in college, she dated a boyfriend. I saw his picture. He was pretty handsome, wore glasses, looked all sophisticated. They were really into each other, but it was long distance. One year for Christmas, Li Meng went to see him, but she saw him hugging another girl, about to go into a hotel room. Li Meng was really upset then, and after that, she gave up on men. After hearing that story, Chen Yuan said indignantly, "That damn scumbag. Guys like that are the scum of society." Li Xiao was amused by his words and asked, "What about you? Aren't you a player too?" Chen Yuan blushed and replied, "Of course not. I'm the most innocent and naive kind of guy. What about you? What's your attitude towards men?" Li Xiao cheerfully replied, "Me? Just a normal attitude. Since I haven't been through what my sister has, I don't really have any issues." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan immediately asked, "So what do you think of me?" Chen Yuan's question made Li Xiao pause. Her face quickly flushed as she looked at him, her heart suddenly beating faster. Li Xiao was caught off guard by what he said, and immediately turned to ask, "Chen Yuan, what did you just say?" With a chill face, Chen Yuan cheerfully replied, "Nothing, just kidding. Why so tense?" Hearing that, Li Xiao felt a little disappointed. She leaned her head against the car window, thinking, so it was just a joke. If Chen Yuan really meant it, I wouldn't know what to do. A while later, they arrived at Li Xiao's new place. She handed Chen Yuan a bottle of water and said, "Finally moved. Thanks a bunch today. How about I treat you to dinner?" Chen Yuan straightened his back, wiping sweat, and said, "Actually, there are other ways to say thank you besides dinner." Li Xiao blushed shyly and hurriedly asked, "Then how?" Chen Yuan went straight for it, wrapped his arms around Li Xiao's waist, and quickly planted a kiss on her lips. Not stopping there, Chen Yuan's mischievous hand started wandering over Li Xiao's body, making her gasp. At the same moment, Li Meng was outside the apartment door, knocking and calling out, "Sis, open the door, I forgot my keys." Li Xiao was startled by the call, but quickly and hesitantly replied, "Coming, coming." She pushed Chen Yuan away and said, "Chen Yuan, I don't think I can move." Chen Yuan hugged Li Xiao mischievously and said, "It's okay, I'll help you." After Li Meng entered, she saw Li Xiao's flushed face and immediately asked with concern, "Sis, why is your face so red? Are you getting heat stroke?" Li Xiao reached up and lightly brushed her hair, hesitantly making excuses. "I'm fine. I'll be better after a rest." She thought to herself embarrassedly, "Chen Yuan is so bold. Luckily, Li Meng didn't think of it that way, or I could jump into the Yellow River and still not wash myself clean." Li Xiao stuttered, "Chen Yuan, the youth league arranged for Deputy Sister Z to help me with the investment stuff, and the school is even setting up an office for me. I'll send you her WeChat ID. Remember to contact her when you get back to school." Chen Yuan went to the door and obediently replied, "Okay, I'll contact her. Well, I won't bother you any longer. I'll head out first." In his heart, he thought, wanted to stay with Teacher Li a little longer, but she's probably afraid Li Meng will find out and embarrass her. After Chen Yuan left, Li Meng sorted things out and asked curiously, "Sis, what do you really think of Chen Yuan?" Li Xiao shyly covered her flushed face and asked back, "What do you mean?" Li Meng put on a serious face and said, "Don't play dumb with me. Everyone can see what he's thinking. You two are so close, it's not just a normal teacher-student relationship." Seeing that she had been exposed, Li Xiao stammered, "Well, actually, I don't know, I'm not so sure." Li Meng, with an experienced expression, frowned and affirmed, "Oh no, I knew it, you're smitten. Actually, if you ignore his student status, his conditions are all pretty good, but I just have a feeling he's not trustworthy." These words from her sister surprised Li Xiao, who asked, "You're not against it?" Li Meng hugged Li Xiao and said frankly, "What good would it do if I opposed it? It's your life. I'm your sister. I can only remind you to be highly vigilant. Observe him more and see if this person is worth your love." Hearing these words, Li Xiao was very thoughtful and muttered his name in her mouth. Cut to an hour later, at the school cafeteria, a girl with a cute bow in her hair was sitting there. She was none other than Fu Yingzi, the head of the broadcasting station under the school's news center. As soon as she saw Chen Yuan approaching, she stood up and waved, calling out, "Chen Yuan, over here, over here." Chen Yuan walked over and politely asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Fu Yingzi also politely replied, "No, I just got here." He sat down and casually commented, "Your voice sounds different from when you're on the radio." Fu Yingzi enthusiastically explained, "When dubbing on the radio, people immerse themselves in the character. Based on the situation at the time, it's naturally different." Let's talk business. Secretary Liu instructed that someone will be assigned to help you clean up the office within the next 2 days. Chen Yuan happily replied, Great, in the future, in addition to the work arranged by the Youth League, I'll also need your help with other things, okay? Fu Yingzi said enthusiastically, Of course. Chen Yuan said with satisfaction, Then help me for the next 2 days. Before he could finish speaking, a boy carrying a paper bag walked over, interrupting him. Yingzi, so you're here. I specially bought the Qing Qing Oolong tea you like. That dude glanced at Chen Yuan and asked, Hey, Yingzi, who's this? Seeing that look like he wanted to devour him whole, Chen Yuan thought, This murderous gaze, he definitely sees me as his love rival. Fu Yingzi bluntly replied, I'm cutting sugar these days, so no bubble tea, thanks. The guy still didn't give up, saying, Yingzi, I ran 5 kilometers and waited in line for 20 minutes just for this. Take it. Fu Yingzi impatiently repeated, Feng Zeigi, how many times do I have to say it? I don't want it. Seeing that he was rejected so harshly, he bitterly pointed at Chen Yuan and questioned, Who the hell is he? Fu Yingzi retorted without missing a beat, What's it to you? Feng Zeigi was deflated by her words and walked away dejectedly. The people around couldn't help but gossip. OMG, did you see that? Is there real drama going on? Are Fu Yingzi and Chen Yuan dating? Are Chen Yuan and Feng Zeigi fighting over Fu Yingzi? Oh my gosh, Feng Minhui, who was with her friend in the cafeteria, happened to hear those rumors. She frowned and said, Chen Yuan and Fu Yingzi, no way. Her friend crossed her arms and commented, You've only dated Chen Yuan twice? They probably sensed his family's business isn't bankrupt anymore. Hearing that, Feng Minhui felt unwilling and stormed off, saying, Let's see how shameless she is. She went up to Chen Yuan, putting on a bright smile and greeted him. He looked over and exclaimed, Hui. Feng Minhui snuggled up to Chen Yuan and softly asked, Chen Yuan, are you heading to class? Chen Yuan casually replied, Nah, I'm just discussing some stuff with Fu Yingzi from the Youth League. Feng Minhui snuggled even closer to Chen Yuan, saying in a whiny voice, You haven't been to class in ages. Are you planning to fail all your subjects? Fu Yingzi, who was sitting opposite them, stood up, thinking to herself, Feng Minhui is declaring that she's Chen Yuan's girlfriend. Since when did those two get so close? Whatever. It's none of my business. She gently brushed her hair, coughed lightly, and said, Chen Yuan, I still have work at the radio station. I'll head out first. Chen Yuan didn't try to stop her, just politely said goodbye. The male students who witnessed everything erupted in excitement, their eyes wide as they gossiped. Holy crap, this is the ultimate drama. 2 goddesses fighting over one guy. Feng Minhui looks exactly like the main wife catching a mistress. Some people have it all while others get nothing. Who is that guy? When did our school get such a top-tier senior? Feng Minhui smiled sweetly and asked, Chen Yuan, what were you discussing with her? In her mind, she thought, Fu Yingzi is pretty and has a nice voice. I can't let a girl like that get close to Chen Yuan. He went along with it and replied, It's about the Youth League's entrepreneurship program. The Youth League asked her to discuss it with me. In his heart, Chen Yuan secretly thought, Hui's possessiveness is strong. How am I supposed to handle overseas work at this rate? Satisfied with his answer, Feng Minhui put her hands on her hips and said, Really? Okay then. I really wanted to stay with you for a bit. I haven't seen you in 2 days, but I have to go to class now. Just as she leaned down, Feng Minhui whispered suggestively into Chen Yuan's ear, All right, I want a big cup of cold drink tonight. After saying that, she cheerfully turned around and left. Chen Yuan just hummed in response, thinking to himself, Hui is such a cute, hungry girl. At the same time, his phone rang. Chen Yuan quickly answered, Hello, Coach Liu. What's up? Liu Menglu excitedly replied on the other end, Honey, I saw the car. They have it in stock right now. The final price after discount is 252 million. Chen Yuan didn't object and calmly replied, Send me the shop's account number. I'll transfer it right away. Liu Menglu happily said a few sweet nothings. Okay, honey. Love you so much. Sending hearts. All right, do you want to come to Genuine tonight? I brought 2 different outfits that you like, and I want to wear them for you. Genuine curiously asked, Which 2 models? How come I don't know about them? Liu Menglu mysteriously replied, You'll find out when you come tonight. As soon as he hung up, Chen Yuan was a little flustered, thinking to himself, But I already promised to hang out with Nana today, and Hui asked me to get cold drinks tonight. So, am I going to see Nana, Hui, or Coach Liu? Chen Yuan sat there blushing, resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought. These 3 are so hard to choose from.
Okay, so the scene shifts back to Li Xiao's place, and you can already hear Li Meng's voice from outside. Sis, let's cook dinner at home tonight, okay? Li Xiao's like, Sure, I'll go grab some groceries now. Then Li Meng asks, should we ask Chen Yuan to join us for dinner? When Li Xiao heard her sister's question, she was totally caught off guard. Her face flushed red, and she just let out a little. Seeing her sister's reaction, Li Meng continued, send him a text and invite him over to show our gratitude. After all, he helped out a lot today. Li Xiao awkwardly asks, what are you planning? She's thinking to herself. Just thinking about his sly and mischievous face makes me want to bite him. Speaking of which, Li Xiao immediately remembers what happened in the kitchen last time. Hearing her question, Li Meng stood up and replied, sis, of course, I'm helping you test him out. What else would I be doing? Hearing this, Li Xiao took out her phone and replied, okay, then I'll call him. Then she texted Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, Li Meng is also very grateful for your help with cleaning the house today, so she wants to invite you over for dinner. Come over, okay? He already had plans with Chen Na, Meng Lu, and Min Hui tonight. Now with the Li Zhao sisters too? Chen Yuan couldn't help but think, what kind of romantic luck did I step on today? Why are so many girls looking for me? Even a master of time management couldn't handle this. Oh well, don't bite off more than you can chew, and no need to make my little bro Peter suffer. I'll just politely decline Hui Hui and Coach Liu. Before he knew it, it was late afternoon, and Chen Yuan arrived at Li Zhao's house. As she opened the door, she blushed and said, come in and sit down, dinner will be a while longer. With that, she hurried inside, avoiding his gaze. Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled and said, all right, then I'll make myself at home. You just do your thing. Chen Yuan looked around the house, thinking to himself, no wonder she's a consultant. She's turned this place into such a cozy home so quickly. Then he walked into the kitchen and asked, where's Li Meng? Li Xiao avoided his gaze and replied, she's taking a shower, Chen Yuan oed, in response, and then he started inching closer to Li Xiao. Seeing this, she blushed, and frantically waved her hands, saying, Chen Yuan, don't come over here. Chen Yuan replied with a smile, why are you so worried? I'm just here to see if I can help with anything. Seeing him inching closer and closer, Li Xiao quickly replied, no need to come over, the food's almost ready, just go wait in the living room. Chen Yuan continued to inch closer, saying, it's all right, I'll just come to the kitchen and chat with you. Li Xiao blushed and looked away, replying, okay, this distance is enough to talk. Chen Yuan said with a sly look, is it really that close? We're still half a meter apart? Seeing him getting closer and closer, Li Xiao became even more flustered. Chen Yuan, what do you want to do now? Chen Yuan reached out and pulled her into his arms, grinning mischievously. Not doing anything, Li Xiao trembled, her voice faltering. My sister's here. Chen Yuan leaned in close to her ear and said, isn't she taking a shower? Girls usually take longer showers. She won't be out anytime soon. As he spoke, Chen Yuan slipped his hand under Li Xiao's pants. His large hand squeezed her butt hard, causing her to panic. No, Chen Yuan, not there, not there. Ignoring her, Chen Yuan planted a silencing kiss on her lips, and his hand began to slip under her shirt. Li Xiao could only moan a soft, Just then, Li Meng, being the party pooper that she is, called out, sis, I'm done showering, isn't dinner ready yet? Hearing this, Li Monzhao panicked and pushed Chen Yuan away, her face as red as a beet. Chen Yuan smiled reassuringly. It's okay, don't worry. Li Zhao adjusted her shirt, and said with dissatisfaction, don't do that again. If you do that again, I'll... Before she could finish, Chen Yuan interrupted. You understand my heart, consultant. A moment later, they sat down at the table to eat. Looking at the dishes on the table, Chen Yuan immediately started buttering her up. Consultant, your cooking is amazing! Earth on the Tongue needs to film an episode here. Hearing this, Li Meng said unhappily, don't be a kiss-ass. My sister doesn't fall for that kind of thing. Chen Yuan, I have a few questions to ask you. Chen Yuan replied. Okay, go ahead, Li Meng asked seriously. How many girls have you dated? Chen Yuan replied. Why are you asking? He thought to himself. Sounds like a background check. But publicly, there are only two. A high school girlfriend and Chu Wan Ting. The others would be hard to trace. Li Meng said. Oh, so you have quite the romantic experience, she thought to herself. My sister has never even been in a relationship. It's easy for her to be taken advantage of by someone with so much experience. After hearing her say that, Chen Yuan was sweating bullets, thinking to himself, two is already a handful. If she knew about Hui Hui and now Lulu, I'd be screwed. Li Meng continued to ask. Do you have any siblings? Chen Yuan replied. Yeah. A younger sister, Li Meng then asked. How old is she? Chen Yuan answered. She's in her last year of high school, 18 this year. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan sighed in relief, thinking, finally, the questioning is over. If Li Meng agreed to find out about my family, it means the teacher must have told her about me. Looks like Li Meng is slowly accepting me, Progress is looking good. Saying this, Chen Yuan glanced at Li Xiao, thinking to himself, Teacher, don't you think so? Huh. After thinking that, he stuck his foot out and gently touched her leg. Li Xiao was startled by this and started sweating, thinking, Chen Yuan doing this in front of Li Meng, I really underestimated his guts. Thinking this, Li Xiao quickly stood up and said, You two eat first. I'll go wash some fruit. Hearing this, Chen Yuan took out his phone to check messages and said, No need to trouble you, teacher. It's getting late. You must be tired from cleaning the house. You should rest early. I'll leave after I eat. I don't want any fruit. Ling Meng looked at her sister's expression, wondering, My sister is acting so weird today. She's talking less, and her mood is off. Shouldn't a normal girl be happy when she's with the guy she likes? Then she turned to Chen Yuan and said, Are you sure you don't want to stay a little longer? Chen Yuan stood up and replied, Yeah, I have something to do, he thought to himself. Gotta know when to stop so I don't piss off the advisor. Losing 1 to gain 10. Not to mention I still have another battlefield to conquer. After Chen Yuan left, Liu Meng stretched and said, Sis, I asked everything you should and shouldn't have asked for you. I advise you to seriously check this kid out. Li Xiao recalled what happened earlier, thinking to herself, Although Chen Yuan is more mature and independent than most guys, he's quite bold. We haven't even defined our relationship yet, but he already dares to do that. Me, him, Ugh. At the same time, at Chen Na's apartment, as soon as they entered, Chen Yuan dragged her straight inside. Chen Na asked in surprise, Chen Yuan, didn't you say we were going to the cafe to try the coffee I made? Why are we rushing home? Chen Yuan didn't answer. He anxiously asked, Do you still have that gray office outfit and black fishnet stockings here? Chen Na asked in surprise. Huh? What do you want to do? Chen Yuan replied while rummaging through the closet. Guess. Hearing this, Chen Na said, Didn't you say tonight was just a proper makeup session? You told me to trust your character. Have you forgotten already? Chen Yuan replied, It is a proper makeup session. I'm making it up to you with millions. Chen Na quickly said, I don't want that kind of makeup. A moment later, Chen Na was wearing the office outfit. She blushed and asked Chen Yuan, Why do men like this kind of thing? Chen Yuan, with a perverted look, leaned closer and said, You'll understand gradually. Saying that, he kissed her on the cheek. His hands also began to wander and explore. Chen Na blushed and softly moaned twice. Ugh. An hour and a half later, Chen Yuan and Chen Na practiced their martial arts, going from immortal grandpa planting radish to Luo Han pushing a cart. Tired of Luo Han pushing a cart, the two switched to the carrying a plow across the mountain pose, and just as they were about to get into position, Chen Na's favorability suddenly increased to 90. Chen Yuan was shocked. Damn, it broke through 90. So this kind of exercise really helps increase favorability. At this time, the system also popped up a notification. Detected that the host has a second girl with favorability reaching the favorability mission milestone, preparing to distribute rewards. Chen Yuan was looking forward to it, thinking to himself, Let's see what the reward is this time. As soon as he finished thinking, the system displayed a notification. Reward, Peter's length growth, 5 million yuan for car shopping, exclusive skill card X1. Seeing the rewards, Chen Yuan was shocked. Wait, is the first reward real? Damn, can you even get that? Thinking about it, he clicked open the reward, thinking to himself, Let me see what kind of divine effect this exclusive weapon card for men has. Sorry, Nay, you'll have to bear with it tonight. Immediately, inside the cave, Sun Wukong's Ruyi Jinggu Bang grew longer. Chen Na was horrified. Chen Yuan, what's going on? Inside, Chen Yuan replied with a smug smile. Nah, didn't you ask me earlier why men like women dress like this? This is the answer. At this point, Chen Na's face was as pale as a pangolin, and she called out his name loudly. Chen Yuan. After that wild night, Chen Na was completely drained, her body still trembling from the afterglow of the men. Battle, she whispered softly. Hey Chen Yuan, why do you feel so different this time? It feels like my body's been hollowed out. Chen Yuan, hearing this, was smug as hell and edged closer, asking, Different how? Chen Na replied. Just different. At this point, Chen Yuan dropped the act and grinned, saying, I'm gonna keep surprising you. Chen Na, hearing this, smiled happily, her face flushed red, and replied, Then, drifted off to sleep. Chen Yuan finally turned over, pillowed his head on his arm, and thought, If I could level up a little more, that'd be awesome. Wonder if I can go Super Saiyan next time. Then, he remembered the system reward, muttering to himself, Alright, let's see what this special skill is. With that, he opened the system to check his reward. The system immediately announced, This skill card can be exchanged for any of the skills listed below. It takes effect immediately. List of skills. Novice cooking skill. Novice electrical repair skill. Novice haircutting skill. Novice dancing skill. Novice combat skill. Novice racing skill. Novice basketball skill. Not a damn thing Peter related. Chen Yuan, seeing this, thought in surprise. Huh? What the hell is this? Like electrical repair stuff makes sense, but haircutting? What the actual Looking over the list, he thought to himself. If I really had to choose, the combat skill would be alright. Even though this is a law-abiding society, now that I got money and women, if I ever run into the triads, a combat skill would still be useful. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Chen Yuan's eyes froze. But what if one day mess? Li Xiao's got some broken appliances. If I have electrical repair skills, I can easily find an excuse to go to her place and get closer to her. In his head, he imagined himself and Li Xiao becoming the main characters in some Japanese film, like The Lucky Plumber and The Damsel in Distress with the Broken Oven. Li Xiao, it's fixed. Make sure you call me first if anything goes wrong. Oh my, you worked so hard, you're all wet. Come here, let me wipe you down. Then, Li Xiao approached, held a towel in her mouth, and reached out to slowly unbutton his pants, her eyes full of innuendo, saying, "Wipe everything down." Imagining this, Chen Yuan immediately changed his mind, his face full of excitement, muttering to himself, "Looks like the home appliance repair skill is better." Then he lay back and thought dreamily, "Seems like I've figured out the system's pattern. This reward is more generous than the last one. In other words, the third NPC is likely to be even more generous than the first two. Who's the next one to hit 90 favorability? I'm kinda looking forward to it." Suddenly, Chen Na's phone rang. She jumped up, answered the call, and said, "Hello, Mom." Who knows what her mom said on the other end? But her eyes became full of worry, and she said in a panic, "What? It's that serious? Is there enough money? Do you need me to transfer some? I'll do it right away." After a moment of listening to the other end, Chen Na said in a low voice, "Okay, well, let me know right away if anything happens." The phone hung up, and Chen Yuan finally spoke up, asking, "Nana, what's wrong? Can you tell me about it?" Chen Na replied with a sad voice, "My dad, he was hospitalized for a stroke from drinking. He already had high blood pressure." With that, she covered her face and burst into tears. "It's all my fault! They keep telling me to go home for blind dates, and I kept putting it off. If I had just gone home to see Dad, he wouldn't have gotten so angry that he drank so much." Chen Yuan, seeing this, hugged her and comforted her. "Do you want to go back now? I can drive you." Chen Na reached out to gently wipe away her tears and replied, "It's not safe to drive at night. I'll go back tomorrow morning," Chen Yuan replied. "Okay, I'll be here for you no matter what." Hearing him say that, Chen Na remembered the image of Feng Minhui at the 4S store, thinking, even though Chen Yuan cares a lot about me, things aren't clear between us, and I'm not very careful with my words. Dad's in the hospital, so it's not convenient to bring him home. Thinking this, she replied, "It's okay, I can go back by myself." Chen Yuan didn't push it. He said softly, "Okay, if you need money or need to transfer hospitals or something, tell me, and I'll figure something out." Chen Na replied, "Thank you, Chen Yuan." Early the next morning, when Chen Yuan woke up, Chen Na was already gone. She left a note with a few hastily written words. "Breakfast is ready. I went home." After reading it, Chen Yuan smiled and muttered to himself, "She rushed home like that and still made me breakfast there. Nok Nair isn't like Coach Liu, who's always asking for money. And she's not like Minhui, who's always trying to get her hands on my assets. She takes care of everything. She's really the best of the best." Suddenly, Chen Yuan's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he couldn't help but wonder, Fu Yingzi, what's up with her so early in the morning? As soon as he answered, Fu Yingzi on the other end rattled off, "Chen Yuan, the office has been cleaned up and I sent you a few styles of desks. Which one do you like? Once you choose, I'll go to the furniture store right away." Chen Yuan, hearing this, replied softly, "You decide. Anything's fine." Fu Yingzi, hearing this, said, "Okay, then I'll hang up now. I'll let you know when the office is set up." Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking, this girl's all right. Even if we don't talk about her work ability, her positive attitude alone is already pretty good. Just after hanging up, behind Yingzi the little tail, Feng Zhaogi asked, "Yingzi, what do we do next?" She said with disgust, "What do we do? Can you stop following me? Just now too. It's not like there wasn't anyone cleaning. I told you not to do it, but you still barged in and made a mess." Feng Zhaogi, hearing this, said awkwardly, "Hey Yingzi, I just wanted to help you." Yingzi grabbed her bag, turned around, and walked out the door, saying, "What can you do to help with the student council? You're not even a member of the student council. And stop following me or I'll really get angry." Looking at her retreating figure, Zhaogi couldn't help but feel dejected, thinking, I've been chasing her for 3 years, and it's not even as good as one day with some guy she just met. On this side, Fu Yingzi didn't care at all about his feelings. In her head right now, the only thing she cared about was Chen Yuan's family background. She thought to herself, that startup park is such a cheap place, and Chen Yuan was able to spend almost 10 million to buy it. That means he doesn't care about the money at all, so his family is worth at least 100 million, maybe even more. Behind her, Feng Zhaoyi chased after her, calling out, Yingzi, Yingzi, wait for me. Ignoring him, Yingzi continued her train of thought. The important thing is, he's the same age as me. Only 21 years old. What even is that? In her head, she immediately imagined Chen Yuan transforming into an overbearing CEO, caressing the firm assets of his secretary. That's her, the assistant secretary. Lost in her fantasy, she told herself. Even if I can't be his girlfriend, I can still be a subordinate or a secretary or something. Anyway, with a background like his, he definitely has more than one business. I gotta show off my work skills and other unique and outstanding qualities so I can stay by Chen Yuan's side. Meanwhile, at Chen Na's hometown house, the moment she got through the door, she grabbed her mom's arm and pulled her along, saying urgently, Mom, let's go to the hospital. Didn't you say Dad had a stroke? Her mom smiled brightly and said, Nah, come inside first. Let's talk inside. Then, she pulled Chen Na into the house, saying, Nah, I didn't mean to trick you. It's just that you're almost 27 and still don't have a boyfriend. Your friends Xiaoli and Ting Ting, who are the same age as you, already have 2 kids. I'm so worried. Inside the house, there was an older woman and a strange man chatting and laughing with Chen's dad. As soon as she saw Chen Na, the woman said cheerfully, Naka's back. Let me introduce you. This is Deng Kaitao, who's drinking with your dad. He came all the way from the Zhu family. He's a close friend of your cousin. Hearing this, Deng Kaitao stood up and gave a bright, nodding greeting. Then, the woman leaned in close to Chen Na, acting all secretive, and said, Let me tell you, Kaitao started his own company, manages dozens of people, and makes tens of millions a year. He bought a car and a house a long time ago. Turning back to Kaitao, she asked, Kaitao, what kind of car do you have? He pretended to be modest and replied, It's nothing special, just a BMW 5 Series. Hearing this, Chen Na smiled slightly and said, not bad. She thought to herself, good car or not, I gotta save face for the guy, at least a little. Meeting his blind date, Deng Kaitao didn't hesitate, and immediately made his move. He took out a small box and said, Auntie, besides buying cigarettes and alcohol for Uncle, I also got you a little gift. I hope you like it. Chen Na's mom looked surprised. Huh? You got me a gift too? Kaitao opened the box, revealing a glittering gold ring, and offered it to Chen Na's mom, saying, I specially picked it out for you at an old jewelry store. It's real gold. It's not expensive. Just over 3,000 yuan. Chen Na's mom responded. Oh my. Over 3,000? And you say it's not expensive? The auntie also chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Look at that. Kaitao is so thoughtful. He'll definitely be a filial son-in-law in the future, right? Chen Na's mom laughed heartily, agreeing, haha, that's right, that's right. Chen Na's dad called Kaitao over, saying, Don't just stand there, come sit down. On the other side, Chen Na grabbed her mom's hand, pulling her inside, saying, Mom, let's go to the bedroom, I have something to say. As soon as they were in the room, her mom said disapprovingly, This girl, Xiaodong, is still waiting outside. Saying stuff like that. Aren't you being rude to the guest? Chen Na replied, annoyed, rude. You guys used this as a trick to get me home. Did you even think about how I feel? Hearing this, Chen Na's mom said with worry and thought, Aren't your dad and I worried about you? Look at Xiao Li upstairs. She's a year younger than you and already has 2 kids. Chen Na looked unhappy, saying wearily, Why do I have to compare myself to them? Forget it, Mom. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Then she took out her phone and texted Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, I'm really mad at my mom. It turns out Dad didn't go to the hospital. They tricked me into coming back for a blind date. Don't worry, I'll be back this afternoon. Chen Yuan immediately replied, I'm about to get off the highway. Send me your home address. Chen Na's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, Chen Yuan wants to come to my house? She wondered. What's he planning? Could it be that he wants to? Thinking this, Chen Na was instantly overjoyed, and turned back to her mom, saying, Mom, I have a friend coming over later. Her mom asked in surprise. A friend, boy or girl? The girl smiled mysteriously, revealing little. You'll find out soon enough, Mom. Outside, the auntie was still trying to set them up, saying, Brother, this Kaitao and Nana are a great match. They have the faces of a married couple. Hearing this, Chen Na's dad raised his glass of wine, saying, Drink, drink, it's all in the wine. Kaitao raised his glass in response. Here, uncle, I'll toast to you. Time flew by, and 15 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at Chen Na's house. Seeing him loaded with gifts, Chen Na asked, Chen Yuan, why did you buy so much stuff? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, It's my first time visiting your parents. I can't come empty-handed. Chen Na's mom also asked, Na, who is this? Without hesitation, Chen Yuan carried the gifts over to Chen Na's mom, saying, Hello, auntie. I'm Chen Na's boyfriend. My name is Chen Yuan. You can call me Xiao Chen. It's just a small token. I hope you'll accept it. Hearing these words, the entire room fell silent. Kaitao was speechless. The auntie couldn't believe her ears, asking again, No way now, what are you saying? Her dad's jaw dropped in shock, stammering, Boyfriend. Why haven't I ever heard you mention him? Her mom's eyes were wide with surprise. What? After the greeting, Chen Yuan put the boxes of gifts on the table and opened them. Seeing the piles of glittering gold jewelry and gemstones, Chen Na's mom said politely, Xiao Chen, your coming is already a gift. Why did you bring so much? You're being too kind. Chen Yuan smiled and replied, I wouldn't dare be too polite with you. Nana is my girlfriend. We're practically family now. Sitting and looking at the stuff in the box, Chen Na's parents' eyes lit up, and they couldn't close their mouths, stammering, This much? How much did it cost? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, Not much. Only around 300,000. Hearing this, all four people shouted in unison, around 300,000. In their hearts, they thought, Only. Is that something a human being can say? After a brief moment of shock, Deng Kaitao finally spoke up. What? Nana has a boyfriend? Didn't you say she was single? Aunt D? Seeing his bewildered expression, replied, Kaitao, don't panic, I just found out myself. Why didn't Nana bring home such a rich boyfriend sooner? Why now, of all times? Kaitao thought to himself, bringing a gift worth over 300,000 yuan on the first visit makes me feel like a clown. Then he asked, Auntie, do you mean this boyfriend is fake? He mused. Spending so much on meeting the parents, it's too expensive if it's just an act. The aunt covered her mouth and whispered, Let me check his background. With that, she approached Chen Yuan and said, Hello, Xiao Chen. I'm Nana's aunt. You look younger than Nana. How old are you this year? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, Hello, auntie. I'm 21 this year. Hearing this, she leaned closer to Chen Nana's mother and whispered, Only 21? Isn't that 6 years younger than our Na? She thought to herself, It's looking more and more like an act. A 27-year-old finding a boyfriend 6 years younger who's also super rich. Who would believe that? Hearing these probing words, Chen Nana's mother couldn't help but worry. She then looked at her husband with a meaningful glance. Chen Nana's father was also deep in thought, his eyes twitching. Seeing their attitude, Chen Yuan continued to introduce himself. I'm still in university, but I have a side hustle, investing in both finance and real businesses. Hearing this, Aunt Dai felt secretly pleased, confirming her suspicion. She thought, what a load of bull! Everyone can claim to be in finance these days. As if I believe that. Then she laughed loudly and said, I heard you say earlier that you're planning to marry Naba, right? To get married, you need to have a house at least. Have you bought one yet? Chen Yuan calmly replied, Of course. We have two. One is in my name, and one is in hers. Both are in the Star City district. Hearing these words, Deng Kaitao gritted his teeth and glared at the aunt with annoyance. I'm sick of this boasting. He's just talking without thinking. Understanding his thoughts, Aunt D glanced at him and replied, Kaitao, don't get worked up. Keep your cool. I'll take care of exposing the lies. Then she covered her mouth, smiled sarcastically, and said, Xiao Chen, there's nothing wrong with having high self-esteem, but pretending to be strong when you're not capable is really unnecessary. In a relationship, the most important thing is sincerity. She confidently thought, a house in a big city costs at least over 1 million yuan, even if you have money. You definitely wouldn't buy one for Chen Nana before getting married. Hearing her probing, Chen Nana's parents continued to stand there, speechless, exchanging glances. Without wasting any time with her, Chen Nana immediately showed a photo of the property deed and said, Aunt D, Chen Yuan already bought me a house. I did the online contract signing yesterday, and I took photos of the purchase contract and the receipts. Take a look. With that, the aunt and Chen Nana's parents huddled together to look. The aunt continued to sneer, HMPH, what a good actor. You even prepared the purchase contract. If you have money, play the game like you have money. Chen Yuan didn't bother to explain further. He took out his phone and said, Nana, you should be receiving the house soon, right? I'll transfer you 1 million yuan for the interior decoration. Let me know if it's not enough, he thought to himself. She probably thinks I'm a con artist, but they're Nana's family after all, so it's best to put their minds at ease. Chen Nana was surprised to hear this, and asked, 1 million yuan. But do we really need that much for soft furnishings? As soon as she finished speaking, a message arrived on Chen Nana's phone, ICBC. Account ending in 5854 has received 1 million RMB at 12:18 on May 19th. Looking at the transfer message on the screen, Chen Nana's parents couldn't believe their eyes. Her mother mumbled as she counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 6 zeros. Her father gasped in shock. It really is 1 million. Hearing them, the aunt quickly chimed in. No way, let me see. As soon as she saw the number on the screen, her face turned pale. Oh my God, it really is 1 million, and he transferred it in front of everyone. How could I have doubted him? To be able to casually transfer 1 million yuan to your girlfriend for interior decoration. How much power must you have to dare do that? Seeing their reactions, Chen Yuan smiled back at Chen Nana. It's just a little bit of pocket money. If you don't use it all, just consider it as spending money. Hearing these words, Deng Kaitao froze and thought, thank goodness 1 million isn't even enough for pocket money. If it wasn't for Auntie going first, that slap would have landed on my face. Thinking of this, he quietly walked over, packed up his things, and muttered to himself, looks like I have no chance. I should stop in time to minimize the damage, but I wonder if I can get back the 2 bottles of Wuliangye and Daohuasi that I gifted earlier. I was so unlucky this time, I was played before I could even make a move. But then he thought, even though the blind date failed, I can't let this trip be a complete waste. Who knows? This kind of rich guy might become a beneficial connection in the future. Thinking this, he approached Chen Yuan and said with an awkward smile, Brother Chen, if you've already spent 1 million on just the interior decoration, then those 2 houses must be quite expensive, right? Hearing him ask, Chen Yuan thought to himself, this guy's really smooth, creating an opportunity for me to show off. Might as well show off decisively. Then he smiled brightly and replied, not too expensive. Nana's apartment is around 3 million, and my villa is about 10 million. Hearing this, Deng Kaitao scratched his head and said, over 10 million isn't expensive. Compared to you, my house isn't even worth mentioning. Seeing him come in front of Chen Yuan and wag his tail, the aunt showed her disgust and thought, this kid really knows how to switch sides. So despicable. Thinking it over, she smiled to herself and thought, but Xiao Chen is practically family now, so I have to seize what I can as soon as possible. Then she laughed loudly and said, Xiao Chen, oh no, I should call you President Chen. I'm so sorry for being rude just now, I apologize. Ha ha. Chen Yuan smiled lightly and replied, don't be so polite, Auntie. We're all family now, it's nothing. Chen Na's dad finally felt a load off his chest and said with a beaming smile, Aya, Xiao Chen, don't be so polite when you visit next time, okay? Her mom chimed in with a smile. That's right, Xiao Chen. You're too kind. Suddenly, a girl who looked a lot like Chen Na burst in through the door, lugging a huge speaker, shouting, Mom, Dad! It was none other than Chen Na's younger sister, Chen Xingwu. Seeing Chen Na, she happily exclaimed, Sis, you're back. Then she dashed over to hug her sister, Chen Na. Seeing this, pointed to Chen Yuan and introduced him. This is my brother-in-law, Chen Yuan. Xinwu immediately turned to greet him. Hello, brother-in-law. Chen Yuan replied with a bright smile. Hello. Looking at her assets, which were a bit more, developed than her sister's, he thought to himself, she really does resemble Nana, though she lacks a bit of her intelligence, but has that pure look. They're from the same mom, so how come she's been raised better than her sister? Are these aunt and uncle being too biased? Just then, Chen Na's dad's voice boomed. All right, everyone's here. Let's start eating. A moment later, everyone was seated at the table. Chen Yuan picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass, saying, Uncle and Aunt, I'd like to propose a toast to you both. It wasn't easy raising Nana, and I'm so happy to have such a wonderful girlfriend. After dinner, let's go look at cars and houses together, okay? Chen Na's aunt couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking, no way! Buying for Nana is one thing, but now he's buying for his future in-laws too? What is this guy, an immortal or something? Chen Na's parents weren't doing much better. Their faces were blank, and their heads were filled with question marks. After what seemed like forever after the meal, Chen Yuan and Chen Na's family bought both a car and a house. Chen Na's dad said in a slightly complaining tone, Xiao Chen, we're old. We don't use the car often. Why buy such an expensive car? Xinwu, seeing this, said, Dad, brother-in-law is just being filial. Why are you complaining? Her mom also chimed in. The new house is 280 square meters. Your sister and I rarely come home. A big house makes me feel empty. As she said this, her voice was a little choked up. Chen Na, seeing this, went over and took her mom's hand, saying, Mom, I'll come visit you often in the future. Seeing the two of them being all lovey-dovey, Chen Na's dad said with a laugh, My daughter was always muttering when she didn't have a boyfriend, and now she's crying because she has one. Oh. Gosh, don't cry anymore. Go upstairs and cook dinner for Xiao Chen. After dinner, Chen Na took Chen Yuan to a room, arranging a place for him to sleep. She leaned her head on his shoulder, smiling happily, and said, Chen Yuan, thank you, Chen Yuan replied. Thank you for what? You're mine. Why do you need to thank me for this? I only have one question. Hearing him say that, Chen Na became a little worried, looked up, and asked, What is it? Chen Yuan replied. Tonight, your parents aren't going to let us sleep in the same room, are they? Chen Na couldn't help but blush. You sleep in the guest room. After my parents go to sleep, I'll sneak over to you. With the plan set, at 11 p.m., as soon as her parents went to bed, Chen Na sneaked over to him. She gently nudged him, calling, Chen Yuan, are you asleep? Chen Yuan suddenly turned around and grabbed her hand, whispering, Haha, we haven't had a deep conversation yet. How could I be asleep? He pushed her down on the bed, slipping his hand underneath her, saying, Nan, you're not wearing anything, you really understand. With that, Chen Yuan slipped his hand into the cave to explore. Feeling the rush, Chen Na trembled all over, hurriedly covering her mouth, moaning softly, At the same time, Xinwu woke up, groggily and sleepily stumbling towards the bathroom. Hearing the moaning, she couldn't help but be suspicious. Then she leaned closer to the door, hearing the soft moans coming from within. Chen Yuan? As soon as she peeked inside, her eyes widened in shock. What caught her eye was the scene of Chen Yuan and Chen Na practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. With all 72 moves, she blushed, thinking, Although I've watched movies like this with friends, the sound of heavy collisions at such a close range, brother-in-law, he's so strong. After witnessing Chen Yuan's cannon, Xinyu clutched her skirt with one hand, feeling the heat and moisture down there, and used the other to cover her massive assets, gulping audibly. After a moment of inner turmoil, she spun around and ran off, muttering, Can't look anymore? Nope. An hour and a half later, after feeding the birds, Chen Na returned to her sister's room. She tiptoed onto the bed. Just then, Xinyu turned and wrapped her arms around her. Startled, Chen Na asked, Xinyu, you're not asleep yet. The younger sister whispered, Sis, I want to hug you to sleep. Chen Na, hearing this, lay down next to her sister, held her close, and stroked her hair, saying, Okay, come here, sleep tight. Xinyu snuggled into her sister's embrace, their twin peaks pressed together. Chen Na blushed, thinking, This kid's getting bigger and bigger, huh? Cut to the next day at noon. Chen Yuan was back at school. Fu Yingzi led him to the office, saying, Chen Yuan, is this arrangement okay? Any adjustments needed? Chen Yuan plopped down in the chair, looking around, and replied, No need. Everything's fine, he thought to himself. Looks like Fu Yingzi is not only beautiful, but also efficient, and always has clear feedback. A truly excellent secretary candidate. Everything is great. Immediately afterwards, Fu Yingzi handed him a stack of documents, saying, These are the startup applications and business plans from the first group of students I received from the Youth League this morning, about a dozen or so. Do you want to take a look first? Chen Yuan took them, replying, All right, let me see. Chen Yuan flipped through a few pages, stopping at a girl's resume, mumbling, Gender, female, height 156 centimeters, weight 70 kilogram. Author's note. 1 kilogram in China is only equal to 0.6 kilograms, so 70 kilograms here is equivalent to about 41 kilogram. Otherwise, 156 meters and 70 kilograms would be a pig. Haha. Looking at the ID photo, he thought, What's this? Even ID photos are photoshopped this much now? Thinking this, he clicked his tongue and said, Forget it. Too lazy to look at the photos. Let's just look at the startup plans. Then skimmed through them. The more he read, the more his face fell. Opening a coffee shop on campus. Opening a pet store. An esports cafe. Really. Flipping through them, Chen Yuan stopped at one plan. Opening a sexy lingerie store on campus. Reading this, Chen Yuan immediately wanted to throw it in the trash, saying, What kind of genius idea is this? Who would dare to buy it? Wouldn't you die of embarrassment if your classmates caught you? After reading for a while, he couldn't help but clutch his head in frustration, thinking, The quality of these proposals is completely unstable. Even though we're using 10 million from the school's funds to do this startup center project, we can't just mess around. I'm not here to play children's games at school. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan imagined himself as an 80-year-old man in a wheelchair chasing after a girl, muttering to himself, right now, I can rely on gaining favor with girls to get high rebates, but am I going to do this my whole life? When Chen Yuan is 80 years old, do I still have to work hard on the beach to entertain the girls in bikinis? I don't want to just be an old man who flirts with girls all day, the school's startup base and Nana's coffee shop. These two projects must be taken seriously and start to implement and accumulate startup experience. Once the conditions are ripe, I must plunge into the business world, turning small companies into big companies. Must operate my business into a massive multinational corporation like Samsung, Apple, Tesla. I, Chen Yuan, can never just be a playboy. I must become a legend of the times with contributions to society and the country. Thinking this, he frowned and said seriously, Friend Fu, it seems I overestimated your foreign language students. These unrealistic proposals. Without considering the target market and consumer group, I don't need any of them. You have to seriously replan from the beginning. Yingzi replied hesitantly. This is probably because there were too few people interested from the start. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. Maybe. Then he asked, So, can the school and the youth league strengthen publicity efforts? Yingzi replied, Sure. Secretary Lau himself has asked me to fully cooperate with you, then suggested, I'm in charge of the school radio station. Starting tomorrow, it will be broadcast twice a day in the morning and evening. At the same time, we will synchronize publicity on multiple channels, such as the school's WBO account, public account, and Quisu channel. Do you think this plan is okay? Chen Yuan, hearing this, added, Then let's do it this way. In addition, submit another set of applications for the second round of review. The exam will include majors such as business administration, investment studies, marketing, psychology, and international trade. Those who pass the preliminary round will be focused on the second round of testing. Hearing Chen Yuan's words, Yingzi immediately took out a notebook, noted it down, and replied, Okay, I will implement it as soon as possible, Chen Yuan said with satisfaction. You've worked hard. In his heart, he thought, since getting the system, I've only felt the joy of spending money and making money. This is the first time I've felt the joy of controlling others to do things according to my will. Sure enough, money not only brings houses, cars, and women, but also brings power. Thinking about it, his eyes landed on Fu Yingzi. Only with more truly capable talents like Fu Yingzi would he have the key to his future. Right now, he not only needed to develop relationships with the opposite sex, but also quickly find some capable subordinates. At the same time, at the fitness center, where Liu Menglu worked, a man approached her and said loudly, Liu Menglu, do you even know what time it is? Coming to work this late, do you even want this job anymore? Menglu turned around and replied unhappily, I already sent you a message to ask for leave, and I also greeted the members who have classes today. The man continued to nag annoyingly, You dare mention asking for leave? Did I approve your leave? Hearing him say that, Menglu coldly replied, Do you want to review the message you sent? Have lunch with me, and I'll approve your leave, Manager Gong. Besides this trick, do you have any other moves? Manager Gong was so angry that he couldn't speak. You, he stammered, then said, Anyway, I don't agree. You're quitting without permission, he loudly threatened. Do you know how much money will be deducted for quitting without permission, according to company regulations? Menglu calmly replied. Deduct my salary if you want. I'm not working here anymore. I quit. After speaking, she bounced right out of there. Just then, a PT asked, Did Menglu really quit? The manager replied unhappily. She's worked here for so many years. All her clients are here with us. If she doesn't work here, how will she survive? Hearing him say that, the PT pointed to the supercar below and said, Manager, look at what kind of car Menglu drove here. Just taking a glance, seeing the scene below, Manager Gong almost fell to the ground and said in surprise, A 911. Holy crap, did she hit the jackpot? At the same time, Menglu had already sat in the car. She immediately pulled out her phone and called Chen Yuan, saying with a grievance, Chen Yuan, I lost my job. The boss fired me. Aren't you coming to comfort me? Chen Yuan replied calmly, That's great, Coach Liu. Wouldn't it be perfect for you to be my personal trainer? Hearing that, Menglu blushed and asked, Is there a reward for being your full-time trainer? Chen Yuan replied, Reward? I'll find you later to exercise, and by the way, I'll reward you with a few dozen small goals to eat. Hearing him say that, Menglu made a heart shape with her hand, winked playfully, and said, Okay, I'll wait for you in the VIP room, love you. Time flies like a dog running in a field. Just after hanging up, it was already 8 p.m., Chen Yuan finally showed up. Hearing the knock, Menglu walked over, cracked the door open, and sulked. "It's this late already, and you still think you can come in?" Hearing these words, Chen Yuan thought to himself, "This girl is really stubborn and playful. Okay, you want to know what flirting is, right? Then let me teach you what flirting really means." Afterwards, he turned around and left, saying, "You won't let me in, then I'm leaving." Seeing that, Menglu panicked and quickly opened the door and ran after him, saying, "Oh honey, don't go." Chen Yuan pretended to be angry and said, "Didn't you say you wouldn't let me in?" Menglu grabbed his arm and said coquettishly, "Oh my gosh, Chen Yuan, I just wanted to act a little angry. Don't leave, okay?" Chen Yuan glanced down at the pair of large assets in her thin silk dress and said slyly, "Then you have to beg me. I want to see if your attitude is sincere or not." Seeing his gaze, Menglu rubbed her 2 melons against his arm, blushed, and said, "Isn't my attitude sincere enough like this?" At this point, Chen Yuan's little brother perked up in protest. He swallowed hard and replied, "All right, I guess I feel a little bit of sincerity. Okay, for your sakes, I won't leave." After speaking, Chen Yuan, like a wild beast, dove straight into her ticket area and started sniffing. After shoving her face into Menglu's ticket booth, Chen Yuan continued to put his hands on her backside, kneading and squeezing as he pushed her towards the bed, then sat down. Menglu, flaunting her 2 big round assets, looking incredibly tempting, teased, "Daddy, I wasn't a good girl just now. Are you going to punish me?" Hearing these words, Chen Yuan's little bro immediately reacted. He leaned in and said, "What did you just say? Say it again for me." Menglu's cheeks flushed red. She leaned her cherry lips close to his ear, her breath tickling him as she whispered, "Papa." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yuan pinned her down, inhaling deeply at her neck and saying, "I really like this address. Today Daddy will increase the intensity for you." Menglu trembled all over, moaning softly, Daddy. Just like that, Chen Yuan pulled out his staff and attacked Menglu. Menglu wasn't going to take that lying down, and quickly unleashed her tide, her clam engulfing Chen Yuan's staff. And so, an intense battle raged on for a full hour. At this point, Menglu's whole body was numb, her eyes glazed over as she thought. Putting aside the money issue, just that thing alone is enough for Chen Yuan to attract others. Barely 2 minutes after exiting the gate, Chen Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth, flashed a wicked smile, and said, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be my personal trainer? I'm ready to go again. Don't give up on me now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan chose a small gap between the 2 mountains and thrust his staff in. Menglu's eyes widened in shock. "No way, how can you be so fast after just finishing? You can go again already." This isn't scientific at all. They continued drilling the well for another hour until the water in the well was overflowing. Then they finally stopped. Menglu was soaked in sweat, panting, "Oh my God, I'm gonna die. Is this how you treat me? What happened to the gentleness you promised?" Chen Yuan heard this and smiled smugly. "I was already being very gentle just now. I only used 5 parts of my strength compared to when I'm with Nana." Menglu retorted, "Don't lie! I heard you at the cafe. There's no way that strength can compare to just now. 5 parts? HMPH. You clearly wanted to use all 12. And the difference compared to last time was too big." Hearing what she said, Chen Yuan was a little doubtful. He looked down at his body and thought, "Inadvertent X ability. This divine skill can operate endlessly without getting tired, but the energy in my body seems to be depleting. I feel like I've gotten a little thinner recently." Thinking of this, Chen Yuan ordered, "System, check my stats." Immediately, the system displayed a notification. Height 182 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, health index 69. Looking at these stats, Chen Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. As expected, my weight has dropped by a whole 2 kilograms compared to half a month ago, and my health index has also decreased by 3 points. I'm 182 centimeters tall but only weigh 70 kilograms. This is not good. After checking, he turned to Meng Lu and said, "Coach Lu, let's work out tomorrow morning." Meng Lu heard this and replied, "Do you have to decide about tomorrow right now? What if you change your mind later?" Seeing that she misunderstood him, Chen Yuan said, "Is that all you can think about? I'm talking about serious exercise. Look at me now. Don't I look a little too skinny?" Hearing these words, Meng Lu jumped up and burst out laughing. "Ha ha! So you finally realized you're a skinny dog?" Chen Yuan replied with dissatisfaction. "If you keep saying that, I'll make sure you can't stand up." Meng Lu hurriedly waved her hands, obediently saying, I was wrong, Daddy. I won't do it again." Chen Yuan was smug. "That's more like it anyway. You have to help me create a professional plan." Saying this, Meng Lu stood up, grabbed a towel to cover her big assets, and said, "I'm going to take a shower first, and then I'll make you a diet and exercise plan. You have to ensure you get enough rest. and combine both aerobic and anaerobic exercise. Chen Yuan replied, "Okay, let's start from tomorrow once the plan is done." As if remembering something, Meng Lu turned back and said, "Oh, Junyu has a gym. Let's use Junyu's gym. I'll go back tomorrow morning to get my clothes, and I'll buy you 2 sets while I'm at it." As soon as she left, the system displayed a notification. Ding! Detected that the host has started a gym plan. A perfect life not only needs abundant wealth and career, but also needs to upgrade and create a personal image. The host actively recognizes the need to improve his personal image, and the system will fully assist in the training process. Limited time mission within 1 month. If the host reaches 75 kilograms and maintains a body fat percentage between 12% and 15%, the system will upgrade the host to level 3, receiving physical body enhancements. Note, this physical effect lasts for 2 years. Immediately after, the system displayed a new interface. Chen Yuan saw this and clicked on it, muttering to himself, "Fitness assessment panel. The system even has this." As soon as he clicked on it, the system displayed a notification. Height 182 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, health index 69, BMI 211, body fat percentage 21%. He muttered to himself, "The mission only requires me to gain weight and reduce fat, focusing on these 2 items." Just then, Chen Yuan's eyes stopped at the enter button below the notification. This button. As soon as he clicked it, a long list of options appeared. Display, business management, investment management, commercial negotiation, human resource perception. Looking at these functions, Chen Yuan was overjoyed, so fitness is just one of them. There are so many other panels, it seems that as long as I complete the system's mission requirements, I can possess these abilities. Damn. Things that others have to spend years learning, I can master in just 1 month. Awesome. Time flew by until the next morning, and Meng Lu had returned home to get her workout clothes. She came back carrying an extra lunchbox, saying, "Hey, the breakfast at the hotel is too high in calories, so I prepared a fitness-style breakfast and lunch for you. Eat up." I woke up at 6:30 in the morning to go home and make it. Chen Yuan took the lunchbox and opened it. Inside were dishes full of protein. Seeing this, he praised, "So rich. Well done, Coach Liu." Hearing this, Meng Lu put her hands on her hips and said, "It's good you know how hard I worked to cook this. You're not allowed to treat me as badly as you did last night," Chen Yuan jokingly asked. "Just bad. Is there no other feeling?" Meng Lu quickly gave a thumbs up and said, You're good, okay? Hurry up and eat. We're going to the gym after we're done." Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "Okay." A moment later, after finishing breakfast, Chen Yuan followed Meng Lu to the gym. As soon as they saw her body, all the men couldn't help but pay attention. The guy lifting weights glanced at her full chest, thinking, "Since when did our gym have a coach this top tier?" The guy on the treadmill looked at her butt. Her figure is really too good. Meng Lu took Chen Yuan to a machine, bent down, and adjusted the weight. While working out behind them, a guy caught the view, and his little bro immediately reacted. He quickly covered himself and said to himself, "I can't look anymore. Another look and I'll have a reaction." On the other side, a seasoned gym-goer showed off his muscles while glancing at Chen Yuan. How could a weak chicken who doesn't work out like him be worthy of such a perfect woman? She's a gift from the heavens. Maybe she should think about me. Over here, Meng Lu continued to guide Chen Yuan. "Chen Yuan, you still need to widen your movements a bit. Don't use momentum." These actions attracted the attention of a man nearby. Yes, none other than Jun Haojun, the guy who stole Chen Yuan's ex, Wan Ting. He turned around, his eyes widened, and he thought in surprise, "That's Chen Yuan. Who's the fairy next to him? Last time, didn't he take a beauty to buy stuff at Guajin? Now he's changed already. He's such a player." On this side, after a while of training, Meng Lu handed Chen Yuan a bottle of mineral water and said, "See? You're usually too lazy to work out, so you're tired after only a few moves. But the first day is pretty good. Drink some water, work out slowly, can't rush to eat hot tofu." Chen Yuan took the water and replied jokingly, "Really? When can I eat hot tofu then?" Understanding the meaning in his words, Meng Lu scolded softly, "You're annoying." Seeing this intimate scene, Haojun's eyes turned red with jealousy. He thought to himself, "This son of a BTCH is having fun here with a new woman, and I can't even get Chu Wanting on the phone anymore. My WeChat is blocked. I don't even know where her house is. I can't even ask why we broke up. It's really infuriating." Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Wait, is he cheating on multiple women at the same time? I'm going to expose his true colors? Normal women would immediately get mad. "Haha, let's do it, see how you handle this." Acting on his thoughts, he walked up to Chen Yuan and asked in a friendly manner, "Chen Yuan, what a coincidence, you're here too." Seeing him, Chen Yuan asked in surprise, "It's you? What's up? Is there something?" Haojun waved his hand and replied, "Nothing. I just saw someone I knew and came over to say hello. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said in a cold voice, "If there's nothing, I'll continue working out." Meng Lu also turned around with a look of annoyance, thinking, "Get out of here, can you stop bothering us?" Hao Jun thought, "You want me to leave that badly? Hey, I haven't finished talking yet." Thinking this, he asked innocently, "The girl you took to Guojin last time, why isn't she with you this time? You two looked very close that day. I saw you buy her a lot of things." After speaking, he gave a sinister smile and thought to himself, "If you two are in a normal relationship, shouldn't she question Chen Yuan and dump him on the spot? Hurry, hurry! I can't wait to see this scene." As fate would have it, nobody cared about what he said. Meng Lu was still carefully guiding Chen Yuan's movements while wiping sweat for him. 20 seconds passed, and Hao Jun's face was short. No reaction. Seriously, aren't they that kind of relationship? Thinking this, he called out, "Hey, can you hear this? That girl." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yuan said coldly, "Hao Jun, can you stop being so nosy? Are you and I that close?" Seeing Chen Yuan's attitude, Hao Jun didn't hold back either. He turned to Meng Lu and blurted out, "Let me tell you, girl, you can know a person's face but not their heart. That kid's playing the field, don't let him fool you." Meng Lu immediately looked annoyed and retorted, "Even if he's juggling 3 women, I'm happy to be with him. None of your business." Hao Jun wouldn't let it go. Still being a busybody, "I'm telling you, that guy even bought that other chick 2 bags, costing like 10,000 yuan. I'm just reminding you for your own good." Meng Lu turned to Chen Yuan, giving him a flirty glance. "So what? It's his money, he can spend it however he wants, as long as he's happy. If he's happy, I'm happy too," she thought to herself. "So he bought someone else 2 bags. Chen Yuan bought me a car worth over 2 million yuan. Hearing this, Hao Jun's face twisted like a prune, thinking, "What's going on? This girl knows she's being played and she's still happy. What exactly is their relationship?" Not letting him continue to spout nonsense, Meng Lu wiped sweat from Chen Yuan's face and glared at Hao Jun. "Please move further away. Your face is seriously affecting our training." Hearing this, Hao Jun stormed off, grinding his teeth in frustration. What kind of people are these? Totally unreasonable. Seeing his angry expression, Chen Yuan thought to himself, "Coach Liu is my personal trainer and caretaker. Her position is very clear. Why is he so nosy? Next time I want to play around, I should do my homework first, so that I don't get stuck with a third wheel." Meng Lu turned to Chen Yuan and said, "Chen Yuan, let's continue." And so, they trained for 2 hours straight before finally ending the session. Meng Lu encouraged him. "You performed really well today. Your movements were very precise. But tomorrow we need to increase the intensity," Chen Yuan joked. "I'll increase the intensity for you tonight, and you'll increase the intensity for me during the day. Are you getting revenge?" Meng Lu blushed and replied, "It's not like that. Today was mainly to get familiar with the movements and equipment. Once we're used to it, we definitely need to lift heavier weights." Seeing her so serious, Chen Yuan didn't tease her further. "Alright, my muscles are pretty much stretched out. Let's go take a shower." A moment later, they were back in the room. As soon as they stepped into the bathroom, Chen Yuan pulled Meng Lu close and said, "Coach Liu, there's one more spot that needs more practice." She was caught off guard. "Huh?" Before she could say another word, Chen Yuan unleashed his divine weapon, pushed her against the wall, and started groping her, saying, "I'm talking about this spot." Meng Lu could only helplessly endure. "You bad boy." After who knows how long, after firing off all the bullets, they finally finished showering. While drying her hair, Meng Lu called out, "Hubby, oh no, Daddy, are we going back to school tonight or?" Before she could finish the question, Chen Yuan interrupted. "I have something to do tonight, just sleep here." Meng Lu said, "This room is too big, I don't feel comfortable staying here alone, I'll go back to my small apartment to sleep." Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "Okay, you arrange it. Oh, call me that again." Hearing this, Meng Lu plopped down on the table, washed her hands, and struck a provocative pose, saying, "What?" Then she sweetly called out, "Ah, papa." At the same time, her favorability rating increased to 88. Seeing this result, Chen Yuan thought to himself, "My favorability has increased by 2 points since last night. It seems like the 90-point favorability level isn't far away. I'm really looking forward to the system's magical reward." A moment later, after showering and getting dressed, Chen Yuan left the Junyu Hotel and returned to school. As soon as he walked in, he saw Feng Zigui glued to Fu Yingzi. He couldn't help but think, this simp, so persistent. Thinking this, he opened the door and walked straight into the room without saying a word. Yingzi hurried over and said, "Chen Yuan, I'm sorry, he saw me in the canteen and insisted on following me. I've told him several times, but he won't listen." Feng Zigui quickly chimed in, "Don't blame Yingzi. I wanted to see if there was anything I could help with. After all, More people means more help. Hearing this, Chen Yuan stopped and replied coldly. It's really not necessary. There's nothing you can help with. With that, they both walked inside and slammed the door in Zigiai's face. Not only that, but the curtain next to the door was immediately drawn shut. He was shocked, thinking there were only Chen Yuan and Yingzi inside, and they closed the door and drew the curtains. What exactly do they want to do? It's just a dorm room, why install curtains? Thinking of this, intimate scenes between the two flashed in his mind, and he instinctively covered his face, panicking. My Yingzi, don't tell me. At the same time, inside the room, as soon as they sat down, Chen Yuan asked, How's the promotion going? Yingzi looked down at a report she had written, saying, The posters and promotional content have all been posted. The public account, WBO, Quisu, and even the school's confession wall all have it. The views and interest are good, but the new business plan still needs more time. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, I plan to create another wave of promotion to increase the popularity even more. Yingzi asked in surprise. How exactly do you plan to do that? Is there anything else you need me to coordinate? Chen Yuan raised a finger, saying, Slap my name all over that entrepreneurship zone so every international student knows I'm the sugar daddy behind it. Hit him with some eye-catching posts or captions like, OMG, our school's entrepreneurship zone just got a 10 million yuan investment. No way, it's student-funded. I'm freaking out, we've got a hidden billionaire on campus. But keep my identity a secret, you hear? Gotta build up the hype first. Hearing him, Yingzi immediately guessed. So we're gonna drip-feed info, tease them till they're bursting with curiosity, and then BAM! You make your grand entrance when expectations are sky-high, right? She thought to herself. No idea why Chen Yuan wants to put himself in the spotlight, but hey, not my circus, not my monkeys, I just gotta do what he says. Chen Yuan, pleased, said, Exactly. This'll send the hype through the roof, and startup applications will explode. Then, with enough data, we can actually pick out the real gems. He internally monologued. First, I get clout in school and the education world. Second, it's easier to scout out hotshot juniors and seniors. And third, after dropping 10 million, right, the system will reward me with an entire industry. He went on. Also, for maximum impact, gotta keep it hush-hush at first. Any issues with the rollout, Yingzi replied. Nah, we can have some unofficial accounts post first, then use burner accounts to stir up buzz in the comments. Chen Yuan nodded. Perfect. That's the plan. Now let's talk about what you want. Chen Yuan looked up and asked, What do you want from me? Yingzi was taken aback by the sudden question. She thought. Didn't expect him to just lay it out there. I kinda wanted to see if we could maybe date, but he's obviously got a girlfriend and probably isn't into me anyway. After a beat, she perked up and said, Internships start next semester. And you know how it is for students from private schools like us. Finding good jobs ain't easy, especially in marketing. So I was thinking, if I could work for you, maybe I could earn more than the usual gigs out there. Chen Yuan thought. She's still a student, so she's being shy about it, huh? If she just said she wanted me, we could roll with that. Then he asked, How much higher are we talking? Yingzi hesitated, then replied, 8,000. She thought to herself. Marketing jobs straight out of school usually pay like 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. 8,000 yuan would be 2 or 3 times that. Just as she was worried about getting rejected, Chen Yuan jumped in. I'll bump it up to a cool 10,000, plus bonuses and perks if you do well. You'll work for me from now on. Yingzi's eyes widened. He's paying me that much. Wait, what does work for me mean? The tension was reaching fever pitch when Feng Zigui's whiny voice echoed from outside. Yingzi, are you guys done talking yet? What's taking so long? Hearing that, Chen Yuan cursed in annoyance. That clingy simp is such an embarrassment to men, Yingzi said. Sorry, let me go talk to him. Chen Yuan stopped her. Hold up, I'll take one for the team. Let's settle this once and for all. Yingzi turned back, surprised. Before she could react, Chen Yuan lunged and gave her a quick hickey on the neck. Looking at his handiwork, he said smugly, Let's go. Then, arm in arm, they walked out, putting on an act. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Yuan declared, Yingzi, you gotta put up a sign that says no simps allowed. Seeing this, Feng Zigui's little heart shattered, and with tears in his eyes, he asked, Yingzi, what's going on? She coldly replied, Don't come looking for me anymore. I have a boyfriend now. Hearing that, Feng Zigui burst into tears, accusingly shouting, Boyfriend, when did you two get together? Yingzi coldly responded, Just now. I hope you'll keep your distance from me from now on. Otherwise, both Chen Yuan and I will find it very annoying. With that confirmation, Zigui's little world came crashing down. He collapsed to the ground, crying, Yingzi, no, Yingzi wouldn't do this, waha. After a good cry, Feng Zigui finally got up and stumbled away. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Yuan thought with a smile, Sorry, buddy, face the facts. The power of money is unbeatable. Duh. Anzi then pointed down at her waist and looked up, asking, So, is Chen Yuan like almost there too? Chen Yuan finally let go and replied, Yeah, he probably won't bother you anymore. If there's nothing else, I'm dipping. With that, he bolted, leaving Anzi behind, quietly watching him go. A little later, Chen Yuan was back in his room. He plopped down on the bed, thinking, Honestly, Vice President Anzi is totally secretary material, but right now I'm not capable enough to manage a company well. With that thought, Chen Yuan opened up his business management skill panel, telling himself, If I don't have the skills, even with all this cash, people just see me as a nouveau riche. Gotta activate all this knowledge ASAP to level up. Let's start with this. Even though required courses at school have management foundation and an introduction to management, when recalling what I have learned, I can't help but feel lack of confidence. Just then, the system chimed in. Ding! Detected that the host has started a business management learning plan. To manage a business well, you need to master a lot of specialized knowledge. The host actively recognizes the need to improve themselves, successfully activating the business management control panel. Limited time task for 1 month. If the host masters the key knowledge in the management foundation, the system will inject the entire MBA program's worth of knowledge. Advanced MBA from the Chinese University of Hong Kong directly into the host's brain. Chen Yuan listened, rubbing his chin, thinking, MBA emphasizes the combination of theory and practice, and it's from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, one of the top business schools in Asia. But to master all this essential knowledge in a month, that's gonna be tough. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered Li Xiao. Right, my study buddy is a super student with double degrees, and her first degree is in business management. Just then, Chen Yuan's phone got a text. Looking at the sender, he was a bit surprised. It's Miss Lin, she texted. Are you there? Want to grab a few drinks tonight? Chen Yuan read it and chuckled. Knew that last time wouldn't be the last, but then he texted back, got plans tonight, maybe tomorrow? Yu Sheng read it, feeling a bit bummed, fiddling with her wine glass, and said to herself, Tomorrow. Gotta wait another whole day. Back at Chen Yuan's room, time flew by, and an hour later, Minhui arrived. She winked playfully, saying, Chen Yuan, finally caught you. Do I look good in this outfit today? Chen Yuan, hearing that, reached out and gently stroked her hair, replying, Of course. My Minhui looks good in anything. With that, Minhui threw herself all over Chen Yuan, squeezing him in her arms and kissing him like crazy. Chen Yuan thought of Yu Sheng's text, telling himself, No can do, Miss Lin. Date request gotta get in line here. Then, they both started making out intensely. Who knows how long it had been. All that could be seen was Minhui passed out, her clothes disheveled, and her fondness points increased to 93 points. Chen Yuan smiled, thinking, Hui's fondness went from 91 to 93 already. Seems like I've discovered a pattern. After passing 90, increasing fondness gets slower and harder. But if you think about it, the harder it is, the richer the rewards will be. Just like dungeons in a game. Thinking of that, he leaned down, massaging her mountains while placing a kiss on Minhui's cheek, saying, I said I'd help you check out some houses, right? If you're free this weekend, I'll take you. Minhui jumped up, hugging him tightly, saying, Okay, love you. Scene changed to the next morning at school. Just as she opened the door and stepped inside, Minhui heard the chatter and saw the posters and promotional articles about the entrepreneurship zone that the school account was posting. The girl in the red shirt, hearing that, said, Are you kidding me? The rich kids in school are the type who use their parents' money to party. How could they invest in an entrepreneurship zone? The girl in the blue shirt agreed. I don't believe our school has a student good enough for that. A rich kid with a multi-billion-dollar background actually applying? That's insane. Being the one who knew the truth, but not being allowed to gossip, Chen Ling was full of discomfort, her whole body was itchy, and she said softly, I really want to tell them. What should I do? Minhui brought her hand to her mouth, signaling silence, replying, Gotta hold it in. Chen Yuan isn't letting us say anything right now. Chen Ling then turned around, winking playfully, saying, Oh, I don't know what Chen Yuan's planning. Isn't that like wearing silk clothes at night? You're speaking the truth. Hooked a golden turtle like Chen Yuan. Hui, how about you ask if they need a maid or servant? I don't want to work hard anymore. Minhui, hearing that, patted her shoulder and said with a laugh, Are you talking about the live-in type of intimate nanny? Chen Ling, hearing that, replied, Good job, Minhui. Did you think I wanted to be a mistress? I want to, but they wouldn't even look at me. Saying that, Chen Ling reached out and poked at Minhui's twin peaks, joking in a playful voice. You're still number one, Da Hui. I can totally imagine it. He must have been ecstatic last night, huh? Minhui, hearing that, blushed and replied, No way, stop it. Chen Ling didn't stop. rubbing her twin peaks against Minhui's, saying with a sly smile, "You tell me, isn't that right?" "Right," Minhui helplessly replied. "You're such a pest." Meanwhile, inside the library, a tomboyish girl came in and called out, "Yu Ping, have you seen it? I heard some student dropped 10 million yuan to invest in the startup zone." Yu Ping replied without looking up. "Yeah, I saw it. Do I look stupid? You believe everything you hear." The tomboy went on, "I thought so too. That's 10 million yuan. To throw 10 million yuan into a startup zone, their family fortune must be at least hundreds of millions. If our school really has such a sugar daddy, I'd be willing to turn things around for him." Yu Ping rolled her eyes. "Dream on. Someone that rich wouldn't even glance your way, would they?" The tomboy cleared her throat and said, "If someone really shelled out that much money, they'd be showing off already, a wand like that. Not everyone can pull that off. Plus, what's the point of being that rich if you can't flaunt it?" "So true," Yu Ping chimed in. "Look at Chen Yuan. He gets a little money and suddenly he's all high and mighty, running around with different girls, even helping old ladies open coffee shops." The tomboy nodded vigorously. "Right, I just gave him some advice last time and he embarrassed me so badly. Ugh, don't even mention that trashy guy." At the same time, whispers and rumors were spreading like wildfire across the campus. Everyone was talking about the newly appeared super rich second generation. Some believed it, some didn't. Everyone had an opinion. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was still diligently carrying out his plan. He opened his car door, still on the phone with Li Xiao. "Counselor Li Xiao, I need your help with something. I want to study business management, and I need you to guide me through the important concepts." Li Xiao was immediately suspicious. "Chen Yuan, what are you up to now?" Chen Yuan got into the car, buckling his seatbelt, and replied innocently, "I really want to study seriously." Li Xiao said skeptically, "Oh, is that so? Fine, whatever." Chen Yuan then added, "I'm almost at your place." Li Xiao was taken aback. "My place? You're not planning on causing trouble again, are you?" Chen Yuan put on a serious face. "You know me. I'd never do anything inappropriate." Seeing her hesitation, he continued, "Relax, counselor." A little later, Chen Yuan arrived at Li Xiao's door. She opened the door, saying anxiously, "Chen Yuan, before you come in, promise me you won't be like last time." Without a second's pause, Chen Yuan replied, "Okay, I promise." Li Xiao asked worriedly, "Are you sure?" Chen Yuan looked at her with sincere eyes and answered, "I'm super sure." Seeing this, Li Xiao opened the door and said, "All right, come in then." As soon as he entered, Chen Yuan went straight to the table and sat down. Li Xiao took out a stack of documents and said, "This is the business administration textbook I used in college. I've marked the key points in the first 3 chapters. She handed them to Chen Yuan. "This kind of knowledge is mostly about memorization. Try to relate it to real-world examples when you study. It'll help you remember faster." Chen Yuan took it and replied, "Okay, I'll memorize it." And so, Chen Yuan sat there studying seriously for the whole afternoon. Li Xiao sat beside him, silently observing. After who knows how long, Chen Yuan stopped. He turned his gaze to Li Xiao and stared at her intently. She asked, "Why did you stop studying? Why are you looking at me? Look at the book and memorize it." Chen Yuan propped his chin up with his hand and said dreamily, "Counselor Lai, how can a book be as pretty as you?" Li Xiao blushed and scolded him. "There you go again. Didn't you promise me you came to study seriously?" Chen Yuan moved like a flash of lightning, leaning in close and saying, "I did come to study seriously, but at the same time, I want you to be my girlfriend. These two things aren't mutually exclusive." Hearing this, Li Xiao immediately stood up, looking displeased. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Chen Yuan instantly ran behind her, hugging her tightly, saying, "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm very serious. Counselor Lin." Li Xiao panicked. "Don't do this, Chen Yuan. My younger sister is sleeping in the room." Chen Yuan smiled wickedly. "Even better that she's home. We can announce our relationship." Li Xiao struggled weakly. "Let go, Chen Yuan. I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet." Before she could finish speaking, Chen Yuan turned her around, planted a kiss on her lips, and said, "You'll agree sooner or later." Looking at what was happening, Li Xiao thought to herself, "He promised so firmly before coming in, and it's only been 1 class. As expected, all men are liars." At this moment, Chen Yuan's wandering hands started exploring again. Seeing this, Li Xiao resolutely pushed him away. She said firmly, "No, Chen Yuan, not there." Suddenly, the door bursts open, and Li Meng stumbles in, rubbing her eyes, only to freeze in her tracks. On the other side, there's Chen Yuan and Li Xiao, in a full-blown guy on top of girl situation. She's internally screaming, "What in the world? My sis and Chen Yuan are going at it right on the sofa. Talk about zero chill. When did my sister get so liberated?" With that thought, She slams the door shut faster than you can say awkward. Li Xiao, now flustered, shoves Chen Yuan off, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? My little sister saw everything." Chen Yuan, unfazed, leans in to reassure her. "If she's gonna find out sooner or later, isn't it better to just tell her now?" Li Xiao retorts, clearly annoyed. "Not better. When, Chen Yuan," adding "when" to your name there to scold your mother's brother's son, implying that you're evil and degenerate. She continues, "I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend yet, and now I don't even know how to explain this to my sister." Hearing this, Chen Yuan pulls her around to face him, getting all up in her space, and asks, point blank, "Study advisor, do you like me or not?" Caught off guard, Li Xiao's a little flustered, unsure how to answer, and stammers. Ugh, she thinks. If she were to say she liked him, she kinda does, but between them, it is a teacher and student relationship. At the same time, her affection level increases to 71 points. Seeing this, Chen Yuan secretly rejoices. Her feelings for me have improved a little. Gaining 2 points isn't bad. No need for gifts or money, just sincerity and persistent effort, and sooner or later she'll understand my heart. Then, without pressing further, he says, "It's okay. I won't give up." Hearing these words, Li Xiao is a little surprised, her cheeks flushed, unsure what else to say. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan can't help but feel happy. He gets up, heads towards the door, and says, "Then I'll head out first. See you later." As soon as Chen Yuan leaves, Li Xiao calls out, "No need to hide in the bedroom anymore. Come on out." Hearing this, Li Meng hesitantly pokes her head out. She walks over and asks, "All done?" Li Xiao bends down to pick up the stack of documents and answers, Li Meng then leans in and asks, "Sis, are you and him, like, official now? Should I start calling him brother-in-law?" Li Xiao, a little embarrassed, clenches her fists and stammers, "Not really." Li Meng, surprised, asks, "Not yet." "How can you guys be doing that without being official?" Li Xiao stammers. "We haven't reached the final step yet." Li Meng presses on, "So what do you really think?" Li Xiao's heart is in a tangled mess, and she replies with some embarrassment, "I don't even know anymore." Seeing her expression, Li Meng is like, "Duh," and thinks to herself with a smirk, she's totally fallen head over heels and doesn't even realize it. Before they knew it, evening arrived, and Chen Yuan had already arrived at MS Cafe. Yu Chang had already been there from who knows. When preparing for tonight, she chose a flimsy two-strap dress, showing off her set of D-cup knockers. As soon as she sees Chen Yuan, she says, "Chen Yuan, I wonder if it's convenient. I've been in a bad mood lately and wanted to chat with you a little. Won't bother your time, right?" Chen Yuan plops down across from her and replies, "It's okay, Mez. Lin, what's the matter? You don't look too happy." Yu Chang lowers her head slightly, a look of melancholy on her face, and hesitates a moment before saying, "Zheng Shanyong is becoming more and more outrageous, often not coming home overnight. Recently, he doesn't even bother to hide it anymore. Every time he comes home, he brings the scent of women from outside." She slowly opens up, thinking, if he does shady things outside, I can also go out for drinks and chats anyway. I won't do anything too outrageous, even if I put a green hat on him, so what? His head is already green anyway. After thinking about it, she asks, "Chen Yuan, is Chen Nei your girlfriend?" Chen Yuan nods and replies, "Just consider her that way." Yu Cheng asks again, "You're going out for drinks with me, does she know about it?" Chen Yuan replies, "She doesn't know, but even if she did, she wouldn't have any objections." Hearing this answer, Yu Cheng thinks to herself, "Then I understand. In that case, I won't feel guilty anymore anyway. I don't want to affect other people's feelings." Then she lowers her face, her cheeks flushed, and cautiously says, "Chen Yuan, can you hug me? Just for a little bit?" Chen Yuan doesn't hesitate, lightly scoots over to one side to leave some space on the seat, and says, "Then come over here." Hearing that, Du Chang jumped up, looking at her now, her figure even more bewitching. Immediately after, she walked over to Chen Yuan, not sitting on the chair but directly on his lap. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate to wrap his arms around her waist, and she asked, "He knows you're out drinking with me." In that instant, Du Chang wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's neck, pressing her chest against him, and planted a super intense kiss on his lips, saying, "Don't mention him." Caught off guard, Chen Yuan was taken aback. He thought to himself, "Ugh, in Nana's cafe with another woman, I feel kinda bad for her." But then again, who could resist this kind of temptation? Chen Yuan quickly cooperated, thinking, "Screw it, I'm a scumbag, why overthink it?" His hand quickly started groping down towards the promised land below. Just as he was about to unbuckle her pants, Du Chang stopped, holding onto her last bit of shame, grabbing his hand and saying, "No, you can't," Chen Yuan asked. "What's wrong? You gonna make me go vegetarian?" Du Chang blushed and replied, "Chen Yuan, let me help you, okay?" Hearing that, Chen Yuan decisively yanked her panties down, replying, "Nah, I want to eat meat today." Then he began to ram his cannon straight into the trench. She only managed to let out a surprised "Ah." Du Chang felt as if a stream of water was rushing down her entire body, reviving her youth. She thought to herself, "Is this heaven?" Half an hour later, Du Chang still hadn't escaped that feeling, constantly moaning, "Ugh, you." Afterwards, Chen Yuan pointed down at his little bro and said, "Clean it up for me." Hearing that, Du Chang immediately knelt down, and the subsequent licking scene, we'll skip it, only seeing Chen Yuan's face full of enjoyment. He recalled a saying to himself, "Youth is wasted on the married, and maidens are mistaken for treasure. Truer words have never been spoken." Afterwards, Du Chang still seemed to linger in the afterglow. She reached out and licked the leftovers, a look of absolute bliss on her face, and the favorability score above her head started showing the number 63. Chen Yuan was surprised, thinking it was strange. Usually with other people, things only progressed this far when the favorability was over 60. But with her, it appeared after everything was over. The system then popped up a notification. "Congratulations, host, for achieving over 60 favorability with 5 NPCs. Stage mission complete. A perfect life should have enough encounters with the opposite sex. System rewards. Effective study card X2. Special skill pack exchange card X1. Perfect life lucky wheel X2. Looking at the notification, Chen Yuan happily thought, "I didn't expect the system to not only evaluate the value of favorability, but also the number of NPCs. Thinking of this, he thought to himself, "Let me see what's good this time." With that thought, Chen Yuan clicked to see the effective study card. When reading a book, you can instantly memorize it, deeply engraved in your memory. Each card has a usage time of 1 hour. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, "This is good stuff. Studying textbooks is too slow." With this study card, it only takes a few hours to complete the business administration major's limited tasks. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan continued to click to see the next item, Perfect Life Lucky Draw. With the opportunity to draw various rich cards, increase attribute points, real objects, industry cash. After reading it, his eyes immediately lit up. "Awesome! Oh my god, the feeling of being able to draw prizes is even more explosive. It would be great if I could draw a girl." At this moment, Du Chang also shook herself free from the high. She stood up, tucking her hair behind her ear, and said, "Looks like you're very happy. Emotions between people can really be contagious. These past half an hour, I was also very happy, an unprecedented joy." Hearing these words, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Du Chang then turned around to leave, continuing, "Let's go, Chen Yuan. We should go back too. Let's meet again next time." Hearing these words, Chen Yuan was confused. Next time? Does she want to go long term? After that steamy session with Lin Yucheng, Chen Yuan finally got back home. Just as he was stripping off his clothes, a message popped up. He checked it out and BAM! A bunch of screenshots. "No one at our international business school drives a G-class, dude. If you're gonna lie, at least do some research. Not just the international business school, or the business department, but even the foreign languages school doesn't have any students driving G-wagons. This guy's just spouting BS without thinking. Let's just treat it as a joke anyway. Lying doesn't cost anything." Seeing these comments, Chen Yuan muttered, "These are the comments online that Feng Minhui sent." After sending the pile of screenshots, she texted, "Being cursed at is actually a good thing. Doubts create debate and generate buzz," Chen Yuan replied. "You can slowly leak some details, like what department major, and year I'm in, just don't reveal my name in class." Feng Minhui saw it and texted back, "Alright, got it." Chen Yuan put his phone down and thought to himself, project stuff can wait? Let's see what other surprises the cheat system has in store. With that, he opened the system panel. A notification popped up immediately. "You currently have 2 lottery draws. Would you like to draw now? Choose yes or no," Chen Yuan said. "I choose yes." Instantly, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you've received a 500 square meter shop in Yunqi Yawen urban area. Reward collection instructions. Please go to the Yunqi Yawen Business Center within 1 week to claim your reward." Looking at the reward, Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. He exclaimed happily, "Whoa, it's a street-facing shop in Yunqi Yawen. That's the most high-end residential area in Xinjiang. Getting this street-facing shop is like getting another source of income. Even if I don't open a shop, I can just rent it out." After celebrating himself, he tapped the screen again. "Still got 1 more draw. Continue." The system notified, "Again, congratulations, host, you've received 2 physique attribute modification chances." Chen Yuan stroked his chin and thought, "Modify physique attributes, so if I modify body fat or weight, won't the physique mission be completed immediately?" Thinking of this, Chen Yuan opened his personal attribute panel. Information on the physique board. Height 182 centimeters. Weight 706 kilograms. Health index 70. Body fat percentage 195%, he mused. It's harder to gain weight when you're skinny like me. Let's modify weight then. The system instantly notified. Adjusting stats for host. 1 attribute point increases 2 kilograms of weight. Adjustment progress 1%, 2%, 3%, 99%. At the same time, Chen Yuan's reflection in the mirror started to change. After a moment, the system notified, attribute modification complete. He grinned and thought, done, let me see. Plus the weight gained from Coach Liu's feeding earlier, that's like gaining 10 kilos of muscle at once. It's still a little bit off from the physique goals, but the changes are visible to the naked eye. Attribute points are awesome. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan started to summarize. Currently, based on observation, the cheat system has 2 rules. 1. Increasing favorability will get big rewards. 2. When the number of NPCs reaches a certain level of intimacy, it will definitely trigger rewards. In other words, I still need to continue expanding the harem. After thinking it through, Chen Yuan went to check out the system rewards. Originally, I planned to study and try to get to know the consultant. But now that I have this high-efficiency study card, I'll have more topics to talk about with the consultant. In the following days, Chen Yuan continued to study with Li Zhao and work out with Meng Lu. In addition, he also bought Chen Na AMC-20 and bought a G63 for himself. Soon it was time for the job fair for international students. People came either out of curiosity or to look for an opportunity. Someone said, "There's no one like that in this whole school. That car costs like 300 million. Another person said, "Did you guys see?" They said the investor of the startup area is an international business student from the business department, driving a G-class. Just like the previous comment, lying doesn't cost a thing. Why would someone who drives such an expensive car come to a second-rate private school like ours? Stop joking and focus on the job fair, the person next to them replied. But the companies at the job fair at our international school aren't big enterprises or state-owned groups. They're all local, small and medium-sized enterprises in Xinjiang. At the same time, inside the school's small auditorium, Yu Ping and the short-haired girl from the other day appeared. The girl looked at someone and asked, "Brother, doesn't your family have a company? Why are you participating in the job fair?" On the other side, a blonde-haired youth in a suit, with a face as flat as the road, replied, "To learn about the experiences and strategies of other companies. After all, managing a company can't be done by closing yourself off. You have to keep up with the times." The tomboyish younger girl next to him also came forward to chat. She asked, "Senior, if I can't find an internship, can I come to your company?" The guy heard that and replied confidently with a smile, "If you're interested, you can submit an application. With my help, it will not be a problem." Hearing these words, both girls' eyes turned into hearts and said in unison, "Really? Thank you so much, Senior." Hearing that, the blonde guy pointed to the other younger girls and said with his head held high, "If you guys haven't found a place to intern yet, you can also try submitting an application to my company. We're all classmates from the same school, and I'll definitely try my best to take care of you." Hearing him act so arrogant, Li Jianping and the others standing next to him were visibly angry. The person on the right gritted his teeth and said, "What's that Biao doing at the job fair? He's clearly here to flirt with girls." The other two agreed. "Yeah, this jerk is pretending to be a senior, showing off is annoying. And he still wants to drag us down. If Lao San was here, he would have definitely given him a beatdown." At this moment, the tomboyish girl whispered to Yu Ping, "Our senior is both good at his major and humble, unlike that Chen Yuan who only knows how to open a coffee shop and flirt with girls. Opening a coffee shop and opening a company are worlds apart. Chen Yuan is really both short-sighted and hopelessly unrefined." Speaking of Chen Yuan, that bitch Yu Ping immediately remembered her previous embarrassment and said annoyedly, "Don't mention him. The way he treated us last time was so petty. My good impression of him has completely shattered into pieces." On the other side, the gold-digging grandpa-grandson duo continued their bragging. "Student Tian, are you free this afternoon? Let's grab a bite after the presentation," the girl excitedly replied. Okay. Just then, a super badass-looking car drove in from outside. It was a G63, and who's showing off is pretty obvious, right? Haha, everyone was shocked at first sight. Aren't cars from outside not allowed in school? What's going on? Then, their eyes changed, widening in surprise. Wait, that's a G-class. Hearing this, Yu Ping and her little sidekick, Zongboy, immediately turned their heads. G-class. Everyone's been talking about it these days. That student who invested 10 million in the startup zone is the one driving that G-class, little Zong boy whispered. If that sugar daddy is really a student at our school, he's even more worth befriending than the senior, Yu Ping thought to herself. If I can get to know him, I'd ditch the senior this afternoon in a heartbeat. Just as she thought this, Chen Yuan lowered the car window, stuck his head out, and said, Lao Huang, Lao Cao, what are you two doing? Let's go, hop in, I'll take you back to the dorm. As soon as they saw who it was, the two girls' jaws dropped. Yu Ping thought, Chen Yuan, how is Chen Yuan driving? Then they both exclaimed in unison, the luxury car driver is Chen Yuan. The happiest person at this moment was none other than Huang Haibao, who had been enduring that old guy's bragging for so long he had had enough. Seeing Chen Yuan, he almost cried tears of joy. He's here, he's driving the G-class, this dog showed up just in time. Just then, Yu Ping stormed over and then pressed her face against the backseat window, thinking, I don't believe it. It can't be Chen Yuan. There must be someone else in the car. Chen Yuan is probably just the driver. Lao Cao saw this and leaned over to ask, what are you whispering about? So sneaky, so shady. Huang Haibao was now getting cocky. He stepped forward, opened the door, and said with a look of disdain, move aside, my brothers and I have to get in. Watching the car leave, little Zong boy regretted it deeply, thinking, such a top-tier sugar daddy was right next to me, and I didn't even know it. Then she said, full of disappointment, do you think if we apologized to Chen Yuan, he would accept it? Yu Ping, still stunned, replied, I don't know. Soon after, the news that the driver of the G-class was Chen Yuan spread throughout the school, and there was chatter everywhere, especially in the girls' dorm area. One girl said, enough said, my goal from now on is only Chen Yuan. The person behind her replied, do you even need to say it? If it were an old man in his 50s or 60s, maybe many girls would hesitate. But Chen Yuan is a young, handsome, and successful 21-year-old. What's there to think about? Just go for it. In another room, another girl excitedly showed off, I found his WeChat, watch me seduce him. Her roommate asked, don't you have a boyfriend already? The girl casually replied, so what, if I can be with Chen Yuan, I'll immediately turn my current boyfriend into my ex and tell him to GTFO. At the same time, inside Fu Yingzi's room, a girl came over and gently called out, Sister Yingzi. This girl was Long Jinghan, Yingzi's junior. Seeing the girl, Yingzi asked, Jinghan, what brings you here? The girl lowered her head and asked with a blush, you're currently working with Chen Yuan on the startup zone, right? Can you introduce us? Yingzi heard this and asked, you're only a sophomore. Shouldn't you be focusing on taking over the radio station and doing well as the successor station manager? Why are you thinking about starting a business? Jinghan replied, the job market isn't good now, so I have to prepare in advance. How could Yingzi not see through these words? She thought to herself, yeah right, I almost believed you. Then she thought, but Jinghan is known as the Little Dragon Girl, 168 meters tall, curvy where she needs to be, slender where she needs to be. With delicate features and a great aura, she's actually very suitable to be Chen Yuan's girlfriend. In her mind, she imagined Chen Yuan as the emperor sitting on the throne, Jinghan as the delicate and graceful empress, and herself as the eunuch standing beside him serving them. And then she couldn't help but feel helpless at this imagination, and said to herself, wait, why did I turn myself into a eunuch, picking concubines for Chen Yuan? After the news spread, Chen Yuan's phone kept ringing. A barrage of messages arrived. Senior, I'm Yao Zhen, a sophomore majoring in Spanish at the Foreign Language Institute. Can I get to know you? Hello, I'm Zhai Chengling, a senior in the Sports and Exercise Science Department. Are you free to go for a run or play badminton sometime? Chen Yuan, I'm Zhu Qiaofeng from the Human Resource Management class of the class of 20, from the business school. Can I get to know you? Does the president have a girlfriend? I'm a 36C. Can we explore things? Chen Yuan, I study ballet. Please accept my friend request. I'll send you a video right away. Measurements, 168 centimeters tall, bust 85 centimeters, waist 63 centimeters, hips 80 centimeters. Please accept. Round face, stubble, Ruby Lin from Chengdu. Want to relax? Hearing the constant notification chimes, Lao Cao turned to ask, Lao San, your phone keeps ringing. Aren't you going to check it? Chen Yuan, lying on the bed, replied, don't want to look. It's a little gross. Hearing this, Lao Cao asked, so many girls are adding you that you're getting sick of it. Chen Yuan held up the pile of messages, replying, nonsense. If it were girls, what would I be sick of? There's also a bunch of gays. I'm not into that. So annoying. Just as he said this, Lao Huang held up a message, saying, Lao San, all the girls looking for you are hitting up my WeChat now. Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, Don't bother with those girls. Hearing this, Huang Hai flared up, scolding. Lao San, you're dead to me. Lao Kao and I have been F.A. forever alone, for 3 years of college, never getting close to any girls, and you're rising like a kite in the wind. Hearing this, Chen Yuan opened the system panel to check. Once you accumulate 500 reputation points, you'll receive a lottery draw. Chance to receive attribute point increase, special ability. Note, reputation is the prestige admired by everyone, reflecting the recognition and respect others have for you. Note, reputation in this task is only calculated from teachers and students within the university. Current reputation points, 33. After looking at it, he thought to himself, if it weren't for the system's reputation task, I wouldn't want to do any of this. Even if you're talked about or famous, if it doesn't bring real benefits to your friends, you won't get genuine recognition and respect from them. To increase reputation significantly, I probably have to wait until there's a successful specific project. Thinking, he said, first I need to go see Fu Yingzi. Then he immediately took out his phone and texted, Secretary Fu, let's meet at the office later. She replied clearly, okay boss. Just at this moment, Chen Yuan's phone rang. It was Minhui calling. He answered, asking, babe, what's up? Minhui replied, Chen Yuan, I heard you're at school. Where are you? Are you free to hang out with me today? Hearing this, he said, come to my office at our school and wait for me there, he thought to himself. Now that I'm a public figure involved in external affairs, to avoid any crazy speculation from the older and younger female students, I can't be seen walking around campus with Hui Hui anymore. As soon as he hung up, Chen Yuan dragged himself up, saying, I have to go out for a bit. Don't wait for me to play games anymore. Then he walked out the door, waving his hand, saying, also, Lao Huang, your spring will come too. Hearing this, Lao Huang raised 2 middle fingers, replying, what spring? It's already summer, and I still have to shoot off fireworks myself. A moment later, Chen Yuan arrived at the place to meet Minhui. As soon as she saw him, she threw herself into his arms, saying, Chen Yuan, I missed you so much. Hearing this, he urged, let's go inside and talk. Then he led Minhui into the office. As soon as she entered, she said, HMPH, now you're famous. All the girls in school know you, Chen Yuan asked in surprise. Really? Minhui sat down on the chair, replying, that's right, your personal information has all been posted online. Hearing this, he sighed. Those people are so idle, they have nothing to do. Bringing the conversation here, Minhui stood up, walked over, and closed the curtains, saying, when boys go out, they need to know how to protect themselves, understand? Chen Yuan replied naively, Hui Hui, I know how to protect myself, but what does that have to do with closing the window? She reached under her skirt, gently peeling off her panties, replying, related. Of course it is. I can do it here too, Chen Yuan. Do you want to? Chen Yuan replied, it's not that, Hui Hui. I have an appointment with someone else to discuss things. Minhui pulled him up, saying, Chen Yuan, stand up. As soon as he stood up, Minhui reached down, gently pulling down his zipper. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan couldn't help but stare blankly at the spot. Then she faced her rear towards him, saying, do you like this position? Chen Yuan inserted his sweet potato into the oven, replying, uh-huh. At the same time, outside, Fu Yingzi had arrived. Hearing the sounds coming from inside the room, she thought to herself, this sound is not good at all. She leaned her ear closer, hearing the increasingly rapid pitter-patter sounds, and secretly thought, the sound of playing cards is so clear. Did the boss call me over just to listen to this? After listening for a while, Yingzi's face flushed red, and she scurried to one side, telling herself, my boss is indeed very strong, but he's not very proper. At a time like this, a secretary's duty is to keep careful watch to ensure no one hears the boss. This went on until a class period was over, and by then, Yingzi's legs were completely aching. She hunched over, thinking, is the boss still not done? He's truly incredible, my legs are completely numb. Just as she thought this, the office door finally opened. Minhui walked out. As soon as she saw Yingzi, she cleared her throat and let out 2 coughs. KHU, KHU. Then walked straight over to Yingzi, smiling smugly. You heard everything just now, didn't you? If you did, then you should know. Chen Yuan is mine. Stop daydreaming about nonsense. After Minhui left, Yingzi also entered the room. She asked, boss, what do you need me for? Chen Yuan replied, you've done very well these past few days, creating quite a buzz. Hearing this, she humbly replied, it's mainly thanks to your excellent leadership, boss. Otherwise, I couldn't have come up with those ideas myself. Chen Yuan nodded and said, with this level of popularity, many people will surely apply to the startup zone. But when you receive those applications, please help me pre-screen them. That way it'll be easier to select projects that can be launched quickly. Yingzi asked hesitantly, Who needs to be filtered out? What are the criteria? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, select the outstanding ones. Choose those who can showcase our school's new image. Although our school is a second-tier private school, and our teaching quality and student performance are not as good as key universities, compared to them, we have a huge advantage. Hearing this, Yingzi asked again. What advantage? Please elaborate, boss, Chen Yuan replied. The female students at our school, they are very beautiful. Hearing these words, Yingzi couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment, thinking, good heavens, is the boss spending so much money just to invest in beautiful, attractive university students? But openly recruiting consorts right here in school is too blatant, and I've truly become a eunuch specializing in selecting consorts. Thinking of this, she hesitantly asked, boss, is this really okay? Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan immediately explained, we are providing startup opportunities for the school's students. This is a great opportunity that can change their prospects and fate. Since there have been and will be so many applicants, why don't we choose a few people who are more pleasant to look at? Hearing this, Yingzi replied, understood, boss. I'll filter them first and then send them to you, she secretly thought. The boss is truly the boss. Talking about selecting consorts yet sounding so virtuous. Saying this, Chen Yuan asked again, is the set of re-examination questions I asked you to design earlier completed? Yingzi replied, yes, it's almost done. Only then did she understand his intention, telling herself, the boss can plan so deeply. He originally asked to design re-examination tests, which turns out to be a way to create an excuse to eliminate those not chosen, thereby preventing them from causing trouble at the school or with higher authorities. Thinking of this, Yingzi leaned in and asked the boss, at that time, among those who know, can we secretly leak the exam answers to the people you want so they can get high scores? Seeing how quick-witted she was, Chen Yuan praised her with satisfaction. Intelligent. Her heart was in a fierce struggle at this moment. One side said, Fu Yingzi, isn't what you're doing no different from those contemptible officials of ancient times offering beauties to the emperor? Do you deserve the education you've received all these years? The other side retorted, if those girls fall into the hands of other guys, would the outcome be any better than being with Chen Yuan? This is a two-way street. If they don't apply, they would never enter the boss's fishbowl anyway. Her inner struggle reached this point, and she secretly thought, besides, the boss pays me 10,000 yuan. Therefore, thinking for him and sharing his worries is natural. If that's the case, then let's first present the boss with the first beauty. Thinking of this, she immediately spoke up. Boss, I have a younger sister who goes to the same school. She wants to get to know you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately asked, how old is your younger sister? Yingzi pointed to her bosom and replied, just like me. Hearing these words, Chen Yuan couldn't help but say helplessly, Secretary Fu, what are you talking about? I'm asking about her age. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She hurriedly swiped open her phone and said, oh, sorry. Then she handed the phone to him and introduced, boss, she's a second-year student, 19 years old, and her nickname at school is Little Dragon Maiden. As soon as he saw the photo on the screen, Chen Yuan's gaze froze. He secretly thought, there's even a chance to experience being a Dragon Knight. Then he said, you can add this girl first. Send me her WeChat. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a message from Lin Yucheng. Chen Yuan, are you free tonight? Let's grab a drink. After reading the message, Chen Yuan thought to himself, she said she'd continue next time. Didn't expect it's been a few days already. He chuckled to himself. It's definitely just about wanting a drink, right? Then he quickly texted back, 9 p.m. Seeing how fast he replied, Yu Cheng couldn't help but be surprised. This, Chen Yuan actually replied instantly. She happily thought, I didn't expect that just drinking with Chen Yuan twice would lead to that. And I even found that high school romance feeling with him again. Thinking of this, she lay down, touching her body, eagerly thinking, I wish time would fly by. Hurry up and be 9 p.m. At the same time, after finishing things with Fu Yingzi, Chen Yuan left the school office. As soon as he reached his G63, the car windows were covered in love letters and notes of all kinds. He picked up a paper with red lipstick marks and read, Can we be friends? My bus size is 36E. The contact information has been blurred. Chen Yuan was speechless and helpless after reading it. Just then, two girls walked over and waved, saying, Hello, Chen Yuan. My sister and I want to go shopping. Can you give us a ride? Chen Yuan opened the door, got into the car, and said, Sorry, I have to pick someone up later. No more seats. The girl with the ponytail heard this and asked, Oh, can we add each other on WeChat then? We can hang out next time. Chen Yuan lowered the car window and replied, Sorry, too many people add me on WeChat. Can't add any more friends right now. The two girls fell silent, not saying anything else. This scene was seen by two male students nearby. One of them said, See? That's what it's like to be rich. We try to suck up to him, and he doesn't even look at us. Isn't that infuriating? The other replied. Isn't he just a little taller, more handsome, and richer than us? Why do so many girls like him? The first one sighed. It's definitely just because he has money. That Mercedes G-Class worth 3 million yuan. We might not even earn enough in our lifetime to buy his car. The other one also looked up to the sky and sighed. Hearing that, not just those girls, even I want to throw myself at him. Hearing these words, the buzzcut guy jumped back. Hey buddy, you're a man, don't you have any limits? The other wiggled his butt and replied, so what if I'm a man? If I really achieve financial freedom, I can also dedicate my loyalty. Buzzcut, hearing this, was immediately tempted, blushing, and said, thinking about it carefully, it's not bad either. Time quickly passed to the evening. It was now 9 p.m. As agreed, Chen Yuan and Yu Cheng were now at the cafe. As soon as he sat down, Chen Yuan asked, is there something bothering you at home again? Yu Cheng didn't answer. She picked up the glass of wine and said thoughtfully, Chen Yuan, I want to ask you a question. Chen Yuan replied. Okay, ask away. Yu Cheng was a little shy and asked softly, do you believe in love? Chen Yuan replied, I can say I believe, or I can say I don't. He recalled a relationship from high school. I really believed in love. The feeling of excitement being with that first person was definitely pure love. Then he thought of Wan Ting, Minhui, Chen Na, and Meng Lu, and said to himself, after breaking up, I couldn't find that feeling again when I was with Xiao Wan Ting. Even with Na Lulu or Hui Hui, I still felt like something was missing. Hearing his answer, Yu Cheng said with some dissatisfaction, Chen Yuan, you're being too vague. Just then, her phone rang. Yu Cheng answered the phone and said, yes, I need to find someone to fix the air conditioner. The person on the other end of the line heard this and asked, may I ask, when you are free, we will arrange someone to come and repair it. Yu Cheng replied, tomorrow morning or afternoon is fine. The person on the other end said, okay, the repairman will contact you by phone tomorrow. Yu Cheng replied, okay, thank you. Then she hung up. At this time, Chen Yuan asked, is the air conditioner at home broken? Yu Cheng smiled and replied, it's been broken for a few days. I've been sleeping with a fan these past few days. Chen Yuan heard this and smiled. Actually, you don't need to call an air conditioner repairman. I'm familiar with this kind of thing. The girl was surprised when she heard this. You also know how to fix air conditioners. At this point, Chen Yuan called the system. System, I want to use the skill exchange card from last time. The system immediately displayed a notification. Host can choose from elementary cooking skill, elementary wrestling skill, elementary household appliance repair skill, elementary race car driving skill. Chen Yuan decisively chose the elementary home appliance repair skill, then pressed to exchange. The system immediately displayed a notification. Exchange successful. Host can use it to repair TVs, refrigerators, range hoods, and air conditioners. After hearing the notification, Chen Yuan looked down at his hands, muttering to himself, my fingers suddenly feel much more agile. Perhaps this is the proficiency gained from using screwdrivers, wire strippers, or other tools. He then turned to Du Cheng and replied, of course I know how to fix it. I've learned this trade, he inquired. Is your husband home? Du Cheng replied, no. Why, a moment later, Chen Yuan followed Du Cheng back to her home. He busied himself with the air conditioner in the room. Seeing this, Du Cheng thought to herself, because Zheng Jianyang said he wouldn't be home tonight, and our child went to the countryside with his grandparents, bringing Chen Yuan home, even though it's to fix the air conditioner, still feels incredibly exciting. While she was still deep in thought, Chen Yuan suddenly turned around and said, it's just that it hasn't been cleaned in a long time, so a lot of dust has accumulated. All it needs is to be dusted and have its filter washed. After speaking, he continued to work on the air conditioner. Seeing him so focused on the air conditioner, Du Cheng couldn't help but doubt her own attractiveness. She thought, before he came in, she was worried he might cause trouble. But it seems she was overthinking. A man and a woman alone in a room, and he really just wants to fix the air conditioner? Thinking this, she stepped out and said, Chen Yuan, I've troubled you enough. I'm going to take a shower first, she thought to herself. My mind is a bit flustered. I'll take a shower to collect my thoughts. 15 minutes later, Du Cheng had finished her shower. She changed into loungewear and walked back in. Feeling the temperature in the room, her eyes couldn't hide their astonishment. Chen Yuan smiled and said, it's done, look, cold air, Du Cheng replied. It really is cold air. You've worked so hard, Chen Yuan. I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan grabbed her hand, pulled her closer, and said, want to thank me? Come here. He then went straight to the bed and sat down. Du Cheng, seeing this, worriedly thought, What if Yang Yang comes back right now? She then said decisively, no. Without any wasted movement, Chen Yuan pushed her down onto the bed, lying her on her back, and said, why not? He reached out and pulled down Du Chang's shorts, saying, from now on, if anything in your house breaks, just leave it to me to fix. Your heart and body can also be entrusted to me for repair. Without another word, Chen Yuan immediately pulled out his ruyi staff and began to thrust. Du Cheng could only blush and let out soft moans. Chen Yuan. She clutched the bedsheet tightly, thinking to herself, consider this payment for today's air conditioner repair. After all, it wasn't as if he hadn't already. After a while of his ruyi staff's friction, Du Cheng was utterly melted, her eyes glazed over as she thought, so this is what it feels like to be completely immersed. Thinking this, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's back. Compared to now, being with Zheng Xianyang before was truly a waste of time. She then closed her eyes and reveled in this pleasure, continuously cursing Zheng Xianyang in her heart. He's just too weak. At the same moment, outside the apartment, the elevator doors opened and Zheng Xianyang loosened his tie, cursing, damn it, I can't even breathe, he muttered as he walked back. Going out for drinks and still playing hard to get, wouldn't even accept more money. As he said this, he had already reached the apartment door, reaching out to open it. Hearing the sound, Du Chang's eyes immediately froze. Oh no, that's the sound of the door opening. Both of them immediately stopped. She looked towards the door with worry. Zheng Xianyang really came back. Sensing a sound, Du Chang quickly brought a hand to her mouth, shushing him. In her heart, she worried. If Zheng Xianyang really finds out, my advantage for dividing our assets in the divorce will be gone. I might even be ruined, my reputation and career destroyed. Thinking this, Chen Yuan got out of bed, walked to the door, and said, I'll lock the door. Seeing how calm the young man was, Du Chang couldn't help but stare in surprise. She thought to herself, how can he be so bold? Just as Chen Yuan finished locking the door, Zheng Xianyang stumbled in. He mumbled, no one's home. No one's home but the air conditioner is on. Do you think electricity is free? The old man grabbed a cup and walked over to the water dispenser. Just as he was about to pour a glass, he saw the dispenser was empty and angrily cursed. Useless woman, you don't do anything all day, not even housework. There's not even a drop of water to drink. He then put the cup down and went to open the door. Seeing the door was locked from the inside, Zheng Xianyang was surprised and thought, what's going on? Why is the door locked from the inside? Ignore him. Chen Yuan put Du Chang down on the bed and whispered, shh, my lady. You don't want to make your husband uncomfortable, do you? Hearing this, Du Chang immediately covered her small mouth with her hand, not daring to make another sound. After a while of fumbling and seeing that the person inside had no intention of opening the door for him, Zheng Xianyang said in an annoyed tone, are you mad at me again? So what if I came home late? Don't you think I had to entertain clients in my position? Ignoring his grumbling, Chen Yuan and Du Chang continued their battle inside the room. Her whole body trembling, she tightly covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound. At this time, Zheng Xianyang had gone to the next room. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, muttering, if you don't let me in, so be it. It's a relief I don't have to do my homework. This is good. I can play bullets more tomorrow. Saying this, he collapsed on the bed, still mumbling, tomorrow? The bar. Just as he finished speaking, Zheng Xianyang was out cold, snoring softly. HRR. In the next room, Chen Yuan and Du Chang had switched to the lizard clinging to the wall position. She whispered, Chen Yuan, be gentle. My husband is just on the other side of the wall. Hearing this, the young man smiled as he thrust his hips, saying, he's asleep. He won't know a thing. Don't worry. This is what makes it so exciting. On the other side, Zheng Xianyang was drooling in his sleep, his snores getting louder. HRR him. Seeing this, Chen Yuan gave a wicked smile and said, he's snoring so loud, my body can't help but move along with it. Hearing these words, Du Chang's whole body trembled violently. She tried to hold it in, thinking, Chen Yuan is playing with fire. I can't let him get to me. I absolutely cannot make a sound. Absolutely not. But after a while, Du Chang couldn't control herself. Her face was blissful, and she let out a soft cry, ah. She told herself, Chen Yuan was right. This feeling is truly irresistible. Things continued this way until the next morning. Chen Yuan had left at some point. Zheng Xianyang groggily got up, holding his head and thinking, my head hurts so much. The bar must have sold me fake liquor last night. Outside, Du Chang had also woken up and was busy cooking breakfast. Zheng Xianyang walked out. Seeing this, he was surprised and thought, what is this? She hasn't cooked breakfast in 2 years? What's wrong with her? But having a good wife at home is great. The feeling is wonderful. Life should be like this, he then asked. Hey, you locked the door to sleep again last night, huh? How was it? Did you sleep well? Du Chang turned back and answered cheerfully. I slept great. Seeing her expression, Zheng Xianyong became suspicious. He thought to himself, wait a minute. Something unusual is going on. She's suddenly acting so nice to me. Does she have a guilty conscience? Thinking this, Zheng Xianyong angrily stormed into the bedroom thinking, don't tell me you dared to do something behind my back. The old man went back to the bed, nitpicking and searching, turning over all the blankets and pillows. There wasn't a single strand of male hair on the bed, nor any trace of strange fluid. After searching the bed, he went out to rummage through the trash can, muttering to himself. There were no tissues in the trash can, and no sign of any condoms. Frustrated by his fruitless search, Zheng Xianyong limped back to the kitchen. He sat down at the table, letting his thoughts wander, and said to himself, it turns out I was overthinking things. At this moment, Du Chang placed breakfast on the table and said, let's eat. He took a sandwich and asked, last night while I was sleeping, I seemed to hear something hitting the wall. Did you hear anything? Du Chang calmly replied while opening a carton of milk. No, you must have misheard. I was sleeping soundly and didn't hear anything. Hearing this, Zheng Xianyong said, then I must have misheard. Didn't you say the air conditioner was broken? Why does it seem fine? Du Chang pretended nothing was wrong and calmly replied, I called someone to come fix it. As she said this, she poured herself a glass of milk, thinking happily, that sound was indeed from fixing the air conditioner. He not only fixed the air conditioner but also mended my heart. At the same time, at a coffee shop in Xincheng, a girl with a face full of freckles walked in, asking worriedly, Wanting, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you slept for 2 days? Did something happen? This girl's name is Li Ying, and she is Chu Wanting's best friend. Hearing the question, the dark, circled-eyed Wanting said wearily, Ying Ying, do you know that my ex-boyfriend is now unbelievably rich? I'm so upset. Li Ying sat down next to her and asked, which ex-boyfriend? Wanting replied, Chen Yuan. Who else? It's not like I have a bunch of ex-boyfriends. Ling Ying couldn't help but be surprised. Chen Yuan is doing well now? Wasn't his family bankrupt to the point of having to sell their car? Wanting resentfully replied, you don't know. After breaking up with me, he soared. He spent 3 million yuan to buy a house for another woman, and also bought a Porsche 911 for a fitness trainer, which cost more than 2 million yuan. Ling Ying couldn't help but ask in astonishment, he's showing off like that? More than 5 million yuan gone in one go? How do you know all this? Are you making it up? Wanting took out her phone to show her a message and said, that girl is my personal fitness trainer. She said it herself, and even posted it on her moments when she bought the car. After showing the phone to Li Ying, Wanting continued to lament. She quit her job as soon as she latched onto Chen Yuan. Ying Ying, why am I so unlucky? That should have been me. As she said this, she wrung her hands and thought, I must have been out of my mind back then. I left Chen Yuan to follow that worthless guy. Now that Chen Yuan is thriving, I'm so angry I can't breathe every night. Seeing her mood, Li Ying patted her shoulder to comfort her. Hey, let bygones be bygones. Just find someone new. With your conditions, it's not hard to find an excellent guy. Moreover, you work at an airline and meet many rich people. You can find someone with millions in assets. Hearing this, Wanting smiled bitterly and replied, millions. I'd turn my nose up at tens of millions now, let alone that small change. Hearing these words, Li Ying couldn't help but remain silent, not knowing what else to say. Suddenly, Wanting stood up abruptly, her eyes full of determination, and said, Ying Ying, I have to get back with Chen Yuan. Then she said dejectedly, but Chen Yuan has blocked my messages and phone number. I can't even see him at school. How can he be so heartless? Li Ying tried to persuade her. It's useless to think about these things now. Live for yourself and lower your standards a bit. Hearing this, Wanting turned around and said sharply, Ying Ying, you're my best friend. You know my personality well. I can't let it go now. I really can't. Every time I think about Chen Yuan throwing money at those gold diggers, my heart aches. All of this should have been mine. As she said this, she grabbed Li Ying's hand, dragging her away, and said, no, Ying Ying, you have to come with me. Let's go find him now. Seeing this, Li Ying quickly took out her phone and sent a message without looking. Just as she was dragged out the door by Wanting, Li Ying sent a message to her moments. Jiang Duo, what's the phone number for the Xincheng mental hospital? Everyone in the group, please send it to me. Hurry, my friend is going crazy. If the doctor doesn't arrive in time, I feel. Thank you all for watching the video. If you like it, please give PLN a like, share, and subscribe to the channel to motivate PLN to produce more videos. Also, receive notifications when there are new videos. I sincerely thank everyone. As Li Ying was dragged away by Zhu Wanting, On the other side, in room 521 of the Junyu Hotel, Meng Lu stood by the window, the very place where she and Chen Yuan first became intimate. Gazing out with a distant look, Chen Yuan then emerged from the bathroom, and seeing her standing there in a daze, he asked, "What's Coach Liu doing?" "Daydreaming while looking at the river." Meng Lu didn't answer. She turned around, smiling, and said, "It's strange. My training plan and diet are very scientific, but your condition has far exceeded my expectations. You've gained weight and muscle beyond what I predicted, much faster than normal." Chen Yuan smiled upon hearing this and replied, "Of course, I'm not like normal people." Then, he opened the system panel to check. Height, 182 centimeters. Health value 70. BMI 208. Body fat percentage 183%. Immunity 70. Brain activity level 71. Chen Yuan thought to himself after looking. Prolonged training has improved both immunity and brain activity. This physical training task shouldn't be seen as just a task. It should be maintained as a long-term habit. Nowadays, many people are in poor health. Once the startup project is stable, I should go out into society to develop my career. Health is a good direction, as it can improve people's physical fitness, make money, and continuously enhance reputation and influence. A while later, Chen Yuan finished showering and got dressed. He came out and said, "Coach Liu, no need to wait for me tonight. I have other things to do today." Meng Lu smoothed her hair upon hearing this and replied, "Okay, go ahead if you're busy. I'll wait for your call." She thought to herself, "I prepare workout gear and a pig-like meal for Chen Yuan every morning, and finally I feel needed. Can I stay by his side forever like this?" A moment later, Chen Yuan arrived at his G63. He pondered. Hui Hui was the first to follow me and hasn't received anything except a couple of multi-million-dollar handbags as a small goal. Even Nana and Lulu, who followed her, already have houses and cars. It's indeed a bit unfair to her. I must make it up to her properly today. At the same time, at a Hunan restaurant near the gate of the Foreign Affairs University, Minhui was having a meal with a couple. The woman asked, "Minhui, this restaurant's taste isn't bad. Do you and your classmates often come here?" She smiled and replied, "I occasionally come here with my classmates. Older sister, brother-in-law, please eat more." These two people, one is Minhui's older cousin, Song Huan, and the person beside her is her husband, Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen asked, "Minhui, what will your international studies major lead to after graduation? You're a junior now, so you must be interning soon, right?" Minhui replied, "Internships start next semester. I haven't even thought about part-time jobs yet," Zhang Zhen then said. "You need to plan ahead. You're just a second-rate student. You need to think carefully." Minhui nodded and replied, "Yeah, I know," Song Wan then asked. "Oh, right, Minhui. Do you have a boyfriend yet? If you don't date in college, it'll be hard to date after entering society." Hearing this topic, Zhang Zhen grinned and said, "Your older cousin is right. My younger brother is a senior at Hunan University and has interned at a company in the top 500. He's highly valued by the leadership. As long as he has a degree, he can become a full-time employee." "Minhui, if you don't have a boyfriend, you can try getting in touch with my younger brother." Minhui replied, "No need, brother-in-law, I have a boyfriend." Song Wan was surprised to hear this and asked, "When did you find one? Why haven't we heard about it at home?" Minhui replied, "He's a university classmate of mine. We've only been together for over half a month and haven't had time to tell the family yet." Zhang Zhen said seriously upon hearing this, "Dating isn't a joke. Your school is just a second-rate school. There are few good students, but many average ones. If you just find a boyfriend like that, it'll be very difficult after entering society," Minhui replied. "Thank you for the reminder, brother-in-law, but I don't think I'll have a hard time in the future." Zhang Zhen lightly adjusted his glasses, putting on an experienced look, and said, "Minhui, you've never worked, and your vision isn't broad. Brother-in-law is reminding you that colleges can only find jobs in small businesses with average salaries. You and your boyfriend will have a hard life in the future. How will you save money to buy a house and get married?" Still, my cousin graduated from Hunan University, in the top 500. Just as he said this, Song Wan interrupted. "Alright, Minhui has her own plans," Zhang Zhen replied. Dissatisfied, "I'm not afraid that Minhui's boyfriend's conditions are poor, causing her to suffer, am I?" Seeing them like this, Minhui laughed and said, "Older sister, brother-in-law, you really don't need to worry about me." She thought to herself, so what if it's Hunan University? So what if it's the top 500? These things are not worth mentioning in front of my Chen Yuan. I'm really afraid that after telling brother-in-law about Chen Yuan's situation, he will be hit hard. Thinking of this, Minhui stood up and said, "Older sister, well, I have to go first," Song Wan asked in surprise. "Do you have something to do this afternoon?" Minhui smiled and replied, My boyfriend wants to take me to buy a house. Hearing these words, both Zhang Zhen and Song Wan were dumbfounded in shock. Huh? Buy a house? Zhang Zhen, sweating profusely, said, "This can't be a joke. What kind of conditions does he have to buy you a house?" Although house prices in Xinjiang are not as high as in first-tier cities, a house still costs 1 or 2 million. Buying a house for a daughter before getting married, his family wouldn't agree. Unless they're stupid, right? Minhui pointed outside and replied, "No joke. I don't know his family's conditions now, but he himself is quite rich. Look, he's here." Song Huan and Zhang Zhen looked in the direction she pointed. Just then, Chen Yuan stepped out of the G63. After a moment, he stepped inside, walked to Minhui, and said, "Bao Bei, ready to go." Minhui then introduced, "Chen Yuan, this is my older cousin and brother-in-law." Chen Yuan, hearing this, turned and politely bowed, saying, "Sorry, I have an appointment with Hui Hui to go buy a house, so I can't join you today. I'll invite older sister and brother-in-law to dinner next time. This meal is on me." Song Wan replied, "You two go ahead and be busy. It's okay. We'll all be family later, and there will be many opportunities." After greeting each other, Chen Yuan and Minhui left. Zhang Zhen still couldn't believe the reality before his eyes, and blankly asked, "Really? Are they really going to buy a house?" Song Wan replied, "He can drive a 3 million car. Buying a house wouldn't be easy. On the contrary. You just showed off your superiority in front of Minhui, and introduced what younger cousin to Minhui?" Saying this, Song Wan couldn't help but cover her face in helplessness, saying, "Today is truly embarrassing. Embarrassing to the point of disgracing my ancestors." Zhang Xian, hearing this, blushed crimson but didn't dare utter a word. After who knows how long, Chen Yuan and Hui Hui had finished buying their house. He placed the red certificate in her hands, saying, "All right, Hui Hui, the 166 square meters apartment is fully furnished with high-end decor, plus 2 parking spaces. The total price of 302 million has been paid in full. Now you're a homeowner too." Minhui's cheeks flushed red as she accepted it, replying, "Chen Yuan, I don't know what to say." Chen Yuan looked at Minhui, thinking to himself, "This house purchase brought in 604 million. Counting that and deducting the various properties Tongza gifted me, the liquid cash flow in my account has reached 3,179 million. He then leaned close to her ear and said, "Don't know what to say. Later I'll find a Japanese movie for you. You're so smart, you'll definitely learn it in one go." Hearing these words, Minhui couldn't help but blush and said, "You're awful." The favorability score above her head also increased to 93 points. Chen Yuan saw this and secretly laughed, thinking, Minhui's favorability has increased from 91 to 93. Looks like it'll still take some time and effort to increase it to 100. Tonight, I'll have my little brother take action and try to increase it by another point or 2. At the same time, on the other side, in the women's dormitory, Jinghan lay stretched out on her bed, sending a series of messages. "Hello, Senior Chen. What are you doing, Senior? I want to ask your opinion about starting a business." After waiting for a long time without a reply, she wondered, Chen Yuan accepted my friend request, but when I message him, he doesn't reply. What's up with that? Then she told herself, no matter how busy he is, he should have time to reply to a message. 1. A person who always disliked sycophants like me has become the type of person I hate. Her roommates were also gossiping about Chen Yuan at this time. One said, "Sisters, don't get caught up in it. There's so much competition now, it's useless to pursue Chen Yuan." Another said, "Everyone in our dormitory has good conditions. We're not afraid of not finding a good partner. Why lower ourselves for him?" The remaining one also agreed. That's right. The focus now is on studying, reading books, and taking exams well. Getting more certificates is important. Let's go to the library to find materials." Hearing these words, Jinghan thought to herself, isn't reading books and searching for materials secretly making a business plan? There's nothing to be ashamed of. Why put on a comedic act? Thinking of this, she got out of bed and told herself, it's such a top-tier wealthy man, possessing hundreds of millions in assets. Which girl wouldn't be infatuated? I don't have the right to judge them, since I'm the same. Then she walked towards the desk. First, let's complete the startup plan. Returning to Chen Yuan's side, he asked while pressing his phone, Hui, have you thought about what you want to do in the future?" Minhui replied, "No, I haven't thought about these things. How about I apply to the startup zone?" Chen Yuan heard this and turned to say, "It's not impossible, but don't I have other industries?" "I'll arrange something for you then," Minhui agreed, replying, "Okay." Seeing her agree, Chen Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Minhui is the possessive type of girlfriend. If she goes to school to check on me every day, there's basically no way for me to develop. If I want to build my team step by step, she definitely can't be there. Then he raised his phone. already opening a porn film, and said, "Didn't you want to learn the techniques of the island nation? Let me see. Saik, Kawakita Machoto. Ichik, Masunaga, Mizuki, Hui Hui. Which teacher do you want to learn from?" Minhui heard this and was shocked, asking, "Chen Yuan, how do you know so much?" Chen Yuan replied with a smile, "I just searched it on the internet, or how else would I know these things?" Minhui heard this and said, "Okay then. I'll close my eyes and randomly pick one." 20 minutes later, after studying the teaching materials in several porn films, Minhui began to put it into practice. She used her pair of soft assets to massage Chen Yuan, while gently rubbing back and forth, asking in a low voice, "Chen Yuan, how does it feel now? Do you like it?" Chen Yuan moaned with pleasure. Baby, don't stop." Looking at his expression, Minhui happily thought, "I didn't expect I could actually learn it, hey. That way he'll look for me more, right?" Chen Yuan saw how hard she was trying, and also thought to himself, "Is she putting in so much effort for me? Give me another dozen girls like this." The next morning, while still sound asleep, Chen Yuan's phone rang. As soon as he answered the phone, Liu Heng's voice rang out from the other end. "Chen Yuan, hurry up, come here quickly," Chen Yuan asked with his eyes still closed. "Liu Heng, aren't we brothers? What's the rush?" "What's wrong with you?" Liu Heng replied. "Stop talking nonsense. The location has been sent to you. Just come here as soon as possible." Seeing his attitude, Chen Yuan couldn't help but worry. "What's going on?" A little later, after receiving a call from Liu Heng, Chen Yuan got into his car and headed to their meeting spot. Suddenly, Liu Heng called again. "Yuan, we changed locations. I'm at Shuyunjian now. Come here quickly." Hearing this, Chen Yuan grumbled, "I was almost there and you just now told me to change the location." Liu Heng replied, "I just got off work and my friends dragged me along. I'm not really interested though." Annoyed, Chen Yuan said, "Don't explain. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you downstairs at Shuyunjian. If you take more than half an hour, I'm leaving you behind." A little while later, Chen Yuan arrived at the spot. He glanced in a direction and thought, "Shuyunjian is very close to Advisor Li's place. It can't be such a coincidence, can it?" Just as he was thinking this, Liu Heng came downstairs. As soon as he saw Chen Yuan, he grinned and said, "Aya, why are you waiting outside? Come on up for a service. Technician number 98 is really good." Chen Yuan crossed his arms and replied indifferently, "Not interested. I have my own private technician. Why would I bother with this place?" It was then that Liu Heng noticed the car in front of him. In a surprised voice, he said, "Wait, Yuan, is this your car?" "What's going on?" Chen Yuan replied. "What do you think is going on? I just bought it." Hearing this, Liu Heng leaned on his shoulder and said, "You son of a gun, did you strike it rich? You even bought a GC glass? This is my dream car." After listening to his rambling, Chen Yuan impatiently said, "Stop with the nonsense. What did you call me out for?" Liu Heng gave him a thumbs up, winking meaningfully. "Come on, you're one of the shareholders after all. Do you really want to be a simple errand boy? The interior decoration will be finished in 2 days. Let's go. We can talk while getting a service. Technician number 98 will drive you crazy with pleasure, guaranteed." At that very moment, behind him, 2 familiar figures appeared. Just as he was afraid of something happening, it did. It was Li Xiao and Li Meng. As soon as she saw him, Li Meng immediately recognized him. She said loudly, "Sis? Is that Chen Yuan?" Li Xiao's eyes were filled with contemplation as she replied, "It's him all right." On this side, Liu Heng was still babbling on, "Look at the change on your face. Are you smitten with number 98? Number 98? But Chen Yuan's expression wasn't changing because of some technician number 98. His face was frozen in place as he looked in their direction and thought, "Damn it, it's the advisor. You really get what you hate." Hearing what Liu Heng said, Li Meng and Li Xiao had different expressions on their faces. Li Meng was utterly furious, while Li Xiao looked completely disappointed. Seeing this situation, if he didn't explain, everything would be ruined. Chen Yuan hurriedly ran over, forcing a strained smile, and said, "Advisor, what a coincidence." Seeing this, Liu Heng asked in a low voice, "Yuan, who are they? They're so pretty." At this moment, Li Meng didn't say a word. She just pulled Li Xiao's hand and walked away. Seeing this, Chen Yuan panicked and called out, "Wait!" He ran after them and said, "Are you going home to cook? Could you cook me a portion too? I can help." Li Meng couldn't hold it in anymore. She turned around and scolded him. "Help with what, Chen Yuan? Do you have no shame? You dare to come to a place like this? Do you even deserve my sister?" Seeing that she had gotten to the main point, Chen Yuan now explained, "You two misunderstood. I'm just waiting for someone here." Hearing this, Li Meng continued to scold him. "You can even make up an excuse like that. My sister has been trying to accept you for the past 2 days. She even bought a gift to reciprocate the bag you gave her last time. And yet you, I don't want to talk anymore. Go to hell, you scumbag." With that said, she pulled Li Xiao's hand and walked away. "Sis, let's go. and she didn't forget to scold him one more time. Go to hell, you damn scumbag, go find your number 98. Along with that, the favorability points above Li Xiao's head began to drop uncontrollably. 69, 68, 67. Watching them leave, Chen Yuan's face immediately fell. What the hell just happened? Everything was going so well, and now this huge misunderstanding has occurred. At this moment, Li Yuhang also walked over. Knowing he had caused a huge mess, he tiptoed and asked, Yuan, is that your new girlfriend, or should I help you explain a bit? Chen Yuan's face was crestfallen as he replied, Never mind. She's angry, and your explanation wouldn't be very convincing anyway. He thought to himself, this time, I've really hurt Advisor Li's heart. Hearing this, Li Yuhang didn't press the matter. He looked after the two sisters, Li Ming and Li Xiao, and said, Yuan, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. By the way, who is she? I've never seen her before. Chen Yuan turned to him and replied, She is my advisor and also my business English teacher. Hearing this answer, Li Yuhang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Damn it, you have the guts to seduce a teacher too. Is there anything else about you that I don't know? Just tell me everything at once so I can die in peace. Chen Yuan was too lazy to talk to him anymore. He pointed at his car and said, I'll find an opportunity to properly coax her next time. Let's go, let's find a place to sit and talk. A little later, at Chen Na's coffee shop, as soon as she saw the person walk in, she beamed and said, Chen Yuan, you're here. Chen Yuan gestured towards Li Yuhang and said, I brought a friend to have some Nana coffee. Could you make us an iced Americano and a vanilla latte? Hearing this, Chen Na replied, Sure. With that, Chen Yuan and Li Yuhang went to a table to sit down. The latter asked, feeling a sense of deja vu, Hey, I think I've seen this woman somewhere before. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, Did you forget? Hearing this, Yuhang asked in surprise, Who? It was then that Chen Yuan said, That day at Nanjing restaurant, she was the girlfriend my cousin Ling Guangyao brought. Hearing this, Li Yuhang suddenly realized, Isn't she the saleswoman from the 4S shop? Why is she working here? No way did you hit on someone else's girlfriend again. Chen Yuan gave a wry smile and replied, Hit on? That's not hitting on. This is called mutual attraction. At this, Li Yuhang's face went completely blank and he said, Incredible. You hit on a teacher and stole someone else's girlfriend. Yuan, you're a goddamn legend. Saying this, Chen Yuan stopped him. Enough with the nonsense. Let's talk seriously. From now on, I won't interfere anymore. You can handle things yourself. Hearing this, Li Yuhang asked in surprise, Why so sudden? Without a genius strategist like you making plans, I'm genuinely afraid I can't handle the pressure alone. Listening to his complaints, Chen Yuan concluded with one sentence, I trust you. In his heart, he thought, if I interfere too much in a business between brothers, it's inevitable that there will be disagreements on business matters or other aspects. I can't let this affect our good relationship. Hearing these words, Li Yuhang said with determination, I will try not to let you down. Just then, Chen Na brought the drinks over. She placed them on the table and said, Your coffee is ready. Seeing this, Li Yuhang quickly said, Thank you, sis-in-law. Hearing this form of address, Chen Na was overjoyed. She blushed and replied, Suddenly, Chen Na pointed at Chen Yuan's shoulder and said, Chen Yuan, why is your shirt so wrinkled? Hearing her say this, Chen Yuan asked in surprise, where Chen Na reached out and straightened his shirt, replying, Here, there we go. Watching this scene, Li Yuhang felt a little jealous and thought, This is way too lovey-dovey. Damn it, why does life feel so different when I'm around my friends today? A little later, after they finished talking about the bar that was about to open, Lian Yuhang left. Chen Yuan took Chen Na back home. As soon as they walked in, Chen Na said, Xiao Yu will finish her university entrance exam next week. She wants to go out and work during the summer break. I think she could come to the coffee shop to help out. What do you think? Chen Yuan replied, That's great. I don't see any problem with that. Hearing this, Chen Na smiled and said, Hey, I'm gonna take a shower first. I was a bit busy today and got all sweaty. As soon as she left, Chen Yuan took out his phone and said to himself, Maybe I should call the advisor and explain a little. Thinking this, he pressed the call button for Li Xiao. Nobody answered, only the endless beeping sounds. Seeing this, Chen Yuan became even more worried. She's not answering the phone, not replying to WeChat. I don't know how the advisor is doing. At the same time, at Li Xiao's house, she was sitting curled up next to her phone. Seeing the incoming call, Li Meng said with annoyance, How annoying! How does he even have the face to call? Sis, just block this kind of man's number so he won't keep bothering you. Li Xiao didn't reply. She continued to silently look at the phone as it vibrated over and over. Seeing this, Li Meng sat down beside her and put an arm around her sister to comfort her. Sis, Chen Yuan is not a good person. He's not worth you being sad over. Luckily, you saw the scoundrel's true colors today. Looking at it from another perspective, this is actually a good thing. It was then that Li Xiao spoke up. She turned and asked, "Tell me, why do boys like to go to places like that?" Li Meng replied, "Do you even have to ask? 9 out of 10 men are lustful. They go to places like that simply for physical desires." Li Xiao asked again, "Why do those men become so blind?" Li Meng replied with a knowing look, "They have physiological needs. If they aren't satisfied, they'll go looking for stimulation." I heard that women who work in places like that are very good at pleasing men. Hearing this, Li Xiao remembered the times they were close in the past, and thought, "He hugged me, he kissed me, but I always pushed him away." Thinking this, she blamed herself, saying, "Maybe I made him endure too much. He did that to satisfy his needs." Saying this, she curled up again. "It's all my fault, it's all because of me." Seeing this kind of thinking from her older sister, Li Meng couldn't help but panic. She quickly stopped her. "Oh my god, sis, what are you thinking? Why do you have such a weird idea?" Tang Meng hurriedly gave her older sister a pep talk. "Sis, look at me, and remember how I ended up when I was blindly in love." After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiao softly replied, "Yeah." She thought to herself, "Tang Meng is right. I can't be blindly in love. I have to restrain myself. Restrain myself." At the same time, on Chen Yuan's side, a series of messages arrived. Yi Qingyang messaged, "Chen Yuan, does your project have potential?" Gao Hongwei messaged, "Yuan Ge, let's go out for barbecue. I even invited some girls from other schools to chat about the project." "Waiting for you." Liu Mingda, "Handsome, made you a gas card. Tonight waiting for you in the cafeteria. Friends eat a meal." Zhao Long NV has sent a picture. Looking at the pile of messages on the phone, Chen Yuan rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "These are all messages from former classmates who don't usually contact me. Wanting to pull me to open a back door, no need to read. Didn't expect Zhao Long NV to message me so much." Thinking of this, Chen Yuan opened Long Jinghan's message to read, "Hello, Senior. The weather is so nice today. Senior, you must be very busy usually, right? Remember to eat on time. Good morning, Senior. Today is another day full of energy. There was so much wind last night. A lot of leaves in the schoolyard." Only. She also sent a provocative selfie. Looking at the assets in the photo, Chen Yuan secretly assessed. Indeed, the assets are white and soft, but it's photoshopped. Have to meet the real person to conclude whether this junior has the potential to become a backup. Observe for a while longer. Admiring to hear, Chen Yuan messaged back, "Quite busy. Talk when I'm free." In his heart thinking, Junior's still sending messages steadily even after a few days without a reply. The shorter the content, the better. Weighing the pros and cons will give her a feeling of being ungraspable, but still having hope. Just at this moment, Chen Na came out, calling sweetly, "Chen Yuan." She came out in a business outfit, black stockings, with a vest half open, showing off a bouncy chest without protection. Then she softly asked, "Do you like it?" Chen Yuan hurriedly put the phone in his pocket, stood up and replied, "Nah, today you've disturbed my Dao heart." Saying this, Chen Yuan reached out and tore the stockings on Chen Na's bouncy thighs. She put her arms around his shoulders, whispering, "Into the room, okay?" Chen Yuan stroked her thighs and replied, "Can't wait another second, nah, you're amazing today." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned down to sniff her neck vigorously. Chen Na hesitated and said, "Chen Yuan, you seem to have changed again." Chen Yuan asked, "Changed how?" Chen Na replied, "Seems more muscular." Then asked, "Have you been hitting the gym lately?" Chen Yuan replied, "Indeed." Saying this, Chen Yuan lay back on the bed and asked, "Naga, do you know horse riding techniques?" She hesitated and replied, "No." Hearing this, Chen Yuan pulled her hand. "Come here, I'll be your free equipment, next time we'll go horse riding." Chen Na understood and said, "Horse riding and what you're doing here aren't the same thing." Chen Yuan replied, "It's the same. If you don't believe me, try climbing on." Chen Na obediently climbed on. He started with a canter, praising endlessly. "Great! Na has a natural talent for being a female knight." Scene changes to the next day at the Youth League office. As soon as the door opened, a bunch of students rushed in. "Teacher, I'm here to submit the application and business plan." Teacher, where do I put this one?" "Teacher, I came first. Take mine first." Looking at the pile of plans pushed up to her face, the old teacher thought unhappily, "Not many people applied for entrepreneurship before. Why are there so many female students suddenly? Did something happen over the weekend with Zhang Ming that I don't know about?" At the same time, in the gym of the Junyu Hotel, Chen Yuan was running, when suddenly, the phone rang, the screen displaying the caller, Secretary Meng Lu. Meng Lu widened her eyes and asked, "The secretary's phone? Who is this?" Chen Yuan didn't answer, he answered the phone. On the other end of the line, Ying Zi's voice rang. Boss, received the first batch of applications and business plans today. Submitted a total of 653 copies, Chen Yuan asked. What's the male to female ratio? Yingzi replied. 628 female, 25 male, he replied. You can look at them and choose. Take the good and discard the bad. His meaning here was to take the pretty girls and discard the ugly girls. At this time, the youth league office was in chaos. The old teacher was trying to arrange things. Everyone, don't rush, line up neatly, don't push, one person at a time. Seeing this scene, Yingzi quietly asked back, You mean give all the pretty girls a pass? Chen Yuan replied, No. If there are any excellent entrepreneurial plans written by male students, they can also be sent here. Hearing this, Anzi looked up at the stack of plans piled high on the table and replied, feeling helpless, Yes, boss. After hearing the report, Chen Yuan hung up, thinking, If they're all beauties, wouldn't it just turn into some singing and dancing troupe? I must cultivate talent. To avoid a situation where the system grants me assets later, but I have no one capable of managing them. Only then did Meng Lu turn to him and say, Chen Yuan, I asked you something, but you still haven't answered me, Chen Yuan replied. A subordinate of mine at school, why? Are you jealous again? Meng Lu turned her face away, huffing sullenly. Of course not, I was just asking. Seeing this, Chen Yuan stroked her head and said with a smile, Don't overthink it. We have a proper superior-subordinate relationship. Suddenly, the system's notification rang out again. Ding! The system has detected that the host has a third girl with a favorability rating of 90 or above, completing the favorability stage mission. Rewards will be issued soon. Hearing this notification, Chen Yuan was startled and looked over at Meng Lu. Seeing the number 90 above her head, he secretly thought, My Lu Bao, nice! Such a simple, comforting phrase, yet it could bring such an unexpected gain. Every time an NPC's favorability reaches 90, the system's rewards are very generous. What will it be this time? As soon as he thought this, the system immediately issued the rewards. Diameter increased by 5 millimeters, 30 million filial piety money, exclusive skill exchange card X2. Seeing the pile of rewards, Chen Yuan beamed with joy, muttering to himself, Holy crap, it's really here. The filial piety money goes without saying. It's specifically for Old Man Chen and Madame Li. I still have one exclusive skill card stored from last time, but the first item is truly heaven-defying. No man wouldn't go crazy for it. Thinking this, he immediately ordered, System, activate the first item. Instantly, Chen Yuan's divine weapon once again emitted a 5-colored golden light. He quickly felt a change, a warm sensation from his abdomen downwards. The small birdcage quickly became cramped. Chen Yuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. The sensation was so clear. After enhancing his divine weapon, Chen Yuan turned and called out to Meng Lu. Come here for a moment, she asked, surprised. What's wrong? Chen Yuan grabbed her hand, pulling her along and saying, No time to explain. Let's go upstairs quickly. Seeing his attitude, Meng Lu couldn't help but worry. What's going on? As soon as they entered the bathroom and shed their outer layers, Chen Yuan lunged forward, thrusting his divine weapon straight into the cave. Feeling as if the entrance was about to be torn apart, Meng Lu cried out in panic. Wait, Chen Yuan. Something's not right. Chen Yuan asked with a smug expression. What's not right, Meng Lu, her eyes full of surprise, replied. You feel a bit different. Is it just my imagination? Could it be that going to the gym helped it? Chen Yuan chuckled nonchalantly. It's also possible that you've changed. Hearing this, Meng Lu replied. Is that so? Please be a little gentler with me next time. I really can't take it. Chen Yuan hugged her close and replied gently. All right, my darling. I'll definitely warm up first next time, he secretly thought. The effect is truly obvious. This is exactly it. After 9981 rounds of combat, Chen Yuan stroked Meng Lu's blissful face and said, Coach Liu, you rest. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Saying that, he got up and walked out the door, thinking, It seems this new gun won't just require Liu Bei to adapt, but Na Bei and Hui Bei will also have to adapt. I can't be too hasty next time. A moment later, Chen Yuan stepped out of the car. He thought of Li Xiao, muttering to himself. A day has already passed regarding Li Xiao. The teacher isn't answering calls or replying to messages. At this rate, the misunderstanding between us will only deepen. How can I prove that I truly didn't do it? The key is for the teacher to give me a chance to explain. I should still meet her and talk directly. She doesn't have classes this afternoon, so she's most likely at home. A moment later, outside Li Xiao's house, a knocking sound rang out. She rushed forward and asked, Who is it? From outside, a voice replied, I'm from downstairs. Your bathroom is leaking water into my apartment. Hearing that, Li Xiao went to open the door. Seeing who it was, she was startled. "It's you, tricking me out again. It's Chen Yuan." Chen Yuan held the door firmly and said in a serious tone, "Let me in," Li Xiao asked sternly. "Why do you want to do what?" After being cornered by Li Xiao, Chen Yuan said with a face full of sincerity, "I feel like we need to talk things out. You must have misunderstood something today." Li Xiao frowned and said, "Misunderstood? You went to that place? Don't tell me you didn't do anything." Chen Yuan replied, "I really didn't do anything." Hearing this, Li Xiao looked away and said, "I don't believe you, and I don't want to hear your explanation. Just go home." Chen Yuan hurriedly recounted everything. "Yesterday, that person messaged me first, asking me to discuss something. When I was almost there, they said they'd changed the location to that club. It was just a coincidence that I ran into you and Li Meng. I've been wanting to explain it to you, and I've been calling you all day, but you wouldn't answer." Hearing these words, Li Xiao immediately turned back and asked, "Then how can you prove that you were waiting for someone there?" "Just waiting for this." Chen Yuan quickly pulled out the messages Li Yuhong had sent him yesterday to show her, saying, "Look, these are our messages. He sent me the initial location as the restaurant, then changed it to the club." After reading the messages, Li Xiao was stunned. Chen Yuan continued, "I even urged him to come downstairs quickly when I got there. If you still don't believe me, we can go to Shui Yunjian to check the cameras." Hearing this, Li Xiao finally let go of the weight in her heart. She sighed in relief, thinking, Chen Yuan's words are very convincing. The reasons and evidence are all very complete. Seeing that she wasn't saying anything, Chen Yuan continued, "Ji Yuwen, how could I go to those kinds of places to hang out? You've misunderstood me so deeply." Li Xiao finally spoke up. "Chen Yuan, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect things to be like this." Her favorability towards him immediately increased from 60 to 73 points. Chen Yuan was overjoyed, thinking, "I didn't expect Ji Yuwen's favorability to recover and stop at 73, 3 points higher than the original 69. Then, he pointed inside, smiling brightly. "It's okay, as long as we clear things up. I'm a little thirsty. Let me go inside and get a drink of water." Knowing his intentions, Li Xiao immediately stopped him, saying, "Chen Yuan, not again. Are you trying to do what you did last time?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan quickly placed his hand on his chest, putting on an innocent expression, and said, "I'm really thirsty. I ran to your place right after lunch and my throat is parched. Just one sip of water and I'll leave right away." Li Xiao asked suspiciously. "Really?" Chen Yuan grinned and replied, "Of course it's true." Hearing this, Li Xiao said, "Then wait there." After saying that, she slammed the door shut right in front of Chen Yuan. A few dozen seconds later, she brought out a bottle of water, saying, "Here, drink it." Chen Yuan looked at the bottle of water, feeling helpless, thinking, why so suspicious? There's no trust left at all. Is that how my image has become in Ji Yuan's eyes? After handing over the water, Li Xiao immediately turned around and slammed the door shut again. Just then, an auntie passed by, having witnessed everything, and chuckled, saying, "Young man, don't be too impatient. Haste makes waste." Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "Auntie, only haste gets you the hot stuff, or you'll only get what's left over." The auntie looked at Chen Yuan and secretly smiled, thinking, these young people are so quick-witted these days, but this young man's looks and physique are pretty good. A quality little hottie like this is rare. Maybe I should ask my old friends to go to the club later and book some male models. A little later, unable to get anywhere with Li Xiao, Chen Yuan had no choice but to return to his car. As soon as he got there, Li Xiao sent him a message. "Chen Yuan, let's hang out this weekend." After reading it, he was overjoyed. This trip wasn't a waste after all. Not only did he clear up the misunderstanding, but the favorability increased. And Ji Yuwen is also willing to try to go further with him. As soon as he sat down in the car, Su Shui called via video. Chen Yuan immediately answered. On the other end of the line, Shui Wei spoke. "Chen Zong, the plumbing and electrical work is complete, and it's ready for handover. When do you have time to come and take a look?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "I have time now. Wait for me. I'll be right there." Time flew by, and half an hour later, Zhu Wei was sitting and picking leaves from the mossy stone stairs in front of the villa. Chen Yuan stepped out of the car, saw the scene, and walked over to ask, "Have you been waiting long?" Zhu Wei hastily stood up and replied, "Not at all." Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan asked again, "Why are you so flustered? I'm not going to eat you." He pointed inside and said, "Take me in to have a look." Hearing that, Zhu Wei turned and walked inside, replying, "All right, Mr. Chen, please come in. I'll explain everything, one by one." Chen Yuan chuckled inwardly, thinking, when it comes to her area of expertise, she calms right down. Haha, this is what they call professionalism. Zhu Wei led Chen Yuan inside and said, The waterproofing and the installation of basic utilities are complete, Mr. Chen can choose the flooring tiles next. Then she led him to the backyard and said, the garden design has also been implemented according to Mr. Chen's requirements. Chen Yuan followed behind, nodding in response. Good. A moment later, after the project inspection was complete, Chen Yuan said softly, with you supervising, I feel very assured. Now I'm not afraid to live here anymore. Tonight, I'd like to treat you to a meal, Shui replied awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I have plans to go home tonight. Hearing that, he cast a glance back and asked, what plans? Shui lowered her head and replied, to cook for my mother and younger brother. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly stopped. Turning around, Shui, by inertia, bumped straight into his firm chest, feeling the soft impact of her ample curves as they collided with him. Chen Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. This little girl has quite some potential, doesn't she? At this moment, Shui's face was as red as a ripe tomato. She slowly looked up, stammering, Mr. Chen, you. Before the words fully left her lips, a sudden downpour began, and the only sounds left in the surrounding space were the rapid pitter-patter of rain. Seeing that, Chen Yuan smiled and said, it's raining heavily. Let's quickly go inside, Shui replied shyly. With that, both quickly turned back into the villa. Chen Yuan considerately shielded her from the rain with his hand. At this moment, under the effect of the rain, Shui's shirt had become see-through, revealing her full, rounded bosom beneath the red bra. Seeing this, she quickly covered herself with her hands, saying loudly, Mr. Chen, don't look. Seeing that, Chen Yuan crossed his arms over his chest and calmly replied, I don't want to look, but it just keeps hitting my eyes. Hearing that, Zhui Wei could only fall silent, her whole body shivering intermittently from the cold, and immediately after, she let out a loud sneeze. Instantly, a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind, and Chen Yuan softly said, this way, you probably won't be cold anymore, right? Zhu Wei couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. She looked up, thinking inwardly, I've never been this close to a boy before. My whole body feels numb. I kinda want to push him away, but he's Mr. Wan's important client, and if I offend him, just as she thought this, Chen Yuan spoke up. Why do you keep staring at me? Is it because I'm handsome? Hearing that, Zhu Wei thought again, is Mr. Chen being narcissistic, or is he joking? How should I answer this? My teachers never taught me about these kinds of things. On his side, looking at Shu Wei's expression, Chen Yuan chuckled inwardly, thinking, so naive, really easy to tease. Thinking further, he imagined holding Shu Wei tightly in his arms. Her cheeks were still red, even as she tried to tell herself otherwise. That means she doesn't hate my teasing? Then I have plenty of room to develop this. Half an hour later, the sun began to set, casting a fiery red glow after the rain shower. Chen Yuan reached out to feel it. He looked up and said, the rain stopped, let's go, I'll take you home, Zhu Wei then whispered. Chen Zong, could you please take your hand off me? It's been half an hour already. Hearing this, Chen Yuan quickly retracted his hand, feigning nonchalance, and replied, oh haha, sorry, wasn't I just afraid you'd get cold? Time flew by, and 40 minutes later, it was almost dark. Chen Yuan's G63 stopped in front of a residential area. Shui Wei got out and said, Chen Zong, I'm here. Thank you for the ride. I'm sorry for the trouble. Chen Yuan saw this and said, can I come up for a bit? Carrying some of the items, Chen Yuan followed Shui Wei into the residential area. Looking at the surroundings, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. I had imagined her circumstances weren't good, but I didn't expect them to be this bad. This place could be considered a condemned building about to collapse, right? Seeing him resolutely following, Shui Wei finally turned around and said, sure, you can come up, but I have to help my family cook dinner, so I won't have time to entertain you, Chen Yuan replied. You go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll just sit for a bit and then leave. As soon as they passed by, the human-powered camera crew immediately focused on Chen Yuan's G63, whispering amongst themselves. One auntie asked, what kind of car is that? Doesn't look cheap at all. The uncle next to her puffed on his cigarette, pretending to be knowledgeable, and replied, that's a glass car. Has to be at least 3 million won. The remaining auntie couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when she heard this. That expensive? So, is that young man Shu Wei's boyfriend? The auntie next to her laughed heartily and replied, he's already brought a, coming to meet the parents, gift to her house. I think this is probably 8 or 9 parts true. Auntie Dai covered her mouth with her fan, smiling in agreement. This Xu Wei has finally had her day. She won't have to live a hard life anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, her face immediately changed, and she said with a dangerous look, "That's not for sure. Rich people value matching social status. How could they take a fancy to a family like this?" The other auntie immediately agreed. "I think so too. Those rich kids are just playing around. There are plenty of innocent and kind girls out there. Why would they look for someone with a dead father and a crippled mother, who also comes with a burden?" Hearing their comments, the uncle next to them immediately left, spitting on the ground and saying, "Tui, you two should watch your mouths and speak with some decency." Back to Chen Yuan's side, as he approached an apartment, a little boy happily ran out as soon as he saw Xu Wei and called out, "Sister, you're back!" She crouched down and patted the boy's head, gently asking, "Xiaoji, are you hungry? I'll go cook dinner now." Seeing this, Chen Yuan spoke up and asked, "Is this your younger brother, Xu Wei?" Then turned around and said, "Xiaoji, this is my friend. Say hello to him." This little boy's name is Su Jingji, Xu Wei's biological younger brother. Seeing a stranger, the boy immediately hid behind his sister. Looking shy, Xu Wei smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, my brother is a bit timid." Just then, from behind, a woman with a labored gait walked forward, leaning on a cane. As soon as Xu Wei saw her, she rushed over to support her and said, "Mom, why did you come out here?" The woman smiled kindly and replied, "It's okay. I just came out to walk around a bit." Then she asked Xu Wei, "This young man is..." Xu Wei turned to introduce, "My friend, Chen Yuan." After the introduction, Chen Yuan then spoke up, "Hello, auntie." Xu Wei's mother thought with suspicion, "Xu Wei has never brought a boyfriend home before. Could it be?" Then she turned to Chen Yuan and said, "Xiao Chen, you even bought so many things. You've spent too much. Come in and sit down." Chen Yuan politely replied, "Yes, auntie." With that, Chen Yuan followed the three of them into the house. As soon as they entered, Xu Wei rushed towards the small kitchen and said, "Chen Yuan, please have a seat. I'll go cook dinner." Her mother also turned to her young son and said, "Xiaoji, go pour your brother some water to drink." Time flew by, and 30 minutes later, after chatting about everything under the sun, from Thailand attacking Cambodia to Russia attacking Ukraine, Xu Wei finally came out of the kitchen, carrying several plates of food, and said, "Dinner is ready, everyone. Let's eat." In just a moment, the food was laid out on the table. The little boy Xiaoji looked at his sister and smiled, saying, "Hooray! The food you cook is the best." Xu Wei's mother also turned to Chen Yuan and smiled kindly, saying, "It's just a simple home-cooked meal. Next time Xiao Chen comes, Auntie will prepare in advance, and then I'll treat you to a feast." Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "You're too kind, Auntie. I'm overjoyed to be able to taste Xu Wei's cooking." Xu Wei's mother heard this and said, "Is that so? If you like it, eat more." Looking at the family's circumstances, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel sorry for Xu Wei. No wonder Xu Wei's temperament is so different. At such a young age, she's already the pillar of the family. She has no choice but to make herself capable. After the meal, Chen Yuan didn't stay long. He said goodbye to the family and turned to leave, still feeling a bit melancholy in his heart. Just as he reached the door, Xu Wei chased after him and called out, "Chen Zong, please wait a moment. You bought so many things when you came. Let me transfer the money back to you." As she was raising her phone to prepare to scan the QR code, Chen Yuan reached out and took the phone from her hand, saying, "Let me borrow your phone for a moment." Xu Wei couldn't help but be surprised. After a series of operations, he returned the phone to Xu Wei, turned and left, waving his hand and saying, "I'll go first. Goodbye. See you next time." Only then did Xu Wei notice the notification on her phone, ICBC, "Your account ending in XXXXX has received 50,000 yuan at 1942 on May 13th. After reading the notification, Xu Wei was shocked. He transferred 50,000 yuan to me. After a moment of blankness, Xu Wei quickly stuck her head out the window and called out, "Chen Yuan, wait." Ignoring her, Chen Yuan pretended not to hear and walked straight to the main road. Stopping the car, he thought to himself, 50,000 yuan is nothing to me, but it's enough to temporarily improve Xu Wei's family's life. I just don't know if she'll accept it, since I don't see any favorability points above her head. Sing. What if she doesn't want it when the time comes? Chen Yuan got back in the car, his mind still racing. But I have a vague feeling that something that left me is coming back. What could it be? Just then, the phone rang. Seeing who was calling, Chen Yuan answered, "Little secretary, go ahead." On the other end, Fu Yingzi immediately rattled off, "Boss, the list is filtered. From 653 applications, we've selected 12 people. The ratio is 1 female and 11 males. I've sent the electronic file and candid photos of the female applicant to your mailbox, boss. Chen Yuan replied with satisfaction. Well done. Bonus this month, Anzi happily said. Thank you, boss. Then you continue working. Call me if you need anything. I'll hang up first. After talking with Anzi, Chen Yuan calculated to himself. Friday is Lao Chen's birthday. I have to go prepare a gift for him tomorrow. After all, there's 30 million for filial piety. Lao Chen and Mother Lai are truly blessed. Then there's Hui Hui. Nah, Coach Liu. 1 night each. No more, no less. A master of fairness must do it this way. Back at Shu Wei's house, as soon as Chen Yuan left, the aunt with the fan from before came over to gossip. As soon as she saw Shu Wei's mother, she asked, Is that young man who just came to your house Shu Wei's boyfriend? Her mother replied, I don't know. Shu Wei hasn't said anything to me. Hearing this, the aunt leaned closer and whispered, That young man is really rich. The car he drives must be worth 2 or 3 million yuan. Shu Wei's mother's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, that expensive. The aunt covered her mouth with her fan and chuckled. If Shu Wei can become a couple with him, your and Zhao Ji's lives will also improve. So you have to give Zhu Wei a good talking to. Zhu Wei's mother listened, her eyes thoughtful. This is a major event in Zhu Wei's life. I don't want to be a burden to her, forcing her to marry someone she doesn't like. I'll let her decide for herself. The auntie then said, I don't know what Zhu Wei thinks, but that young man definitely has feelings for her, since he even came to her house to visit. So even if Zhu Wei doesn't like him, you have to give her a good talking to. After speaking, she didn't linger long and left. Just a few steps away, another woman who had overheard the conversation spoke up. You people dare to think too much, don't you? The young man only came to sit for a while, and you already dare to think about dating? The aunt with the fan replied. He's already come to the house, so he definitely has intentions. The other woman snorted coldly. Maybe he had those intentions at first, but once he sees the family circumstances, those intentions might have vanished into thin air. All these words reached Shu Wei's mother's ears behind the door. After hearing them, her heart couldn't help but ache for her daughter. Then she went to the kitchen where Zhu Wei was cleaning up and said, Zhu Wei, I'm asking you, you have to tell me the truth. Zhu Wei continued to clean, asking with some surprise, Mom, go ahead, what's wrong? Her mother asked directly. What's the relationship between you and that young man just now? Zhu Wei replied. He's a major client of the company. He came to the construction site to inspect today, and it started raining, so he gave me a ride home. We don't have any relationship, her mother then asked. Does this client of yours have feelings for you? Hearing her mother ask this, Zhu Wei recalled what happened this afternoon, and then thought of going with Wan Zong. She thought, he was indeed a bit strange today, but the last time we had dinner, he had a very beautiful girl next to him. She seemed to be his girlfriend. Then she replied, I don't know. Her mother sighed and said, Sigh, you don't even know this. Then she asked, What about you? What do you think of him? Hearing this, Zhu Wei said a little unhappily, What nonsense are you talking about? He's a client of the company. Her mother then said, Okay, I know. You heard Aunt Zhang's words just now, right? Don't take it to heart, your father is gone. This family is all carried by you alone. Your mom and Zhao Ji owe you so much. I just hope you'll be happy in the future. You never need to force yourself to marry into a wealthy family for me and your brother's sake. Do you understand? Zhu Wei hugged her mother and said tenderly, Mom, I know, don't worry. At this moment, in her eyes, she revealed a touch of melancholy. The images from the villa replayed in her mind, bit by bit, from accidentally bumping into Chen Yuan's chest to him hugging her from behind. Zhu Wei's heart was actually a little moved. At the same time, on Chen Yuan's side at the Junyu Hotel, still in that room, Chen Yuan and Meng Lu were frantically exchanging moves again. The two threw themselves at each other, unleashing famous techniques from all over the world. Facing Chen Yuan's fierce attacks, Meng Lu's whole body trembled under his baton. Time flew by to the next morning. After a night of field combat, Meng Lu and Chen Yuan were still sound asleep. When the phone rang, Chen Yuan answered, and a woman's voice came from the other end. President Chen, this is Fu Zhang from Guanting Decoration Company. You finally answered, Chen Yuan asked groggily. What's the matter? Is it urgent? Fu Zhangmei said upon hearing this. Sorry, President Chen. Is this a convenient time? I want to talk to you about my student, Su Shuiwei. Chen Yuan replied. All right, wait for me. A little later, after a rushed wash-up, Chen Yuan put on a set of sportswear and a baseball cap, and mysteriously went to the meeting place. As soon as he sat down, he asked, You looked for me so early in the morning, what's wrong with Shu Wei? Fu Zhangmei handed Chen Yuan a matcha latte and replied with a smile, Yesterday, you transferred 50,000 yuan to her, and she transferred it back, but you didn't accept it. Chen Yuan took the matcha latte and replied, "Indeed, that happened." Hearing his confirmation, Fu Zhengmei said again, "Don't misunderstand. It's just that I saw her looking troubled when she went to work earlier, so I asked and found out about this." After hesitating for a moment, she continued, "Zhuwei isn't that kind of girl. What you did will cause her great psychological burden. She definitely won't accept this money. Just take the money back." Hearing this, Chen Yuan turned to ask, "Did you call me here just to talk about this?" Fu Zhengmei lowered her head with some embarrassment and replied, "President Chen, Shuiwei isn't a money-grubbing girl. If you really want to pursue her, you might have to put in a little effort," Chen Yuan said with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Actually, my intention behind that sum of money wasn't that." Saying this, he brushed it off, saying, "Forget it. There's no point talking about this now. If that's the case, then I'll accept the money." He then raised his phone and tapped to accept. Immediately, the phone received a transfer message. "Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in XXXXX has received 5,200 yuan at 9:42 a.m. on the 14th. After reading the message, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This girl even transferred an extra 200 yuan to me, probably to pay for the things I bought yesterday. She's really stubborn. Then he turned to Fu Zhengmei and asked, "Has Wan Zong been making Su Shuiwei go to other projects to entertain clients with drinks recently?" Fu Zhengmei replied, "No, President Chen. Please rest assured, Shuiwei's current job is only to supervise the construction site on your side." Having talked to this point, Chen Yuan didn't drag it out any longer. He took a sip of the matcha latte and stood up, saying, "All right then, thank you for your trouble. I'll go first." Watching Chen Yuan leave, Fu Zhengmei thought to herself with deep contemplation, if Shuiwei could get together with Chen Yuan, that would naturally be great. She could enjoy a comfortable life, and her family circumstances would undergo earth-shattering changes. It's a pity that this student of mine has her own stubbornness and persistence. There's no way she'd easily devote herself wholeheartedly to a man like that. Sigh. Nowadays, more and more women want to take shortcuts. Girls like Zhuwei are really too rare. After talking with Fu Zhengmei, Chen Yuan returned to his car. As soon as he sat down, the phone rang. As soon as he answered, Yu Cheng's soft voice came from the other end. "Chen Yuan, are you free tonight? Let's go to a cafe for a drink." Chen Yuan replied with a smile, "I'm free. Just come straight to my place." Hearing this, Yu Cheng replied, "But my husband might come home in the evening." Having experienced the feeling of both nervousness and excitement once, becoming addicted, Chen Yuan immediately interrupted, saying, "Wouldn't that be even better then?" Yu Cheng hesitated for a moment and then replied, "Then come over." Hearing this, Chen Yuan said with a wicked voice, "I haven't eaten yet. I need to eat my fill before I have the strength to fix the air conditioner." Yu Cheng immediately understood what he meant and replied, "I'll cook for you." A day passed just like that. Time flew by like a dog running in the fields. Before long, it was already 6 p.m. Chen Yuan was already at Yu Cheng's house. Watching her cook in the kitchen, he asked, "What are you cooking?" Yu Cheng turned around and replied with a smile, "Duzhong pig kidney soup." Hearing this, Chen Yuan thought with a wicked expression. She even deliberately prepared this kind of ingredient. As expected, married women are the most understanding. Then he went behind Yu Cheng, wrapped his arms around her, and asked in a low voice, "Have you ever cooked this for your husband before?" Hearing these words, Yu Cheng replied with some displeasure, "I've never cooked it before. This is the first time I've learned how to make it online." Seeing her expression, Chen Yuan slipped one hand under her clothes, grabbing her breasts, and moved the other hand down to the fork below, asking, "What time will your husband be back?" Yu Cheng replied, "Probably around 9 o'clock. Hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately pulled out his weapon from his pocket, directly inserting the sword into Yan Cheng's wet sheath, saying, "That means there's still an hour and a half until that time." As soon as the sword was inserted, it felt a little tight. Yu Cheng turned around, her voice a little doubtful. It feels a bit different today. Last time, it should have been." Hearing this, Chen Yuan nibbled lightly on her shoulder, thrusting the sword deep inside, asking, "Do you like it?" After that, only the sounds of remained in the small kitchen. Time passed quickly to an hour later. After the spelling lesson, Yu Cheng scooped a bowl of nourishing pig kidney soup for Chen Yuan. He took a sip and said, "Even though it's the first time you've cooked it, it tastes pretty good." Hearing this, Yu Cheng said happily, "You like to drink it? It can often stew it for you in the future." Chen Yuan hesitated a bit and turned to say, "Wouldn't that be a little inconvenient?" Yu Cheng replied, "No, I've already decided to divorce him. I want to pursue true happiness. Hearing this, Chen Yuan put on a serious look of congratulation. This is a good thing. Congratulations to you, Lin. Congratulations that you can bravely take this step. In his heart, he thought, although I still want to experience the pleasure of being KOKO a few more times, Lin's happiness is still more important. Let me explain a bit. Cao Cao refers to Cao Cao, everyone. The Holy Emperor likes to take other people's wives, famous for saying, "The beauties in the world are all mediocre to me. Only the enemy's wife interests me." Haha. Back to the topic. After hearing that, Yu Chang turned to Chen Yuan and said, "Thank you, Chen Yuan. It's because of your appearance that I was able to make up my mind." Her favorability towards him also increased to 66. Seeing this, Chen Yuan reached out and pinched her cheeks. "I can't take the blame for this. I'm not a third party who ruins your marriage." This action of Chen Yuan actually increased Yu Chang's favorability to 69, she replied. "That's not what I meant, you understand." Hearing this, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking, "This is indeed a good thing for me. Now that she's divorced, I can justifiably spend money on her to farm favorability points." Does Miss Lin have the kind of physique where a single touch increases favorability? Next time I'll come and put out the fire a few times, then go out and spend some money, and I'll probably reach 90 points quickly. A moment later, right before 9 o'clock, Chen Yuan also left. As soon as he started the car, Zheng Shenyong came over, looked at the luxury car next to him, and thought with sweat pouring down his face, "A glass car. It seems like no one in our neighborhood drives such an expensive car, right?" Looking over, he saw the owner of the car, and he immediately froze. Wait a minute, this person looks familiar. It seems like I've seen him somewhere before. After a while, he suddenly realized, I remember now. Isn't this the young tycoon who bought a car from Chen Na and is supporting her? What is he doing in our neighborhood? That's strange. After thinking for a while, he also got out of the car. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Yu Chang sipping a bowl of soup, and said cheerfully, "Oh, you even specially made soup for me. You're really becoming more and more thoughtful." Hearing him say that, Yu Chang smiled contemptuously, thinking, "Sorry, Delang, this soup isn't actually for you, Delang. Here is Wu Delang. Bosses, please search on Google." He. Without waiting for Yu Chang to reply, Zheng Shanyong sat down at the table, poured himself a bowl of soup, and asked, "Why aren't you turning on the air conditioner when it's so hot? What's the point of turning on this circulating fan? Besides, it's not like we're so poor that we have to save this little bit of electricity." Yu Chang replied, "It's not hot." She chuckled to herself, thinking, "You're overthinking it. I'm just worried that the smell of Chen Yuan is still lingering in the room." Seeing her expression, Zheng Xianyang actually misunderstood, loosened his tie, and said triumphantly, "You finished drinking the soup. I understand what you mean. Wait for me to take a shower, and I'll make you feel good." After speaking, he went straight into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he happily returned to the bedroom, and as soon as he reached out to open the door, he immediately froze. Why is the door closed? Wasn't the point of making soup for me to replenish my energy and then use it on you? What's going on? Could it be that she fell asleep because I took too long in the shower? Thinking this, he went back to the sofa, and while lying down, he grumbled, "What? I gave you the opportunity, but you didn't want it yourself. I'll save this ammunition and find a younger girl tomorrow." Cut to the next morning. On the school field at this time, both handsome men and beautiful women were present. Looking at the people present, Fu Yingzi thought with satisfaction, "Based on Chen Yuan's subsequent suggestions, I have revised the first plan 1-to-1 compared to the previous 11 times. The number of male students has increased to 2, and most of the female students are the campus belles of each class. Especially these people." Her eyes landed on a girl in a flight attendant uniform. For example, Senior Ya Yun of the flight attendant class, 175 meters tall, has everything, and all the older and younger students are crazy about her. Then she looked at a graceful girl. Junior AI 2.0 caused a sensation throughout the school as soon as she entered because her nickname is Little Hot Devil. Next, she looked at a girl in a cosplay outfit. There's also the female neuro of Star Origin City, Zhang Man. Her Mai Sarani cosplay has attracted 200,000 fans on Doudin. At this time, little dragon girl Long Jinghan was also paying attention to them. She thought to herself, "Miscalculated. I'm dressed so simply. The pressure of competing with these people is too great." This male student is from the International Trade Class 2, Chen Yuan's class. Class monitor Yan Song. He looked at these female students a little helplessly, thinking, "The more I look at it, the more wrong it feels. Aren't these female students the best resources of the school? This doesn't look like they want to start a business at all." It's clearly a harem selection, and I thought Chen Yuan was moved by the startup plan. I'm really too naive. Thinking of this, he was a little dissatisfied. The key is, why did you even choose me for the shortlist? To be a eunuch in your harem, motherfucker Chen Yuan, this son of a BTCH is really playing dirty. Glancing over these beautiful faces, Fu Yingzi put her hands on her hips, showing a satisfied expression, and thought to herself with a smirk, next it will be the boss's turn to show off. Seeing Yan Song standing awkwardly amidst a group of beautiful girls, a male student approached him to start a conversation. Hello, classmate. My name is Mo Zhenwang. Finally, I've met a fellow townsman. Just then, Chen Yuan walked over and, upon seeing Yan Song, immediately said, Class monitor, I didn't expect you to need to start a business too, he replied with a bitter smile. President Chen, I come from an ordinary family, of course. I have to seize every opportunity to rise up. At this moment, the girls also saw Chen Yuan. Adoration was clearly visible on each of their faces. It's Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan is here. Chen Yuan then turned to Zhenwang. I remember your name is Mo. What was it? Seeing this, he quickly rushed to answer. Boss, my name is Mo Zhenwang, Chen Yuan continued. The two of you passed the preliminary round mainly because your startup plans are very practical, not at all empty or far-fetched. After all, it's starting a business and opening a shop in school, so it must be combined with the actual situation, focusing on the eating, clothing, housing, and transportation needs of students. Then he asked, I remember you two, one is a fried food shop, one is a fruit shop. Right? Zhenwang quickly replied. Yes, that's right, mine is the fried food shop, Chen Yuan said with a smile. There isn't a fried food shop in the school. You opening one fills this gap. As long as the taste is good and the price is reasonable, business will definitely not be bad. The key is that the space provided by the startup base is right under the female dormitory, so class monitor, your fruit shop is also very promising. Hearing these flattering words, Zhenwang couldn't help but be happy in his heart. The guy thought to himself, hearing that, it seems like the two of us are definitely in. Beside him, Yan Song smiled faintly. According to the current male-to-female ratio, our project is likely just to make up the numbers. After all, if the startup base is all female, public opinion will explode. Chen Yuan's trick to deceive the public is indeed clever, but I don't care, as long as I get the investment. At this time, Chen Yuan turned to Zhenwang and asked, Student Mo, I saw in your resume on the application form that you have worked as a social media influencer, Zhenwang replied. To put it simply, it's an online water army. Hearing this, Chen Yuan asked, Do you have your own team? Zhenwang scratched his head and smiled shyly. Yes, I have a chat group of over 100 people. We've fought together several times. Organization. Just as he said this, Chen Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Alright, stop. You two go back first. Next, I still have to interview the female students. The guy thought to himself. Wait until I have my own business and company later. Who knows, I might use these resources of Mu Zhenwang. 2 hours later, after struggling with a bunch of beauties, Chen Yuan returned to the office in the school. Watching Yingzi carry a pile of documents to the table, the guy praised. Little secretary, you work very well. I didn't have any hope. I didn't expect there to actually be some top quality ones who are both beautiful and smart. The girl smiled and replied. Working for the boss, of course. I have to do my best. Just then, a knock on the door sounded from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Seeing this, Yingzi went to open the door. The person outside was actually Long Jinghan. The girl asked in surprise. Junior, the interview is over. Do you have anything else? Jinghan said softly. Senior, I have something to say privately with President Chen. Hearing this, Yingzi was a little worried, turned to Chen Yuan, and asked softly, Boss, what should we do? Chen Yuan replied. You go out first. Hearing this, Yingzi stepped outside. Jinghan stepped in, gently closing the door. Chen Yuan then spoke. Speak. What's the matter? Jinghan hesitated a little, and asked worriedly, Senior, let me ask. Have I been eliminated? The girl recalled the interview, thinking in her heart. Because during the interview just now, Chen Yuan's eyes were mainly on those two people, almost never looking at me even once. Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied. The final list will only be known after the re-examination, Jinghan asked worriedly. Then do I have a chance? Chen Yuan smiled dangerously and replied, Haven't I given it to you already? Hearing this, Jinghan thought to herself, That's right, being allowed into the room again, this is the opportunity. Then she began to speak earnestly. Senior, I currently have a primary accounting certificate and an international certified public accountant certificate. I'm also in the process of taking the primary economist certificate. Although I don't have practical work experience, tasks such as cashier, preparing financial reports, arranging transaction data, and calculating costs for the startup base are all no problem for me. After listening, Chen Yuan replied, "Wouldn't it be better to find an experienced accountant to do these tasks?" Hearing these words, Jing Han couldn't help but be stunned, not knowing how to continue. In her mind, the girl thought, "The number of guys pursuing me can line up from the front gate to the back gate of the school, but all of those guys are broke and pathetic. None of them are worth looking at." After 2 long years, it was difficult to discover a big fish like Chen Yuan. "How many times do you have to fight in your life? If you don't strike now, when will you wait? I, Long Jing Han, must catch him." Thinking this, the girl directly approached, placed a kiss on Chen Yuan's cheek, and said in a seductive voice, "I'm sure I'm prettier and have a better figure than that old accountant." Then the girl grabbed Chen Yuan's tie, her eyes full of anticipation. Seeing this, the guy smiled to himself. That's right, accountants are easy to find, but an accountant who is both beautiful and has a great figure is very hard to find. Seeing that the other party showed no reaction, Jing Han continued to play her ultimate card, deliberately unbuttoning her shirt to reveal her ample cleavage, and asked, "Senior, what do you think?" Chen Yuan replied with a smug look, "What you said makes a lot of sense." As soon as she finished speaking, Jing Han pulled Chen Yuan's hand and placed it suggestively, softly whispering, "Chen Yuan." Immediately after, they immediately lunged at each other, sharing a damn passionate kiss. Following that, in the cramped office, a fierce battle ensued, with only muffled moans and desperate cries heard from outside. Who knows what transpired? But 40 minutes later, a pile of crumpled tissues appeared in the trash can. At this point, the contest had ended. Chen Yuan looked over at Jing Han, who was adjusting her clothes, and said, "Be my woman, and I won't let you suffer any wrongs." He secretly thought, I can't believe this little dragon girl was still a virgin. Then continued, "Let's go shopping this weekend." Jing Han turned back, smiling, and replied, "Yes." She secretly thought, "From now on, I have a place in Chen Yuan's heart. Though not much, it's better than nothing." Her favorability points above her head also showed 61. Seeing this, Chen Yuan happily thought, "The little dragon girl has started to develop feelings for me. Excellent." 10 minutes later, Jing Han, nursing her wounds from the battle, limped out of the office, softly moaning, "It hurts so much." Seeing this, Senior Z quickly rushed over to help her, saying, "Jing Han, tell me, why do you have to go through such trouble?" Jing Han, with a satisfied expression, replied, "Senior sister, I'm fine. Right now, I'm feeling the most genuine happiness I've ever felt." Back inside the office, after Jing Han left, Chen Yuan pulled out his phone, scrolling and muttering to himself, "Tomorrow is Friday, Dad's birthday. Let's see, the birthday gift I pre-ordered for Dad. How's that car doing? Of course, I can't show favoritism. The gold jewelry Mom likes must also be arranged. Tomorrow, I have to make sure both of them have a lively time." Time flew to the next day. At this moment, the entire Chen family was gathered in front of a car showroom. This girl was his younger sister, Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan saw the car her brother had just given to their dad, and she ran over, draping her arm around her brother's, pouting, "Dad's car is so awesome! I want a car of my own too! I can take my driving test during summer break. What do you think, big brother?" Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "No problem." His mother saw this and grumbled, "Son, don't spoil your sister too much. She just finished her college entrance exams. Is she already slacking off? She still has a long way to go." Hearing this, Chen Yuan chuckled and replied, "Mom, Xuan just wants a car. It's nothing," he urged. "Let's go, Dad. Our aunts and uncles must be wondering where we are already." His father quickly got into the car and replied, All right, let's head to the hotel first." Chen Xuan got into the back seat and said somewhat sulkily, "Mom, you don't love me at all. Good thing I still have big brother." Her mother heard this and replied, "Good heavens, a girl should act like a girl. This isn't home. Let's go, get in the car." At the same time, in the dining room inside the hotel restaurant, Chen Yuan's aunts and uncles had all gathered. Seeing that it was already past the appointed time and the Chen family still hadn't arrived, a short-haired aunt showed her dissatisfaction. "Why aren't they here yet? They invited us for dinner. What kind of reasoning is it to make us, their guests, wait?" The person next to her also agreed. "Exactly. If something came up, they should at least give us a heads up, but they made us arrive so early, and now they're not even here themselves." She thought bitterly. "Although my Yaodi's family borrowed money from them before, we paid it all back long ago. Yet when they owed us money, we only went to ask for it a few times. But when they paid us back, they weren't just arrogant. They even showed disdain for Yao Dai." The other aunt saw this and interjected, "This is my fault. Yesterday, Hong Wang called and asked me to relay a message, but I completely forgot. Old Chen Yaodae's wife heard this and said, "That just shows they didn't make thorough arrangements. Why did they only call your family and not ours?" Another person also agreed, "Exactly. Why would our own family affairs need to be announced by others?" Hearing their tone, the man wearing glasses couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking, "Every single person present here, which one of their families hasn't received favors from mine in the past? Now that my family has gone bankrupt, each one of them jumps out to point fingers and gossip. Truly a bunch of ungrateful white-eyed wolves." The man puffing on a cigarette also spoke up at this moment. "Our second brother's family has fallen to this state, yet they still act so arrogant in front of us. Well, his birthday banquet today probably won't be a happy one for him." Old Chen Yaodae's wife heard this and said, "Third uncle, later we'll have to see the eldest brother's performance." Chen Yaodae heard his wife and let out a lewd laugh. Hee hee. "Just look at the state of brotherhood in our family." The man wearing glasses couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Old Yaodae turned to the bespectacled man and asked, "Young, I see you've changed to a new car. Business at the factory must be booming these days." Hearing this, he feigned modesty and replied, "Just making a bit of pocket money. When discussing business, you need a fancy car to save face. Otherwise, I'd really miss my old one." Old Yaodae moved closer upon hearing this, poured him a glass of wine, and said enthusiastically, "You have to maintain the new car well. Come by my place and get a membership card. I'll give you a 30% discount on everything. Car washes, ceramic coating, polishing, waxing, and window tinting." Young didn't reply to the old man, and turned to the uncle, saying, "Big brother, why don't you call and ask second brother when he's arriving? I think the kids are starving. The entire Cheesy U family has gone bankrupt, yet they still put on airs. It's really too much." Hearing these words, the eldest uncle thought unhappily. Young's wife and Chen Yuan's mother used to have a strained relationship because of some old matters. Plus, Chen Yuan's academic performance was better and overshadowed their daughter. Now that the Chen Yuan family is down on their luck, they dare to speak like this. Old Yaodae also joined in, adding fuel to the fire with a look of dissatisfaction. "Is something wrong with their family that they're making us wait this long?" Hearing this, the eldest uncle advised, "Let's wait a bit longer. It's your second brother's birthday today, and the main character is the most important." Just as he finished speaking, the door to the banquet room suddenly opened. The Chen Yuan family quickly entered. Old Chen raised his hand, smiling apologetically. "Sorry for making everyone wait. We were held up by something, so we're late. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks later." Hearing this, the eldest uncle stood up and said with a warm smile, "You weren't that late, and it's not time to eat yet." Young's wife chimed in sarcastically, "It's fine. No one will die from being hungry for a little while anyway." Seeing this, he frowned and scolded, "What kind of talk is that? If you don't know how to talk, then shut your mouth." Then, he turned to old Chen. "Second brother, you really are something. If you're ever busy and can't manage, just let us come pick you up," he secretly thought. "Second brother's family doesn't have a car anymore, huh? After being suppressed by second brother for so many years, it's finally my turn to shine." Hearing these social niceties, Chen Yuan replied with a smile, "Third uncle, then we'll have to trouble you. I hope you'll come as soon as you're called." His father was too lazy to argue and said amiably, all right, everyone come and sit down. Let's get ready to eat." Seeing this, old Yang reached into his pocket, thinking, "This kid isn't showing me any respect at all, so I'll have to put on a show." Just as they sat down, old Chen poured himself 3 glasses of wine as punishment and slowly drank them. Opposite him, Young also took out his smart key to go outside, preparing for his fake new car plan. Immediately afterward, he pretended to stand up, stopping old Chen. "Hey, second brother, are you really punishing yourself? Take it easy, drinking. Oh, no one here blames you anyway." As he made this motion, the car key fell perfectly to the ground. Seeing that no one cared, he resentfully turned to Chen Yaodae, grinding his teeth as he thought, "Oh, damn it, Chen Yaodae, didn't you see the car key fall? Shouldn't you be picking it up for me? Do you still want me to get a membership at your place?" Knowing his intentions perfectly, Chen Yaodae sneered contemptuously. "Damn it, you didn't agree to get a car just now, and now you want me to be your free backdrop? Dream on." Just then, someone came over and picked up the key. It was Chen Yuan. He handed the key to the old man, trying to suppress a laugh, putting on a surprised look. "Oh, third uncle, you changed to a new car." The old man took the key and replied, "That old VV was too old. I wanted to change it a long time ago." Hearing this, Chen Yuan asked again, "What model is it?" Just waiting for this. Young put on a complacent look and replied, "X7, not expensive." Seeing this, Chen Yuan played along, flattering him to the skies. "It costs at least 1,000,000 yuan to get it on the road, and you say it's not expensive, third uncle. You're too modest." Hearing this, the old man became even more smug, putting on an air of superiority. "I only bought the mid-range version, so it only costs about 1 million yuan to get it on the road. Zhao Yuan, don't you know? I advised your dad before, it is better to do business in the manufacturing industry. The tourism industry is too risky and unreliable." Chen Yuan continued to flatter. "Third uncle is really a pro." Hearing this, the old man was ecstatic, but on the surface, he still acted calm. No, just making a lip. Seeing this, his wife gave him a look of displeasure, thinking, "That idiot is still pretending to be someone important." Ming does know how to show off, but there is lack of plot, and the face is a little uninteresting. Seeing this look from his wife, the old man said softly, "What do you understand? Stop at the right time. If they open their mouths to borrow money later, you will bear to take the hard-earned savings." At this time, Chen Yuan also turned to his father and smiled. "Old Chen, Dad's third younger brother, has already bought an X7. How long are you planning to hide your Maybach?" In his heart, he secretly thought, "The mattress has already been laid for Dad, so he can show off comfortably." Hearing this, old Chen smiled awkwardly. "It's just a car, nothing to talk about." Hearing this conversation, the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweats, unable to believe their ears. Maybach, the second brother's family. The lowest end version of the Maybach cost nearly 1.7 million yuan to get it on the road. Isn't his family bankrupt? How did they buy it? The eldest uncle also turned to the second brother and asked, "Did you buy a Maybach?" Old Chen patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and said with a warm smile, "Thanks to my son for buying a nice car." Hearing these words, the others stared in disbelief, thinking, "There should be a limit to teasing people. Are they treating us like fools? How is this possible? Is there anyone here who doesn't know that Chen Yuan is a wasteful son? Moreover, he is still in college." Eldest uncle couldn't help but feel worried upon hearing this, thinking, "Second brother has always been so composed. Is punishing himself with 3 glasses a bit too much?" Just then, Ah Young spoke up. "Second brother, what kind of joke is this? Did Chen Yuan buy it for you?" Chen Yuan then whispered softly, "Old Chen, Dad, you really have incredible patience. Third uncle was already like that, and you still won't retaliate." Only then did old Chen make his move, placing the car key with a clack on the table, and said with a smile, "Yeah, actually, I also advised that boy Chen Yuan not to buy such a fancy car for me, but he absolutely refused to listen. What can't 3 million be used for? I really don't know why he'd buy such an expensive car." Upon hearing these words, the entire hall immediately fell into a stunned silence. Everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. The women thought, "How much? 3 million? That expensive?" The men were also the same, their eyes wide with shock, thinking to themselves, "A 3 million yuan car? Just bought on a whim. Where did that boy Chen Yuan get all that money?" Just then, a restaurant staff member walked in from outside and said to Chen Yuan, "Sir, may I ask if the silver glass belongs to you? My apologies, but it's blocking another guest's car. Would you mind moving it a little?" Chen Yuan replied, "Oh, then I'll go move it." At this point, all of Chen Yuan's relatives were completely petrified, their jaws practically dropping to the floor, unable to close them. Ah Young thought to himself, "Not only did second brother's family buy a Maybach, but they also have a glass. The 2 cars combined must be over 6 million, right?" Beside him, old Chen Yaode recalled the time he went to Chen Yuan's house to demand money, thinking, "So, they already knew they had struck it rich last time, but I never imagined it would reach this level." With that thought, he picked up the wine bottle and poured a glass for Chen Yuan's father, saying with an ingratiating smile, "Brother, congratulations. You are truly the successful one in life. New cars need careful maintenance, so come by my place anytime to get a membership card, and I'll give you a 30% discount on all services." Seeing his attitude, Chen Yuan's mother thought to herself, "How does Chen Yaode still have the nerve to say such words? Before, he completely disregarded our old friendship, coming to our house repeatedly to demand money, and now he's crawling back to promote membership cards." On this side, Ah Young's eyes were still glued to the Maybach key. He never expected second brother's family to have prospered to this extent. Second brother didn't even intend to flaunt it. Compared to that, he felt like a mere nouveau riche. And so, old Chen's birthday party proceeded in an incredibly awkward atmosphere. Those who wanted to put on airs didn't even get a chance to open their mouths before their intentions were quashed. After the party, Chen Yuan waited for Chen Chuan to return. She excitedly said, "Brother, you were so cool today. Hee hee." Chen Yuan replied, "What do kids know about adult matters? I'll take you home first. I have important things to do later." Upon hearing this, Chen Chuan said, "Brother, I'm so bored at home I want to go out with you." "What important matter of yours could possibly surprise me anymore?" Chen Yuan replied. Indeed, no one understands me better than my little sister. All right, I'll take you to visit your sister-in-law. A moment later, they arrived at Chen Na's coffee shop. Looking at the luxury car parked nearby, Chen Xuan exclaimed in admiration, "Brother, this car is so cool. How much does one cost?" Chen Yuan calmly replied, "The on-the-road price is 273 million yuan. Chen Xuan couldn't help but be surprised. That expensive. Only then did she realize something was off, and said, "Wait a minute, brother. How do you know how much it costs someone to buy it?" Chen Yuan, with the same calm demeanor, replied, "This car belongs to your sister-in-law. I bought it." Chen Xuan couldn't help but be startled. Holy crap. Just then, Meng Lu walked out from inside and opened the door. She said cheerfully, "Chen Yuan, you're here. Come inside quickly." Seeing that he had also brought a girl with him, Meng Lu immediately froze. "This is my younger sister," Chen Yuan introduced Chen Xuan. At this moment, Qian and Chen Na also ran over. Hearing Chen Yuan's introduction, Chen Na said warmly, "Oh, is your little sister here to visit too? You two siblings look so alike. Come inside quickly." Immediately after, all three gathered around, eagerly doting on Chen Yuan's younger sister. Qian smiled and said, "Little sister is so cute." Chen Na took out a slice of apple and offered it. "Little sister, have some fruit," Meng Lu, standing nearby, brought over a glass. "Little sister, would you like some coffee?" Seeing their enthusiastic attention, Chen Xuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking, all three beautiful older sisters are so enthusiastic towards me. Their tone even has a hint of trying to curry favor. What in the world is going on? She cast a bewildered look towards Chen Yuan, who was smiling slyly, and thought to herself, "Wait a minute, brother. Who exactly is my sister-in-law then?" Meng Lu then said, Qian and I knew Na was moving, so we came specifically to celebrate her new home." She turned to Chen Xuan and said, "Little sister, let me introduce myself. My name is Liu Meng Lu. You can call me Sister Meng Lu from now on." Then she gestured towards Chen Na, "And this is the owner of this house. Her name is Chen Na. You can call her Sister Nana, okay?" Hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Chen Na and asked, "So, you're my sister-in-law, right?" Startled by this unexpected question, Chen Na couldn't help but feel flustered. She looked at Chen Yuan for help, softly calling, "Chen Yuan." Beside her, Meng Lu wore a smug expression, thinking to herself, "Let's see how you explain this." Chen Yuan didn't hide anything, calmly replying, "Actually, both of these ladies are her sisters-in-law." Hearing this answer, Chen Xuan was shocked and stunned. Both of them are my sisters-in-law. She thought to herself, "Is this really my brother? This is so messed up, and they can actually get along in the same house like this." Seeing her expression, the three women each had a different look. Meng Lu was extremely smug. Chen Na blushed shyly, while Qian's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Chen Xuan still couldn't believe her ears, her eyes darting between the three women, and she hesitantly asked, "Is what my brother said true?" Both Meng Lu and Chen Na nodded in unison, confirming, "That's right, little sister." Hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately turned to her brother and scolded, "Brother, you're such a damn playboy." Chen Yuan smiled to himself, thinking, "My dear Xuan, this is just the beginning. You can't even accept two people. What will happen when my harem expands in the future? Won't your worldview completely collapse? You might as well get used to it gradually." After the introductions, Meng Lu and Chen Na stepped forward. Meng Lu took Chen Xuan's hand, smiling warmly, and said, Xuan, is there anywhere you want to go? Just tell us, and we'll go together." Chen Na then spoke up. "My sister also just finished her college entrance exams, and she'll be coming to Star City tomorrow. You all will probably have a lot to talk about, but my sister is quite introverted." Chen Xuan smiled in response. "Don't worry, sister-in-law, she'll open up after hanging out with me for a few days, I guarantee it." Qian, who had been standing aside as a guest celebrating the housewarming, witnessed this classic scene. Qian sighed, thinking, "I didn't expect them to become so close so quickly." Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. In Chen Yuan's family gathering, I'm really just an outsider. She remembered when she first spoke to Meng Lu. Qian asked in surprise, "You two are already like this, and you can still get along in the same house," Meng Lu calmly replied. "Men are men, best friends are best friends. In ancient times, there were many cases of sisters serving the same husband, let alone best friends sharing a husband." Hearing these words, Qian couldn't help but feel helpless. "If you two are really still the same as before, then just talk to each other directly, okay? Why do you always make me the messenger?" The key point is that Chen Yuan bought supercars for the two of you to enjoy, and I don't even get a whiff of it, yet I have to endure this fatigue. Thinking of this, Qian couldn't help but sigh. "Hi, you two are really terrible sisters." Just then, Chen Yuan got up and went upstairs, saying, "You guys keep talking. I'm gonna rest for a while." Hearing this, Chen Na took Chen Xuan's hand and said, Xuan, your brother wants to sleep? How about we go shopping, buy you some clothes, shoes, and bags?" "What do you think?" Chen Xuan said with some worry. "Although my sister-in-law's fashion sense is top-notch, can I even pull off the same vibe as you?" Meng Lu smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Xuan. I'll teach you all my styling secrets." Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. "Wow, that's great." With that, the four of them headed down to the garage. Suddenly, Meng Lu turned to Qian and said, "I forgot my bag upstairs, Qian. Can you wait for me a moment?" Qian replied, "Oh, okay." With that, Meng Lu went back inside the house. After Qian had been waiting for a good 10 minutes, Meng Lu sent a message. Qian, just take a taxi ahead, we're a bit busy," and then didn't forget to send a red envelope as fare. Looking at this message, Qian couldn't help but think with dissatisfaction. What important business could you be doing at Nana's house? She's going shopping with her husband's sister? And you're taking the opportunity to sneak around for some secret rendezvous? Unbelievable. You get to go have fun alone, and you leave the explanation to Nana to me. The most important thing is to think of some excuse, which is really tiring. At the same time, upstairs in the house, Chen Yuan had just fallen asleep when Meng Lu slowly approached and gently sat on top of him. Afterwards, that girl gently used her wicked tongue to do something to Chen Yuan's ear. He startled awake, thinking, "What's pressing against my face?" This feeling, looking up, Chen Yuan immediately recognized. "Is that Instructor Liu?" He jolted upright and asked, "Are you crazy?" Meng Lu put on a longing expression and replied, "They went out shopping. Now it's just the two of us at home." Hearing this, Chen Yuan asked again, "Then why didn't you go with them?" Meng Lu pushed him back down onto the bed and replied, "I wanted to stay here and keep you company." Upon hearing that, Chen Yuan leaned in close, a sinister look on his face, and said, "I think you're playing a feint to the east and attack in the west." Meng Lu took off her outer garment, revealing her ample bosom behind the bra, and feigned innocence, replying, "Feinting to the east and attack in the west? I don't understand." At this point, Chen Yuan didn't dilly-dally anymore, directly grabbed her hand and pushed her onto the bed. Meng Lu startled and cried out twice, "Ouch, darling, I missed you so much." Chen Yuan reached his hand downwards, a lewd look on his face, and asked, "Seems like you messed up the way you addressed me again, huh?" Hearing this, Meng Lu immediately corrected herself. "Daddy, I miss you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Chen Yuan's as-you-wish cudgel thrust straight into her water curtain cave. While thrusting, Chen Yuan urged, "Not loud enough, say it again." Meng Lu's cheeks flushed red, and she shouted, "Daddy! Papa!" Time flew by to an hour and a half later. On a certain street, Chen Xuan, carrying several bags of items, called Chen Yuan and said, "Bro, Sister Qian went ahead. She said sister-in-law Lulu has other things to do with her. Nana and I are almost done shopping too. When will you arrive?" Chen Yuan was almost there at this time, and he replied, "Wait for me, I'll be right there." His G63 stopped in front of a store. The clerk inside saw it, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a fancy car. Suddenly realizing something, his eyes paused. Wait a minute. Seeing the person getting out, he thought to himself, "I'm impressed with that boy. Let me think back." In his memory, the image of Chen Yuan quickly appeared, the time he bought a bag for Li Zhao. The clerk thought to himself, "I remember now. It's that kid who came to me 3 months ago to withdraw cash. He drained all the money from Huawei, buyout, credit cards and stuff, then ran to the Guojin shopping center to buy a bag, and even thanked me profusely when he left." Thinking of this, he thought to himself, "That guy hasn't even met for a month, and he's already driving a G-Class. How did he make money so fast? Did he go to the Golden Triangle or Northern Myanmar to do big business and strike it rich?" At this time, outside, Chen Yuan had also met Chen Na and Chen Xuan. Seeing the pile of things they were carrying, he smiled and said, "Looks like you spent quite a bit of my sister-in-law's money." Having overheard the story for a while, the clerk continued to speculate. "Oh, so he met a rich older woman. Well, being young and handsome is really great." In his head, the classic image from those femdom genres immediately appeared. Chen Yuan knelt on the ground. Chen Na gently lifted his chin with the toe of her high heel. Then it was the scene of Chen Yuan turning into a good dog, licking Chen Na's thick soles, thinking, "Find an older sugar mama, serve her well, and you'll have everything." Seeing the pile of things the two sisters brought out, Chen Yuan asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Why did you buy so much?" Chen Xuan replied. "It's not like I wanted to. It's just that sister-in-law was too enthusiastic." Hearing them talking, Chen Na stepped forward to smooth things over, saying with a bright smile, Xuan is going to college soon. Of course she needs new clothes and bags. I also bought some small gifts for uncle and auntie. I wonder if they'll like them. Seeing these actions, Chen Yuan was a little touched, thinking, 5 million for Nana's pocket money. She usually never dares to spend a penny. But she's so generous with my parents and Chen Xuan. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Na waved goodbye, saying, Chen Yuan, I'm going back to the cafe first. Xiao Qiu is doing good business today. She's a bit busy. Chen Yuan nodded, replying, Okay, I'll come see you tonight. After Chen Na left, Chen Yuan and Chen Xuan also got into the car. Looking at his younger sister, who couldn't stop smiling, Chen Yuan gently asked, Smiling like that? How much money did you spend of your sister-in-law's? Chen Xuan, while testing out the new makeup she bought, replied with a bright smile, It seems to be more than $400,000. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, Anyway, you're the Tang family's precious princess. Smiling like that over a few $100,000, what kind of behavior is that? Chen Xuan leaned on her brother's shoulder, laughing happily. Oh brother, even when our family was well off before, our parents never splurged like this. Not wanting to dwell on this subject any further, Chen Yuan turned and asked, Do you know what to say when we get home? The girl winked playfully, replying, Of course I know. I'll just tell Mom and Dad that you've found me 2 sisters. Hearing this answer, Chen Yuan slammed on the brakes. He turned to her, frowning, and said, Do you want Mom to break my legs? Don't you know that Mom has always been the strictest when it comes to relationships? Seeing his reaction, Chen Xuan laughed out loud. Haha, I'm just kidding, brother. I know what to say, but how are you going to thank me? Chen Yuan replied. Didn't you just receive a $400,000 gift? Chen Xuan immediately retorted. That was bought by sister-in-law, not you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes widened as he asked, So you're trying to extort your brother? Chen Xuan giggled, replying, Hey, how could a businessman's deal be called extortion? At this point, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Alright, just tell me what you want next time. Hearing this, the girl cheered excitedly. Hooray! A moment later, Chen Xuan and Chen Yuan arrived home. Seeing the pile of things they brought back, Chen Yuan's parents couldn't help but widen their eyes. In surprise, his mother asked, Didn't you say you were just going out for a walk? Why did you buy so much stuff? Chen Xuan quickly spoke up, replying with a smile, Mom, this is a gift that I and sister-in-law bought for you and Dad. Hearing his daughter's words, Chen Yuan's father turned to him, asking in surprise, Sister-in-law, son, when did you get a girlfriend? In contrast to his worried expression, Chen Yuan's mother smiled brightly and eagerly asked, What's her personality like? Why didn't you bring her home since you bought so much stuff? Chen Yuan replied with a smile. We've been dating for a while. I didn't say anything before because I didn't feel like the time was right, Chen Xuan quickly added. Mom, sister-in-law has a great personality. She's gentle, considerate, and virtuous. Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Chen pulled Chen Xuan aside, asking her all sorts of questions about their daughter-in-law. The girl also happily recounted everything. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, feeling lucky. Luckily Xuan Mei is here, or I definitely wouldn't have been able to handle it. Next, there are many things to do. Tomorrow I have to pick up my sister-in-law, Xin Yu. This weekend I have to go shopping with my consultant. And I also have to take my junior classmate, Xiaolong Nu, to get a consumer rebate. Next week, the re-evaluation exam will begin at the entrepreneurship base. Once the project is approved, I can receive Tongdaji's mysterious reward. I'm really looking forward to it. Time flew by quickly to 10 p.m. Chen Yuan had now arrived at Chen Na's new home. As soon as she opened the door, he said, Na, I have to pick up Xin Yu tomorrow. Can I sleep here tonight? The girl agreed, replying, Okay, I just learned a few new things. I've always wanted to try them out with you. Saying this, she took Chen Yuan's hand and led him inside. Seeing this, he asked enthusiastically, What new things, Na? Tell me. I'll wake up immediately. Chen Na smiled, replying, Wait for me a moment. Saying this, she went to the refrigerator, taking out a glass of ice water and a glass of hot water, placing them on the bedside table. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's eyes widened as he asked, Ice water and hot water? Na. Are you planning on not letting me sleep tonight? The girl didn't reply. Drawing herself in, kneeling on the ground, seeing her next actions, Chen Yuan was even more shocked. Wait, this is... Chen Na looked up and asked, Can you feel it? Chen Yuan replied, Na, how could I just feel it? I almost couldn't control myself. Hearing this, Chen Na didn't say anything more. She raised both hands, opening her mouth wide, focusing on what she was enjoying. As for Chen Yuan, he could only close his eyes tightly, enjoying the experience. And so, another night of guerrilla warfare passed. The next morning the two had arrived at Chen Na's house to pick up Xin Yu. Watching her daughter leave, Chen Na's mother carefully instructed, Help your sister out a lot at her place. After all, your sister is busy with work. Hearing this, Xinyu replied, Mom, brother-in-law said he's hiring a nanny for her. There's nothing she has to do herself. Hearing her daughter's words, Chen Na's mother immediately reminded, A nanny? No need to waste money. We can do things like laundry and cooking ourselves. Xinyun, you need to be more understanding and help your sister share the burden. Seeing this, Chen Na smoothed things over. Mom, Xinyu is just coming early to get acquainted. With me and Chen Yuan here, everything will be fine. Chen Yuan, who had been standing outside for a while, finally spoke up. Auntie, don't worry, we will definitely take good care of Xinyu. After a while, the farewell scene finally ended. Chen Yuan, Chen Na, and Xinyu got into the car and left. At this time, an auntie approached Chen Na's mother and exclaimed, Oh my, her son-in-law has changed cars again. That one looks like a G-Class. It must cost 2 to 3 million yuan, Chen Na's mother replied. Actually, we don't understand these things. As long as Nana and Xiao Chen like it. That's what she said, but in her heart, another worry arose. Last time Xiao Chen came to the house, Xin Yun especially admired him. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Back with Chen Yuan and the others, he looked in the rearview mirror and asked, Xin Ying, you did well on the college entrance exam, right? Which school did you apply to? Xin Yu replied. Right here in Xingcheng. Chen Yuan nodded and said, That's good. Being in Xingcheng means there's someone to take care of you. Your sister has already prepared a room for you. Hearing this, the image of her sister and Chen Yuan playing charades flashed in Xin Yu's mind. A room at my sister's house. Then I can. Her face flushed, and she shyly replied, No, that's not right, brother-in-law, sister. I'm afraid of bothering you two, Chen Yuan said. What's the bother? Your sister gets lonely at home alone. You should come and stay with her, Chen Nas added. That's right, your brother-in-law isn't home often. At this time, Xin Yu was intently looking at Chen Yuan, her eyes filled with infatuation as she thought, Brother-in-law isn't that much older than me. He speaks to me so gently, and my parents are respected by the neighbors because of him. The family has completely changed, but why do I feel my heart racing when I see brother-in-law today? Along with that, a number 60 began to appear above her head, indicating her favorability. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Why is favorability appearing? Has this girl developed feelings for me? Or is she trying to seduce me into committing a crime? A moment later, the car arrived. After dropping Xin Yu and Chen Na off, Chen Yuan lowered the car window and said, Na, take Xin Yu out to play. I have work to do. Don't wait for me for dinner. Chen Na waved goodbye and replied, I know. Go to work. A moment later, Chen Yuan arrived below Li Xiao's apartment. As soon as he entered the parking lot, he saw an idiot parking attendant standing there talking on the phone. He didn't know what the other side was saying, but he kept rattling off, Meng Meng, give me another chance. I just made a mistake that any man could make. Don't be like this. I didn't even want to that time. How about this, Meng Meng? Come downstairs. Give me a chance to explain in person. Overhearing this, Chen Yuan immediately understood, thinking, so he's Li Meng's ex-boyfriend. No wonder Li Meng is so angry about men cheating. He's the one who caused her to scold someone at the club last time. He's already a jerk, and he's still clinging to her after the breakup. Thinking of this, an idea popped into Chen Yuan's head. Then I have to help Li Meng out of this trouble. Although I don't expect her to be grateful, the advisor will understand my feelings. After all, loving someone means loving everything about them. Just as he thought this, the young man outside honked his horn loudly and cursed. What kind of parking is that? You're blocking my car. Chen Yuan was speechless, thinking, what's with the temper? It's already impolite to take up 2 parking spaces, so I'm too lazy to be polite. Thinking this, he lowered the car window and said, So what if I parked here? I'm blocking you, so what? Anyway, the car inside isn't mine, the other guy retorted. You're blocking my car and you're still being loud, just because you have money. Without further ado, Chen Yuan went straight to the point and asked, Are you Li Meng's ex-boyfriend? The other guy was stunned and asked, Who? Who are you? Chen Yuan replied. Guess who I am? Hearing this, the other guy immediately got out of the car, raised his neck and said, You. Could it be that you are Li Meng's current boyfriend? Hearing him ask this, Chen Yuan didn't answer, letting him make up his own story. After a while, the other guy continued. Good. No wonder she wouldn't see me, so she's hooked up with a sugar daddy. But Li Meng has such a bad temper, you two won't have a good ending. He lightly adjusted his glasses and sneered. You still don't know, do you? Li Meng dated me for 2 years, and she still hasn't found a boyfriend because she can't forget me. So even if you are with her now, you won't get a complete Li Meng. In his heart, he evilly thought, What? Are you disgusted yet? Hearing the words he had just said, Chen Yuan thought uncomfortably. This guy is so funny. Isn't this the trick I used to mess with Hao Jun's mind right in front of the school gate? Compared to me, this guy's tricks are much worse. Thinking this, he said, It's okay. I never wanted to have a complete her. I'm very content. Having her body is enough. He attacked the opponent, but was attacked in return. Hearing these words, Li Meng's ex-boyfriend immediately imagined the two of them making love, his face stunned on the spot. What? She and you already? Hearing his ex-girlfriend Li Meng's words, Chen Yuan lightly adjusted his glasses and replied, Isn't that just stating the obvious? Seeing his attitude, Lu Bin became even more resentful. He thought about how he'd been with her in university, loved her for 2 years but never got her, and this bastard got her instead. He had thought Li Meng wasn't dating because she still remembered him. Damn, she's worse than a dog. Just as he thought of this, Chen Yuan suddenly raised his hand and called out, Counselor, over here, over here. Li Xiao walked over, looking displeased, and replied, Wait a moment. After saying that, she walked straight towards Li Meng's ex-boyfriend, saying in a serious tone, Lu Bin, from now on, don't come around anymore. My sister will definitely not see you again. Having said that, Li Xiao walked straight towards Chen Yuan. Let's go, Chen Yuan. Lu Bin was stunned. Huh, aren't you Li Meng's boyfriend? Why does it feel like something's off? Why do you look like a couple with her sister? Chen Yuan turned his head back and replied with a sly smile. Don't ask so much about rich people's business. Haven't you heard the saying? A good treat can even please the ancestors. Goodbye, country bumpkin. Watching Chen Yuan and Li Xiao get into the car, Lu Bin still couldn't believe his ears. What the hell, is this for real? He howled with resentment. With money, you can do whatever you want, do whatever others can't. The highest level of playing is one emperor with 2 empresses, 2 sisters serving 1 husband. This is insane. Turning back to Chen Yuan's side, Li Xiao turned around and questioned. Chen Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? 2 sisters serving 1 husband. The guy smiled sheepishly and replied, Counselor, I just don't want that idiot to bother your sister anymore. Affecting your sister-in-law's mood. Wouldn't that also affect your mood? Li Meng blushed shyly. You're talking nonsense again. Who's your sister-in-law? I haven't agreed to anything with you yet. But after being dealt with by you like that, he probably won't dare to pester Li Meng anymore in the future. Without him, Li Meng will definitely get out of the darkness soon. Chen Yuan listened and smiled, saying, Well, alright, let's not mention that spoil sport anymore, Counselor. Let's go shopping at Guojin first, then go have dinner and watch a movie. Li Xiao, hearing this, replied with some worry. Don't go to Guojin anymore, it's too expensive there, I can't afford it. Daixinqin is fine. Chen Yuan listened and said, What's expensive or cheap, I'll buy it for you. Li Meng quickly refused, replying, No need, I don't want to spend your money. Besides, you've already bought me such an expensive bag. Seeing her refuse, Chen Yuan then made up an excuse. Actually, my sister's birthday is coming up. I want to surprise her, so this time going to Guojin is to ask you to help me choose a gift. Li Xiao asked with some surprise. Really? Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Of course. The girl listened and said, Anyway, we've already made it clear. Okay, if you still buy it for me at that time, I definitely won't accept it. Chen Yuan replied with a smile. No problem. Although he said that, in his heart he thought, HMPH. When we get there, I'll naturally have a way to make you accept the gift. Time flew by, and a moment later, Chen Yuan and Li Xiao appeared in a fashion store at Guojin. Seeing Li Meng looking at one model after another, the saleswoman said with a warm smile, Hello, if you like it, you can also try it on. Chen Yuan, hearing this, immediately added, That's right, if you like it, just try it on. Li Xiao, hearing this, didn't stand on ceremony anymore. She turned to the saleswoman and said, Then please, beauty, help me get this one in size S to try on. The saleswoman, hearing this, thought to herself, With such a full bust, size S definitely won't fit. I wonder if size M will work. A moment later, she brought out a dress, saying, Please try this one. Having said that, she led Li Xiao to a fitting room, not forgetting to instruct, This is the fitting area. If you need anything, just call me. Just as Li Xiao entered, Chen Yuan's phone rang. He answered the phone and asked in surprise, Counselor, what's the matter? Li Xiao replied in a flustered voice, Chen Yuan, the zipper on my back is stuck. The saleswoman isn't outside. Can you call her in to help me? Chen Yuan, hearing this, immediately stood up and said, This doesn't need to bother the saleswoman. Just let me handle it. Wait for me. After saying that, he walked in, saying, Turn your back. I'll help you, Li Xiao. Seeing this, couldn't help but panic, quickly putting her hands over her breasts, saying, You, don't come over here. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan said helplessly, Oh, what are you thinking? I'll just help you pull up the zipper, and then I'll leave. Li Xiao then turned her back. Then do it quickly. Chen Yuan approached and pulled up the zipper on Li Xiao's back. Looking at her bare back, he couldn't help but be stunned. I think Counselor has a really beautiful back. Seeing him just standing there in a daze, Li Xiao urged, Chen Yuan, Help me pull it up. Chen Yuan then began to pull up the zipper, not forgetting to take the opportunity to touch Li Xiao's bare back, saying, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, consultant. If you break someone's dress, you'll have to pay for it. The girl was startled and said, Chen Yuan, don't do that. There are people outside. Chen Yuan leaned closer and whispered, Let me ask you something. Do you like me calling you teacher or consultant? Li Xiao blushed shyly and replied, Don't call me teacher, and don't call me consultant either. Just call me by my name when we're dating. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yuan snapped her bra open, startling her. Chen Yuan, you! Chen Yuan hugged her tightly and said, Li Xiao, this is the first time I've called you by your name like this. You have to remember this feeling, because I'm remembering it carefully too. The two stayed like that for 5 minutes, before Li Xiao's reason kicked in. She pushed him away and said, Stop, stop, if you keep going, I'll. Chen Yuan then let go, covering his eyes with one hand and patting his little brother with the other, muttering to himself, I understand, continuing to play with fire will get me into trouble. It's starting to hurt, it's really tense and painful as hell, and I can't do anything to relieve the pain here. Li Xiao turned her back and urged, Hurry up and zip me up and get out of here. The guy covered his mouth and coughed softly. I understand. Chen Yuan then began to seriously pull up the zipper, but then he realized the problem and said, Li Xiao, your breasts are too big. I really can't pull up this size. Li Xiao then said, So just now you, oh Chen Yuan, get out. Saying that, she pushed him out. Chen Yuan walked out, still dazed, not understanding what was going on. A moment later, Li Meng brought the dress back to the saleswoman. The saleswoman saw this and asked, Beautiful lady, is this style not fitting? Should we try another one? Li Xiao replied. Thank you. No need to try anymore. With that, the two turned and left, leaving the saleswoman with a head full of question marks, thinking, If you don't want to try, then don't. Why such an expression? Out of the store, Ling Xiao said seriously, Chen Yuan, if you do that again in the future, I'll really be angry. Chen Yuan smiled bitterly and replied, Okay. Then he took her hand and said, I promise I'll pay attention next time. I definitely will. This action of his actually increased Li Xiao's affection level to 75 points. Chen Yuan smiled and thought, as expected, doing such shameless things can really increase affection. This scene was just seen by several young ladies in the handbag shop that Chen Yuan and Minhui had previously entered. One of them said, Oh, isn't that Mr. Chen? He has a new girlfriend again. What a player. Is this the third one already? The person next to her then spoke up. Not just that, it's the fourth one. Have you forgotten the first one, Ms. Zhu? The girl then said, Isn't that Ms. Zhu with some guy now? She and Mr. Chen are no longer a couple. Moreover, she hasn't been here in a long time, it seems. The girl next to her sighed and said, Every time I see Mr. Chen, I regret choosing Ms. Zhu back then. In her mind, the image of Chen Yuan swiping his card and spending tens of thousands of yuan domineeringly appeared. Then she whispered, Mr. Chen, bring this new girlfriend in. Give me a chance. I will wholeheartedly serve you well. The girl next to her, looking disgusted, thought, Now you know how to regret, huh? But there's no regret medicine in this world. On this side, Chen Yuan and Li Xiao had arrived at a restaurant. Chen Yuan looked inside and said, Li Xiao, let's eat hot pot. Li Xiao smiled and replied, Okay. Then, the two went inside and chose a table to sit down. Chen Yuan turned to the waiter and said, Waiter, we're thirsty. Bring us 2 bowls of iced Tang Yuan first, he said. Then he looked at Li Xiao and smiled lewdly in his heart, thinking, With Hui Hui's experience, I've leveled up in the art of seduction now. There's basically no need to ask Li Xiao about such things. If she can't drink it, she will naturally ask to change to something else when she gets cold. But if she can drink it, then today, hee. A moment later, a table full of food was brought out. Li Xiao softly asked, Chen Yuan, summer vacation is coming up. Do you have any plans? Chen Yuan replied with a smile. My plan is to be with you. Hearing this, Li Xiao said seriously, Stop talking nonsense. I heard that the startup incubator selection is almost done, right? Lately, stories about you have been spreading like wildfire throughout the campus buildings. Everyone in the school probably knows about you now, don't they? Being scratched where it itches, Chen Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking he had to quickly change the subject, Li Xiao was even more aware of the increasing possibility of being exposed. Among those selected, although there were 2 males, the rest were top beauties of the school. He then replied, I don't care about those things. Oh right, the textbook you gave me before, I've memorized all the important knowledge points. Li Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. All of it. That fast? Chen Yuan nodded. Yeah. Then he asked, Do I have to memorize the Human Resources Management course too? Do you have the textbook? Li Xiao replied. Yes, I do. Chen Yuan immediately seized the opportunity. Then I'll come to your house tonight to get it. Hearing him say that, Li Xiao asked in surprise. So soon? Chen Yuan replied with a sly look. Anyway, this is knowledge that needs to be used in the startup incubator. The faster and more prepared, the better. In his heart, Chen Yuan thought. Actually, just now in the fitting room, Li Xiao's affection points increased. I have to strike while the iron is hot and seal the deal immediately. After hearing him, Li Xiao said, Then you're not allowed to mess around at my house. My younger sister is home. Chen Yuan picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it in the hot pot, replying with a serious expression, You know my character. Hearing him say that, Li Xiao recalled the previous times and blushed unconsciously. It's that line again. Just then, the waiter brought the drinks and placed them on the table, saying, Sir, madam, your drinks are here. As soon as she saw the glass of water, Li Xiao turned to the waiter and said, Is this cold water? I can't drink this. Please change it to a hot one for me. The waiter happily replied, Yes, madam. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan felt a little disappointed, thinking, It seems like tonight is still not going to work out. Oh well, let's raise the affection points of other NPCs. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan went through his wives one by one, saying to himself, Na has to go with his sister-in-law. Hui is also in her beard shedding period. Instructor Liu has passed 90 affection points and is still rapidly increasing. The remaining focus should be on Sister Lin and Dragon Girl. Speak of the devil. Just then, Chen Yuan's message tone rang. It was Long Jinghan. She messaged Chen Yuan, What are you doing? I miss you. After reading it, Chen Yuan smiled to himself, thinking, Cao Cao has arrived. I made her cry last time and haven't made any moves since. After thinking for a moment, he messaged back, I'm having dinner, I'll pick you up later. Jiang Han read it and messaged back, Okay, where should I wait for you? Chen Yuan replied, Codenamed Cafe. I'll send you the time later. Seeing her expression, Chen Yuan contentedly thought, She really is a smart junior, knows that she can't make the relationship public, knows how to find a place where no one can see. Seeing him bury his head in his phone for so long, Li Xiao turned to ask, Chen Yuan, is there something you need to be busy with? The food is getting overcooked. Eat it and then get busy. Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, I have something urgent. I'll take you home first after eating, and I'll get the materials another day. Li Xiao nodded. Okay. Dealing with important matters is the top priority. Time flew by to an hour later. At this time, Long Jinghan was already at the meeting point. After eating and drinking, Chen Yuan took Li Xiao home, and then went to the meeting point. As soon as she saw his car, Jinghan immediately got in. She turned to ask, Chen Yuan, where are we going? Chen Yuan bluntly replied, To a hotel. Hearing these words, Jinghan fastened her seatbelt, feeling disappointed in her heart. After what happened last time, the burden of her thoughts was no longer as heavy as before, but being treated as a tool by Chen Yuan still made her a little disappointed. If there could be a little bit of affection between me and him, that would be great. Time flew by to a moment later. Chen Yuan and Jinghan had arrived at the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Chen Yuan pounced on her like a beast, tearing the clothes off Jinghan's body. Seeing this, she panicked and covered her ample breasts, saying in a wronged voice, Chen Yuan, can you be a little gentler today? Can you not treat me like this? In her heart, she resentfully thought, even if there is no emotional foundation between us, being treated like this by Chen Yuan is too unfair. Chen Yuan didn't reply, coldly pushing Jinghan down. This action of his was like the last straw, and tears finally welled up in the corners of Jinghan's eyes. Her voice choked. Chen Yuan helplessly said to himself, This time it's even more excessive than last time. Just then, Chen Yuan leaned closer and placed a kiss on her cheek, then gently wiped away her tears, and said softly, I was just in the mood to play a role-playing game. Are you okay? Jinghan asked in surprise. Role-playing? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, Yeah, you know, the classic domineering CEO and innocent girl combo. Jinghan finally relaxed, bursting into tears and saying, Then couldn't you have warned me, I thought you were really like that. Chen Yuan reached out and stroked her cheek, consoling her softly. Okay, I'll tell you next time, but your reaction made me strangely addicted, Jinghan then said. But my clothes are torn. What am I going to wear to school tomorrow? Before she could finish, Chen Yuan leaned in, placing a kiss on her lips to stop her. Don't worry, I've already had someone bring some over. How could I let my woman not have clothes to wear? The rest is left to your imagination. Time flew by, and 2 hours later the battle finally ended. Chen Yuan turned his phone towards Jiang Han, saying, Junior, take a look at these new bags and clothes. Someone will bring them to the room early tomorrow morning. Jiang Han was surprised and asked, Can I really have all this? Chen Yuan nodded. Of course, don't worry about the price. Just choose what you like. Jing Han took the phone, thinking to herself, a wealthy man can not only make saleswomen get up at 11 p.m. to work, but also buy things without looking at the price. This surreal feeling is amazing. She turned to Chen Yuan, feeling a sense of accomplishment, thinking happily, out of so many girls involved, I've made it this far with Chen Yuan. I must be one of the few, right? Just as she thought this, Chen Yuan's phone rang. It was Min Hui. Chen Yuan was startled, thinking, Hui Hui is really pulling a surprise room check again. He reached for the phone in Jing Han's hand, putting a finger to his lips, signaling, shh. As soon as he answered, Min Hui's voice came from the other end. Hello, Yuan Bao. Why haven't you called me in the past few days? Chen Yuan got up and stepped off the bed, replying, I've been very busy recently, you know. Min Hui then said, But I miss you so much. When are you coming to see me? Chen Yuan walked into the bathroom, replying, Aren't you in your period? It'll have to wait until Monday or Tuesday at least. Hearing this, Min Hui smiled. You're annoying. I have to wait a few more days. It's too hard to wait. Ah, you have to be good, okay? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, Okay. Sitting behind him, listening to this conversation, Jing Han felt a little unhappy, thinking gloomily, Chen Yuan knows how to cater to that woman's emotions so well. Will I ever be treated like that by Chen Yuan? Just as she thought this, Chen Yuan's voice called out from the bathroom. Hey, come in and help me. Hearing this, Jing Han hurriedly reached for her robe, quickly putting it on and walking in. As soon as she poked her head in, Chen Yuan saw her and snapped. Why are you wearing a robe? Take it off. Jing Han heard this, feeling frightened, and said softly, Can you not be so fierce? Chen Yuan heard this and smirked. Hee, it's role-playing. How could you forget your lines? And so, the two of them went at it for another round. Time flew by to the next morning. After Chen Yuan left to see Coach Liu Tiying, two customer service staff brought the items over, serving Jing Han while enthusiastically saying, Long miss, are you satisfied with these? If you're not satisfied, I'll go back to the store and get new ones. Jing Han said expressionlessly, No need, thank you. Everything fits perfectly. She looked at herself in the mirror. Long Jing pondered. Chen Yuan paid for all of these and had the store staff bring them over, spending a total of 112,000. Is my dream life really coming true like this? But now that I've actually gotten these things, I seem to care more about Chen Yuan's feelings. Do I even exist in his heart? Will he always be gentle with me? The emotions seem to have become complicated. At the same time, on Chen Yuan's side, a system notification rang out. Ding ding. Due to Long Jing Han's affection points increasing inexplicably, consumption has triggered a critical hit with 4 times the damage, successfully earning 448,000. After seeing the notification, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself. Long Jr. unexpectedly has such a high critical hit rate. It seems that she is a very suitable NPC candidate. Very good. It is necessary to increase efforts to develop her. Next time, besides role-playing, what other game should I play with her? A moment after leaving the hotel, Chen Yuan was already at the military training gym. Seeing him training so hard, Meng Lu handed him a bottle of water, looking worried as she said, It's just being a little late, right? You don't have to push yourself this hard. Hurry, drink some water. Chen Yuan took the bottle, drinking while checking his stats. Weight 73, 2 kilograms, health value 71, BMI 28, body fat percentage 17, 5%, immunity 71, brain activity 72. After looking, he thought to himself, all that hard work and the stats barely changed. Body fat down by 0, 2%, and weight didn't budge. There's only half a month left on the celebrity experience card. Looks like I need to speed up my training. Thinking this, he turned to Meng Lu and said, Starting tomorrow, we need to increase the intensity and adjust the diet. Gaining weight is still too slow, she replied. Okay, got it, Chen Yuan then added. Let's go upstairs and shower. A little later, the two returned to their room. Meng Lu looked at Chen Yuan, gushing, Wow, Bei is getting more handsome the more I look. Chen Yuan, while toweling his head, smiled and said, You little minx, why are you being so sentimental all of a sudden? Stop beating around the bush, what are you up to? Meng Lu moved closer, grabbing Chen Yuan's shirt, her eyes sparkling. What, I'm just hungry? With that, she reached for a sausage. Chen Yuan rubbed his chin and said, Deserves a reward. Put on a good show for me. Just like that. Chen Yuan stood silently looking out the window, his eyes half closed in bliss. Time flies like a dog running in a field. Before they knew it, the next day had arrived. Chen Yuan was now at the investment signing ceremony for the startup project held in a small auditorium. Looking at Chen Yuan in a shirt and tie on the podium, Li Zhao's eyes showed clear admiration as she thought, It's the first time I've seen him dressed so formally. Unexpectedly, he's completely different from usual, a stark contrast to those pot-bellied leaders. Suddenly, an older woman beside her leaned over and whispered, Miss, Leah, your class is pretty good. With a student who's both rich and handsome, I heard many female students in the school are eyeing him. Does he have a girlfriend yet? Struck by the question, Li Xiao blushed, stammering, Probably not. Seeing this, the older woman asked in surprise, Wait a minute, why are you blushing? Li Xiao became even more flustered. Is there? At this moment their eyes refocused on the podium, where Chen Yuan was signing a large check to present to the school. The older woman glanced at Li Xiao and probed. Still single. Could it be that you're interested in your student? Li Xiao quickly replied. Of course not, don't talk nonsense. Seeing her still denying it, the older woman added a little fuel to the fire. HMPH. Just now, the way you were looking at him was like your eyes were glued together. Actually, you two are a match made in heaven. What's wrong with a teacher-student romance? At this time on the podium, Chen Yuan was also presenting a symbolic check for 10 million RMB to the school. The cameras and camcorders were working at full capacity to record this moment. The old headmaster turned to Chen Yuan with a smile and said, Student Chen, thank you for your generous help. Chen Yuan smiled politely and replied, Headmaster Xu, you're too kind. After all, I grew up in the Foreign Affairs School. This is what I should do. After the check presentation, Headmaster Xu shook Chen Yuan's hand enthusiastically and said, Besides this project, the school will still have other projects to promote in the future. If you see anything suitable, I hope you will continue to cooperate with the school. Chen Yuan smiled and replied, If the project is suitable, I will of course consider it. Speaking of this, Headmaster Xu turned to the reporters and said, Comrades reporters, take good pictures of Chen Yuan and write some special articles about him and publish them. Remember, you must build him into a source of pride for our Foreign Affairs School. The crowd replied in unison, Yes, Headmaster Xu. Chen Yuan turned to the camera and waved, thinking to himself, Looks like Headmaster Xu has started paving the way for the future. But, am I that easy to be taken advantage of? If it weren't for the prestige mission from the system and the beauties in the Foreign Affairs School, I wouldn't bother investing in this startup area. At this time, backstage, Headmaster Xu turned to the teacher next to him and asked, Does this Chen Yuan have any other identity at the moment? He replied, No, he's just in charge of the startup area. Headmaster Xu listened and said, Is that so? Then let's make him a model. This year's 3 Good Student title at the school level should be approved for him. In addition, put him on the list of candidates for the school's top 10 outstanding students. Speaking of this, he looked at Chen Yuan's back with satisfaction. The teacher next to him said softly, But his grades are very poor. He basically doesn't attend any classes this semester. He will definitely fail the subject. Headmaster Xu smiled and replied, This is not a big problem. The selection criteria for these 2 titles don't just look at academic performance. Ability is just as important. In particular, this type of student can not only create influence within the school, but also make a difference in the competition between universities. The teacher listened and bowed deeply. Headmaster's thinking is so thorough. You truly have great vision, I understand. I will implement it immediately. After the speech and check presentation, Chen Yuan also stepped down from the stage. A female reporter saw this and quickly followed, calling, Student Chen, wait a moment. She held up a card and introduced herself. I am Jihan Ai, a trainee reporter from Xincheng Television. At the end of this month, we will be doing a special feature, interviewing outstanding students from universities in the city, and would like to invite you to participate. Are you interested? Chen Yuan listened and took out his phone, coldly replying, Just leave your contact information. I'll consider it then. With that, they became WeChat friends. Chen Yuan glanced at the end of the auditorium, thinking to himself, My academic advisor is coming over. If she misunderstands that I have something going on with this female reporter, I'm doomed. I must pay attention to keeping my distance to avoid misunderstandings. With that settled, he turned to leave. Let's keep in touch via WeChat for the specifics. I need to head out. Seeing this, Anyi asked, Won't student Chen join us for dinner? Chen Yuan replied, No need. I have other plans for the evening. Goodbye. Hearing this, Anyi felt a sense of disappointment in her heart. In contrast to her, Li Xiao, facing his gaze, couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. Witnessing this scene, the older woman next to Li Xiao commented, Miss Li, doesn't your student seem like the fickle type? Such a beautiful reporter offering dinner? And he turns it down. Li Xiao didn't reply, only offering a faint, satisfied smile. Cut to a moment later, Chen Yuan had returned to his office at the school. As he entered, a stack of documents was handed to him. At this time, Jinghan had also become an accountant and was present in the office, Yingzi reported. Boss, following yesterday's re-examination, this is the list of personnel selected for the entrepreneurship zone. There are 2 male students, Yan Song and Mo Zhen Wang, and 5 female students, Tan Ji, Nan Si, Japanese Studies major Lu Xinyu, Shi Zhishuan, Bai Yayun from the ethnic dance troupe, flight attendant major Ai Suo, a freshman from Xinjiang, and Xiao Lei, who loves cosplay. Saying this, she turned to Jinghan. Jinghan and I have estimated the share allocation ratio, which will be divided into 3 stages. First, you, boss, as the investor, will take 70%, and the project entrepreneurs will take 30%. Jinghan stood up and continued. Second, after recovering the investment, 20% of the shares will be transferred back to the students at the project's valuation price. Third, when your profit, boss, reaches 5 times the investment amount, another 20% of the shares will be transferred to the students at the project's valuation price. The final share ratio will be 70% for students and 30% for the investor. Chen Yuan picked up the documents and reviewed them. He thought to himself, I'm investing in this entrepreneurship zone to expand the school's influence and reputation. I never really expected to make much money from the project. This share allocation can encourage the students to do well in their ventures, that's fine. Most importantly, recruiting these 5 golden flowers can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking this, Chen Yuan looked at Ying Zi and asked, Are Tan Ji and Lu Xinyu from the Japanese Studies Department scheduled to speak with me today? Ying Zi replied. Yes, I'll let her in right away. Just as she said this, a beautiful figure entered from outside, raising her hand in greeting. Chen Yuan, hello. Seeing this face, Chen Yuan was stunned on the spot. Images of the 2 of them together immediately flashed through his mind. Damn, a Tan Jihe who is both intellectual and mature like this. It's really hard to control my emotions. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, Xin Yu spoke again. Chen Yuan, hello. Still without any reaction, Xin Yue said with some bewilderment. Hey, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan finally snapped out of his daze, smiling apologetically. Ah, yes, senior, you're here. Don't just stand there. Let's go over there and sit down to talk. Just after sitting down, Chen Yuan turned and asked, Your entrepreneurship plan is a supermarket on campus, and you plan to expand the supermarket outside in the future, developing it into a chain enterprise like Mudong Lai. Xin Yue replied, It can be regarded as my ideal. Chen Yuan took the opportunity to move closer and asked, Then why can Mudong Lai be so successful? I want to hear your take on this. Xin Yue replied with a smile, I think the problem lies in the distribution of benefits. The owner is willing to share profits with employees, thereby building a good reputation when competing with competitors in the same industry. They rely on trump cards, such as low selling prices, good service, and good employee benefits. This has severely squeezed the living space of other supermarkets. Chen Yuan thought to himself after listening. The case of Mudong Lai is also explained in detail in Hong Kong's Program 3. It seems that Senior has done her research very thoroughly, but I have to show off my skills at this time. With that thought, he said, That's right, it's not just competition in the same industry, but also their service management model and corporate culture, their supply chain, and even the support of the local government, gathering all the right timing, location, and people. But the difficulty of such an enterprise appearing in other cities is too high. Xin Yue replied after listening. Yes, Chen Yuan continued, but your thinking is also bold. We can try together. Okay, let's talk about something else. Since you study Japanese, why not consider related translation and interpretation jobs or jobs in foreign invested enterprises? Xin Yue's eyes showed some contemplation as she replied. Actually, this major was chosen for me by my parents. My parents work for Japanese companies. At that time, I didn't understand anything, so I just chose it vaguely, Chen Yuan asked after listening. Then, how are your Japanese studies? Xin Yu replied with a smile. It's okay, I have the Japanese Language Proficiency Test JLPT certificate, and I also passed the Practical Japanese Proficiency Test JTST, and I also passed the Japanese Major Level 8 exam, Chen Yuan asked again. So does that mean your Japanese can communicate normally with Japanese people without any problems? Xin Yu replied. Most daily communication is not a problem. Hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately imagined himself surrounded by Japanese girls. That's great. First, Senior's conditions are already extraordinary. Second, after the relationship is stable, she can be used as a stepping stone to penetrate the commercial map into Japan in the future. At that time, being able to frolic in a world full of cherry blossom girls, that joy is truly unimaginable. At this moment, in Chen Yuan's South Dormitory, a male student rushed in, shouting, Lao Huang, Lao Cao, I still can't figure out why my project was rejected, but Yan Song's project was approved. Lao Huang, sitting with his legs crossed on a chair, playing with his computer, asked, What's your project? The male student picked up the file and looked through it, replying, A sexy lingerie shop. There are so many couples involving foreigners. The market is huge. Upon hearing this, Lao Huang immediately turned around and scolded. Is there something wrong with your head? Opening a sexy lingerie shop in school? Let me ask you, if there really was such a shop, who would dare to go in? Who could be so thick-skinned? Lao Kao then said. Actually, it doesn't have much to do with your project. To get into Lao Tam's startup incubator, it's about gender. The male student, after hearing this, questioned. But if Chen Yuan only chooses females, why were Yan Song and another male student selected? He helplessly replied. Are you stupid? Those two are obviously just added to make up the numbers? The guy then asked. If that's the case, why couldn't I be the one added to make up the numbers? Hearing these nonsensical words, Huang Hai said, I'm speechless. You're hopeless. You have no self-awareness at all. I and Lao Kao haven't even gotten in. And you think it's your turn. What an idiot. Just then, Lao Kao held up his phone, excitedly saying, Look at this. The school's news site is talking about Lao Tam signing a contract with the principal. And you have to admit, Lao Tam looks pretty handsome after changing his style of dress. Huang Hai. That Lao Tam, ever since he won exclusive privileges with all the female students in the school, he's forgotten about us old brothers. It's been a long time since he's been back to the dormitory. That guy picked up the phone, looked at it, and replied, If I were him, I wouldn't come back either. What's so fun about being with a bunch of guys? Wouldn't it be better to change girlfriends every day? But still, if he came back to the South dormitory now, the guys from other classes would probably be green with envy. Huang Hai, hearing this, turned to ask, Why? He turned back to answer. The list of those selected for the startup incubator, he's got all 5 school flowers in his grasp, shattering the dreams of countless otaku. Hearing his words, Huang Hai couldn't help but feel it made sense, sighed, and said, Lao Tam is so lucky and cunning. Lao Kao, hearing this, also chimed in. If you had his money, you'd probably be even more extravagant than him. I wonder how far that damned Lao Tam has gone now. Back in Chen Yuan's office at the school, the guy was still sitting next to Xin Yu, brushing aside the idea of expanding to the land of the rising sun with the cherry blossom girls, thinking to himself, let's talk about the future later. The first step now is to smoothly develop a good relationship with Senior then. So why don't you say a few words in Japanese for me to hear? Xin Yue, hearing this, turned to ask Chen Yuan. What do you want to hear? Chen Yuan replied. Whatever you want, I'm fine with anything. Xin Yu, hearing this, began to show off with some basic Japanese phrases. Kon, owa. Chen Yuan asked, what does that mean? Xin Yu replied, it means hello. Chen Yuan added, one more sentence. Xin Yue immediately said, arigato. Shen Yuan asked again, what about this one? Xin Yue replied, it means thank you. Xin Yuan continued to ask, anything else? Xin Yue read, Shizuka kudasai. Xin Yuan asked, what is that? Xin Yue replied, it means keep listening. At this point, Chen Yuan said with a sinister look, add something more interesting. Xin Yue, hearing this, couldn't help but blush, stammering, I understand. I guess what you want to hear is some lines from adult movies, right? Chen Yuan didn't deny it. He leaned closer and said, looks like Senior's quite knowledgeable. Then say one sentence. Xin Yu covered her mouth with her hand, stammering, Yamate, Yamate. Hearing this voice, Chen Yuan felt his auditory senses stimulated, squinting his eyes. You're well prepared. I wonder if we Chinese people would go crazy if we heard these 2 power-up buffs in our ears during battle. His gaze shifted to Xin Yue, who was blushing, and moreover, Senior seemed to be very cooperative, progressing even more smoothly than he had imagined. Thinking this, he stood up and said, okay, Senior. Let's sign the contract, little secretaries, come in here. Immediately, Yingzi and Jinghan brought a copy of the contract and handed it to Xin Yu. Yingzi pointed at it and said, according to Junior Jinghan's calculations, the investment amount for Senior Lu Xin Yu's project is 220,000. Please sign your name here. Xin Yu picked up the pen and replied, okay. Watching this scene unfold, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking, for the rest, I'll have to observe for a while to see Senior's actual combat ability. Just as he thought this, the system rang an announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 10 million in investments. The system is distributing rewards. Seeing this announcement, Chen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Big Brother System's industry reward is coming. What will it be? I'm so nervous. Immediately following was the announcement, ding, mission reward received, 100% equity of Jingcheng Healthview Co., Limited, Healthview, under the umbrella of 2 health examination centers, 3 fitness centers, and a yoga studio. Chen Yuan, after reading it, chuckled to himself, holy crap, the system is really domineering. This reward is too generous, just throwing me an entire business. Feeling elated, Chen Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Min Hui, saying, Chen Yuan, I miss you again. Reading the message, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking, HMPH, this little Hui Hui really has a good appetite. She gets cravings every few days. He then messaged back, "Come here, I'll wait for you at the cafe." At this moment, Minhui and Chen Ling were shopping at a clothing store. Chen Ling leaned over and asked, "Minhui, are you going to meet Chen Yuan again?" Minhui replied with a smile, "Yep." Chen Ling then raised her phone and said, "Oh, by the way, have you seen the list of successful applicants for the startup incubator? There are 5 stunning beauties on it. Have you thought about making your relationship public?" Hearing these words, Minhui thought to herself, "Those things really don't concern me. I don't care either, after all. If Chen Yuan isn't making our relationship public, he naturally has his reasons. After being with him, I've found that he's not like other ordinary boys. Beneath his extremely easygoing exterior is a maturity far beyond his peers. Although I've never heard him say what he wants to do, I can feel that he's someone who will achieve great things. I especially like that side of him." A moment later, looking at the outfit Minhui was trying on, Chen Ling exclaimed, "Minhui, wow, if I were a guy and saw you like this, my legs would give out. I'm really jealous of Chen Yuan. That guy gets to enjoy this again today." Minhui, now wearing a very sexy outfit, replied, "Stop talking nonsense," back to Chen Yuan's side. After finishing work in the office, he returned to his G63. 2 figures appeared from behind, saying, "Chen Yuan, where are you going? Can we come with you?" It was Yu Ping and the tomboy girl who had acted chummy before, saying, "We just happen to want to go to Zhenhua Street. Could you give us a ride for a bit?" Seeing their attitude, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be completely speechless. Seriously, what's wrong with these 2 girls? How can they be so shameless? Once at the cafe, once at the small hall, haven't I been blunt enough? Yet they still manage to harbor fantasies? Looks like I need to make myself even clearer. Having thought that, he got into the car, slammed the door shut, and decisively said, "Sorry, I'm not going past Zhenhua Street." Seeing Chen Yuan's reaction, the 2 girls' faces clouded over. Yu Ping glumly said, "It's just a ride, and you won't even give us that. Is it that difficult?" The tomboy girl sighed and replied, "Hi, he's a billionaire. He doesn't even spare us a glance." Yu Ping imagined Chen Yuan's back growing further and further away. She mused to herself, "If Chen Yuan is a great mountain, then I can now say I'm standing at its foot, unable to even find a path up in this entire life. This is the first time I've felt such failure and helplessness." On Chen Yuan's side, he was now driving and thinking to himself, "How can I have the mind to pay attention to these pretty girls right now? After I'm done with my exercise with Hui Hui, I need to plan carefully by myself. What Father Tong gave me just happens to be the health industry business I wanted to do before, and the key is that I have a top talent like Coach Liu by my side. I believe starting up won't be difficult." Speaking of which, he recalled the contract signing with the principal, thinking to himself, "Currently, my influence and reputation within the school have been established, and I've also started receiving interview invitations from Jingcheng Television. It feels like my career is blossoming everywhere, but that's still far from enough. With a foundation of good health and fortune to navigate the commercial seas and greatly expand my grand enterprise in the future, that's what a true god-tier tycoon should do." Thinking that, but on the other hand, the Kama, God, thought to himself, "However, I can't rush things. Everything must be done step by step. For today, let's slowly resolve Hui Hui's lovesickness first." Hehehe. A moment later, Chen Yuan's G63 arrived at Chen Ha's cafe. He got out, thinking, "Hui Hui said she'd be a while. I'll just have a coffee and wait for her." As soon as he opened the door and stepped in, he saw Xin Yu gossiping with Xiao Chu. Chen Yuan immediately stepped in and said, "Xin Yun, can you make me a cappuccino?" Seeing Chen Yuan, Xin Yu's cheeks immediately flushed red, and she replied, Yes, coming right up, brother-in-law." She turned to Xiao Chiwi, stammering, "Sister Xiao Chiwi, please help me keep an eye on things. I'm afraid I'll mess it up." Xiao Chiu saw this and couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, "Gosh, why is she stammering and blushing and her heart racing when talking to her own brother-in-law?" But then something occurred to her, and Xiao Chiu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "Oh my god, with the boss lady's style, is it really gonna be like that?" In her mind, the image of the 2 sisters, Chen Yi and Xin Yu, embracing Chen Yuan left and right immediately appeared, and she secretly exclaimed, "Wow, the upper class is truly chaotic." A moment later, Xin Yu brought Chen Yuan a cup of coffee, stuttering, Brother-in-law, try this. It's my first time making it." Zhuang received it, replying, "Thanks." Then he brought it to his mouth, took a sip, and said, "Not bad. It's already great for a first try." Hearing this comment, Xin Yu hesitated, blushing. Then brother-in-law, I also learned how to make Americano. Would you like to try it?" Chen Yuan looked up, smiling. "No need. I won't be able to sleep tonight." Hearing these words, Xin Yu's mind went into a flurry, her face red as she thought, What on earth is brother-in-law saying? Can't sleep, coffee. That's right, it's because of the coffee. Then she stammered, Bro, brother-in-law, I'll go back to work now. Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan couldn't help but reply helplessly, Okay. Time flew by, and by evening, Minhui texted, Chen Yuan, I'm here. Immediately after, the two went to find a room to prepare for battle. As soon as they entered, Minhui snuggled into Chen Yuan's arms, cooing, Yuan Bao, I missed you. Chen Yuan looked at her affectionately, replying, I missed you too. Hearing this, Minhui leaned closer, raising Chen Yuan's face, her eyes hazy with desire. Then I bet you don't miss me as much as I miss you, right? Chen Yuan replied softly. How could I not? I remember everything about you. Minhui, hearing this, pretended to be sulky, asking, What you remember is just my body, right? Chen Yuan laughed. Your body is also a part of you, so it's perfectly fine for me to say I remember everything about you. Minhui blushed, saying, You're terrible, but can you go a little easier on me today? I'm afraid I won't be able to walk tomorrow. Chen Yuan hugged her butt, replying, Don't worry, I'll be gentle. And so, another night of wild passion passed. The next morning, when Chen Yuan opened his eyes, Minhui had already left. She left a note, writing, Yuan baby, sleep a little longer. I have class in the morning, so I'm leaving first, miss you. Chen Yuan finished reading, sat up, thinking, Hui Hui is such a possessive person, yet she didn't mention the startup zone at all. Seems like she's grown up and become more understanding. That's good. First I'll go check out the Jingfu Health Center that Tong Xia showed me. Time flew by to that afternoon. In the conference room of Jingfu Health Company, the executive team had gathered to welcome Old Shi's new chairman. Everyone was extremely nervous. The CFO worried. 2 days ago, old boss Shi Wenkuan sold his shares and withdrew. The new boss is about to bring in his own team. People like us might have to pack up and leave at any time. On the other side, the CEO had the same thought. I wonder who the new boss will make an example of first. Just as he thought this, a person led Chen Yuan in from outside. As soon as they saw him, the group couldn't help but be shocked. The person next to General Shi is the new boss, so young. He looks like he's only in his 20s. He directly bought such a big company just like that. At this time, Shi Wenkuan had led Chen Yuan in. He raised his hand to introduce. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone has received the notice. I'm about to leave this big Jingfu family. Thank you for your support over the years. This is your new director, Chen Yuan. I hope you will continue to work hard under his leadership in the future. I believe that Jingfu will definitely have a better tomorrow. Now Chen Zong will have a meeting with everyone. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave first. After speaking, he left, leaving Chen Yuan alone. He began to greet. Nice to meet everyone. My name is Chen Yuan. Today is just a handover meeting. There are no other work arrangements for the time being. Except for the HR director and the CFO, the rest of you can go home first. Hearing the instructions, everyone left, leaving only the two people Chen Yuan had just specified. HR director Zhong Yu stood up and asked, Chen Zong, do you have any work instructions? Chen Yuan walked over, saying, I need the company's financial reports for the last 3 months, and also the monthly reports from the HAR department. He heard this and replied, Yes, we will go back and send the reports to your mailbox immediately, Chen Zong. Do you have any other instructions? Chen Yuan went to the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down, asking, How long have Director Zhang and Director Liu been in their positions? Director Zhang replied, I've been here for more than 5 years. Director Liu also spoke, I've just been here for 3 years. Hearing the answer, Chen Yuan took out his phone, saying, I see, you two can go now. He thought to himself, the most important things in managing a company are 2 things, personnel power and financial power. Therefore, these 2 senior managers need to be observed first to see if they can be used. However, the key is to have my own people. Thinking this, he called Yingzi. The little secretary answered immediately. Boss, please give your orders, Chen Yuan said. The Startup Zone project is basically completed. The next work can be handed over to Long Jinghan, who has more suitable expertise. Tomorrow, you come to my Jingfu Health Company to work. Hearing this, Yingzi couldn't help but be shocked. Holy crap, Chen Yuan really has other industries outside. He's been hiding it so well. Then she replied, Wait, boss, I don't get summer vacation for another half month, and I still have to go to class every day. Chen Yuan, hearing this, said, Just don't fail any subjects. Besides, aren't you starting your internship in October of next year? Now you can start challenging higher positions early. Are you planning to be a secretary for the rest of your life? Yingzi eagerly replied. Then I'll go prepare, boss. Send me the company address. I definitely won't be late tomorrow. Just as he said that, a message tone rang. Chen Yuan turned off his phone and thought to himself, the quarterly financial report and the HR monthly report have both been sent. Let me take a look. With that thought, He opened the reports. After reading them, he mused, the profits from both the fitness centers and the yoga studios aren't bad. The health checkup center is the worst, but it can still break even. The company's problem lies in the redundant personnel, too many lazy bones, and the excessively high monthly online promotion and network operation costs. However, these aren't major issues. Before fully grasping the company's situation, there's no need for drastic reforms. After all, the company is still making money right now. Thinking this, he stood up and said to himself, the main thing is to ensure a smooth handover in key positions. Then he walked out the door, chuckling to himself. The company matters are more or less settled. Time to pick up Su Shui from work. It's been over a week since I saw that silly girl. I wonder how she's doing lately. As Chen Yuan walked to his car, he took out his phone and called Shui Wei. But the ringing tone continued endlessly. He wondered in doubt. Why isn't anyone answering? What's going on? Unable to reach Shui Wei, Chen Yuan called Fu Zhengmei. Seeing his call, she asked, President Chen, are you looking for Shui Wei? An hour ago, she took leave to go home, saying she had urgent family matters. Chen Yuan listened and asked, did she say what urgent matters? Zhengmei replied, no, I called her afterward, but she didn't answer. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately headed straight to Shui Wei's home. As Chen Yuan walked up the stairs, he saw a crowd gathered in front of Shui Wei's door. Noisy voices echoed from upstairs. Isn't it just a little water leak? What's the big deal? It'll be over in a moment. Why make such a fuss? Zheng Lianfeng. It's one thing to talk rudely normally, but now that you've done something wrong, how can you still argue so confidently? What did I do wrong? Hasn't everyone's home leaked water before? Is a water leak called doing something wrong? Your house leaked water, and you didn't even come down to say hello, nor did you come up to fix it. Little Jai went up to tell you, and you even scolded him. Does anyone behave like you? As he stepped forward, Chen Yuan froze at the scene unfolding before him. In the middle of the crowd, Zhu sat hugging her younger brother, enduring the scolding of an auntie. This kid knocked on the door without a single greeting, no manners at all. I'm just scolding him a few times in place of his dead father. What's wrong with that? Hearing these words, Shui Wei's neighbor couldn't help but feel indignant. Before she could speak, Shui Wei stopped her. Auntie Zhang, just let it go. Auntie Zhang turned back, her anger blazing, and said, if you let this go, she'll be even more outrageous next time. Seeing her concern, Zhu Wei bowed her head and thanked her, saying, just let it go, we really don't want to pursue it. Ignoring her, Auntie Zhang continued her verbal battle. Apologize to the child, he didn't do anything wrong. The auntie heard this and flared up, replying, apologize? Are you kidding me? Chen Yuan responded, why should I apologize? Just as the words finished, Chen Yuan stepped forward from behind, saying with displeasure, apologize to the child. Seeing him appear, Zhu Wei couldn't help but be surprised, and she blurted out, Chen Yuan. Seeing the person appear, the auntie raised her chin and replied, I definitely won't apologize, so what? You haven't even married her yet and you're already enthusiastically helping her like this. Could it be that you two have been husband and wife in reality for a long time? Young people nowadays are really playing around? Chen Yuan turned back, frowned, and said, you scolded the child, so you should apologize to him. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out from behind. Who the hell are you acting tough? A small, scrawny man walked over, grinding his teeth as he said, what are you? Telling my mom to apologize. He walked over and patted Chen Yuan's shoulder, saying in a gangster-like voice, you little brat, what are you worth? Before he could finish his words, Chen Yuan threw a punch, knocking the guy's face sideways. Witnessing this scene, Shu Wei and the crowd couldn't help but gape in astonishment. A punch landed, and with utter shock, the young man's face stiffened, his entire being reeling. Immediately afterward, his eyes blazed with anger, and he swung his fist back, grinding his teeth as he roared, I'll get ya. Just as his punch was about to connect, Chen Yuan swiftly sidestepped, dodging his attack, and then, quick as lightning, he landed a blow straight into the blondie's chest. Taking Chen Yuan's punch, he immediately recoiled backward, falling to the ground, saliva and snot streaming down his face, clutching his chest as he struggled to speak. You just wait, I'm gonna call some people. No sooner said than done, he immediately pulled out his phone and called someone. As soon as the other end picked up, he said, hello, Brother Long, goddammit, I got beaten up. On this side, Chen Yuan also took out his phone and said, go ahead and call, I'm calling people too. With that, he found a name in his contacts and dialed. The moment the other end answered, Chen Yuan spoke up. Hello, Brother Wei. Time flew by, and 15 minutes later, a 4-seater car drove up below. 4 fierce-looking individuals stepped out of the car, each holding some kind of tool. In a flash, they were standing in front of Shu Wei's house. One of them walked up to the blondie and asked in a gangster tone, Liang, who the hell beat you up? Hearing himself addressed, The blondie was startled and looked up. Seeing who it was, he exclaimed with joy, Brother Long, and then pointed at Chen Yuan, shouting, It's him over on this side. Seeing the current situation, Xu Wei said with concern, Chen Yuan, should we call the police? Aunt Zhang next to her chimed in. That's right. Fighting won't solve anything. This kind of dispute should be handled by the police. Just then, the one called Brother Long stepped forward, puffing on a cigarette, and asked with a sneer, Hey, you're the one who beat up my boy. Chen Yuan glanced over, his face devoid of emotion, and calmly said, Don't rush. The people I called are almost here. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs. Brother Long's lackey saw this and quickly turned back to say, Boss, the cops are here. The one called Brother Long couldn't help but panic and turned to Aliang, saying, Damn it, Aliang, you called the cops and still called me here for what? Aliang was also clueless and replied in confusion, I don't know. He said he was calling people too. I just assumed he was calling thugs as well. Hearing this, Brother Long couldn't help but curse, Damn it, you idiot. Soon after, a police officer came up from downstairs, and as soon as he saw the thug, he said, Li Wenlong, why are you everywhere? What are you doing here again? This person is the deputy captain of the Quanjia police station's public order team, Chen Wei, Chen Yuan's cousin. Brother Long's face was as meek as a lamb at this moment, and he replied with a flattering smile, Officer Chen, I didn't do anything. I just came to watch the fun. Chen Wei heard him say this and asked, Watching the fun? You brought so many people just to watch the fun? You stand right there. I'll get to you after I understand the situation. With that, he pulled Chen Yuan aside and asked in a low voice, Little bro, what exactly happened? Chen Yuan began to recount everything from the beginning to Chen Wei. At this moment, realizing that the situation was not good at all, Li Wenlong turned to Aliang and scolded angrily. These two look so alike, they're obviously brothers. You told me to come join the fun, goddammit. Are you brain dead? Aliang's face fell, and he replied in a flustered voice. Sorry, Brother Long. I didn't know this kid had such connections. I saw he had some money, so I thought maybe we could extort some from him. Li Wenlong was furious when he heard this. You're on your own. I'm not getting involved in this muddy water. Over on this side, after hearing Chen Yuan's story, Chen Wei lightly punched him in the chest and said, Not bad, little rascal, playing the hero saving the damsel, huh? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, This is called drawing one's sword to help when injustice is seen. Your station should definitely give me an award. Speaking to this point, Chen Wei asked in a serious tone, No more joking around, tell me, how do you want to handle this? Do you want to take all these people back to the station for questioning? Chen Yuan smiled and said, Can we simplify things a bit? If that woman is willing to apologize to the child and fix the leaking roof properly, we can let this matter go. Chen Wei heard this and replied, All right, I'll handle it. So Captain Chen began to mediate between the two sides, and also warned Li Wenlong and the others. Hearing these words of instruction, the whole group could only nod like woodpeckers, not daring to utter a single word of protest. That loudmouthed hag who used to be so arrogant is now bowing obsequiously before Xiaoji, saying, I'm so sorry, Xiaoji, I spoke out of turn earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I apologize. Seeing her, Xiaoji hurriedly hid behind his sister, cowering in fear. Seeing this, Chen Yuan waved his hand and said, All right, just go back and deal with the leak. Liang, hearing this, rushed up the stairs, waving his hand in a salute, saying, Yes, Team Leader Chen. The old hag quickly followed, saying, I'm going. I'll fix it in a jiffy. Team Leader Chen, rest assured. Chen Yuan replied, Go. Only then did he look at Xu Wei, asking quietly, That brat, is that your girlfriend? Chen Yuan's eyes were still fixed on Xu Wei, comforting his younger brother. Hearing Chen Yuan's question, he was startled and replied, Not yet, brother. You have to keep this a secret for me. After this incident, they won't dare to make things difficult for the Su family anymore. The other neighbors will also have a different view of the Su family. Chen Yuan didn't care about this, turned and laughed. I didn't expect you to have dirt on me now. As Chen Yuan left, Xiaoji also toddled away. Xu Wei then stood up, turned to look at Chen Yuan, her cheeks slightly flushed. She said hesitantly, Chen Yuan, thank you for today. At that moment, after all this time, a favorability rating finally appeared above Xu Wei's head, 61 points. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, This girl finally has a good impression of me. Then he said, How are you going to thank me? How about returning the favor? Xu Wei was startled, replying in confusion. Huh. There are so many people on the field, upstairs. Chen Yuan said. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a hug. Just think of it as friends saying goodbye. Faced with this suggestion, Xu Wei hesitated, thinking, What he said makes sense. Then she slowly raised her hand, finally gently embracing Chen Yuan. Waiting for just this moment, Chen Yuan immediately wrapped his arms around her tightly, thinking to himself, the full feeling of those snow pears, Shui Wei is really rich. Faced with his actions, Shui was startled, thinking wide-eyed, huh? Right at this moment, Zhao Ji came back, holding up a bag of chicken eggs, saying, Sister, brother, these are the chicken eggs Mom told me to bring down. She said they're for Big Brother. Seeing this, Chen Yuan sat down next to the little boy, took the bag of eggs, and asked, If I take all these, won't your family have any left? Zhao Ji replied innocently, There are more. My aunt brought over a lot. Hearing this, Chen Yuan pinched the little boy's cheek, smiling. All right, Zhao Ji, don't call me Big Brother when you see me in the future. You have to call me brother-in-law. Got it? Zhao Ji, hearing this, turned to his sister, asking in surprise, Sister, what does brother-in-law mean? The girl, hearing this, was startled, stuttering, brother-in-law. Immediately, an image of herself marrying Chen Yuan appeared in her mind. Next was the scene of Chen Yuan lifting her wedding veil, saying softly, Wife, I'm coming to you. Next was the scene of Chen Yuan untying each knot on her traditional wedding dress, while she whispered, Hubby. Thinking of this, Zhu Wei's cheeks flushed red, thinking to herself, He wants to. A moment later, Shui Wei and Xiao Ji saw Chen Yuan off downstairs. Before leaving, Chen Yuan suggested, Why don't you move to a place closer to the company? Hearing him say that, a thoughtful look flickered in Shui Wei's eyes. I also want my family to live in a better place, but my current income can't afford it. Understanding her thoughts, Chen Yuan continued, I'll help you find an apartment. You don't have to worry about the money. I'll pay the rent up front, and you can pay me back when you earn enough later. Having said that, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhu Wei quickly called out, Chen Yuan, thank you for your kindness, but it's really not necessary. Chen Yuan is just so patriarchal, only caring for you. Without another word, he got into the car. Xue Wei thought with some difficulty, He's acting like that again. My mind is already in a mess. Xiao Ji beside her tugged at her sister's hand, saying, Brother-in-law is gone, let's go back to. Scene change. A moment later, Chen Yuan had arrived at Chen Na's home. Since learning about his sister-in-law's place, Chen Xuan had been coming over more often. Seeing her older brother return, she eagerly greeted him, complaining, Brother, why are you so late? I'm starving. Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, In the future, if you're hungry, just eat first. Chen Xuan replied, Sister-in-law told me to eat first, but she and Xin Yu wanted to wait for you, so I felt embarrassed to eat alone. Chen Yuan then said, You know how to be embarrassed? If you were really embarrassed, how could you just stay here and not leave? Hearing him say that, Chen Na brought over a bowl of rice, interjecting, If Xuan likes staying here, then let her stay. She's not an outsider. As if remembering something, Chen Xuan turned around and whispered, Oh, right, brother. When are you bringing sister-in-law back? Will you bring sister-in-law Liu back with you too? Just having put a mouthful of rice in his mouth, Chen Yuan almost choked hearing his younger sister ask that. Cough. Cough, he replied. Cough, cough. About this, in a few days, I'll take Mom and Dad on a trip and find an opportunity to spread some modern ideas so they can gradually accept it. Hearing this, Chen Xuan winked playfully, saying, No problem, big brother, but there's gotta be more money. Chen Yuan asked with some dissatisfaction, More money? Don't you want your car anymore? Once you handle this matter properly, I'll help you buy a car. Hearing her older brother bargain like that, Chen Xuan immediately scolded, You're such a scoundrel. Just like that, the four-person family meal ended in laughter and happy conversation. Time passed quickly to 12:30 a.m. Chen Yuan finally went to take a shower. Just entering the bathroom, he discovered someone inside, and couldn't help but be startled. After a moment, he recognized the person inside. Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Xin Yu. Hearing the commotion, Xin Yu also looked back in surprise. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan immediately turned around to close the door, clutching his head in helpless self-reproach. Sin. After a moment of thought, the guy took out his phone and texted Xin Yu. I'm sorry, Xin Yu. I really didn't mean to. There was too much steam, and I couldn't see anything. Xin Yu texted back. Brother-in-law, I don't blame you. I just forgot to lock the door. Seeing the speed of the text reply, Chen Yuan thought to himself, This girl even brings her phone when she showers. But it must be said that she's just as capable as Nana. Nana is intellectual, and Xin Yu is innocent and naive, and most importantly, they are both as sensible as her sister. A moment later, Xin Yu returned to bed, her mind still replaying the incident that had just occurred, telling herself, I never expected that the first time I was naked, I would be seen by my brother-in-law, but why am I not angry at all, but instead feel inexplicably stimulated and excited? Thinking of this, the spring in her heart blossomed, her heart pounded, and she hugged herself, whispering, brother-in-law. Time flew by to the next morning, and Chen Yuan was already at the Junyu Hotel gym. He was exercising while calculating. My weight is very close to 75 kilograms now. Body fat has also dropped to 3%. It seems that the supervisor's body training mission is about to be completed. After a while, Chen Yuan finished his workout. Meng Lu quickly brought him water. Chen Yuan took the bottle of water and said, Coach Lu, in a few days, help me survey 2 fitness centers and a yoga studio, find out about their business situation, service quality, employee efficiency, and summarize their strengths and weaknesses. Hearing this, Meng Lu asked in surprise, Survey? Are you planning to buy them? Chen Yuan lifted the water bottle to take a sip and replied, I've already bought them, but I still don't understand the situation very well. Meng Lu couldn't help but be astonished, covering her mouth with her hand and exclaiming, Really? She thought to herself. Even a small gym must be worth more than $1 million, and a large fitness center with a swimming pool must have at least $5 million as a base. If the interior and equipment are even better, it could reach tens of millions. Chen Yuan could actually buy both GM gyms and a yoga studio in one go. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Detected that the host has begun to comprehensively understand the industries under his name. Industries not only need to be maintained, but also need to be expanded and upgraded. In view of the fact that the host has actively realized the need to upgrade industries, the industry mission is now issued. A time-limited mission to increase the net profit of Jingfu Health by 5% within 3 months. Mission Reward 1. All salaries and commissions received by the host from Jingfu Health will be refunded 3 times. Mission Reward 2. The host will receive a share of a mysterious industry. After reading the notification, Chen Yuan thought to himself, the supervisor's mission this time has increased in difficulty. Now the industry is saturated, the market is fiercely competitive. And 5% may not seem like much, but it is actually very high. To increase profits in a short period of time, it is necessary to start from 2 aspects, cost and value. With only 3 months, I need to speed up the progress. Seeing him spaced out, Meng Lu snuggled closer, placing a hand on his cheek and asked, Skinny pup, what are you thinking about? Why are you suddenly so lost in thought? Chen Yuan said seriously. The fitness center and yoga studio I just mentioned, no matter what you do, you have to infiltrate them and get a real, comprehensive report. Meng Lu, upon hearing this, asked, Pa, are you asking me to be a spy? She twisted her body, confidently saying, Hey, sure thing, leave it to me. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Inside the office of the chairman of Jingfu Health, Chen Yuan was already present. He picked up a report and murmured to himself, But Lulu's infiltration won't be done in a day or 2, so I'll have to make the first move to test the waters. Thinking this, he said, Director Jia, Jingfu's fitness center and yoga studio are both profitable. Only the health checkup center under your management can barely maintain its revenue and expenses. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? This person was none other than Jianan Shuo, the general manager of Jingfu Health Checkup Center. Hearing this question, he anxiously replied, Chenzong, there are already many health checkup centers in Xincheng, and many are losing money. In fact, our Jingfu Health Checkup Center is already considered pretty good. Chen Yuan glanced up, asking coldly, Is that so? Jianan Shuo was drenched in sweat, forcing a smile and saying, But this humble one has long had a plan to turn losses into profits. I plan to start by expanding our business. Recently, I've hired some elite salespersons with extensive connections. Chenzong, give me some time, and they will definitely bring in many orders. He put on a confident demeanor, saying, As long as we improve the efficiency of existing employees, the profit margin will naturally be raised. Chen Yuan interlaced his fingers, smiling lightly and asking, Oh, if you knew long ago that you had to expand the business, why did you only start hiring people recently? Hearing this, Jianan Shuo hurriedly bowed and apologized. Boss, your criticism is correct. It was my negligence in my work. Recently, a part of the health checkup center's equipment was upgraded. I put all my effort into this, leading to a misallocation of work priorities. I asked to write a deep self-criticism. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, saying in an even tone, A self-criticism is unnecessary, old man. I heard that your son is taking the high school entrance exam these days. Which school is he planning to apply to? Hearing about his family, Jianan Shuo forced a smile and replied, Chenzong, my son's grades are just average. he'll go to whatever school he can get into. Chen Yuan nodded after hearing this and said, I see. Then Director Jia, go ahead and do your work. Old Jia immediately turned around and walked towards the door, saying, Yes, Chen Zong. Call me anytime if you need anything. After leaving the office, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, wondering, what does Chen Zong mean by inquiring about my family situation? How strange. Inside, after finishing the discussion with him, Chen Yuan thought to himself, alright, this Jianan Shuo must be replaced. He glanced at the employee list, thinking to himself, not only is he an old-timer, but his work isn't clean either. The health checkup center has many employees surnamed Jia. He's already doing these things on the surface, not to mention the shady income behind the scenes. Thinking this, he immediately dialed Xinji's number. Xinji, come to my office right now. A moment later, Xinji arrived. She stepped forward and asked, Boss, what's the matter? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to ask how you're doing working here. Whether you're adapting well? Xinji happily replied, Yes, it's fine. I'm gradually getting used to the work. The colleagues and leaders are all very kind to me. Chen Yuan smiled after hearing this, saying, How could they not be? No one from top to bottom in the company would dare to offend you. You should quickly get used to it and move to another position soon, and do a good job. In 2 months, I'll buy you a 200,000 yuan car. Hearing this, Ziji's eyes lit up, half-jokingly asking, A 200,000 yuan car, boss? Is this pie in the sky actually edible? Chen Yuan replied, Would I lie to you? Xinji gave a thumbs up, saying, Boss, you're too generous. Oh right. In the school's entrepreneurial zone, besides Lu Xinyu, who has already received investment, the other 4 female friends still haven't heard any news. They ask me about it every day. Chen Yuan smiled and replied, There's no rush for this. Just put it aside for now. He immediately imagined himself surrounded by a group of beauties, thinking to himself, you have to eat 1 bite at a time, and you have to collect a group of maids, one by one. There's no hurry. At the same time, on the elder's side in the health center director's office, after Chen Yuan cracked his knuckles, he returned to his office and berated his subordinates. Lao Yu, are the people you hired really competent? Keep a close eye on them for me. I just made a solemn pledge in front of the new boss. If any mistakes happen, we're all doomed. The man called Lao Yu, hearing this, quickly placed his hand on his chest, vowing, Director Jia, rest assured, those salespeople are all my former subordinates from my previous company. Their connections and abilities are top-notch. Trust me, they'll definitely get orders soon. Hearing his affirmation, Jia Nanshu nodded and said, All right then, but everyone needs to be careful. I feel like our health center's good days are over. From now on, everyone needs to know their place. Lao Yu, hearing this, anxiously asked, Director Jia, is the new boss hard to please? Jia Nanshu, hands on his hips, pondered, and replied, I thought he was just a Furedai, relying on his parents to buy the company to practice. But his methods are so experienced that I can't gauge his depth. In short, everyone needs to be cautious and on guard. Anything we could previously skim off the top, put a stop to it, at least for now. First, let's try to make the performance look good. His cronies, hearing this, replied in unison, Yes, Director Jia, we understand. Time flew by. An evening arrived. Chen Yuan had arrived at Chen Na's home. He stepped inside and called out, Na, I'm home. Upon seeing him, Chen Na held out a bunch of shopping bags and said, Chen Yuan, this morning I went to Guaojin and bought you some suits, as well as 2 pairs of shoes, a belt, and a watch. Seeing the brands on the bags, Chen Yuan immediately asked, Jack Na and Brionia suits aren't cheap, are they? Chen Na, blushing, replied, Over $1 million. Seeing this usually frugal girl make such a large purchase, Chen Yuan, somewhat surprised, asked, How much? Chen Na explained, Well, mainly that Patch Phillip watch was over 800,000. Chen Yuan, hearing this, wrapped his arms around Chen Na's waist and said, Silly girl, you should spend the money on yourself. Why spend it all on me, my good now baby? Come here, let me give you a reward. Hearing this, she quickly stopped him. Stop it, Xinyu is home too. It wouldn't be good if she saw us. Chen Yuan, hearing this, replied, What's there to be afraid of? It's just a kiss. Saying this, he pulled her close, planting a deep and passionate kiss on her lips. Just then, Xinyu stepped out, loudly asking, Sister, where is the sterilizing cabinet? Just as she said this, the scene of her sister and brother-in-law making out caught her eye, and her words immediately stopped. Caught in the act, the two immediately stopped. Chen Yuan didn't know what to say to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. He only mumbled a little. Chen Na, extremely embarrassed, blushed and hesitantly said, Xinyu, knowing she had appeared at the wrong time, hastily turned and left, saying, Sister, brother-in-law, please continue. Chen Na then lightly punched Chen Yuan's chest, blaming, "It's all your fault," letting Xin Yu see that. He replied, "She's 18 years old, not a child anymore. She has to get used to it eventually." Chen Na, hearing this, thought to herself, "She's never been in love before. How would she understand?" Speaking of which, I feel like Xin Yu has been acting a bit strange lately, but I can't quite put my finger on it. No matter what I ask her, she won't say anything. Hearing her say that, Chen Yuan remembered drawing the lotto number and quickly denied, "Really? Why don't I feel anything?" Chen Na, hearing this, sighed and said, "Maybe I'm just overthinking it." Chen Yuan immediately embraced her, replying, "Yeah, you're probably just overthinking it." Time flew by, and the next morning arrived. Chen Yuan woke up and found no one beside him. He muttered to himself, "Even though Xin Yu is helping out at the cafe now, she's still rushing there so early. Nana is really hardworking." Then, he got out of bed, brushing his teeth and washing his face while thinking, "Today I have an appointment with my academic advisor to go over the human resources material at her house. Last time, the knowledge I gained from the Hong Kong big shot benefited me greatly. Although theory and practice aren't the same, now that I have a healthy body, I can use it to build a foundation. But relying on just business management isn't enough. I still need to master more." While he was thinking, Xin Yu suddenly stepped in and called out, "Brother-in-law." Seeing her, Chen Yuan was surprised and asked, "Xin Yu, aren't you going with your sister?" Xin Yu replied, "I took a half day off." Then, she held out a small box towards Chen Yuan and said, "Brother-in-law, last time I noticed you didn't have a phone number plate in your car, so when I bought one for my dad, I bought an extra one for you, but I never had the chance to give it to you." Chen Yuan reached out to take it, replying, "Oh, thanks, Xin Yu." But just as he took the box, his hand accidentally brushed against Xin Yu's small hand. Seeing this, she quickly pulled her hand back, blushing, and said, Brother-in-law, please don't tell my sister, okay?" Saying this, she immediately turned and hurriedly ran away. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but wonder, does she mean not to tell Nana about the phone number plate or something else? But no matter what it is, I won't tell Nana. At the same time, at Li Xiao's house, seeing her suddenly sitting down and putting on makeup, Li Meng approached and asked, "Sister, is Chen Yuan coming over later?" Li Xiao, hearing this, immediately stopped what she was doing, turned to her younger sister, and asked in surprise, "How did you know?" Li Meng replied helplessly, "Please, someone who doesn't usually wear makeup suddenly puts on light makeup, and even dresses up carefully at home in new clothes. I think anyone can see that." Seeing that her thoughts were so easily exposed, Li Xiao, blushing, said, "He's coming over to study." Li Meng, hearing this, asked again, "Then, should I avoid you guys?" Li Xiao blushed and replied, "No need, I'll just stay in the living room. Otherwise, it'll be too awkward with just you and him." Hearing this, Li Meng teased, "Good for you, sis. You're picking up Chen Yuan's bad habits. You want me to be a third wheel on your date?" Li Xiao quickly explained, "He's just here to study. What date?" Li Meng brushed it off, saying, it's a date. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Li Xiao happily ran to open the door, saying, "Please, come in." Seeing her unusual appearance, Chen Yuan stood there dumbfounded. Seeing this, Li Xiao pulled his hand and said, "What are you spacing out for? Come inside already." Chen Yuan then spoke up, "Advisor, you look so beautiful today. How could I possibly study with you looking like that?" Hearing this, Li Xiao turned around and smiled, saying, "Don't be so glib." At this moment, Chen Yuan saw Li Meng was also at home. He handed her the bag in his hand, saying, "Li Meng, this is for you. See if you like it." She took it, smiling. "A gift for me. And it's EOV brand, too. Thanks. I won't bother you two studying anymore. I'll go inside and admire my gift, sis." Seeing this, Li Xiao frowned to herself. "I told her to stay in the living room. Is this brat so easily bought off?" After Li Meng left, Chen Yuan turned to Li Xiao and said, "Come here, advisor. Let's have fun studying together." Li Xiao frowned and asked, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan pretended to be serious and replied, "What are you talking about? I'm just giving your sister a gift. I'd feel bad showing up empty-handed every time." Li Xiao didn't argue further after hearing that. She sighed and said, "All right, let's start studying then. But I have several textbooks on human resources here. Which one do you want to study?" Before he could answer, the system suddenly popped up with a notification. Detected that the host plans to start learning about human resources. To manage a business well, one must master advanced management skills, stimulate employee enthusiasm, and promote the construction of the enterprise's regulatory system. The host has actively recognized the need to improve his abilities, successfully activated the Human Resources Panel, and a time-limited task within 1 month has been triggered. If the host masters the key knowledge points of human resources management, the system will inject all the knowledge of MHLM, a Master of Human Resources Management from Renmin University, into the host's brain. After reading it, Chen Yuan thought in surprise. The MHLM from Renmin University can be said to be one of the top in the country. It's very valuable. Thinking this, he reached for a book on the table and said, "Then this one, Human Resources Management," Li Xiao replied. Okay. Immediately afterward, both of them seriously buried themselves in studying, according to the textbook. Half an hour later, Li Xiao felt a little puzzled, thinking to herself, if it were before, Chen Yuan would have already attacked me. Why hasn't he made a move on me today? Seeing her suddenly so pensive, Chen Yuan turned to her, surprised, and asked, "Advisor, what are you doing? Let's continue." Seeing his attitude, Li Xiao was a little unaccustomed, thinking, "That's strange. He's so studious, I don't believe it. Let me test him one more time." Thinking this, Li Xiao hugged Chen Yuan's arm and called out in a soft voice, "Chen Yuan." Seeing her action, Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Advisor, I came here to study. What are you planning to do?" Hearing this question, Li Xiao was instantly stunned. She thought to herself, he truly remains unmoved, sitting and embracing a beauty without a wandering mind. Has Chen Yuan really changed? Seeing her stunned expression, Chen Yuan then revealed a cunning look, smiling. "Advisor." He wrapped his arms around her. "You were just playing with fire." Finishing his words, he planted a passionate kiss on her lips. After a dizzying moment of passion, Li Xiao quickly pushed Chen Yuan away, her cheeks flushed red as if she were drunk. A bit breathless, she said, "Chen Yuan, maybe I should get back to studying," Chen Yuan replied. "Studying is, of course, important, but if you want to focus, you must clear your mind of all distractions before hitting the books." With that, he turned Li Xiao to face him. Seeing this, Li Xiao asked, flustered, "What do you want to do?" Chen Yuan looked into her eyes and softly asked, "Tutoring." "Did you dress like this on purpose today?" Li Xiao blushed and replied, "I just wanted to dress simply to meet you. When we're alone, can you please not call me tutor?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, "So, that means." As he spoke, Chen Yuan took Li Xiao's hand and once again placed a kiss on her lips. Just then, the door to Li Meng's room slowly creaked open, revealing the scene unfolding in the living room. Her eyes widened in shock, and she quickly covered her mouth, afraid of making a sound. From inside, Chen Yuan finished his unfinished sentence. "The pleasure is halved." As he said this, his hand began to wander. Seeing this, Li Xiao quickly stopped him and said, "Chen Yuan, not yet." She held his hand tightly, breathing heavily as she said, "Gee, give me some time to prepare, okay?" Chen Yuan leaned closer, a hint of distress in his eyes as he said, "How can you ask a man to hold back at a time like this?" Li Xiao avoided his gaze and hesitantly replied, "If you can't hold back, I can help you." Hearing these words, Chen Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. "Help me!" "How?" Li Xiao didn't answer, she just took action. What kind of action? The bosses can guess from the picture. The censors are strict these days, so I'll keep quiet. Seeing her older sister being so bold, coupled with Chen Yuan's massive weapon, Li Meng was shocked for the second time. Her eyes widened as much as possible, unable to believe what was happening before her. Time flew by, and half an hour later, after the fireworks display ended, Li Xiao finally stopped and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth. She sat down on the chair and softly asked, "Can we study in peace now? But I have to go back to school later. I can only be with you for an hour." Chen Yuan leaned back on the sofa, looking refreshed, and replied, "Now is the time of the sage, the best time to study." With that thought, he ordered the system to use the high-efficiency study card. The system immediately displayed a notification, "High-efficiency study card." When reading, you can achieve the ability to never forget what you see. All knowledge will be completely engraved in your mind. Each card lasts for 1 hour. Instantly, streams of knowledge poured into Chen Yuan's mind like a waterfall. Before long, all the knowledge in the book was deeply imprinted in his mind. The system rang out once more. "Congratulations, host, for mastering all the key knowledge of human resource management. The system will install all the Renmin University's HRM master's degree knowledge into the host's mind within half an hour." Just like that, new knowledge continued to flow into Chen Yuan's brain. He clutched his head and muttered to himself, I didn't expect this to consume so much energy. Next time I want to use the high-efficiency study function. I can't do anything else. After resting for a while to recover, Chen Yuan stretched and said, "That was refreshing. I was so focused on studying that I didn't even notice Li Xiao was gone. Only now did he remember and muttered to himself, 'Oh, that's right, the tutor must have gone back to school.'" At this moment, Li Meng walked out of her room, her cheeks flushed, and asked, "How was it?" Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan felt a little suspicious and thought to himself, "Li Meng's expression is a bit strange." Then he replied, "Nothing, just that studying was too tiring and made me sweat all over." "Is it convenient for me to take a shower at your place?" Li Meng replied. "Sure, let me get you a fresh towel." After getting permission, Chen Yuan went into the bathroom to wash away the sweat from his earlier exertion. Li Meng stood outside, listening to the sound of rushing water, and gently lifted her speakers, thinking in confusion, "Strange. Why is my heart beating faster? Is it just because this is the first time someone of the opposite sex has showered in our house?" Before he could even finish showering, Chen Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He poked his head out to look and, seeing the caller ID, answered the phone and said, "Hello, Principal Xu, what's up?" On the other end of the line, old Xu replied, "Chen, have you seen the message Secretary Kong sent? Azure Pavilion, 3rd floor of the Longji Grand Hotel, waiting for you alone?" After receiving the call, Chen Yuan hurriedly finished showering and came out, saying, "Li Meng, I have something to take care of. I'll head out first," feeling a little puzzled in his heart. Thinking about Li Meng, this sister-in-law, and Chen Xinyu too, both of these sisters-in-law are so strange. A short while later, after leaving Li Xiao's place, Chen Yuan arrived at the meeting point. He walked in and said, "Hello, Secretary Kong. Hello, Principal Xu." Seeing him, old Kong stepped forward to shake his hand warmly and replied, "Chen, we meet again. This man is named Zhu Xiaotai, the same principal who received a 1 million yuan check from Chen Yuan a few chapters ago." He shook Chen Yuan's hand, replying, "Don't be so polite, Chen Yuan. Please, have a seat." With that, all three sat down at the table. After a few drinks, Lao Shu finally got to the point. "Chen Yuan, after discussions between myself and the school board, we've officially decided to nominate you as a 3 good student and one of the school's top 10 outstanding students. Furthermore, we plan to recommend you as a candidate for outstanding student of Xinjiang City, and also want you to become the student spokesperson for external affairs." Lao Kong chimed in from the side. "That's right, you'll be the face of the school for external affairs from now on. During the freshman military training after the summer break, you must give a speech as a student representative, sharing some of your success stories with your juniors. Haha." Hearing these words, Chen Yuan remained unmoved, smiling faintly as he asked, "Principal Xu, is there anything else you need my help with?" Lao Shu didn't hide his intentions, chuckling as he said, "Haha, not exactly. But recently the school has been planning to renovate the library. After all, our school's library, whether in terms of appearance, interior decoration, or the number of books, can't compare with other universities. For education, the library is a treasure trove of knowledge, the heart of the university, the school's second lecture hall, and a place for cultivating talent." Hearing these words, Chen Yuan took a light sip of his wine, thinking, after beating around the bush for so long, it turns out they want a free meal. These empty praises are meaningless, unless they can offer something concrete in exchange for benefits. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan raised his glass, saying, "Principal, let's talk about the library later. I wanted to ask about something. Our school arranges health checkups twice a year. Which medical institution are we currently working with?" Hearing this unexpected question, Lao Shu and Lao Kong exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, why isn't Chen Yuan following the usual script? What is he trying to do with this question? He's angling for something. Lao Kong naturally had to be the one to speak. He turned to Chen Yuan and asked, "Chen Yuan, why are you suddenly bringing up health checkups here?" He replied with a smile, "I recently acquired a healthcare company, and it just so happens to have a health checkup center under its wing. It's all for expanding business. Of course I hope to cooperate with familiar parties, such as our school." Hearing this, Lao Kong realized he didn't have the authority to make a decision. He thought, embarrassed, "I brought up the topic, but I don't have the power to decide this. Standing here is a bit awkward. I'll excuse myself to the restroom." With that thought, he stood up to slip away, saying, "I'm getting old. I can't handle it. A few drinks, and I need to use the restroom. I'm going to take a break and have a cigarette." Chen Yuan understood his intention and nodded with a smile. After Lao Kong left, Lao Shu finally spoke. Oh, I didn't realize Yu Chen had so many businesses. This is a good thing. You're the school's talent for external affairs, so naturally there should be frequent business dealings with the school. Chen Yuan didn't want to waste time with him, directly asking, "So, what's your intention, Principal Shu?" Seeing that he was being cornered, Lao Shu thought to himself, "It seems the library matter will require exchanging benefits with him. In any case, there are kickbacks for whoever gets the health checkup project. Giving it to him is the same." Thinking this, he smiled and said, "It just so happens that I'm in charge of this area. If your side has no issues with legal qualifications and capabilities, and the price is reasonable, then there will probably be an opportunity." Hearing this, Chen Yuan took out his phone, replying, "All right, Principal Shu. I'll have my subordinates contact the school immediately. Let the school review the qualifications and capabilities first. We can discuss the proposal and price later. As for the extras, I understand." While waiting, Lao Shu raised his glass and took a sip to ease the tense atmosphere. After discussing the matter, Chen Yuan stood up, saying, "I drank a bit too much. My head is starting to hurt. Principal Shu, I have a low alcohol tolerance. I'm sorry I won't stay for the meal. I'll treat you to a meal another day after the contract is signed." With that, he left, leaving Lao Shu sitting alone. As a seasoned fox who had attended hundreds of business dinners, Lao Kong knew when he should be absent. After a long while, he returned. Seeing Lao Shu sitting alone, he asked, "Principal, where's Chen Yuan?" Lao Shu sat motionless, fiddling with his glass, replying, "He said he has a low alcohol tolerance and left early." Then he turned, giving an inscrutable smile, saying, "This Chen Yuan is more complicated than I thought. At his age, he can disregard those superficial things like fame and fortune. I originally wanted him to invest in renovating the library, but instead he found a business opportunity." Half an hour quickly passed. At Meng Lu's house, Chen Yuan lay with his head on her lap. Meng Lu massaged his head, complaining, "Next time you go to entertain clients, take me with you. At least I can help you deflect some of the alcohol." Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "You work so hard to keep in shape. How could I bear to do that?" Meng Lu handed him a glass of water, saying, "Stop with the sweet talk. Drink some honey water." To sober up, Chen Yuan sat up, taking the glass, saying, "Coach Liu, if you want to sober up, you don't drink water like this." Hearing this, Meng Lu asked, confused, "Huh, how should I drink it then?" Chen Yuan didn't reply, slowly leaning closer. Immediately afterwards, a stream of water flowed down, forming a small stream between two hills. Chen Yuan leaned in close, and replied, like this, "Please let the bosses imagine the rest. If the bosses think the video is good, and want to throw a glass of water or 3 bugs in my face, please don't hesitate to throw them right here. With each of your support, I'll have more motivation to stay up all night to create videos. I sincerely thank you all for your support." After the fierce battle, Chen Yuan finally spoke. "By the way, is there any progress on the research I asked you to do at that fitness center?" Meng Lu, with her eyes half closed, replied, "I've been working out at one of their fitness centers for the past 2 days. After careful observation, there aren't any major problems, but there are quite a few minor ones." Hearing this, Chen Yuan's eyes filled with anticipation as he urged, "Tell me more." Meng Lu sat up and pulled out her phone to look at the things she had compiled, saying, "First, the Kizin and Hongshu accounts of this fitness center don't have enough likes and comments. Clearly the videos aren't engaging enough. Second, the service quality of the store is very average, not refined, not high-end, and not professional. For example, the reception desk is slow to respond." Leaning against Chen Yuan, she continued to list, "Third, the service awareness of the trainers isn't high either, especially when there aren't many members. The trainers gather to chat with the sales staff, which greatly affects the members' experience. Fourth, the follow-up and tracking of customers after they leave is insufficient. From yesterday morning until now, I've only received 1 WeChat message from a trainer, trying to maintain the relationship. Fifth, the sales staff doesn't have KPIs for contacting customers to open cards every month. This is a bit much. The person in charge of the sales department must be replaced." Listening to her detailed report, Chen Yuan rubbed her head and smiled contentedly, saying, "Not bad, as expected of my personal trainer." Pleased by the praise, Meng Lu replied with satisfaction, "Of course, this is my area of expertise." Time flew by, and the next morning arrived quickly. After the usual morning routines, Chen Yuan and Meng Lu were at the gym. Chen Yuan opened the health index chart to review it. Height 182 centimeters, weight 75, 2 kilograms, health index 80, body fat 14, 9%, immunity 82, brain flexibility 81. He was still immersed in training. Suddenly, the system sounded an announcement. "Congratulations to the host for completing the physical training mission, taking another step closer to the perfect life. The 2-year celebrity physique reward will be awarded sequentially within 1 week. Please maintain a frequency of training once every 2 days this week. Celebrity model. 182 centimeters, 77 kilograms, 10% body fat. After reading the announcement, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. The final reward is almost here. He imagined the super product body he was about to possess, the kind that would make girls drop their jaws, and he felt excited all over. As he was daydreaming about the admiration of the girls, Meng Lu handed him a glass of water, saying, "Take a sip of water and rest for a bit." As she said this, as if realizing something, she paused and asked, "Hey, Chen Yuan, why do I suddenly feel like you're a bit different?" Chen Yuan took the glass of water, his face smug as he replied, "I've completed the task you assigned within the specified time, Coach Liu. You told me a month ago to gain 10 kilograms and reduce my body fat to 15%. I've done both now." Hearing this, Meng Lu massaged his shoulders, praising him endlessly. "You're amazing, really amazing." Chen Yuan took a sip of water and tapped a series of operations on his phone, then said, "Check WeChat, a small reward." Hearing this, Meng Lu took out her phone to check, exclaiming in surprise, "Wow, hubby, you transferred 100,000 yuan to me. Love you, hubby." Then, she did forget to send a flying kiss, manhwa. Just then, Chen Yuan's phone received a message from Su Shuiwei. She wrote to Chen Yuan, "Are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal to thank you properly for what happened last time." After reading the message, Chen Yuan immediately stood up, reached out to Meng Lu to say goodbye, and said, "Coach Liu, that's all for today's workout. Something suddenly came up. I need to go take a shower and go out. By the way, you still need to continue the matter I entrusted to you before." Meng Lu waved goodbye and replied, "I know what to do. Don't worry, hubby." The day passed just like that. Chen Yuan had arrived at the meeting place. As soon as he got out of the car and saw Shuiwei, he asked, "Shuiwei, why are you waiting outside? Wouldn't it be better to wait inside?" Shuiwei gently smoothed her sideburns and replied, "I was afraid you wouldn't find me if you went in alone." Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "How could that be? You're so beautiful I can recognize you anywhere at first glance." Hearing this, Shuiwei's cheeks immediately flushed red, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing her expression, Chen Yuan continued, "You were already beautiful to begin with. I'm just telling the truth. Are you embarrassed by just one honest sentence?" A moment later, the two were seated at the table. Chen Yuan reached out and took Shui's hand, saying, "I told you last time that I would help you find an apartment near your company. Get ready, you can move in at the end of the week." Hearing this, Shui replied, "Actually, it's not necessary, Chen Yuan. My current apartment is very good." Hearing this, Chen Yuan said, "I've already rented the house. If you, Xiaoji, and Auntie don't come to live there, then it will just be left empty." Hearing this, Shui's eyes were full of thought, and she said hesitantly, "Well then, I'll consider the rent as a loan from you, and I'll pay you back when I earn money later." Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "Whatever." Just then, Deng Kaidao came over from somewhere, excitedly saying, "President Chen! Oh, it's really President Chen. I initially thought it was some young male celebrity. I was wondering why he looked a bit like President Chen. Just a reminder to everyone, this guy is the god who went to Chen Na's blind date and was slapped in the face by Chen Yuan before Ha." Chen Yuan didn't recognize him at first, and looked over silently with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Deng Kaidao thought to himself, "Oops, this little hand is touching. My greeting seems to have come at the wrong time." Thinking of this, he hurriedly covered up his embarrassment and reintroduced himself. "President Chen, do you remember when we met? Ha ha ha, it's me, Deng Kaidao, little Deng. We met at Chen's house. Do you remember now?" Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "Oh, so it's you." At this point, Chen Yuan hurriedly withdrew his hand from holding Shui's hand. He reached out his hand towards Deng Kaidao, saying, "Hello?" The man quickly grasped it and said, "I'm having dinner with some friends here today. Didn't expect to run into you, but I see you're not drinking today, otherwise we'd definitely have to down a few." Chen Yuan replied, "It's alright, there'll be other opportunities." As they talked, Deng Kaidao took out his phone, held it out to him, and said with a businesslike smile, that's right, President Chen. I'm a sports equipment agent. If you ever need anything, just say the word. This is my WeChat. If it's convenient, add me, hee." Chen Yuan heard this, thinking to himself, a sports equipment agent? Then it's possible I might actually need him. He then took out his phone and said, Okay, let me scan your code." After they finished, Deng Kaidao turned to leave, saying, "Then, President Chen, please enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, just call me anytime." He then returned to his table. His friend, seeing what had just happened, asked in surprise, "Adabio, who was that guy? You were so proactive in greeting him so obsequiously? Dong Kai-dao replied. I already told you guys. The boyfriend of my former blind date. What's so shameful about it? Money talks. If we can latch onto him, we might be able to get a little something. The other guy, hearing this, was a little skeptical and asked, Really? Dong Kai-dao replied with a smug look. Go see for yourself. Just the watch on his wrist could buy 2 of my cars. The friend, hearing this, couldn't help but gape in astonishment. What watch? More than 800,000 yuan. Dong Kai-dao calmly replied. Royal 2640 frosted gold. Look it up online. After hearing this, the other guy said, Damn, but it's strange. He's so rich. Why is he eating at this ordinary restaurant? Dong Kai-dao replied, You're asking me, how would I know? The friend then peeked over at Chen Yuan's table, asking, Is that girl your blind date? You're such an animal, she's so young, and you already want to hit on her. Dong Kai-dao looked over at Xue Wei and replied, No, how could she be? That girl wasn't my blind date at all. The other person, hearing this, said, Damn it, these rich people really know how to play. The red flag at home doesn't fall, but colorful flags flutter outside, and damn, they're all beauties. Dong Kai-dao waved his hand upon hearing this, saying, Don't talk about him anymore, and I'll get depressed. Time flew by, and half an hour later, after the meal, Chen Yuan and Xue Wei walked out of the restaurant. Chen Yuan turned and said, You're not in a hurry to go back after eating, are you? Take a walk with me for Xiaoji's sake. Just then, she saw a cat in front of her, Xu Wei, bent down and called out, Meow meow, come here. But no matter how she called, the cat ignored her and turned its back to leave. Chen Yuan, seeing this, gently reminded her, Xue Wei, that's a yellow cat. You have to bring cat food to pet it. Without food, why would it pay attention to you? Xue Wei, hearing this, looked at Chen Yuan with a puzzled expression. Just then, Chen Yuan suddenly walked over and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Xue Wei, seeing this, couldn't help but panic, stammering, This is a park, Chen Yuan. You can't mess around. Chen Yuan reached out and gently lifted her chin, saying, What are you talking about? How could I mess around? Xu Wei tightly grasped his hand, saying in a weak voice, Can you not do this? Chen Yuan turned her around, looking down at her with affection, saying, It's not like I haven't hugged you before, why so tense? Saying that, he reached out and cupped Xu Wei's small face, placing a sudden kiss on her lips. Xu Wei didn't have time to react, only knowing to widen her eyes in surprise, letting out a soft ah, and so, the 2 pairs of lips remained pressed together for a full 5 minutes, before Xu Wei finally pushed Chen Yuan away. Her cheeks flushed red, breathing heavily, and saying, Chen Yuan, stop, can you stop now? Chen Yuan still held her tightly, placing his hands where they needed to be, and said softly, There's no one here, Xu Wei quickly replied. Even if there's no one, it's still not okay. Forced melons are not sweet. Chen Yuan stopped his advances, pulling Xue Wei into his arms, saying, Is that so? Then how exactly does it have to be? Every time I think about this problem, my head feels like it's about to split open. Hearing these words, Xu Wei thought to herself, He said every time. Has he been seriously thinking about this problem for a long time? Although he always seems frivolous and mischievous and doesn't speak properly, he's very responsible and knows how to shoulder responsibility when he's serious. Thinking of this, Xu Wei looked up at Chen Yuan's face, telling herself in her heart, This person, Chen Yuan, is very contradictory, very complex, but always makes others want to explore him. At this time, the fondness points above her head also increased to 67 points. Chen Yuan, seeing this, couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, how did this little girl's level of affection suddenly jump to 67? Other girls need to spend so much effort in hotels to increase their affection, yet Xu Wei only needs to take a walk in the park. Moments later, after strolling with Chen Yuan, Xu Wei returned home. The moment her mother saw her, she asked, You're back? Xu Wei didn't reply, but stepped forward and said, Mom, let's move in a few days. Hearing her daughter's words, her mother stopped what she was doing and sat down, asking, Move where? Xu Wei sat down beside her, softly replying, I don't know yet, Chen Yuan. He said he found a place. Xu Wei's mother gently reminded her, Wei, have you thought this through? Once we move this time, there's no turning back. Xu Wei smiled, her cheeks flushed red as she replied, Yes, I've thought it through, Mom. I think I'm starting to like him a little. Time flew by, and the next day, Chen Yuan's G63 was rolling down the road. His voice came from inside the car. Hello, How's the contact regarding the health checkup for the foreign affairs school? The old man scrambled to his feet, urgently replying. Chen, President Chen, we already made contact yesterday. We have an appointment to meet Principal Shu at his office at 10 a.m. this morning. Chen Yuan didn't say much more after hearing that and immediately hung up, angrily thinking to himself, damn it, it's already 9 o'clock and he's just waking up. It seems like this old geezer needs to pack his bags and get lost soon. Time flew by to 10 a.m. and Chen Yuan arrived at the principal's office and knocked on the door. The moment Principal Shu saw him, he asked in surprise, Chen Yuan, why are you here? Then he gestured towards the table, warmly saying, Chen Yuan, you're here, have a seat. The man in the blue shirt was the director of operations at the health checkup center, Yu Jifeng. He and Jia Nanshao immediately stood up and greeted President Chen. Jia Nanshu's heart was on fire as he thought to himself, why is President Chen here? Today is just a preliminary meeting. He didn't say he was coming before, did he? Damn it, the entire presentation was prepared by Jifeng. I haven't even looked at the project plan. Chen Yuan sat down in a chair beside them and said, just continue your discussion. Talk about whatever you need to talk about. Don't mind me. I just happened to be passing by and decided to drop in and visit Principal Shu. Receiving the instruction, Yu Jifeng immediately opened the contract and seriously began to negotiate with Principal Shu. Meanwhile, Jia Nanshu silently listened by the side, occasionally nodding his head, just for show. After observing for a while, Chen Yuan thought to himself, the reason I came here was to see how Jia Nansha was working. Now everything is clear. He's the type who doesn't care about his job and just pushes everything onto his subordinates. It looks like I need to find someone to replace him soon. Thinking this, Chen Yuan stood up and said, Principal Shu, please continue your discussion. I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave. Hearing this, Jia Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, you finally came to inspect and now you're leaving. Great. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Yuan already had a plan of his own. He thought to himself, if Yu Jifeng is capable, letting him replace Jia Nanshu might be a worthwhile option. But the prerequisite is that I have to thoroughly investigate his background. If he turns out to be cut from the same cloth as Jia Nanshu, that would be a big problem. In any case, I'll go to Jingfu Company first. There are still some other things to do today. Time flew by, and an hour later, Chen Yuan was already in the president's office at Jingfu Health. He summoned several key employees and asked in a cold voice, the company's traffic acquisition isn't effective. The videos on Yin's account are really badly done. Director Cheng, why is that? This person was the director of the operations department, Cheng Ru, heard that she was being asked, and lowered her head, replying, President Chen, the videos that attract effective traffic need to have female trainers with large breasts and beautiful butts. If we want to find models like that, the filming costs are too high. We don't have that much budget. Chen Yuan frowned and asked, why do we need to find models? Aren't the female trainers at the fitness center good enough? Cheng Ru replied, some of the female trainers don't want to be on camera, and some don't want to film. The customers attracted from online to the center are divided equally among the trainers. So, the female trainers, who participate in the videos, feel like they're getting the short end of the stick. Hearing her answer, Chen Yuan asked again, have you never researched this issue before? Cheng Ru lowered her face, anxiously replying, the offline customer traffic at the fitness center and yoga studio was already stable, and the profits were decent, so this issue was constantly put on the back burner. Hearing this, Chen Yuan turned to the other woman and asked, Director Sun, the fitness center attracts too little online traffic, and after customers arrive, the service is poor, the employee discipline is terrible, and follow-up customer care is a mess. What do you, as the general manager, think? The woman called Director Sun stammered, President Chen, this I think. Seeing her stammering like that, Chen Yuan asked again, could it be that what I'm saying isn't true? Director Sun hesitated. Yes, but... Seeing that she still couldn't answer, Chen Yuan slammed his hand on the table to show his displeasure. Then he said, no, but... Take the points I just mentioned, and draft improvement measures. Report back to me tomorrow. Hearing the tapping, Director Sun jumped, his voice trembling as he replied, Yes, Chen Zong. After Chen Yuan finished his tirade, the two directors walked out, heads bowed, their hearts heavy as they muttered to themselves. Our fitness center, whether in terms of scale or profit level, is the best among all the company's branches. Wasn't it said that the new boss's first target was the old men's health checkup center? Why is it burning me? But since the boss told me to come up with improvement measures, it proves that there is still a chance to salvage things. And so, Chen Yuan sat in the report research room for an entire day. After reviewing everything once, he muttered to himself, overall, The fitness center has the fewest problems. As long as the points I raised can be well addressed, both customer volume and conversion rates will increase, and profits will naturally follow. It's just that the workload for employees will be greater than before, but after all, both the sales staff and trainers receive commissions. I believe no one will complain about less money. There probably won't be many subordinates who complain. By the time he finished all the work, it was already late. Chen Yuan returned to Chen Na's house. As soon as he entered, Xin Yu greeted him excitedly. "Brother-in-law, you're back." Chen Yuan walked in and asked, a little surprised, "Xin Yu, why are you here? Where's your sister?" Xin Yu replied, "The cafe is crowded, my sister is busy. She was worried that you would be hungry when you got home, so she told me to come home and cook for you first." Hearing her say that, Chen Yuan asked again, "So, when will she be back?" Xin Yu replied, "Probably not early, because she just sent a WeChat message saying we don't need to wait for dinner." Hearing her reply, Chen Yuan thought to himself, explaining so clearly, is she implying that there's plenty of time? Then he looked at the table and asked, "Such a feast. Did you make all this?" A series of complete dishes were laid out on the table. Xin Yu replied, "Yes, but I probably don't cook as well as my sister. Brother-in-law, please don't mind." With that, the two sat down at the table. Chen Yuan picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth, saying, "It's okay, as long as it's made by you two sisters. I like to eat it all." Hearing these words, Xin Yu was stunned for a moment, and the chopsticks in her hand fell as a result. Seeing that his words might cause misunderstanding, Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand to explain, "No, I like to eat the food that you two sisters cook." Chen Yuan quickly changed the subject, saying, "Xin Yun, I really didn't expect you to cook so well." Xin Yu lowered her head, her face red, and replied, "Really? It's just that I usually see brother-in-law likes to eat these dishes." Seeing her caring about him so much, Chen Yuan looked up, a little touched, and said, "Xin Yu." Hearing the way he called, Xin Yu's heart rate also became agitated, and the sound of her heart beating against her chest rang out loudly. Then she blushed and replied, "Brother-in-law." Feeling that the atmosphere was not right at all, Xin Yu quickly stood up, turned around and left, stuttering, I'm going to the bathroom for a moment." Entering the bathroom, she quickly splashed water on her face to sober up. Her face was full of melancholy. In the mirror, the image of herself at that moment appeared again, along with the words that she hadn't had time to say. "Brother-in-law, no, can I just call you Chen Yuan from now on?" Thinking of this, she muttered to herself, "I almost said what I wanted to say the most. No, those kinds of words absolutely cannot be said." Her heart was full of contradictions. Then again, brother-in-law must be completely devoted to my sister. There's no way he could like me. After hesitating for a while, Xin Yun turned off the tap, resolving to herself, "I have to explain to my brother-in-law or there will be trouble." Then she turned back to the dining table, saying in a flustered voice, "Brother-in-law, that's not what I meant." Before she could finish, Chen Yuan interrupted, replying calmly, "I know. It's okay." Seeing his attitude, Xin Yu's fragile heart instantly shattered. She thought to herself, "Brother-in-law, he doesn't seem to care much. He really doesn't like me." Xin Yu's mood immediately drooped, and she let out a soft, "Oh." Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think helplessly, "You clearly wanted to explain. I said it's okay, so why are you still sad?" The minds of these 17 and 18-year-old girls are so hard to guess. Thinking of this, he said to himself again, "However, my answer just now didn't satisfy this sister-in-law of mine. I have to rephrase it." Then he said, "Xinjing, everyone has the right to choose. Don't be constrained by worldly rules." Hearing these words, Xin Yun couldn't help but be slightly stunned. 3 seconds later, her brain finally started to process. So brother-in-law knows my feelings, and what he meant is that he doesn't object, but he's being vague, not expressing whether he agrees or disagrees. Thinking of this, Xin Yu stepped forward, her voice hesitant, about to say something. "Brother-in-law." Suddenly, the sound of the door opening rang out. Chen Na walked in and asked, "Chen Yuan, Xin Yu, have you two eaten yet?" Hearing the voice, Xin Yu immediately retracted the words she was about to say, looking extremely flustered, as if she had been caught red-handed doing something bad. She quickly turned around and replied, I've eaten. You haven't eaten yet. Right, I'll heat up the food for you right away." Chen Yuan also stood up at this moment. He walked towards Chen Na and said, "The cafe is doing better and better, Na. You've worked hard." Chen Na took off her heels and replied, "You've created very, very good conditions for me, Chen Yuan. I'm so happy now because of you, so I don't feel tired at all. I have to work even harder." After speaking, the two of them rushed into each other's arms, kissing passionately. Seeing the two of them like that, Xin Yu's mood instantly turned gloomy. and she couldn't help but feel sad. Cut to the next morning, Chen Yuan had finished his morning exercise, and Meng Lu sat beside him saying, "Chen Yuan, I've visited those 2 stores." Chen Yuan heard this and said, "Tell me, what problems did you see again?" Meng Lu replied, "The yoga studio service is timely and thoughtful, but the number of members is still small. The reason is the problem of attracting customers. And the problem of another fitness center is similar. Actually, they are all small details. It just depends on whether the manager is willing to think of solutions. I have summarized the problems, and I will send them to you later." Chen Yuan listened and smiled in satisfaction, placing his hand on her butt and praised, "Good, very well done, worthy of a reward." Seeing this action of his, Meng Lu said, "Looking at the way you're acting, is it another small target reward?" Chen Yuan rubbed her head and said, "What kind of person do you think I am? We have nothing to do this afternoon. Let's go on a date. However, in addition to the problem detection report, you also have to give me a plan to solve the problems tonight." Meng Lu was startled when she heard this, and exclaimed, then replied, Okay, time flies." And in the evening, as promised to Meng Lu, Chen Yuan took her shopping. Then they had dinner together, under the shimmering candlelight, full of romance. He thought to himself, clothes, bags, movies, dinner, cost a total of 230,000. After the 3 times cash back, the net income is 460,000. After a day of activities, Meng Lu's favorability also increased to 93 points. She smiled happily and said, "Papa, today is probably the happiest day of my life." Chen Yuan turned back, saw the score above her head, couldn't help but happily thought, "It seems that the amount of the refund doesn't matter anymore. This Coach Liu's favorability has also reached 93. Another person is about to break the 100 mark. It's really getting more and more worth looking forward to." Then he replied, "Silly girl, there are many days to come." Meng Lu, hearing this, smiled happily and replied, "Okay." Then she pulled him close, planting a passionate, fiery kiss on Chen Yuan's lips. Time continued to flow, and the next day arrived. Chen Yuan was once again in the president's office at Jingfu Healthcare. The woman before him was Sun Zhen, the general manager of Jingfu's fitness center. Having received Chen Yuan's instructions a few days prior, she brought a report today, saying, "General Manager Chen, I'm here for self-criticism. This is our improvement plan, but there are bound to be shortcomings. With your vast experience, please take a look." Chen Yuan, holding a cup of coffee, took a light sip and replied, "No need for self-criticism. Sit down. First, give me a brief overview of these new measures." Sun Zhen, hearing this, sat at the desk and began her presentation. "First, there's the service when customers enter the store. We will fine employees for any instances of delayed greetings or negligence in the common areas. The same goes for follow-up. We must ensure continuous monitoring. Anyone who falls short will have their performance deducted." Hearing this, Chen Yuan interrupted. "Hold on, all of this is inspection and fines, without any rewards," Sun Zhen replied anxiously. "Fines create pressure, which will make them take their work more seriously." Chen Yuan said seriously, after listening, "Fines are acceptable, but corresponding rewards are essential. Rewards should be the main focus, fines secondary. The primary goal is encouragement, not applying excessive pressure to subordinates." Sun Zhen, upon hearing this, replied, "General Manager Chen, I understand. You're truly thoughtful and far-sighted." Chen Yuan handed the report back to her, asking, "What about attracting customers?" Sun Zhen replied, "Actually, we mainly rely on offline customers. Online customer acquisition is still lacking. I need to go back and discuss this with the Network Operations Department City Director before I can offer specific improvement measures to you." Chen Yuan took a light sip of coffee and continued, "The lack of appeal is due to the trainers, lack of cooperation. You need to adjust the rules for allocating traffic. At the latest, I need to see the specific details by tomorrow afternoon." Hearing this, Sun Zhen nodded and replied, "I understand, General Manager Chen." Chen Yuan placed the coffee cup on the table, his voice serious. "The goal is to improve employee efficiency and increase company profits. If you want to earn money, the company doesn't support idlers. Do you understand my meaning?" Sun Zhen lowered her head, sweat pouring down her face. "I know what to do." After the exchange, Sun Zhen walked out of the office, her heart heavy. What the old man said was indeed true. The new boss was powerful and decisive. This lightning-fast and thunderous momentum was hardly like someone who's 21 years old. Recalling Chen Yuan's words, her face fell as she thought, "The company doesn't support idlers. It seems I'll be fired if I don't perform well." Anzi walked by, noticing her appearance, and thought to herself, "Looks like Chen Yuan scared the wits out of her. Speaking of which, I've never seen Chen Yuan's scary side. I hope I never have to." With this in mind, she opened the door and entered, saying, "General Manager Chen, I have some confidential news to tell you. Hearing her tone, Chen Yuan said helplessly, "It's just the two of us alone. Don't call me general manager." "Chen, it sounds weird." Anzi, hearing this, immediately changed her address. "Boss, the person actually in charge of working with the schools is Yu Jifeng. He was originally responsible for marketing and business expansion, but Jianan Shu wouldn't allow him to take big action, so he only maintained existing clients. He's been suppressed by Jianan Shu for over 2 years." Chen Yuan, after hearing this, rubbed his chin and replied, "Let me see his resume. He used to be the deputy general manager at another health checkup center." Anzi leaned closer and whispered, "Because his wife had an affair with his old boss, he beat that boss up, so he had to quit. That's also why he's been so tolerant of Jianan Shu. After all, changing jobs again so soon wouldn't look good on his resume." Hearing this piece of information, Chen Yuan was stunned and said, "You even found out these gossips, Miss Secretary. You're quite capable." Saying this, he began to ask tentatively, "Miss Secretary, you're so capable, do you have a boyfriend?" Hearing this sudden question, Anzi couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Her face flushed as she thought, "Why is he suddenly asking me this question? He's obviously been with so many women already." The more she thought, the more confused she became. Is he tired of big meals and wants a change of pace? Does he want to try a small dumpling like me? She began to imagine all sorts of scenarios. Or does he want to try something else? Oh right, if there's work, the secretary does it. If there's no work, be the secretary. Thank you, bosses, for watching the entire video. After struggling with his thoughts for a while, Anzi thought in a fluster, No, the boss already has enough mistresses. He doesn't need me. It's better to be a diligent little bee by his side." While she was still pondering, Chen Yuan's voice rang out, pulling her back to reality. "The startup fund for Yan Song, Mo Zhenwang, and Lu Xinyu has been approved. Tell them to start the specific implementation." Anzi startled and replied, "Yes, boss." Anzi left, and Chen Yuan's phone suddenly rang with a message notification. It was a message from Lin Yucheng. She sent a photo showing off her upgraded speakers. Chen Yuan thought to himself after seeing it, "Lin Ji's daily shares are completely the look of someone in love. Elder sister, are you trying to mess with my Taoist heart?" Just then, another message arrived. Yu Chang wrote, "Is the rice I haven't cooked yet to your taste? Should I bring some over for you?" The meaning here is referring to the outfit in the photo just now. Bosses! He. After seeing it, Chen Yuan's cheeks immediately flushed red, and he replied, "No need to bring it. I'll come over to your place to fix the air conditioner after I'm done eating." Yu Chang was a little panicked after seeing it and quickly messaged back, "That? Can you not come to my house? I'm scared." Chen Yuan smirked and replied, "Bring your combat gear to the hotel. I'll send you the location." Time flew by to an hour later. At the hotel, Yu Cheng arrived, completely covered from head to toe. As luck would have it, Zheng Xianyong was also there. The old man glanced at his wife without recognizing her, thinking to himself, "That woman at the elevator door is amazing." His eyes fixed on Yu Chang, he murmured to himself. "That slender waist, the curves of her hips create such beauty. Oh my, the waist-to-hip ratio is perfect. It's a pity she's wearing a mask so I can't see her face clearly." Wait, Zheng Xianyang was still frozen, watching the figure leaving. He thought to himself, "Why do I suddenly feel like that figure is a bit like my wife's? I have to call home to confirm after helping the customer with the check-in procedures later." Upstairs, Yu Chang had already reached the room. Chen Yuan went to open the door, and seeing her appearance he said, "Why are you being so sneaky and tiptoeing around? It's like you're gonna steal something." Yu Chang took off her hat and mask and replied, "I'm not like you. You don't know how much of a risk I've taken." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan leaned in close, half jokingly, half seriously saying, "Wouldn't it be better if you were discovered?" Yu Chang replied, "It's not the time yet," then said, "Wait for me to change clothes." 5 minutes quickly passed, and Yu Chang had changed her clothes. She returned in her beautiful nightgown from before. As soon as he saw her step out, Chen Yuan said, "Turn around and let me see." Yu Chang immediately complied, showing off her alluring figure. Chen Yuan couldn't help but step forward and said, "Elder Sister Lin, do you know that this outfit is the reason I can't concentrate on work?" Yu Chang asked, "So what?" Chen Yuan gently lifted her chin and replied, "You have to compensate me." Yu Chang softly asked, "How should I compensate you now?" Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Kneel down!" After that, it's a matter that everyone knows what it is, so Pan won't say any more. While Chen Yuan was still tense, Yu Chang's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, she panicked and said, "This is bad, it's Zheng Xianyong calling." Then, she turned around and put her finger to her lips, signaling Chen Yuan to be quiet while answering the phone. "Hello, what's up?" On the other end of the line, Zheng Xianyong's voice rang out, asking, "Are you outside or at home right now?" Yu Chang replied, "I'm at home. What's the matter?" Hearing strange noises, Zheng Xianyong asked again, "What are you doing?" At the same time, Chen Yuan's mouth was silent, but his body was still constantly active. Yu Chang tried to hold back and replied, "Wrapping dumplings?" Hearing this, Zheng Xianyong dismissed his suspicions and said, "Alright then, it's nothing. I just missed you, so I asked." After speaking, Yu Chang hung up the phone, and a fierce battle lasting a whole hour took place. Afterwards, she quickly stood up, put her clothes back on, preparing to leave, and said, "I can't stay with you any longer. I have to go back quickly. I know his personality. He'll definitely come home to check later." Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, "Go. It'll be fine once you get through this difficult period." Time flew by to an hour later. Yu Chang was already at home, rolling out dough to make dumplings. Zheng Xianyong came home and, seeing this scene, he asked, "Still wrapping? What day is it today that you're making dumplings?" Yu Chang responded with a cold face and indifferent tone, "It's not a special day. I just suddenly felt like eating them. Aren't you supposed to be entertaining clients today? Why are you back so suddenly?" Zheng Xianyong rushed over and hugged her waist, replying, "I heard you were making dumplings, so I wanted to come back and try the freshly made ones. Otherwise they won't taste as good if they're put in the fridge tonight." Yu Chang immediately turned and dodged, saying, "Alright, I'll cook them for you right away." Looking at this gentle scene, Zheng Xianyong felt a bit of happiness in his heart, thinking, "She's such a good wife. What more could a husband ask for than to have a wife like this?" At the same time, on Chen Yuan's side, he drove away, thinking to himself, "Originally, Yu Jifeng was supposed to report his work to me today, but such an unexpected thing happened, so I'll have to schedule a talk with him another day. The longer I stay in the company, the more I feel that my accumulated knowledge isn't enough, so I'll have to find a consultant to open a private class for extra training." Thinking this, he called Li Xiao, asking, "Consultant, how much longer before you get home? What's up?" Li Xiao, hearing him ask, replied, "Summer vacation is coming soon. There's quite a lot of work. It'll take at least an hour and a half." Chen Yuan replied, "I was planning to look for you to study," then asked, "Did you help me mark the key points in that international economics textbook I told you about last time?" Li Jiao replied, "I did. I finished it all. Do you want to go memorize the new textbook today?" Chen Yuan replied, "Yeah." Li Xiao, hearing this, said, "If you're in a hurry, you can come to my house to get it yourself. Li Meng is home." Chen Yuan then said, "Actually, the main thing is that I wanted to see you. I miss you." Little Li Xiao replied softly, "I know, but I'm very busy lately. I'll be with you when I'm free." Just then, the old teacher walked in, smiling broadly, saying, "Oh my, have you found a lover?" Li Xiao turned her face away, avoiding the probing gaze of the old teacher, blushing and replying, No, there's nothing like that." The old teacher, hearing this, leaned in and sniffed a few times, saying, "And you say there's nothing? Your whole body is exuding the sour smell of love. You think I can't smell it? Tell me, who is it?" Lin Xiao said embarrassedly, "There really isn't anything." The old teacher, hearing this, smiled slyly, saying, "You think I'm a 3-year-old? I don't believe it, hiding it so secretly." Trisk. Could it be that your target is a student? Such a forbidden love. Just thinking about it is exciting. Hearing these words, Li Xiao immediately imagined herself and Chen Yuan being intimate. The old teacher continued to attack, saying, "Oh dear, you and I aren't outsiders. Come here, quickly tell me, is it that student of yours? It's that person, you know who I'm talking about, being cornered like this." Li Xiao raised the book to cover her face and shouted, "Aya!" Then she made a big fuss, saying, "The meeting's about to start, and you still haven't prepared anything?" The old teacher then turned and left, laughing heartily, saying, All right, I'll prepare right away." But these days, even teacher-student relationships are considered normal. "Don't worry, I'm not laughing at you." Hearing these words, Li Xiao didn't know how to retort, blushing and saying, "You're really..." At the same time, at Li Xiao's house, Chen Yuan had arrived. Li Meng opened the door and said, "You're here." Chen Yuan replied, "I've come to get the study materials." Ever since seeing Chen Yuan's thing, Li Xiao always had a shy look on her face. She said, "I know, my sister already sent me a message." Then she led Chen Yuan inside, instructing him, "Her books are all on the bookshelf in the bedroom. Go find it yourself." Chen Yuan nodded, replying, "All right." Saying this, he walked in, reaching out to find the book he needed. He thought in confusion, what the heck is Li Meng blushing about? Forget it. It's none of my business. As long as I don't provoke this girl, I'll be thanking the heavens. Just as he thought this, Li Meng's voice rang out from behind. That thing, I want to talk to you about something. The house, and also the mountain of bad stuff outside. Chen Yuan thought worriedly. Crap, what I was afraid of has come. Then he turned around and asked, What is it? Li Meng suggested with a red face, do that thing with me once. Hearing these words, Chen Yuan's eyes immediately froze. The book in his hand immediately slipped from his grasp, and his mouth opened in surprise. After Li Meng's question, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and everything fell silent for a moment. Chen Yuan remained frozen in place. After a while, Li Meng continued, Don't overthink it. Just take it as a one-time thing. You can also think of it as me finding a partner to satisfy that need. I won't tell my sister about this. You can consider it our little secret. Chen Yuan, 3 parts panicked and 7 parts flustered, scratched his head and asked, Why? Li Meng said impatiently, There's no need for so many whys. Just tell me if you'll do it or not. Chen Yuan calmly replied, No, I won't do it without an emotional foundation. He thought to himself, Does she think I'm a tool? Wait, is this a test from Lin Zhao for me? Hearing this, Li Meng angrily said, Stop pretending. Aren't all men the same? Can't control their lower bodies? Chen Yuan bent down to pick up a book and replied, Sorry, I can. Seeing this, Li Meng grabbed his hand to stop him. Her cheeks flushed red, and she stammered, Wait, are you worried about something? Chen Yuan didn't answer. His eyebrows furrowed, and he softly asked, Did you think about your sister's feelings when you did this? Forget it. I'm the man you can never have. With that, he turned and left, leaving Li Meng standing there dumbfounded. He stepped into the elevator, covered his face in helplessness, and muttered to himself, Damn it, isn't she afraid of getting struck by lightning for testing me like this? Inside the house, Li Meng was both ashamed and angry, throwing a pillow on the ground and cursing, You bastard! What are you pretending to be a gentleman for? I'm the man you can never have? What? I gave you a chance and you're useless. Time flew by, and half an hour later, outside the gates of the Foreign Affairs School, Chen Yuan stood leaning against his G63, waiting for Li Xiao to finish work. She came out, smiling, and said, Thank you. You even came to pick me up after work. Chen Yuan opened the car door for Li Xiao, smiling. I was mainly worried that it's so late and there might be bad people outside. Li Xiao replied, What? The worst person is you. You pervert. Chen Yuan protested. How can you say that about me? I'm a pervert. Where? Tell me specifically. Li Xiao poked her head through the windshield, deliberately drawing out each word. Lecture! Chen Yuan got into the car, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Then did I pass the test perfectly? Li Xiao was surprised to hear this and asked, Test? What test? Chen Yuan turned and smiled. The test for tonight. Li Xiao placed a finger on her chin and said, Tonight? The revolution hasn't succeeded yet. Comrade still needs to work harder. Just picking me up after work once. I'm not that easily moved. Hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered what Li Meng had said earlier. Are you worried about something? His face involuntarily flushed red, and he thought to himself, Lin Zhao doesn't know about Li Meng's test tonight. In other words, Li Meng was serious? Awesome, another pair of beautiful sisters. Buy one get one free, what a great deal. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Xiao was a little surprised to see this and turned to ask, What are you laughing about? Chen Yuan replied, Nothing. Just suddenly remembered something funny. Li Xiao then asked, Is it really that happy to take me home? He smiled and replied, Of course it is. Cut to a little later, at Li Xiao's house. After Chen Yuan left, Li Meng was still sitting on the sofa. Seeing someone enter, she turned to ask, You're back, sis? Huh? Why did Chen Yuan come back too? Only then did Chen Yuan focus his attention on Li Meng, thinking to himself, I've never really looked at her closely before. Turns out Li Meng is 1.72 meters tall, with longer legs and a curvier butt, but her breasts are flatter than Ji Yuan's. Ji Yuan is 1.68 meters tall, not as tall as Li Meng, but her breasts are fuller. Li Xiao took off her heels and replied, Don't mind him, he's just trying to score points. Seeing that her sister's attitude was normal, Li Meng thought to herself, It seems Chen Yuan didn't snitch to my sister. Then she turned and left, saying with a hint of disgust, "All right, I won't disturb your private time anymore. I'm going back to my room to sleep." As soon as she left, Chen Yuan immediately reached out and pulled Li Xiao into his arms. Seeing this, she blushed and said, "Chen Yuan, don't mess around," he replied. "This isn't messing around. This is being straightforward." With that, he turned Li Xiao around and planted a passionate, fiery kiss on her lips. Li Xiao said with a slight stutter, "Can you spare me tonight? I've been busy all day. I'm a little tired." Chen Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Of course not." Hearing this, Li Xiao closed her eyes slightly and scolded softly, "You bad boy. Were you smiling in the car because you were thinking about this?" Everything the two of them had been doing was being observed by Li Meng, who was hiding in her room. Her breathing was a little rapid as she cursed inwardly, "Chen Yuan, you ungrateful scumbag." Time flew by, and 20 minutes later, after finishing her yogurt, Li Xiao wiped her mouth with a tissue and asked, "Satisfied? Can I go now?" Chen Yuan smiled and suggested, "It's almost 12 o'clock. Why don't I just stay here tonight?" Hearing this, Li Xiao immediately objected. "No, really, no way, and I've already helped you." Chen Yuan picked up his coat and stood up, replying, "I'll sleep on the sofa. That's settled then. I'm tired." Time flew by until midnight. It was now 0:30. Chen Yuan saw that there was no reply to the message sent at 0:10. He said to himself, "Looks like Ji Yuan is already asleep. She's been tired all day anyway." With this thought, Chen Yuan stood up and walked towards Li Meng's room, gently opening the door. He stepped inside, gently closed the door, and said to himself, "How interesting, little auntie really didn't lock the door." Then he carefully took each step towards the bed. Only then did Li Meng startle and turn around, asking, "Ah, what are you doing?" Chen Yuan quietly gestured, "Shh, don't make a sound." Li Meng asked, a little flustered, "You really dare to come?" Chen Yuan replied, "You dared to leave the door open for me, so why wouldn't I dare to come?" Li Meng said, blushing, "What I said before was just nonsense in a daze. Don't take it seriously." Chen Yuan replied, "But I've already taken it seriously." As he spoke, Chen Yuan's hands began to make strange movements. Li Meng's cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were tightly closed. Chen Yuan placed a kiss on her cheek and said, "The way you're trying not to make a sound is so adorable." Li Meng asked, her breathing rapid, "Can we start already?" Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Then beg me." Li Meng immediately did as he said, "I'm begging you." And so, what was meant to happen, happened. Behind a warm embrace lies a long story. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed. After 2 hours of intense activity, they both lay there, flat on their backs. Chen Yuan, with a smug look on his face, asked, "Satisfied now?" Li Meng, her cheeks flushed red, gazed absent-mindedly at the ceiling, replying, "It's been a long time since I felt this satisfied." Hearing this, Chen Yuan sat up abruptly and turned to ask, "Have you ever done this with anyone before?" She casually replied, "No, you're the first. Besides, I never did that with my ex-boyfriend either." Saying this, she turned to Chen Yuan and cautioned, "Chen Yuan, listen to me. You absolutely can't let my sister, Li Xiao, find out about this, okay?" The guy nodded in response. "Yeah." After saying that, Li Meng turned her face away, hiding a slightly melancholic expression. She thought of the look of disappointment in her sister's eyes, even though this doesn't technically count as Chen Yuan cheating emotionally. In the end, he doesn't belong to me. He's my brother-in-law. If she finds out about this, she'll definitely be disappointed in me. Just as she had this thought, a noise came from outside. Her sister, Li Xiao, half asleep, was walking towards the bathroom. Hearing the noise, Li Meng jumped up in a panic and whispered, "This is bad. If she doesn't see you in the living room later, we're dead. Say something, what do we do now?" Turning to see Chen Yuan still calmly scrolling through his phone, Li Meng couldn't help but feel helpless. Seeing her like this, he thought to himself, compared to those times at Linji's house, what's there to be afraid of in this little scene? Li Meng's mood remained tense until 3 minutes later. After confirming that Li Xiao had returned to her room, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking as she heard the door close, "She's back in her bedroom." She didn't notice Chen Yuan wasn't there. Thank goodness. Chen Yuan then sat up, looked at Li Meng's appearance, and laughingly asked, How was that? Did that feel like riding a roller coaster? Li Meng clutched her chest and sighed, not happy at all, replying, too scary. Seeing this, Chen Yuan reached out and patted her head comfortingly, saying, Partner, this will be a regular thing for us in the future. Get used to it. Time flew by quickly until the next morning. Li Xiao was already in the kitchen making breakfast. Seeing Chen Yuan approach, she smiled and said, Chen Yuan, you're awake? Go wash up and brush your teeth, and get ready for breakfast. Chen Yuan walked over, praising nonstop. Bao Bei, smells great. Thank you, you've worked hard. Li Xiao, hearing this, blushed and asked, What did you call me? Chen Yuan approached, smiling softly, asking, Bao Bei, what's wrong? Don't you like it? Li Xiao replied, her face red. No, it's not that. It just feels a little strange hearing it for the first time. Hearing this, Chen Yuan moved closer, wrapped his arms around Li Xiao's small waist, inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair, and said, Then there are many things you'll have to slowly get used to in the future. Seeing this, Li Xiao hurriedly pulled his hand away and said, Hey, it's early morning, don't do that. It won't be good if Li Meng sees. Go wash up quickly. Chen Yuan softly replied with an uh-huh, then left. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he saw Li Meng was already there. Seeing him, Li Meng blushed and pointed to a toothbrush and cup that was already prepared on the counter, saying, Here, I've already put toothpaste on your toothbrush for you. Chen Yuan picked it up and casually put his arm around her shoulder, saying, You're so good to me, partner. Li Meng pushed him away, turned around and left, sticking out her tongue playfully, saying, Bad man. Seeing this attitude of hers, Chen Yuan thought, what a difference from how she was last night. Besides, there's absolutely no affection here. Truly a pure partner. A moment later, after brushing his teeth and returning to the table, 3 prepared sandwiches were ready. Chen Yuan sat down opposite Li Meng. Li Xiao came out, momentarily stunned by the scene. She hurriedly ran over and dragged her younger sister away, saying, Cover yourself up a bit more. Chen Yuan's here. Li Meng replied without emotion, Yeah, I know. Seeing this, Li Xiao said a little awkwardly, Don't give me that unwilling look. It's my fault for not considering your feelings and letting Chen Yuan stay. I won't let Chen Yuan stay here anymore in the future. Li Meng, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise. She thought to herself, She's misunderstood me. If Chen Yuan doesn't come anymore in the future, how will I resolve my needs? Then she quickly waved her hand and said, It's okay, Ji. I don't mind it at all. Ling Xiao widened her eyes and asked, Really? Ling Meng grabbed her hand, nodding vigorously. Yeah, really. After finishing talking, the 2 sisters returned to the table. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan had devoured his breakfast. Seeing this, Li Xiao asked in surprise, Chen Yuan, are you eating so much? Are you that hungry? Li Meng was the one who knew the reason better than anyone else. She thought to herself, Yesterday, first it was with my sister and then with me. Looks like it really took a toll. Chen Yuan drained his glass of milk in one gulp, gave a thumbs up, and said, It's because my darling makes it too delicious. I've never had such a delicious breakfast in my life. Seriously, darling, I'm full. I have to go soon. Saying this, Li Meng turned to leave. Her face flushed as she said, Oh, well, I'm going back to my room. Seeing her younger sister acting like this, Li Xiao thought with some confusion, Li Meng is acting strange. Why is she blushing? Could it be that she saw Chen Yuan hugging me in the kitchen just now? But even if she did see it, she shouldn't be blushing, given her personality. How odd. Time flew by, and at 9:30 a.m., Chen Yuan arrived at his office at Jingfu Health. He tossed a stack of documents onto the desk and said, Lao Jia, explain this. Jia Nanshu's face turned pale, and he forced a strained smile, replying, President Chen, this is... Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yuan frowned and continued, Lao Jia, these documents are just a part of it. You should know that this amount of money alone is enough to put you in jail. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly picked up the stack of documents and opened them, sweating profusely as he said, President Chen, it doesn't have to be like this, does it? Chen Yuan crossed his arms and asked, This is my company. You're embezzling the company's money. Tell me, should I be this serious or not? Is it warranted? Jia Nanshu hesitantly asked. Then, President Chen, what can I do for you to show mercy and spare me this time? Chen Yuan glanced up and replied, You and your cronies all have to leave the company, and you must tell me everything you know. Hearing these words, Jiananshu could only remain silent, clutching the stack of documents tightly in his hand. Chen Yuan furrowed his brows and asked, "So, are you planning to go to jail?" The old man quickly replied, "I'll talk, President Chen. I'll tell you everything. We'll leave right after." Just like that, Jiananshu revealed all the internal information about Jingfu Health. He thought to himself. After taking over the company, President Chen hesitated and didn't touch me. It turns out that he was waiting for my replacement to improve the profit efficiency of the health checkup center. And he also wanted to dig out the other worms from my mouth. After he was done, Chen Yuan immediately said, "That's it. No need to stand here dumbfounded. Go hand over your work to Yu Jifeng. Take all your documents. I won't keep them. Consider this settled. It's a long road ahead. I hope we never meet again." Just like that, Jiananshu left with the evidence of his crimes. Long couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, isn't that some careful planning before acting? I'm truly impressed. This young boss really has the skills." As soon as the old man left, Anzi walked in from outside, calling out cheerfully, "Boss!" Chen Yuan, upon seeing her, replied, "Speak." The girl held up her phone towards him and said, "You told me last time to rent a house near Guanding Restaurant. Take a look at this one. The monthly rent plus utilities and management fees, etc. won't exceed 2,500 yuan. How is it?" Chen Yuan nodded in response. "Okay, take this one then." NZ gave an okay sign and said, "Yes. Then I'll contact the landlord to sign the contract and then immediately turn around and leave." Suddenly, Chen Yuan's phone rang. It was a video call from Zhu Menglu. Seeing this, Chen Yuan thought to himself, "Coach Liu, what's wrong with her again?" As soon as he answered the call, Menglu sobbed and said, "Husband. W-U-U-U-U-U-W-U-U. Husband." Chen Yuan widened his eyes and asked, "What's wrong with you?" A moment later, Chen Yuan had rushed to Menglu's house. The girl was lying face down on the bed, sobbing. Seeing this, Chen Yuan asked, "I'm already here, and you still won't say anything? I don't remember you being the type to cry and make a fuss." Seeing that the girl didn't react, Chen Yuan stood up and said, "Then I'm leaving." Menglu, upon hearing this, quickly jumped up and grabbed his hand. Don't go." Chen Yuan. The girl hugged him tightly, crying and saying, "Recently, your workout time hasn't exceeded an hour, and you leave right after you're done. There haven't been any new tasks assigned to the fitness center either. Chen Yuan, do you not want me anymore?" Boo-hoo. Hearing this reason, Chen Yuan couldn't help but helplessly ask, "You're crying like this just because of this?" Menglu looked up with tearful eyes and said, "Do you remember? How long has it been since you last heard me call you Papa?" Hearing Menglu's words, Chen Yuan recalled this period and said to himself, "Oh right, now that you mention it, it feels like it's been a long time since I rewarded Coach Liu." Then he turned to say, "I've been busy with company matters recently. If I don't clean up the trash inside and rebuild the foundation properly, how can it be convenient for you to come and show off your abilities?" Menglu sat up abruptly and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Yuan pressed his face against Menglu's breasts and explained, "The reform measures for the sports center have already started, and the other two centers will follow suit. Wait until the improvements are done, then come and experience the results." Menglu listened and asked, "So, I have an official position in Jingfu as well?" Chen Yuan raised his head and replied, "Of course. The salary from the company for the special consultant position in the personnel department will be given to you." Hearing this, Menglu's eyes lit up, and she hugged Chen Yuan tightly, planting a passionate kiss on his lips. "Thank you, hubby. You haven't forgotten about me." Chen Yuan replied, "How could I forget about you? What are you thinking?" Menglu lightly pulled down her clothes, revealing her ample bosom, and replied with a blush, "I was thinking, of course, about you and our precious baby." Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Still missing something." Hearing this, Menglu immediately turned around, showing off her buttocks, and asked, "Oh, is it still missing something like this?" Chen Yuan replied, "Still not enough." As he said this, the thin silk armor covering her buttocks was also removed. Menglu clapped her hands repeatedly, and loud smacking sounds rang out. Menglu softly said, "Then how about this, Papa?" At this point, Chen Yuan finally relented, grabbing her hand and saying, "Okay, if you hit me anymore, I'll be heartbroken." Menglu playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "Humph, do you even know how to feel sorry for me?" And so, the battle lasted for 2 hours. The bosses could tell from the 2 condom wrappers thrown on the table. He. At this moment, Shen Yuan's text message tone suddenly rang. It was Li Yuheng texting. Yuan, our bar is opening tonight, and I've organized a gathering with all our old classmates. You're a shareholder, so you definitely have to come, Shen Yuan texted back. Okay, got it. Time flew by until evening. At the Wei Shun Cheng bar, Shen Yuan had arrived and was looking at the scene inside the bar. He thought to himself, quite a lot of people, huh? Are most of these friends? Li Yuheng invited to support. While he was still in a daze, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind and called out, Shen Yuan! He was startled and turned around. The young man introduced himself. It's me, Jing Kongyun, your middle school classmate. I transferred to Yanjing for high school, and then went to college there too. Saying that, he pulled Shen Yuan to the table and said, Come on, all the classmates are here. It's been so many years since we've seen each other, so let's have a few drinks together. The friends at the table greeted him warmly when they saw him. Shen Yuan, long time no see. You've become even more handsome. Who would have thought that the most handsome guy in our class would be you? Shen Yuan took off his hood and turned to ask, Where's Li Yuheng? The friend next to him replied, He said he had some things to take care of and would be here later, so he told us to drink first. At this time, on the opposite side, the gaze of the girl opposite him was completely focused on Shen Yuan. Long Shen thought, This handsome guy is wearing a 2,640 platinum watch, worth more than 800,000 yuan. I thought everyone here was a wealthy young master. But it turns out the richest one just arrived. The guy next to Shen Yuan picked up a bottle of beer and asked, Shen Yuan, everyone here has a female companion. I heard that the girls in your diplomacy department are very high quality. How about you invite a few over? The guy who spoke was called Cheng Xian, Shen Yuan's old classmate. Shen Yuan listened and said, No need. There are already many beautiful girls here. If you're interested, just strike up a conversation with one. Cheng Xian gave a thumbs up, agreeing. That's right. Then help me see which girl is beautiful so I can go ask. Just as he said this, Shen Yuan's eyes suddenly froze. Huh? Isn't that Xiao Lei who likes to cosplay? What is she doing here? She looks like the streamer girl's assistant. As he thought this, his eyes stared at the 2 girls at the opposite table, and he said to himself, I suddenly want to see Xiao Lei's reaction when she's asked for her WeChat. Thinking that, he nudged Cheng Xian's shoulder and said, Those 2 over there aren't bad. You go try. He heard this and put down the beer bottle, replying, Okay, watch me. Saying that, he lightly pulled up his sleeve, showing off his brand name watch, thinking, If it's a top quality girl, I have to show my strength. Girls in places like this usually know their stuff. The 300,000 yuan pilot watch on my wrist will definitely make it easier to get her. No sooner said than done. He went straight to Xiao Lei and held up his phone to ask for her number. A moment later, he returned with a sullen face and said with an awkward smile, She's an internet celebrity. She'll come drink with us after her live stream. The other girl said her WeChat account was blocked, but she promised to come have a few drinks after her friend finishes her live stream. Shen Yuan thought to himself, WeChat blocked? What kind of weird excuse is that? Logically, besides Lu Xinyu, all the startup people are superficial and materialistic. There's no reason to refuse a rich second generation like Cheng Xian. Shen Yuan was washing his hands in the restroom when Xiao Lei approached from behind. She waved and said, Hi, Shen Yuan. Seeing her in the mirror, Shen Yuan asked in surprise, Classmate Xiao Lei, what are you doing here? She replied bluntly, Come on, I saw you the moment you walked in, but you only noticed me later. Were you testing me just now? You were wondering if I'm the kind of girl who casually adds strange men on WeChat, right? She continued, honestly. If you weren't here, I would have added him already. Shen Yuan chuckled wryly. What are you talking about? I just saw you now. If I had seen you earlier, I would have called you over already. Why would I give another man a chance? Xiao Lei didn't beat around the bush, asking directly. Alright, then I'll come to your table later. What do you want me to do? Pretend we know each other, or pretend we don't? Shen Yuan replied. What do you want to do? Thinking to himself, this girl doesn't fake it. Pretty straightforward and interesting. A moment later, Xiao Lei and the streamer girl walked to Shen Yuan's table. Cheng Xian quickly introduced them. Everyone, this is Chi Chi, a big online star in Xinjiang. I just checked. She has over 8 million followers on Kuayin. Chi Chi waved and replied, You flatter me. You flatter me. I'm just a nobody. Nice to meet you all. Cheng Xian stood up, offering her a seat. Welcome, welcome. Sit here, sit here. Another person looked at Xiao Lei and asked, and how should we address this beauty? Xiao Lei glanced at Shen Yuan, replying with a meaningful smile. Hello everyone. I'm Lei Lei, Chi-Chi's best friend. After the introductions, Cheng Xian raised his beer glass, saying, from today onwards, we're all friends, to our new friendship. Cheers. Chi-Chi also raised her glass. Shen Yuan then asked, Lei Lei, do you drink? Xiao Lei replied, I don't, but if you want me to, I will. Saying this, she leaned closer and suggested, then I'll drink one with you. Just one. With that, she downed her glass in one gulp, then said with a bit of surprise, it's like a refreshing drink. Shen Yuan took a sip and replied, it's champagne, so it doesn't have much alcohol. Xiao Lei then turned to ask, by the way, have you read my business plan yet? When are you planning to invest in me? Shen Yuan smiled and replied, I remember you want to set up a cultural media company, which isn't a small project. You're not a streamer, and you don't have any loyal fans. So how will your company make money? Xiao Lei replied, who says I don't have fans? I just don't live stream. I haven't posted many cosplay videos on Kuai-Yin, but I still have tens of thousands of followers. Besides, many of my cosplay sisters can become streamers. As he listened to her talk, Shen Yuan thought to himself, my current main plan is to develop the fitness center's videos and operations, setting up a cultural media company, and many other goals. At this moment, Li Yuheng also arrived. He raised his hand and called out, yo, is everyone here already? Yuan, why are you so far away? Come over here, come over here. Hearing this, Shen Yuan immediately stood up and walked over. Xiao Lei quickly followed. Seeing this, Li Yuheng asked, did this bastard seduce the prettiest girl again? Shen Yuan replied, I seduced her? Well bro, is there a possibility she came to me herself? Li Yuheng, hearing this, said, don't BS me bro just because you're handsome. Hearing this, Xiao Lei immediately hooked her arm around Shen Yuan's, leaned close, and said with a blush, indeed, I approached him. It's indeed because he's too handsome, so handsome that I almost want to devour him right now. Hearing these words, Li Yuheng couldn't help but imagine Shen Yuan and Lei Lei, blushing as he thought, and he stole her away, the son of a bitch. After thinking for a moment, Li Yuheng turned and left, saying, you guys continue. I'm gonna hang out with other classmates. He thought to himself, this dog, Shen Yuan, his moves are truly insane. He's got a leggy cafe owner, a top-tier teacher, and now this innocent, pure, and naive classmate. Seriously, good girls are always ruined by guys like him. Seeing his dissatisfied expression, Shen Yuan approached and asked, not staying to chat a bit more? Li Yuheng retorted annoyedly, you dog of a shareholder, you don't manage anything, you just chase girls. What else is there for me to say to you? Shen Yuan chuckled at that. Haven't you and the bar manager gotten the bar in order? Why would I need to meddle? Li Yuheng, upon hearing this, looked even more displeased and cursed. Get lost, get lost, get lost. After he left, Xiao Lei turned to Shen Yuan and asked, Shen Yuan, you're also a shareholder in this bar? Your family's background is really something. Shen Yuan glanced down at Xiao Lei's assets and replied, yours is pretty impressive too. Xiao Lei blushed upon hearing this and asked, did you have to be so direct? Shen Yuan replied with a smile, aren't I just learning from you? Seeing this scene, Zheng Zhuan stood there dumbfounded, exclaiming, wow, the cabbage is chasing the pig. That girl is really chasing after him. The rest of the group agreed. Yeah, she's just throwing herself at Shen Yuan. She looks so innocent and pure, but she's so proactive. On the other side, Xiao Lei staggered, grabbing Shen Yuan's arm, and said, holding her head, Shen Yuan, I think I'm drunk. Shen Yuan turned to her and said, you're drunk after just one glass? Even stray dogs can drink better than you. Xiao Lei retorted, don't compare me to dogs. Are dogs as beautiful as me? Shen Yuan glanced sideways and asked, are you beautiful? Hearing this, she paused for a moment, frowning, and asking, am I not beautiful? Shen Yuan replied nonchalantly, probably a little more beautiful than a dog, I guess. At this point, Xiao Lei immediately played her hand, putting on a seductive look and saying, Shen Yuan, take me home, I'm sleepy. With that, they both walked toward the group of friends. Xiao Lei smiled and said, Sister Chi-Chi, I'm so sleepy, I'll take my leave first. Shen Yuan also spoke up. Sorry everyone, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head out first. Let's gather again when we have time. Li Yuheng, upon hearing this, threw Shen Yuan's jacket at him, cursing, "You son of a BTCH, get lost, get lost, get lost! Go enjoy yourself!" Seeing this, Jin Kanyun stood up, waved goodbye, and said, "Keep in touch. We're all in Xinjiang during the summer break. Let's hang out more when we have time." She also spoke up. "Yeah, go ahead. Text me on WeChat when you get there." In her heart, she thought, Xiao Lei rarely comes to places like this, and she's not the kind of girl who's easily swayed. What kind of magic does that guy have that he can take her down so quickly? On the side, Zhang Xuan also thought to himself, it hasn't even been that long, and he's already going to a hotel with the prettiest girl? Should I ask old Cheng to get me the same watch? A moment later, the two left the bar. Shen Yuan turned to her and asked, "Where are you going back to?" "The dorm?" Xiao Lei, upon hearing this, said, "Why do you have to suggest the dorm? Shen Yuan, don't you really want anything to happen with me?" Hearing these blunt words, Shen Yuan couldn't help but ask helplessly, "You're a girl. Can't you be a little more subtle?" Xiao Lei said anxiously, "Subtle? We're all adults. What's there that can't be said directly? Tell me, yes or no?" Shen Yuan replied with a wicked smile, "It would be a lie to say I don't want to. Let's go." Xiao Lei smiled contentedly. "I'll take that as you being honest. But even if you want it tonight, I won't give it to you." "Want to know why?" Shen Yuan glanced distractedly ahead and replied, not really interested in knowing. Xiao Lei, upon hearing this, said, "But I still have to say it because a girl's first time is very precious. I want to date you a few more times." Shen Yuan, upon hearing this, wore a dissatisfied expression and replied, "Yeah, got it." Seeing his expression, Xiao Lei said, "I applied to establish a startup base for the money, and I know what I have to sacrifice, so I won't run away." Shen Yuan turned and smiled, replying, "Then that's good." In his heart he assessed, this girl is honestly greedy for money, but she has her own principles. Not bad. He knows what she wants, and knows what she needs to pay. A moment later, Shen Yuan led Xiao Lei to a luxurious hotel. He pushed the door open for her and said, "You can stay in this room for as long as you want. I'll head out first. You get some rest." Seeing this, Xiao Lei quickly reached out and grabbed Shen Yuan's hand, saying, "Wait a moment." She looked at him with eyes red with embarrassment and said, "How about you give me a kiss before you go?" Shen Yuan, upon hearing this, frowned and asked, "Are you trying to play with fire?" Xiao Lei replied in confusion, "No, I just want to try what a kiss feels like." Hearing this, Chen Yuan complied and reached out to pull down her hood. He slowly leaned in. Xiao Lei closed her eyes tightly, raising her cherry lips expectantly. Just then, Chen Yuan suddenly grabbed her collar and pulled it open. Xiao Lei exclaimed in a fluster, "I just wanted to kiss you." Chen Yuan replied, "I know." Then he lowered his head and continued, "But you didn't say where you wanted to kiss. Just look at the picture to guess Xiao Lei's emotions. My pen is too dull to describe it in words. Hee hee." A moment later, they finished the Maritimara. Peach. Chen Yuan wiped his mouth and said, "Not bad. There's a milky taste too." Hearing this, Xiao Lei blushed and asked, "Do you usually sweet-talk other girls like this?" Chen Yuan smiled slyly and replied, "No need to sweet-talk. They willingly jump on." Xiao Lei adjusted her clothes and said, "I don't believe it. Really like to brag? But not today." Chen Yuan turned towards the door and said seriously, "Whether it works or not is up to you. Remember, you're just a substitute, not officially on the roster yet. I'm letting you off easy just this once." With that, Chen Yuan decisively opened the door and left. Xiao Lei hurriedly followed and asked, "What do you mean by substitute?" Chen Yuan waved his hand in farewell and replied, "You'll understand later." As soon as Chen Yuan left, Xiao Lei immediately turned back to the room and closed the door. Recalling the feeling just now, she blushed and thought, luckily he's only a little horny, but not that extreme. Thinking of this, her eyes dimmed. I'm so useless. Time flew by to 12:30 a.m. in front of the Li Xiao's house. Chen Yuan had arrived. Li Meng opened the door and asked, "Why are you so late?" Chen Yuan replied, "I got drunk and couldn't find a place to sleep." Hearing this, Li Meng said in a disgusted tone, "That line might work on my sister, but it won't work on me. Are you looking for me or my sister? If you're looking for my sister, she's already asleep. And if you're looking for me, sorry, this young lady needs to sleep too. Find me another time when I'm in the mood." Just as Li Meng was about to close the door, Chen Yuan stopped her and said, "I just want to sleep on your sofa." With that, he decisively stepped inside. Seeing this, Li Meng hurriedly stopped him. "What's wrong? Are you gonna force your way in?" Chen Yuan didn't reply and went straight inside. Li Meng followed and whispered, "Be quiet. My sister will hear us." Chen Yuan replied, "Don't worry, we're going into the bedroom." Just as they entered, Li Xiao heard the noise and opened the door, stepping out with a sleepy expression, looking around in confusion. In the room, Chen Yuan pressed close to Li Meng. She didn't dare to move an inch, thinking, "Damn it, I must have closed the door too hard," and woke her up. Just as she thought this, Li Xiao's voice came from outside. "Li Meng, are you asleep? What was that noise just now? I heard something." Li Meng replied anxiously, "Sis, I went to the bathroom just now and closed the door a little too hard." Hearing this, Li Xiao said without suspicion, "Oh, okay." Then she went back to her room. Li Meng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew. Luckily she didn't ask more questions. She's back in her room." "You dog, Chen Yuan. You're really bold. Aren't you afraid of my sister finding out?" Chen Yuan leaned in close and said teasingly, "If she finds out, we'll all sleep together." Hearing this, Li Meng snorted coldly. "HMPH, you wish." A moment later, they both began to engage. Only 3 steps into the action, Chen Yuan launched a surprise attack. Seeing this, Li Meng exclaimed in shock, "Ah, attacking me sneakily again. Can't you be a little gentler?" Chen Yuan gently lifted Li Meng's chin, saying, "Isn't this gentle enough?" "I've controlled my strength," Li Meng replied. "You're so drunk you're numb. You have no idea how hard you're being." And so, they dove into a wild battlefield, until the sheets were wrecked, ending the war. Shen Yuan rested his head on Li Meng's lap. She panted, "We really shouldn't do this at home anymore. It's too dangerous. Let's just go to a hotel next time." Shen Yuan turned away, burying his face in the sofa, and replied, "Ain't no way. I'm a broke student. Where am I going to get the money to rent a room?" Seeing this, Li Meng pinched him, scolding, "Shen Yuan, how can you be so shameless? You've bought me and my sister things worth tens of thousands of yuan. How can you say you don't have money for a room?" Caught off guard by the pinch, Shen Yuan jumped up, yelling. Li Meng continued, "So you do feel pain? When I told you to be gentle, you were so rough. I'm kinda not wanting to date you anymore. You don't understand Thuong Hoa Tiek Ngok at all." Hearing this, Shen Yuan immediately turned back and kissed her lightly on the lips, saying, "If you don't go with me, who else can you go with? I'll definitely be gentle next time, trust me." After that, Shen Yuan packed up his stuff and dipped. Seeing this, Li Meng thought angrily, "This guy's the epitome of shamelessness, isn't he? I really can't do anything about him. I need to think carefully. I have to get back at him next time." Time flew by to the next morning. Li Xiao walked out of her room and saw Shen Yuan lying on the sofa. She was a little surprised and asked, "Shen Yuan, when did you get here?" Shen Yuan vaguely opened his eyes, dreamily replying, "Around 1 a.m. last night. Li Meng helped me open the door." Li Xiao asked with some concern, "Did something happen?" Shen Yuan took her hand and pulled her into his arms, replying, "No, I just missed you so much at home that I couldn't sleep." Li Xiao said, "Oh, is that so?" She placed a kiss on Shen Yuan's lips and said, "Tell me earlier next time, okay?" After that, Li Xiao stood up, turned and left, saying, "Sleep a little longer. I'll go make breakfast and call you later." Shen Yuan smiled and replied, "Okay." Li Xiao went to Li Meng's room and called, "Li Meng?" She was getting dressed and, hearing her sister's call, turned around in surprise and asked, "Sis? What's up?" Li Xiao asked. "Shen Yuan came last night. Why didn't you call me?" Li Meng replied, "It was too late. I was afraid of disturbing your rest." Hearing this, Li Xiao said, "Was he in a bad mood then? Next time he comes in the middle of the night, you must wake me up, got it?" Hearing this, Li Meng thought with dissatisfaction, "Oh, my dear sister, he doesn't have any problems at all. He came for a night raid. If not my night, then yours." But on the surface, she still smiled and replied, "Got it. He just had a little to drink, nothing else." Time flew by to half an hour later. Li Meng's voice rang out, "Shen Yuan, my sister has finished making breakfast for you. Aren't you up yet?" Shen Yuan opened his eyes and softly said, "Huh?" Li Xiao, carrying food, turned around and said, "Shen Yuan, come and eat." Looking at her appearance, Shen Yuan thought to himself, just casually tying an apron makes her a beautiful cook. With her looks and figure, she's truly blessed by the heavens. Seeing his gaze, Li Meng tapped her chopstick on the bowl and called out, "Hey, hey, hey! Hurry up and eat your breakfast. What are you looking at?" Hearing this, Shen Yuan, with a sleepy expression, turned back and replied, "Okay," and then stabbed a piece of cake. Li Meng then suddenly thought to herself, "Wait, he's my sister's boyfriend? There's nothing wrong with him looking at her. Why am I stopping him? Am I jealous? Shen Yuan and I are just battle buddies. We don't have any feelings." Could it be that the old saying, Familiarity breeds contempt is really coming true, but that's not right. We've only been together for 2 nights, as she thought. Her eyes were fixed on Shen Yuan's messy, just-woke-up look. On the other side, after cleaning up, Li Xiao left, saying, "I've eaten, Shen Yuan. Eat slowly. I'm going to change my clothes." Shen Yuan turned back and replied, "Okay, I'll take you to school later." After she left, Li Meng said softly, with a slightly angry tone, "Why don't you take me to work?" Shen Yuan smiled and replied, "What are you thinking? We're just battle buddies. If I feel like it another day, I'll take you." Li Meng, acting all pouty, goes, "You shameless jerk, using me and dumping me." Approval rating above her head? A solid 65 points. Shen Yuan's thinking, looks like my battle buddy doesn't just want my body anymore, she wants a relationship too. Good. He asks, "What time's your flight?" Li Meng chirps, 11 a.m. "You want to take me?" Shen Yuan smirks. "I'll go with your sister later, drop her off, then take you. Should get to the airport around 10:30. Li Meng happily replies, "Okay." Time skipped to half an hour later. Shen Yuan drops Li Xiao at school. She hops out, waves, and says, "This is good, bye." Just a few steps later, a woman's voice shouts from behind, "Teacher Li, you sly dog." The moment Li Xiao sees her, she's like, "Miss Sun, what are you doing here? Miss Sun's all. Why I'm here isn't important. What is important is that I just discovered a huge secret." Li Xiao is suddenly feeling guilty. What? What big secret? Miss Sun covers her mouth, cackling. "You tell me, who at this whole school doesn't recognize that glass?" Li Xiao's in damage control. "Oh, you mean that? I ran into that student on the road, and he just gave me a ride. Miss Sun's not buying it. You think you can fool others with that line?" "HMPH. Not me. Spill it. How long have you two been together? What stage are you at?" Li Xiao avoids eye contact, face flushed. "Oh God, it's nothing." Miss Sun narrows her eyes. "So much for being tough, huh? Don't you consider me a good sis?" Li Xiao's denying it hard. "We're really not together." Miss Sun presses. "Then that means he's chasing you, or you're about to become a thing. I'm right this time, aren't I?" Li Xiao stays silent. Miss Sun's verdict. "Called it! You were on the phone with Shen Yuan last time, weren't you? No wonder I sensed the sweet and sour scent of love around you. Lie. You're robbing the cradle." Li Xiao's cheeks are fire. She's out of there. "OMG, Miss Sun, stop making a scene." Seeing this reaction, Miss Sun giggles. Gentle, kind, handsome, and rich. It's on. OMG. This couple is the best. Li Xiao is even more embarrassed. "OMG, stop talking nonsense, okay?" Miss Sun chases after her. "Fine, but you have to tell me how it started. How did he win you over?" Meanwhile, back with Shen Yuan, he's picking up Li Meng. The moment she sits down, Shen Yuan says, "Isn't it more comfortable in the back?" Li Meng retorts, "Mind your own business. I just want to sit in the front." Shen Yuan chuckles, thinking, this battle buddy's cranky all day, needs to be taught a lesson. Then he says, "I'll get a car for you later. Suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of." Li Meng's pissed. "Dare you? If you don't take me to the airport today, I'm not getting out of this car." Shen Yuan laughs. "I really have things to do. It's the same whether you call a car or I take you, as long as you get there on time." Li Meng raises a fist, cursing. "Shen Yuan, you're being shameless again, aren't you? I haven't settled the score for last night yet." Shen Yuan turns to her, saying, "You'll get used to it. You'll like it so much you can't control it. Believe it?" Li Meng snaps. "I told you to drive the car, not that kind of car. Speaking of cars, how much did this thing cost?" Shen Yuan grins. "About 3 mil all said and done, I guess." Li Meng rolls her eyes. "Keep bragging." Just then, Shen Yuan reaches out and puts his hand on her thigh. Li Meng is shocked. She quickly pushes Shen Yuan's hand away, her voice flustered. "We're in the middle of the road. What are you doing?" Shen Yuan smirks suggestively. "Isn't this what you wanted?" Li Meng yells, "What the hell? What's in your head? That's not what I meant at all." Shen Yuan's like, "Then what did you mean?" "Yo, check it," Shen Yuan said, leaning in. Li Meng shoved him back. "Chill, dude. Get a grip." Shen Yuan backed off, all nonchalant, just saying, "Watch what you say. Don't be dropping hints like that." Li Meng snickered. "So it's my fault now? Seriously though, you're loaded. How'd you make your bread?" Shen Yuan checked himself out in the rearview mirror, smoothing his hair, and started spitting facts. "Been playing crypto since freshman year, forex trading. Now I run my own company." Li Meng gave him a look, half joking. "Damn, if you marry my sister, I'm just gonna retire on the spot." "You wouldn't mind supporting one more, would you?" Shen Yuan smirked. "If you were as hot as your sister, maybe." but you're still a little rough around the edges. Let's see if a few more years of papaya does the trick. Lemeng punched his arm. You trashy man! You're crossing the line. I'm telling my sister to dump you ASAP. Shen Yuan grabbed her hand, stroking it. What's in it for you if your sister dumps me? You'd lose your sugar daddy. Lemeng blushed. You just can't resist using me, can you? She reapplied her lipstick. This alliance is useless, only benefits you. HMPH. Stop staring, focus on driving. Shen Yuan feigned annoyance. You should be happy I'm checking you out. Guess I won't bother next time. He turned away, pretending to be disinterested. Lemeng stuck out her tongue, teasing him. Oh really? Right then, Shen Yuan slammed on the brakes. The car screeched to a halt at a red light. He turned to her. Serious? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Lemeng played dumb. Did what? Shen Yuan frowned. You have no idea the consequences of your actions. Lemeng waved it off. Consequences? You gonna punish me right here in the car? Shen Yuan loosened his collar. You're playing with fire, girl. Lemeng raised her eyebrows. Yeah? What are you gonna do about it, tough guy? At that moment, Shen Yuan's G63 was attracting some serious attention from the cars next to them. All the dudes were whipping out their phones, filming the scene, thinking, damn, it's good to be rich. Flying with a stewardess, living the dream. Gotta grind harder. That's how you get a luxury car and a hot babe. One guy muttered, damn capitalism. They hog all the good stuff. Just then, Shen Yuan floored it, and the car shot off, the GPS blaring. Recalculating route. Lemeng panicked. What are you doing? This isn't the way to the airport. Shen Yuan calmly replied. Who said we were going to the airport? Lemeng freaked out. My flight's at 11. I'm gonna miss it. Shen Yuan said nonchalantly. You'll make it. It's 9:50 now. The airport's 15 minutes away. I can wrap this up in 30 minutes. Lemeng pleaded. Shen Yuan, chill. Shen Yuan said with determination. I've been wanting to try on that uniform for ages. Cut to a little later. Shen Yuan's G63 was parked in a lot. An intense battle was underway, the car's movements catching the eye of a kid passing by. The kid pointed at the rocking car. Mommy, look! That car's dancing! The mom knew exactly what was up. Let's go! That car's broken! It might explode! Faster, faster! With that, she yanked the kid away, making him wail. In her head, she's like, doing that in broad daylight in a car? Too trash to take her home? Some truly classless trash. Fast forward 45 minutes. After roadside activities, Shen Yuan drops off Li Meng at the airport. A girl spots Li Meng and goes, Ooh, Li Meng's in love? It's freezing. It's freezing. But you're still letting Zhen Chen stunt? That G63 you're rolling in must mean you're loaded. Li Meng's like, he's not my boyfriend, more like, almost my brother-in-law. Her coworker cocks her head. What do you mean, almost? Li Meng deadpans. 'Cause my sister ain't said yes yet. The coworker's totally lost, blurting out a, huh? Li Meng internally roasts. Trash even ruined my new silk stockings. Next time I see you, you're not getting off easy. Switching back to Shen Yuan, half an hour later at Jingfu Company. Shen Yuan walks in and tells Yingzi, gotcha lunch, let's eat. How's it going? Busy? Yingzi hurries after him. It's fine now. I only go back to school for important classes, otherwise, I'm here. Inside the office, Shen Yuan asks, how much has HR figured out? Yingzi replies, humbly speaking, about 90%. Next week, they'll be rotating to the network operations department. Hearing this, Shen Yuan hands her the bag. Good. Network operations is key right now. Online lead generation wasn't great, so Manager Sun made big changes. Soon, a special advisor from above will be sent. She'll handle the details, and you'll assist. Yingzi takes the bag, unpacks the food, and smiles. Don't worry. Shen Yuan picks up his chopsticks. Put in more effort, and build our own team. Most of the old staff just coasted. I don't want any of them. Yingzi nods. Understood, boss. With that, Shen Yuan pulls out the task progress report. Increased Jingfu's net profit by 5% in 3 months. Progress. 1%. He thinks. The task's been out for a week, and departments are just starting the new plan. Not sure if we can do it. First time running a company. Profit ain't that easy. I'm just doing what I can, combining my MBA and MHLM knowledge, trying my best to not feel guilty. Suddenly, his phone rings. Seeing the caller ID, Shen Yuan raises an eyebrow. Huh, Shu Wei? He answers, and Shu Wei says, Shen Yuan, the villa renovation is almost done. They're tiling and painting. Wanna come check it out? Shen Yuan's like, sure, I'll be there later. He thinks, the construction site's boring. Already paid the remaining $5 million. but it's been a while since I've seen Su Shui. Might as well. A bit later, Shen Yuan's at the villa. Zhu Wei starts rambling. My master told me to tell you about the smart home system. You can control everything on your phone, like appliances, temperature, humidity. It even alerts you to gas or water leaks. Shen Yuan cuts her off. Too much. I won't remember. I'll know it all once I move in, and you stay with me for a few days. Zhu Wei blushes. I have to help my mom and Xiaoji cook. Shen Yuan's like, no prob, I'll find you a helper for those 2 days. How's that sound? Zhu Wei quickly changes the subject. Right, Shen Yuan, I remember owing you money. I'll definitely pay you back later. Shen Yuan leans in, all smooth. We're practically family. That's way too formal. He wraps his arms around Zhu Wei. She panics. Shen Yuan, not here. Master's still around. Shen Yuan smirks. Then let's go to the entertainment room and lock the door. With that, he plants a kiss on her lips. Zhu Wei pushes him away, thinking, he took advantage of me last time, and now he's even bolder? She stammers. Shen Yuan, could you be a little gentler? Shen Yuan didn't reply. He leaned down, inhaling the sweet fragrance of Shui Wei. Flustered, she said, Master, your master might come down. Shen Yuan ignored her, closing his eyes in ecstasy. Even more savage than I imagined. Besides the size, the feeling is chef's kiss. Thinking this, Shen Yuan gripped her butt cheeks, kneading them vigorously, thinking, not only is her waist slender and soft, but her butt is also firm and full. Truly a masterpiece. The future looks promising. Zhu Wei blushed, stammering, gently, a little gentler. Her hands involuntarily clenched Shen Yuan's back. He finally opened his eyes and cried out in pain. Seeing this, Zhu Wei stammered, Sorry, I really couldn't control myself. Shen Yuan replied gently, It was because I was too impatient. Zhu Wei looked up, her eyes full of concern. Shen Yuan, can we go up later? At this moment, her favorability rating increased to 74 points. Seeing this, he hugged her and replied, Yeah, okay. He thought, Zhu Wei's favorability has increased. Makes sense. In a private environment like this, plus close contact, it's easier for adrenaline to skyrocket. Time flew by, and 20 minutes later, Shen Yuan and Shui Wei left the villa. Shui Wei looked at Shen Yuan, hesitating. I want to ask him what our relationship is now, but maybe it's better for the guy to initiate. Seeing her expression, Shen Yuan turned to ask, What's wrong? Zhu Wei forced a smile and replied, Nothing. Can we go out for dinner sometime? My mom really wants to thank you. Shen Yuan calmly replied, Sure, let's just eat today then. Time flew by, and 2 hours later, at Chen Na's house, Chen Xuan was sitting eating chips and chatting with Xin Yu. She asked, Xin Yu, what do you eat to get so big? Xin Yu replied, Just normal eating. Seeing that she misunderstood her meaning, Chen Xuan poked her chest, her face mischievous. I meant right here. Xin Yu finally understood, quickly covering herself, blushing. Xuan, stop it, I don't know either. Chen Xuan finally retracted her hand, exclaiming, Chisk, so enviable. At the same time, Chen Yuan walked in from outside. Chen Na walked over and asked, You're here? Have you eaten dinner yet? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, Yeah. She took off Chen Yuan's coat with one hand and asked, Do you want to take a bath now? You haven't used the bathtub at my house before, right? Let me draw the water for you to soak in. Chen Yuan agreed. Okay, sure. Seeing their loving interaction, Chen Xuan said sarcastically, Xin Yu, look, sis-in-law is spoiling my brother rotten, even drawing bathwater for him. What's the world coming to? Even the old emperor didn't enjoy this much. At this time, Chen Yuan noticed his sister's presence. He walked over, frowning, and asked, Xuan, why are you here again? Which room are you sleeping in? Chen Xuan calmly replied, I'm here to take care of sis-in-law and Xin Yu. Of course I'm staying in the same room as Xin Yu. 2 fragrant young women. We'll sleep together. Hearing this, Chen Yuan snatched the bag of chips from her hand, saying, Forget it. You're too lazy to take care of sis-in-law. It's a miracle if she doesn't have to take care of you instead. Finishing speaking, he grabbed a piece and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Chen Xuan quickly reached out to grab it back. Hey, don't eat all of mine, bro. Suddenly, Xin Yu stood up abruptly and said, Brother-in-law, if you want to eat, I'll go downstairs and buy some for you. Hearing this, Chen Xuan quickly grabbed her hand. Xin Yu, why are you buying anything for him? You're spoiling him too. At this time, Xin Yu's favorability rating increased to 63 points. Chen Yuan thought, Xin Yu's initial favorability was 60, Now it's up to 63. Looks like it's growing steadily. This is a very positive rate of progress. Just then, Chen Na's voice came from inside. Chen Yuan, you can come in now. Hearing this, he threw the bag of chips back to Chen Xuan, replying, Coming! Xin Yu watched Chen Yuan's figure leave, her cheeks flushed. I'm happy to do things for brother-in-law. Brother-in-law has done so much for my sister and my family. It's only right that we take care of him a little. Hearing this, Chen Xuan vehemently objected. Right what? Clothes brought to his hands and food brought to his mouth, he's being spoiled into a giant baby? Xin Yu sat down, a little sad in her eyes. These are all very small things, not worth mentioning. She thought, even if I have to. Just as she thought this, Chen Xuan leaned closer, her eyes full of suspicion. Hey Xin Yun, why is your face so red all of a sudden? Hearing this, she panicked and asked, Is it? Chen Xuan replied, Of course it is. Your face is burning up, you can feel it too, right? Xin Yu stammered, I don't know. Seeing this, Chen Xuan pinned her to the chair, tickling her vigorously, half joking, half serious. Could it be that you also have feelings for my brother? Confess, change. Xin Yu quickly denied. Aha, how could that be? Aha, Xuan, stop it. At the same time, inside the bathroom, Chen Yuan was soaking in the warm water, saying blissfully, Whoa, so comfortable, nah. I feel like all the pores in my body are relaxed. Let me add a little more then, Chen Na said. Chen Yuan asked in surprise, You even know about massage? When did you learn that? Chen Na gently rubbed his temples, replying, I learned it online. I've massaged Xin Ying twice in the past 2 days, and she said I did pretty well. If Lixi isn't satisfied, just tell me. After massaging his head, Chen Na began to massage his body. Her hand gently fiddled with the volume knob. Chen Yuan moaned softly, saying, Nah, you're learning bad things. Chen Na blushed and replied, I'm learning it for you. Chen Yuan stroked her cheek, saying, Even if you use Xin Yu as a guinea pig, you can't develop such skillful skills. Chen Na leaned down and replied, I learned this from watching those Froggy short films. I've been secretly watching them for several nights in a row. How is it? Chen Yuan squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. Nana, you're really amazing. Amazing in every way. Come here, let's do it together. And so, Chen Yuan scrubbed Chen Na's back with enthusiasm behind the curtain. In the heat of the moment, Chen Yuan's phone suddenly rang repeatedly. Chen Na said anxiously, Your phone keeps ringing. Is something wrong? Chen Yuan scrubbed her back diligently. Even if it's the biggest thing in the world, it's not as important as me and you right now. Half an hour flew by, and Chen Yuan finally took out his phone to check. It was Min Hui, who sent a message. Yuan Bao, it's been a long time, I miss you so much, but I know you must be missing me too, so here are some pictures for you to feast your eyes on. Chen Yuan read it, and replied, Seen, he thought. This Hui Hui girl is getting more and more cunning. Receiving the reply, Min Hui thought angrily. It took so long to reply, and when you did, you only said 2 words? HMPH? Then she replied, Are you sure you, seen, and not, done that? Done that, meaning finding a squirrel and putting it in a jar, you know? Haha, Chen Yuan replied. You underestimate me too much. You think I'd bother with such bland, tasteless, boiled vegetables? Min Hui read it and replied, Then should I send you some delicacies? Chen Yuan replied, I can sample a little, please send them quickly. Min Hui read it and chuckled to herself. Yuan Bao is using reverse psychology, he's actually going crazy in his heart. I have to keep playing with him. Hee hee, this is the joy of love. Thinking this, she replied, Dream on, I'm not sending anything. Followed by a cute licking face emoji. After dealing with one, Chen Yuan checked the next message, thinking, Next is Qiao Lei. But her? I still have to make her wait. In the message, Qiao Lei wrote, Deniete? Chen Yuan replied, Little sister, we are not dating. She read it, her eyes widening. Huh? Still not dating? I don't believe it. Then she messaged, Don't be like that. Just because I didn't give you my body yesterday, you're really not gonna date me? I'm still your concubine that you chose yourself. Chen Yuan resolutely replied, That's right, and he's very vindictive. Qiao Lei read it and messaged again, So narrow-minded. But I gave you my first kiss and my first time. Chen Yuan replied, You have to line up. Don't you understand the first come, first served rule? Qiao Lei read it, her face flushed with anger, asking, Who else is there? Are they bigger than me? Are they prettier than me? Qiao Lei texted back, Okay, I'm not kidding. See you tomorrow morning. Shen Yuan replied, Alright, come pick me up then. Oh, we'll talk about the specific time and place tomorrow. Xiao Lei saw it, and immediately agreed. Okay. After texting, Shen Yuan thought to himself, this girl is even stealing my lines. Next was a message from Meng Lu. Daddy, when are you coming to exercise? Shen Yuan replied, the day after tomorrow. Then came a message from Long Jinghan. When will you have time to meet? He texted back, I'm pretty busy. I'll schedule a specific time later, he thought to himself. Last time little dragon girl came to deliver documents, I promised to meet her this week. I almost forgot. Receiving the reply, Jinghan's heart felt numb. She softly called out, Shen Yuan. She stopped on the path filled with falling autumn leaves, her heart heavy as she texted back, okay. Back on Shen Yuan's side, Chen Na suddenly asked, Shen Yuan, your birthday's coming up. Do you have any plans? She thought to herself, Shen Yuan definitely has other women. I wonder if I have a chance to be with him. Contrary to her thoughts, Shen Yuan smiled and replied, spending it with you. Let's go on a trip. Chen Na's eyes lit up, and she excitedly asked, really? That's great. Shen Yuan pulled her into his arms and said lovingly, of course. Nana, you smell so good. How about we? Hearing this, she blushed and replied, didn't we just? Shen Yuan heard this and planted a kiss on her lips, saying, once isn't enough. I just wish I could be with you 24/7. And so, the two continued to battle it out for another round. After the battle, Shen Yuan fell asleep without even realizing it. In his dream, images of his harem appeared. You girls go first. As the older sister, I can wait. Shen Yuan said, I'm the main room, so I'm going first. Little dog, stay still. Does Shen Yuan like it? How's this outfit? Are you sure you want to put me after them? Brother-in-law. I hope you won't dislike me. What scene are we doing this time? Shen Yuan, I'm so excited. I'm ready, already. Shen Yuan. Be gentle, please. The ending was an image of Xiao Lei in 2 Sailor Moon outfits, winking playfully, saying, pick one. Which one do you want me to wear? At this point, Shen Yuan suddenly woke up with a start. He sat up abruptly, clutching his head, muttering to himself. What the hell am I thinking? Can such a harmonious harem even exist? Damn it, I really dare to think. Just then, Chen Na spoke up. What were you dreaming about last night? I heard you talking in your sleep. Hearing this, Shen Yuan asked suspiciously. I was still talking in my sleep? What did I say? Chen Na smiled and replied. I couldn't hear very clearly. It sounded like some people's names. Hearing the answer, Shen Yuan couldn't help but panic. It's probably because of the company lately. My internal heat is a bit high, he thought to himself. Luckily it's Na. If it were Teacher Li or Su Shuiwei, things would be much more troublesome. Outside, a table of food was already set. Xin Wu's voice rang out. Brother-in-law, Xuan, come eat breakfast. Looking at the things on the table, Shen Xuan said in surprise. So lavish. Xin Wu, you cheat. When you were with me, I didn't even get half the treatment my brother gets. Xin Wu blushed and replied. Our parents both eat little. Making a lot would be too much. Shen Xuan heard this and snuggled behind Xin Yu, giggling with amusement. The person you love most is me, but you still chose wrong in the end of. Xin Yu smiled in response. Aya, Xuan, don't be so noisy. A moment later, everyone was seated at the table. Chen Na said with a bright smile. Hurry and try it. What do you think of my sister's cooking? Shen Yuan picked up the bowl of soup and slurped it down, replying. She's very talented. Almost caught up with you now. Xin Yu blushed upon hearing this and replied. Thank you, brother-in-law. Every tiny expression on her face did not escape Shen Xuan's sharp eyes. On the other side, Chen Nei also noticed something was off. She thought to herself, Shen Yuan just complimented her and she's already blushing like that? Are they really that distant? Time flew by, and after breakfast, Xin Yu was washing the dishes. Chen Nei approached her and asked, Xin Yu, you and your brother-in-law have been together for so long, but I feel like you haven't really opened up yet. Is it because you haven't adapted to life here? Or is your brother-in-law difficult to get along with? Suddenly hearing her sister ask this, Xin Yu replied in confusion, no, brother-in-law is very good to me. Maybe I'm just not used to it yet. Chen Na smiled upon hearing this and said, your brother-in-law is actually quite approachable and likes to joke around. You'll understand him better as you spend more time with him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. This is your home, and it always will be. Got it? Xin Yu blushed and replied, I got it, sis. She sighed in relief, thinking to herself, I thought my sister had discovered that I like brother-in-law, but it turns out she misunderstood and thinks I'm not comfortable with him. Just as she was thinking this, Chen Na continued, your brother-in-law's birthday is coming up soon. You should give him a small gift and chat with him more often. That way, You'll understand him better. Hearing her sister say this, Shin Yu thought to herself in distress. Although my sister supports me getting closer to brother-in-law, the closer I get, the more. Is that really appropriate? Time flew by, and a moment later, Shen Yuan had arrived at the meeting point. Xiao Lei, dressed to the nines, walked out from inside. Her beautiful figure was noticed by a fatty. He approached her and started a conversation. Beauty, where are you going? How about I wait for you to go home? Xiao Lei replied, Drive me? How much did you buy this car for? The fatty replied confidently, It's not expensive, only 200,000 or 300,000. Xiao Lei bluntly said after hearing this. Only 200,000 or 300,000? That's too cheap. I can't ride in it. The fatty was enraged after hearing this and scolded. Have you been scrolling Douyin too much? Do you really think everyone has a Mercedes-Benz? Xiao Lei replied indifferently after hearing this. Sorry, my boyfriend drives a Mercedes-Benz Glass. That car isn't too expensive. Only a little over 3 million. With that, she walked straight to Shen Yuan's car, opened the door and said, Why didn't you park in front of the school gate? You never let me flex a little. Shen Yuan replied upon hearing this. Weren't you just flexing? Xiao Lei got into the car, looking sulky, and said, That's not enough. Only in front of the school gate is the real deal. Ideally during school arrival or dismissal, when there are the most people to really feel satisfied. Shen Yuan smiled upon hearing this and said, If you really want to go like that, it's best to quickly complete the previous steps. Xiao Lei replied. Hateful. All you do from morning till night is bully me. Then she asked, So should we go to the hotel right now to complete the procedures? Shen Yuan asked back, What's wrong? Are you in more of a hurry than me? Xiao Lei replied, Aya, isn't that right? I want to know where we're going now. Shen Yuan replied, Come do some work with me. This entire scene fell into Long Jinghan's eyes. A sad light shone in her eyes. She softly called out, Shen Yuan. Her small hands gripped her skirt tightly, she thought to herself. Am I really that mediocre? Even Xiao Lei is treated better than me. Based on what? On this side, after showing off those two big headlights, Xiao Lei took them back and said, All right. Shen Yuan was confused upon seeing this and said, You haven't even had a chance to say another word yet, Xiao Lei interrupted. If we're going to the bank together, then today's perks are only up to here. Now, you should concentrate on driving. Hearing these words, Shen Yuan smiled secretly. It seems this girl really wants to take the initiative, but who am I? How could I easily follow her command? Xiao Lei then turned to ask, What are you doing at the bank? Shen Yuan replied, Opening a personal account. Xiao Lei asked again upon hearing this. Personal account. How much money do you actually have? Shen Yuan replied, Roughly the same as boss M.I. Lei. Xiao Lei looked disbelieving after hearing this and said, Bullshit, I'm not an elementary school student. I don't believe that kind of nonsense. Just then, Shen Yuan reached over and grabbed her a hem. What's wrong? So does that mean if I'm not as rich as boss Lei, you won't date me? After a moment of blankness, Xiao Lei hurriedly pushed away Shen Yuan's hand and said, Shen Yuan, you're taking advantage of me again. Shen Yuan smiled and replied, A scratch costs more than 300. I'll treat you to a meal worth more than 300 for lunch, and we'll call it even. Xiao Lei immediately protested. More than 300 is not enough. It has to be a fancy Western meal that costs more than 10,000 per person at least. Shen Yuan immediately agreed. All right. A moment later, the two arrived at the bank, entering from the door. The staff lined up respectfully to welcome them. Seeing this scene, several people in the bank couldn't help but pay attention. Looking at this guy's clothes, and with such a high-quality beauty by his side, you can tell he's loaded. So many of us are crowded in line in front of two windows, and he's acting like a leader inspecting work. How many people are following him? The bank manager led Shen Yuan and Xiao Lei into the VIP room. Sitting at the table, she said warmly, Mr. Shen, your deposit balance in our bank has long met the criteria for opening private banking services. Therefore, I would like to invite you to activate the privileges of our bank, which is the best in the industry. In the future, if you have any business needs, we can come to your location to handle them. If it involves large payments or receipts, they can be resolved immediately. There are also VIP waiting rooms at airports at home and abroad, private car transfers, overseas medical treatment, gold clubs, yacht clubs, and so on. Sitting to the side and listening all this time, Xiao Lei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just depositing a sum of money in the bank and opening an account brings with it social status and privileges that ordinary people can't enjoy. How rich is Shen Yuan, after all? So much that the bank has to curry favor with him like this. Over on this side, after listing all the privileges, the bank manager paused and asked, Mr. Shen, you can consult me about the specific details at any time. Do you have any other questions? Shen Yuan replied, No more. I want the last digits of my card to be my birthday. Hearing this, she immediately agreed. Yes, sir. Do you have your ID card with you? I will process it for you immediately. Time flew by quickly. Half an hour later, after completing all kinds of procedures, the manager handed Shen Yuan the bank card and said, Mr. Shen, congratulations on becoming a distinguished private banking user of our bank. This is your black card. Helping your family business flourish forever is our duty. Our bank also has financial products exclusively for private banking customers. If you need it, I can also introduce it to you. Shen Yuan took the card and replied, I don't need financial products. In the future, if there are other funds transferred in, I will prioritize depositing them at your bank. The female manager politely said, Yes, sir. Then I will take my leave and not disturb your date any further. There are also some gifts here that we would like to give you. Saying this, the female employee next to her brought a gift bag and respectfully handed it to Chow Lei with both hands, saying, This is Yunnan Dai Puer tea cake. Please accept it. Chow Lei was a little flustered and took it, replying, Thank you. After everything was done, Shen Yuan stood up and said, Let's go. Chow Lei immediately stood up and followed. The female manager smiled warmly and said, Mr. Shen, let me see you off. After seeing the two off to the car, the female bank employees whispered and discussed, Today has really been an eye-opener. At just 21 years old, he has already deposited 30 million yuan. And that's not even counting the other banks. That's right. His fixed assets and industries must be even more abundant. Not only is he rich, but he's also handsome. Most importantly, he has an innate charisma. He really has it all. Riz God, I don't know if it's because of his rich tag, but the more I look, the more pleasing he is to the eye. Sigh. It's a pity I wasn't born well. If my looks and skin weren't a little worse than that girl's, I would want to try my luck too. Back to Shen Yuan's side. After leaving, Chow Lei was still in a daze from what had just happened, thinking to herself, Shen Yuan clearly didn't spend a penny, yet he was able to enjoy all kinds of unimaginable treatment. Then she turned to ask, By the way, Shen Yuan, do you have another appointment with someone later? Shen Yuan coldly replied, You don't know her. Hearing this, Chow Lei said, Is she like me, just going with you to handle some things and then leaving? Or will the two of you? Shen Yuan interrupted. She will be with me throughout the entire trip, including the evening. Chow Lei was slightly surprised, and asked, So, if that's the case, won't you do something to her tonight? Shen Yuan smiled slightly and asked, Would it be a loss if I did something to her? Chow Lei sulkily looked in another direction and replied, That's not a matter of loss or not. She thought to herself, The easier something is to get, the less men will cherish it. I'm not that stupid. Moreover, I still have to find out what other women are around Shen Yuan to see if I have a chance to become the main waifu. A moment later, the two arrived at a restaurant. Looking at the food being served, Chow Lei took a few check-in photos and excitedly said, Wow, I've only seen this store on Little Red Book. Shen Yuan smiled and said, Pan-fried foie gras and lobster bisque are the main dishes. If you're not used to it, I can also order beef bourguignon with truffle butter. Chow Lei then asked, Where are we going after we eat? Shen Yuan replied, Everyone goes back to their own home, finds their own mother. Hearing this, Chow Lei was a little unhappy and said, Huh? I thought you would be mine all day today. Shen Yuan bluntly replied, Of course not. I have other appointments in the afternoon and evening. Chow Lei asked again, Who else do you have appointments with? Shen Yuan replied, You don't know them. Chow Lei continued to ask, When can I be with you all day? Shen Yuan replied, There's not that much time. At most half a day, that is, from the evening to the next day. At the same time, after watching Shen Yuan get into the car with Chow Lei, Jing Han couldn't wait to send several sexy cosplay photos and ask, Shen Yuan, do you like this style or this style or this style? Looking at the pile of photos she had just sent, Shen Yuan was slightly surprised, thinking, What's going on? The boy wondered to himself. What triggered her? Then he texted back and asked, What's wrong with you? Jing Han texted back, Nothing. Just wanted to ask what your tastes are. Shen Yuan texted back, They're all pretty good. Jing Han asked again, When do you have free time? Shen Yuan replied, Today maybe. Seeing Shen Yuan constantly focusing on his phone, Chow Lei said a little anxiously, Shen Yuan, why are you always playing on your phone while eating? Stop playing on your phone and talk to me. Shen Yuan looked up and asked, Talk about what? Chow Lei replied, Just chat normally. Shen Yuan smiled and said, Chatting requires spontaneity, not deliberately searching for topics. When you want to talk, you will naturally talk. Hearing the answer, Chow Lei couldn't help but feel dissatisfied and thought to herself, If you don't want to chat with me, then just don't. Why say those sophistical arguments? You're such a bad man. Then she pretended to be angry and said, you haven't even touched the food, and you don't even bother talking to me. I don't want to eat anymore. Seeing this, Shen Yuan was too lazy to coax her and said, then let's go. Then he raised his hand to call the waiter to pay the bill. The waiter brought the bill and said, sir, the total is 2,492 yuan. Please scan the code here. After paying, Chen Yuan stood up and said, I've done everything I promised you. Chow Lei pouted and replied, I know. Time flew by, and 30 minutes later, somewhere near the school, Chen Yuan stopped the car. Chow Lei asked a little unhappily, are you really letting me go back to school? Chen Yuan replied, what else? I have other things to do. Chow Lei didn't try to persuade him further after hearing this. She opened the door and got out, saying, okay. Just as she was about to close the car door, a hand suddenly held it open, startling her. It was Jing Han. She coldly walked past Chow Lei and got into the car. Seeing this, Chow Lei thought in surprise, WTF? What's going on? Then she grabbed the door tightly to hold it. She opened the door and asked, both embarrassed and angry, Chen Yuan, what the hell is going on? Chen Yuan didn't answer but turned to Jing Han and said softly, fasten your seatbelt. She smiled and replied, okay. Chow Lei continued to question, seamless connection, huh? I just got out of the car, and you're already letting another girl in? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, didn't I tell you? I have serious business to attend to. Hearing his answer, Chow Lei was so angry she couldn't speak. She thought to herself, another woman. Is this the serious business he has to do? No, I can't say these things to Chen Yuan right now. Calm down, I must be calm. Then she pretended to be annoyed and asked, where are you guys going? Chen Yuan deliberately provoked her and replied, do you even need to ask? Seeing his attitude, Chow Lei was speechless for the second time. Chen Yuan is so annoying, she thought. He should have at least waited for me to enter the school. Is he that eager? Chen Yuan continued. Anything else? If not, we'll go ahead. Chow Lei said loudly. Wait! Chen Yuan asked, a little annoyed. What is it now? Chow Lei replied, I want to go too. After saying that, she opened the car door and got in. Chen Yuan said unhappily, aren't you just making trouble? I have serious business to attend to. Get out of the car, Chow Lei replied. If it's serious business, what's wrong with bringing me along? Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan thought helplessly. Chow Lei is acting like a stubborn young miss and won't leave. We're at the school gate like this, I can't drag her out of the car. Then, he turned to Jing Han and asked, looking embarrassed, do you mind? Seeing Chen Yuan's attitude towards Jing Han, Chow Lei was furious and thought to herself, it's already bad enough that my rightful seat in the passenger seat was taken. Chen Yuan, that jerk, even asks that woman if she minds. Chow Lei, when did I have to endure this kind of humiliation? Jing Han turned and smiled. It's okay, that's what she said, but in her heart she thought, of course I mind, but showing a lack of generosity in front of Chen Yuan and making him lose face wouldn't be good. Hearing her answer, Chen Yuan said reluctantly, okay, then we'll go shopping first. He thought to himself, teasing Chow Lei is fine. Anyway, taking her along won't affect anything. Hand to room. When I rent a room, I'll just have the manager arrange a car to take her back. Time flew by, and a moment later, the three of them were at the mall. Jing Han turned and said, Chen Yuan, can I hold your arm? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, of course. He thought to himself, I don't know if this little dragon girl is naturally timid, or if she's only timid when she's with me. She's careful in everything she says and does. It seems I need to protect her a little more. Thinking this, Chen Yuan extended his arm for her to hold. Seeing this scene, Chow Lei openly expressed her dissatisfaction. The hell? Can she just hold his arm like that? What a green tea, BTCH. And the key is, Chen Yuan seems to be enjoying it? Am I just an extra here? Am I just a light bulb? Thinking of this, Chow Lei went over and grabbed Chen Yuan's other arm. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, what are you doing? Chow Lei replied, I want to hold your arm too. Seeing this scene, Jing Han looked sad, thinking dejectedly, Chen Yuan still favors her more after all. Seeing this, Chen Yuan immediately reached out and took her small hand, comforting her. It's okay, just hold on tight. Jing Han was a little touched and looked up, calling softly, Chen Yuan. Over here, Chow Lei immediately spoke up. Why aren't you letting me hold on tight too? Hearing this, Chen Yuan put on a helpless expression and said, do you want to stick to me even more? He thought to himself. It does feel pretty soft, but I should still pay attention to the impact. I should be a little more modest. Can't you see there are so many people looking in the mall? Xiao Lei replied. I won't let go. I want to hold on tight. Chen Yuan said helplessly. If you continue like this, I won't let you hold on anymore. This scene couldn't help but attract the attention of others. WTF is this? Is this a TV drama? Or can we only say he's super rich and knows how to play? I've been wondering where all the outstanding beauties went. Turns out they've all been taken by this dog thief. How can those two girls agree to this? Can a group of three exist in real life? Am I hallucinating or something? Seeing the eyes of the crowd watching him, Chen Yuan smiled to himself, thinking, looking at the admiring, jealous, and hateful eyes around me, I really feel a different kind of feeling in my heart. On the other hand, Xiao Lei, unexpectedly, could switch to compete for affection mode. It seems that doing both at the same time tonight might not be impossible. A moment later, the three arrived at the fashion store. As soon as they entered, the female employee bowed respectfully and said, Long time no see, Mr. Chen. Chen Yuan replied, a little embarrassed. Yeah. I brought two friends here to buy some things. With that, he led the two girls inside, leaving the female employee watching, thinking to herself, Mr. Chen doesn't even bother to pretend anymore. In the past, he would bring them one at a time. But now he directly brings both of them along. Master of time management, are you giving up on managing altogether now? Once inside, Chen Yuan turned to Jing Han and said, See if you like anything. You two can choose whatever you want. The girl obediently replied, Okay. Xiao Lei saw this and said meaningfully, Chen Yuan, the bags and jewelry here are so beautiful. Chen Yuan replied without emotion, That's right. Money will never be spent in the wrong place. Hearing the answer, Xiao Lei couldn't help but feel speechless, thinking with dissatisfaction. The gap is too big. Turns out she can choose gifts worth tens of thousands, while I'm only worthy of a Western meal. 10 minutes later, Jing Han had chosen a pair of branded heels, and the female employee carefully wrapped them up. Chen Yuan saw this and asked, It's rare to bring you out. Why only choose 2 items? Buy some more? Is it that you don't like any of the bags or clothes? Jing Han replied with a smile. No need, Chen Yuan. You bought me a lot last time. 2 items are enough today. Really? Chen Yuan said. No need to be polite with me. Today you have to buy at least 100,000 yuan worth. If there's nothing you like here, we can go to other stores, he thought to himself. Although Little Dragon Girl wants to save me money, but only spending a little over 10,000 yuan will only get me a return of about 20,000 from the system at most. Too little. Really too little. Jing Han didn't refuse further, replying with a smile. Okay. Seeing this scene, a girl in the store turned to her boyfriend and whispered, Look at other people's boyfriends. They have to buy at least 100,000 yuan worth. So capable. Would you dare say that? Hearing these words, the boyfriend couldn't help but sweat profusely. Over here, Xiao Lei was also sullenly thinking, She gets 100,000, and I get 2,000. The most important thing is that she's not even the main waifu. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come along. Otherwise, the feeling of disparity wouldn't be so intense. A moment later, a pile of things was brought to the checkout counter. Jing Han said, Chen Yuan, that's enough. Chen Yuan turned to her, smiling and saying, Good. Then he turned to Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei, you go pick something too. Hearing this, she was surprised and exclaimed, then asked excitedly, Really? Chen Yuan replied, Go. Xiao Lei pointed to the booth, walked over, and said, Then I'm really going. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan thought to himself, although Xiao Lei's favorability hasn't appeared yet, what needs to be given still has to be given. Xiao Lei is a confident and strong person, with a bit of stubbornness in her personality. I don't want to be led by the nose by this type of girl. So I'll use Long Jing Han to warn her a little. Time flew by, and 15 minutes later, after shopping, the three walked down to the parking garage. Chen Yuan secretly calculated that he spent 120,000 on Long Jing Han and 50,000 on Xiao Lei. But because Xiao Lei's favorability hadn't increased yet, the system only returned 3 times the amount spent on Long Jing Han, making a slight profit of 190,000 yuan. Xiao Lei then asked, Chen Yuan, where are we going now? Chen Yuan replied, I'll take you back to the diplomatic school now. Xiao Lei asked in surprise, Huh? What about you two? Chen Yuan replied calmly, We're naturally going to the hotel. Hearing this, Xiao Lei paused for a moment, then grabbed his hand and said, Chen Yuan, can I come along too? Hearing this, Chen Yuan turned back and asked, What are you planning to do? Don't join in on this kind of fun. Get in the car, I'll take you back to school. Xiao Lei continued to act coquettishly, pleading, Please, Chen Yuan, just let me go with you guys, okay? I'll just get a ride and hang around nearby. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. Hi, I can't stand you. I've already said it, it's just a ride. Okay? Time flew by, and a moment later, at the Ruiji Hotel, Xiao Lei asked in surprise as soon as she saw this place. Huh, isn't this the hotel you rented for me that day? Is it still the same luxury room as last time? Chen Yuan turned back and replied, Go play your own thing, why are you so nosy? We have to go upstairs. Hearing this, Xiao Lei asked, dissatisfied, Why do I have to go play somewhere else? Chen Yuan replied, Didn't you say that yourself before getting in the car? Xiao Lei stammered, Then can't I go up there? Chen Yuan asked back, What are you going up there for? To be a third wheel for us? Hearing this question, Xiao Lei silently thought, At first, I just wanted to ruin their big event, but now that it's come to this, if I really don't go up there, wouldn't Chen Yuan get laid? Wouldn't he be ecstatic? Dream on! Just as she was thinking this, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke. If you want to rest for a while, I can open another luxury room for you. How's that? We can have dinner together in the evening. Hearing this, she cheered happily. Okay. In the elevator, Xiao Lei turned to Jing Han and started a conversation. Classmate, what's your name? Jing Han replied. My name is Long Jing Han, a 2000-born accounting student. Hearing this, Xiao Lei introduced herself. Oh, hello, my name is Xiao Lei. Jing Han replied. I know you. You used to be very famous for playing cosplay at school. Seeing that she was so well known, Xiao Lei said smugly. That's right. If I didn't have some unique skills and talents, Chen Yuan wouldn't have chosen me for the entrepreneurship zone. Hearing this, Jing Han replied, That's right, your skin is so fair and you know how to cosplay. It's normal for Chen Yuan to choose you. Actually, I also registered for the entrepreneurship zone, but that was before the list was made public. Chen Yuan asked me to help him manage the vice president. Xiao Lei felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this, thinking, Damn, help with what? Just wants to prove that she was chosen by Chen Yuan before me. Then she turned to Chen Yuan with a sweet voice. Look at her. Her true nature is revealed. Don't be fooled by that pitiful and weak appearance. Hi. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuan thought to himself helplessly. Where there are women, there are undercurrents of fighting. Even small matters have to be compared. How did you meet? Who met first? Are those things important? Anyway, all of you are my women. It's only like this with two women. What would it be like if 4 or 5 were together? It seems that the idea of creating a harmonious harem in the future is better not to dream about. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chen Yuan turned to Jing Han and said, You two go to the room first. I'll take a call. Then he answered the phone and asked, Hui, what's the matter? On the other end of the line, Min Hui's voice rang out. Yuan Bao. Ling Ling took leave to go home today. I don't want to stay in the dorm alone. Can you come be with me? Hearing this, Chen Yuan replied, I probably can't tonight. Min Hui said sadly, Okay, then I'll come stay in the luxury room at Ruiji Hotel myself. Hearing this, Chen Yuan asked in shock. Huh? You want to come stay at Ruiji? Min Hui replied, That's right, I'm almost there. Hearing these words, Chen Yuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn it, almost there? I even specially rented a long-term room for her here now. Not only that, but when she wasn't home, I even brought Sister Lin and Long Jing Han here. I really shouldn't have rented rooms in the same hotel just for convenience. Fortunately, the rooms don't overlap. It seems tonight is destined to be an unusual night. Then he quickly found a countermeasure and replied, Then you go wait for me in the luxury room first. I'll take care of things here and come find you later. Min Hui asked in surprise. Really? Chen Yuan quickly walked towards the room and replied, Of course it's true. I even prepared a small surprise for you. Min Hui asked happily. Okay, what surprise? Chen Yuan replied, I'll tell you when the time comes. I'll let you know what time specifically. On this side, Xiao Lei and Jing Han had entered the room. She turned to Jing Han and asked, Jing Han, do you know who Chen Yuan is calling outside in the hallway? Jing Han replied, I don't know. Xiao Lei asked with an innocent look, Have you slept with Chen Yuan many times? Hearing this question, Jing Han's face turned red, speechless. Seeing her expression, Xiao Lei quickly waved her hand to explain, I don't mean anything else. I just want to know why the way he treats me and the way he treats you is so different. Jing Han's eyes were a little sad as she replied, You think this is a big difference? That's because you haven't seen Chen Yuan's attitude towards another girl yet. Hearing this, Xiao Lei asked impatiently, What's that attitude like? Who is that girl? Jing Han replied, What's the use of you knowing? Xiao Lei grabbed her hand. her eyes full of sincerity as she said, "Have you not watched Empresses in the Palace? Once there is someone more powerful, we have to know how to unite and keep each other warm. Sisters with one heart can even drain the East Sea. Only then can we get promoted." Hearing these words, Jing Han couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing Jing Han lost in thought, Xiao Lei mused to herself. She thought Long Jing Han's position in Shen Yuan's heart was quite high, but unexpectedly, she was just like herself, at the bottom of the food chain. The lowest level gets 100k for a shopping spree. What about the main waifu then? How much does Shen Yuan have to spend on her? Thinking of this, Xiao Lei also felt a little sad. It turned out that the incubator was just a ticket to the game. If you want to achieve more, you have to work harder. Suddenly, Xiao Lei's eyes caught sight of the bag on the ground. She asked in surprise, "Why are you still carrying such a big bag? What's all that stuff in there?" With that, Xiao Lei picked it up to take a look. Seeing this, Jing Han's cheeks turned as red as a beet, and she panicked, trying to stop her. "Wait, don't!" Before she could finish, Xiao Lei had already opened the bag. Looking at the contents, she froze instantly. WTF! Isn't this camisole a little too daring? This is way too embarrassing. And a whole combo set like this too. Compared to these, my cosplay outfits are like kindergarten level. Thinking of this, Xiao Lei immediately imagined Jing Han wearing the Chinese sister outfit, cuddling up to Shen Yuan, thinking to herself, 3 whole sets, even if it's to spice things up, is it really necessary to bring so many? Then she turned to Jing Han and asked, "Good sis, do you usually please Shen Yuan this way?" Jing Han quickly stuffed the items back into the bag, blushing. "Don't touch my things." Xiao Lei handed the bunny ears back to Jing Han, sighing, Trisk, is Shen Yuan that picky? You even have to bring 3 outfits for him to choose from?" Jing Han replied with a heavy look. "You'll understand later." Xiao Lei asked again, "Shen Yuan playing around like this, can his body even handle it? So many tricks every day, I'm afraid he's willing but not able." Jing Han recalled the previous times and replied, "You'll know later." She thought to herself, "I'm not sure if Shen Yuan can handle it, but I sure as hell can't." Xiao Lei heard this and said, "No way, sis, we're comrades who have to fight side by side, but you're acting like this." Just as she said this, Shen Yuan walked in from behind, overhearing part of the conversation and asking, "Sisters? Fighting side by side? I'm only a few minutes late. And you two are already this close?" Xiao Lei replied, "Why are we sisters? Have you watched Empresses in the Palace? All the concubines in the harem call each other sisters." Shen Yuan heard this and said, "Forget it, I'm not an emperor." Behind him, Jing Han hurriedly stuffed the outfits into the bag. Xiao Lei immediately retorted, "You're living even better than an emperor." Jing Han then spoke up awkwardly, "Shen Yuan, let's go into the room." Shen Yuan sat down on the chair and replied, "No rush, come here and give me a massage first." Hearing this, Jing Han obediently replied, "Yes, okay." Xiao Lei stood up and said, "Then I'll go to the restroom for a bit." Shen Yuan then turned to ask, "How's the incubator doing lately?" While massaging Shen Yuan, Jing Han reported, "Progress is going smoothly. 40% of the first round of startup capital from Yansong and Mo Zhenwang has already been transferred. They're currently in the process of preparing, but the summer vacation is coming up, so they definitely won't be able to open on time." Shen Yuan nodded and said, "Well, that's okay, as long as they're seriously pushing forward." At the same time, the guy's hand began to creep behind Jing Han's back. "Oh!" Seeing this, she said in confusion, "Shen Yuan, she's still here." Shen Yuan, his hand still moving, smiled and asked, "Yeah, I know, do you mind?" Hearing this, Jing Han thought to herself awkwardly. His mind has 2 layers of meaning. One is whether I mind being intimate in front of Xiao Lei, and the other is whether I mind being with Xiao Lei together. Can I refuse Shen Yuan? Definitely not. But this is really too embarrassing. Thinking of this, she imagined Shen Yuan with an arm around each of them. Seeing her dazed, Shen Yuan planted a kiss on her lips and said, "It's okay, don't worry. I won't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do." Just then, Xiao Lei walked in from outside and said, "Shen Yuan, so tonight we'll eat." Just as she said this, seeing the scene before her, Xiao Lei was speechless, thinking to herself, Hey, it's not even night yet. Is there a need to be so impatient? Besides, I'm still here. Are you really treating me like I'm invisible?" And so, For a full 3 minutes, Shen Yuan and Jing Han's makeout session didn't end. Chao Lei sat down on the chair grumpily, thinking, we're all at the bottom of the food chain. Why should I avoid them? I'm not leaving. Seeing this, Chen Yuan turned to ask, didn't I already book a room for you? Why are you still here? Chao Lei replied, mind your own business. The scenery here is better. I just want to sit here. Seeing that she had fallen for his trick, Chen Yuan chuckled to himself. Her stubborn side is showing? Interesting, the fish is hooked, so I'll just give her one last push. With that thought, he coldly said, don't be a hindrance here. This room is for Long Jinghan. You go to the other room. Hearing this, Chao Lei turned around abruptly and asked, displeased Ly, huh? I'm a hindrance? After saying that, she went over, put her hands on Chen Yuan's cheeks, and squeezed them tightly. Then she decisively planted a passionate AF kiss on his lips. Seeing this scene, Jinghan was momentarily stunned, thinking, that's so forward? After 2 minutes, Chao Lei finally let go of Chen Yuan, licked her lips, and asked, am I still a hindrance now? In her heart, she thought, we are all girls at the bottom of Chen Yuan's food chain, so there's no need to be polite. Whoever makes Chen Yuan happy will get more. She can be intimate with him right in front of me, so why can't I? Hearing this, Chen Yuan reached out and gently pulled down her zipper, revealing her ample bosom, and said, the level to not be a hindrance should be like this. Seeing this scene, Jinghan's eyes widened in shock, and she thought to herself, it was clearly just a kiss. How did it become this level already? She can be intimate with Chen Yuan like that. What about me? Are we going to do that together? Thinking of this, the scene from before appeared in Jinghan's mind again. She quickly shook her head vigorously to dispel the thought, saying to herself, no, no, no. If it's just with Chen Yuan, he can do whatever he wants. But if there's a third person, absolutely not. And then she stood up abruptly, looked at Chen Yuan, who was diligently munching on fruit, and thought, this is the first time I've seen such a scene in real life, and so up close, Chao Lei's limit has been lowered to this point, so should I also lower my limit a little more? At this moment, Chao Lei also pushed Chen Yuan away, looking exhausted, and said, okay, she's still here. Hearing this, Chen Yuan turned to Jinghan and said, Jinghan, go to the room inside and wait for me. After saying that, he turned back to his pair of fruits. Seeing this, Jinghan turned away with a blushing face and replied, okay. On the other side, Chao Lei quickly stopped him. Chen Yuan, I don't want to stay here. Hearing this, Chen Yuan suggested, then let's go to the bedroom and let Jinghan wait here. Chao Lei hesitated and replied, that's not what I meant. Chen Yuan asked seriously, then what do you mean? Chao Lei quickly turned her face away, avoiding his gaze and replying, I. Chen Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, the opportunity for all three of us to be in a luxury apartment like this is extremely rare. It will be very difficult to create such conditions in the future, so I must let them get used to it, so that it will be much easier to bring them both along next time. With that thought, he said in a cold voice, you wait outside. Then he picked up Chao Lei and took her inside. She panicked and said, Chen Yuan, be gentle, please be gentle. Seeing this scene, Jinghan stood frozen in place, thinking, Chen Yuan clearly brought me here today, but Chao Lei shamelessly followed it. Just now, Chao Lei took the initiative, and Chen Yuan passively accepted. I should be the main heroine here. Her eyes were full of determination, and she said to herself, I absolutely can't sit here and wait to die. Since Chao Lei has already gone that far, why should I be ashamed? With that thought, Chao Lei's clothes also fell to the ground. She walked into the room and asked, Chen Yuan, is it my turn yet? Seeing this, Chen Yuan was surprised and replied, huh? Oh, in his heart he thought, it seems that Long Jinghan has overcome that psychological barrier on her own. Time flies. After the battle between Chen Yuan and Chao Lei ended, Jinghan joined the fray, unleashing her giant ape devours the pillar move, her whole body trembling. Chen Yuan asked, are you okay? Jinghan replied, I'm fine. Chen Yuan shifted his stance, smiling slightly. You can make requests of me, there's no guarantee they'll be fulfilled, but I'll try my best to satisfy them. Jinghan looked cautiously, asking in a low voice, then, can I stay with you longer? Chen Yuan chuckled. I thought you'd ask for something material. Jinghan replied, you've already bought me too much. This time, plus the last time, it's already been 20 or 30,000. Chen Yuan put Jinghan's hand on his cheek, thinking to himself, Requests for material things are easy to satisfy. If every girl made this request, time wouldn't be manageable. Unless, like today, it's done with 2 people, then the efficiency would definitely increase greatly. But today, she has already broken through her limits. As he thought, Chen Yuan recalled the scene of the 3 swords uniting just now between the 3 people. Then he gently lifted Jing Han's chin and said, "Okay, but not too many times." Jing Han nestled into Chen Yuan's arms, happily replying, just a little bit more." Chen Yuan nodded. "Okay." Hearing this, Jing Han reached up and placed a kiss on Chen Yuan's lips. He thought to himself, "It's a small and insignificant thing to me, but it moved this girl." Then he thought of his experiences with Min Hui and Meng Lu, telling himself, "But Hui Hui and Coach Liu are different. Their value is very high. To satisfy them, to move them, you have to do more and put in more effort." On the other side, Xiao Lei held tightly to her modified speakers, thinking to herself, "She gave Chen Yuan her first time like that?" But the key is that after he finished with her, he went and did it with Long Jing Han. What a crazy day. Seeing her keeping her distance like that, Chen Yuan turned and asked, "What's wrong? Feeling uncomfortable?" Xiao Lei quickly pulled the blanket over her face, replying, "Nothing." Hearing this, Chen Yuan asked again, "Then are you still mad at me?" Xiao Lei replied. Chen Yuan then reached out and started groping. Seeing this, Xiao Lei quickly turned around and said, "Hey, don't do that." Chen Yuan laughed. "Who told you not to tell the truth just now, when I asked if you were mad?" "You said you weren't." Xiao Lei shrunk into the blanket, curled up like a worm, and poutingly asked, "Then what if I am mad?" Chen Yuan said, "If you're mad, I'll treat you to a meal. Get up, let's go eat." Hearing this, Xiao Lei replied, "I can't move anymore. I can't eat anything delicious." Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll have the manager bring it to the room. We'll eat in the room." Xiao Lei then turned around, raising her arms. "Okay then, but you have to carry me." Chen Yuan picked her up, replying, "Okay, I'll carry you." Time flies. 20 minutes later, Jing Han had finished showering. She walked towards Chen Yuan and Xiao Lei, gently sitting down next to Chen Yuan. Ignoring the 2 girls' confusion, Chen Yuan calmly continued to chow down. He thought to himself, "They better get used to this rhythm. Maybe it will be the norm in the future." Just as he thought this, Xiao Lei suddenly spoke up. "Ahem, Chen Yuan, didn't you rent a room for me? Can I take my food back to my room to eat?" Chen Yuan, hearing this, then asked, "Is that necessary? Aren't you 2 already good sisters? Let's eat together and talk." Xiao Lei replied awkwardly, "But it's very weird." Chen Yuan, hearing this, then said, "Weird? Jing Han, do you feel it's weird?" Jing Han replied, "There's nothing weird." Thinking to herself, she also felt it was very weird, but Chen Yuan's words meant he wanted to keep Xiao Lei here. She couldn't ruin that. Hearing the answer, Chen Yuan turned to Xiao Lei and said, "Jing Han doesn't think it's weird, and I don't think it's weird. What do you find weird?" Xiao Lei, hearing this, then asked, "Then can I pack up and go back to school to eat?" Chen Yuan took a light sip of soup, replying, "Sure." Jing Han, hearing this, was surprised, thinking, this isn't Chen Yuan's style, to so easily let someone go like that. Xiao Lei next to her was also a little suspicious, his tone so cold, and not even mentioning taking her back to school. Could it be that he's mad at her? While still thinking vaguely, Chen Yuan patted her head, smiling, and said, "You haven't fully recovered yet. It's definitely not convenient to go back to school now. Even if you go back, it's better to go back tomorrow at least. Besides, don't you want to be with me a little longer?" Before this action of his, Xiao Lei smiled and nodded. Yes. Seeing this scene, Jing Han recalled her first time with Chen Yuan. She thought to herself, Chen Yuan didn't say such words to her, let alone use this gentle tone. Chen Yuan even touched her hair. She felt a pang of jealousy. Just then, Chen Yuan raised his other hand and stroked Jing Han's head, causing her to be surprised. Both girls felt a little warmth in their hearts at this moment. Xiao Lei suddenly felt that even like this, she also felt happy. Jing Han thought, if Chen Yuan could always stroke her head like this, that would be great. Time flies. A moment later, a knock on the door rang out. Chen Yuan went to open the door. A hotel employee brought the things and said, "Mr. Chen, this is the clothing you requested." Chen Yuan received them, replying, "Thank you, sorry for the trouble." The hotel employee bowed politely, replying, "It's nothing. It's what I should do. If you need anything, just call me anytime." As he spoke, His eyes stared towards Chow Lei and Jinghan inside, then didn't dare to linger any longer, turning and leaving, thinking to himself, two great beauties, one tall and graceful, one fair-skinned and shapely, each one is a beauty, both are the first time meeting them. Today, besides the beauty coming to Mr. Chen's room for a long-term stay, Mr. Chen also brought two other beauties to rent rooms next door. Isn't he afraid of getting exposed? Moreover, doing it with 3 people in one night, can his body handle it? 2. OP, the rich really play like that. Back inside the room, Chen Yuan changed his clothes and turned to ask, "Where did Chow Lei go?" Jinghan replied, "She went to take a shower." Chen Yuan, hearing this, then said, "Okay, then I'll go out and do some work. I'll be back a little late. Tell Chow Lei for me." Jinghan nodded. Saying that, Chen Yuan put the clothes into the bag, saying, "I'll go get the clothes." Jinghan gently nodded and smiled. A moment later, Chow Lei also came out of the bathroom. She was a little surprised and asked, "Where's Chen Yuan?" Jinghan replied, "He went out to work." Chow Lei then asked, "What work? When will he be back?" Jinghan replied with heavy eyes, "He didn't say," thinking to herself, "He took the clothes with him. He must be doing that thing." Chow Lei then asked, "Then why didn't you ask?" Jinghan replied, "This kind of thing shouldn't be asked." Chow Lei, hearing this, was a little anxious. "Sister, can we have a little backbone? We are his women, after all. Why can't we ask?" Jinghan reached out and took the hairdryer in her hand. She replied, "I feel you also have to lower your expectations a little." Then, while blow-drying Chow Lei's hair, she explained, "We don't have that much importance in Chen Yuan's heart." Chow Lei disagreed. "I'm not saying this, girl. Don't you want to get a more important position in his heart?" After hearing Chow Lei's question, Jinghan pondered and replied, "To gain a more important position in Shen Yuan's heart, I used to be as greedy as you, wanting to take more, but now I feel that maintaining the status quo is fine." Hearing these words, Chow Lei spun around, full of surprise, and asked, "Are you saying I'm not confident? Wait, why are you blow-drying my hair?" Jinghan lowered her eyes and replied, "Because this is what Shen Yuan wants to see." Hearing this, Chow Lei flailed her limbs and shouted, "Girl, you're hopeless! Ah!" Looking at the scattered cosplay items on the ground, she asked in surprise, "Oh, why are there only 2 items? Where's the other one?" As if thinking of something, Chow Lei turned around. "Ah, is Shen Yuan really that shameless? Didn't he say he would stay with us tonight?" Jinghan replied, "Don't ask anymore. He'll be back." Seeing her attitude, Chow Lei said irritably, "Why shouldn't I ask? He took the clothes you bought to find another woman. How could he do that?" Jinghan calmly replied, "If you still think that way, then I can't help you anymore." At this point, Chow Lei could only clutch her head and wail in helplessness. "Oh God, look at what he's turned you into." Finishing her sentence, she sat down, picked up a few items, and handed them to Jinghan, saying, "If that's the case, then let's exhaust him tonight. You and I will take turns. I want to see if his kidneys can handle it." Hearing this, Jinghan blushed slightly and replied, "Huh? Can we do that? But he's quite strong. This is your first time, maybe I should do it." Hearing these words left Chow Lei speechless. At the same time, in Min Hui's room, as soon as Shen Yuan entered, Min Hui hugged him tightly and said, "Yuan Bao, I missed you." Shen Yuan replied, "Yeah, I missed you too." Then he handed the bag in his hand to Min Hui. She asked with some surprise, "What surprise did you prepare for me?" Shen Yuan smiled and replied, "See for yourself." As soon as she saw what was in the bag, Min Hui blushed slightly and asked, "Ah, Yuan Bao, is this your surprise?" Shen Yuan put his hands up as if taking a picture and said, "You don't like it? I thought it fit you quite well." Hearing this, she replied, "You clearly prepared this for me yourself." Shen Yuan leaned closer and whispered, "What I like isn't what you like too. Go change." Min Hui grabbed the red bag and went inside, replying, "I don't want to. You're annoying." 2 minutes later, she came out wearing a thin silk nightgown, blushing, and asked, "Yuan Bao, do you like it?" As soon as he saw this mesmerizing body, Shen Yuan's eyes lit up. He went over and hugged Min Hui tightly. Seeing this, Min Hui said, "Yuan Bao, be gentle." Shen Yuan whispered in her ear, Hui, don't call me Yuan Bao at times like this. You have to call me Papa." Hearing this, Min Hui replied unhappily, All the fun is yours. I don't want it. Seeing this, Shen Yuan reached out and unbuttoned his shirt, saying, "If you call, the surprise will come right away." Min Hui gave a soft, sound, her voice a little hesitant. "Pa pa 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 pa," then asked with some anticipation, "Papa, what is my surprise after all?" Shen Yuan took out a rod from behind and thrust it deeply into Min Hui's body for more than 10 centimeters, smiling gleefully and asking, "Haha, do you like it?" "Of course, it's just a few small goals." Caught off guard, Min Hui trembled all over and said, "You tricked me again. Your mouth is getting worse and worse. I just don't know how bad you've become." Shen Yuan smiled sinisterly and said, "Hui Hui, you're playing with fire." With that, Shen Yuan's pace of attack immediately increased sharply. He thought to himself, among all the NPCs, if he had to rank number 1 in terms of charm, it would definitely be class monitor Hui Hui, who has studied dancing, has talent, and is also very good at seduction. Time flew by, and 2 hours later, the battle finally ended. One person lay still, while the other packed up and left. Shen Yuan asked smugly, "Has the most evil thing touched the bottom of your heart yet?" Min Hui smiled contentedly and replied, "Yuan Bao, you're really amazing." Shen Yuan gently wiped the corner of her mouth and asked, "What should you call me in bed?" Min Hui pressed her cheek against his hand and corrected, "Pap, Pa is really amazing." Shen Yuan then said, "Hui Hui, I still have things to do. I'll have breakfast with you tomorrow morning." Seeing that he was about to leave, Min Hui got up and wrapped her arms around him, saying, "Huh? You want to leave? I won't let you." Shen Yuan comforted, "Be good. I have a social event tonight. I can't be with you. I'll come find you tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Min Hui asked worriedly, "Are you going drinking? Then you have to find a way to drink less." Shen Yuan smiled and replied, "I'll drink to the point of being a forest." Leaving Min Hui's room, Shen Yuan walked to the elevator, thinking to himself that he had been out for so long, and now he needed to quickly return to those two. As soon as he entered the room, looking at the scene of Chao Lei and Jing Han together, he was a little surprised, thinking to himself, how did they become so close in just a few hours that they even go to the bathroom together? Thinking this, he sat down on the sofa and waited. At this moment, a figure walked out of the bathroom. As soon as he saw this beautiful sight, Shen Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. "Oh!" Jing Han, dressed in a Chinese sister outfit, came over and said, "Shen Yuan, please favor us tonight." But at this moment, Shen Yuan tilted his head to one side, wondering why Chao Lei was so shy. But it must be said that her shy expression and gestures were really amazing. Following Shen Yuan's gaze, Chao Lei, dressed in a bunny girl outfit, was blushing and looking away. After a 2-hour battle, Shen Yuan quickly reloaded and chuckled to himself. Before, they seemed very shy, but why are they so active now that I'm back? Especially Chao Lei. If she has gained this kind of insight, then I will. Just then, Chao Lei scurried into the room, blushing and saying, No, I regret it." Seeing this, Shen Yuan stood up and put his hands on his hips, asking, "What's wrong?" Jing Han replied, "This is what the two of us discussed, but Chao Lei might just be acting on impulse." Hearing this, Shen Yuan smiled lewdly and said, "Now that the battle armor is on, there's naturally no such thing as quitting. Go persuade her." Hearing this, Jing Han replied, "Ugh, how should I persuade her?" Thinking to herself, "Besides, I'm not persuading her to drink or buy something, but persuading her to do this kind of thing, like a madam persuading the top courtesan to continue entertaining guests but not sell herself." Shen Yuan urged, "Girls understand girls best. You probably know where her problem lies. Go, you can do it."